The young man, clearly on the brink of death with his heart pierced, unexpectedly finds himself reincarnated with a beast-taming mystery box system. For attempts at drawing rewards yield nothing but useless items, but on the final try, he receives a life-saving elixir. In the southwest of Luotian City lies a desolate burial ground, where neglected graves and broken tombstones lie haphazardly. Even the midday sun struggles to dispel the eerie gloom of this place, with only ominous crows cawing overhead. At the edge of this burial ground, a youth with striking features lay silently beside a tilted tombstone. Despite his coarse, simple clothing, his extraordinary appearance was undeniable. His face was pale, and a fist-sized, transparent wound gaped in his chest, with blood staining his clothes. Numerous crows perched on branches or circled above, their greedy eyes fixated on what they thought would be their next meal. Suddenly, the youth's near-lifeless eyes snapped open, filled with confusion. Where am I? Chu Yang struggled to comprehend the scene before him. He distinctly remembered passing out after a marathon of reading novels. So how had he ended up in this unfamiliar place? Just as he considered the possibility of dreaming, a sharp pain in his chest brought him back to reality. At that moment, unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Chu Yang, who had just been killed by a criminal spirit beast. Before his soul dissipated, it merged with Chu Yang's own. Although this world was also called Earth, it was a peculiar place where people had professions as spirit tamers. With the integration of these memories, Chu Yang was both shocked and despairing. A heart wound of this magnitude was beyond the help of even advanced technology back on Earth, let alone in this ancient world. Just as he was about to give up, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Life signal detected. System activation initiated. The system continued to explain, "This is the Beast Taming Mystery Box system. You may open one mystery box each day. As a welcome gift, you can open 5 boxes now, and 5 more at each full moon." 10 identical black boxes appeared in Chu Yang's mind. He quickly selected the first one, only to find a black bikini. The second attempt yielded a 5th-tier spirit beast cultivation pill, valuable but not life-saving. The third was a crystal wolf fang set, which left him bemused. As his consciousness began to fade, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and opened the 4th box, which still did not contain what he needed. It wasn't until the 5th box that he finally obtained the life-saving elixir of creation. As the elixir's energy surged through his body, Chu Yang felt his wound healing at an astonishing rate, leaving no scar behind. He stood up, pulling aside his blood-stained clothes to reveal his perfectly healed chest, marveling at the miracle that defied the limits of technology. Reborn after death, Chu Yang exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented lightness as he stretched his newly restored body. The miraculous elixir had not only healed the fatal wound on his chest, but had also eradicated years of hidden ailments. His body, once ravaged by the pollution and toxins of a technologically advanced Earth, now felt rejuvenated, as if reborn. Chu Yang stretched lazily, his eyes settling on the last unopened mystery box. With a touch of anticipation, he casually pointed at the mysterious box. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Spirit Beast, the Nether Wilderness Sacred Dragon." As soon as the words were spoken, a black true dragon, about 10 feet long, appeared out of thin air where the mystery box once was. Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the totem of China's ancient civilization? The dragon's sleek body was covered with black scales that shimmered with a cold light. Its flowing whiskers swayed gently in the breeze, and its antler-like horns were sharp and majestic. A mane of snow-white hair encircled its neck down to its tail, adding an air of nobility. Chu Yang was overjoyed. This majestic form far surpassed any illustrations or sculptures he had seen before. The system promptly provided detailed information. Item name: Nether Wilderness Sacred Dragon. Item note: this is a holy grade spirit beast with immense growth potential. It is recommended that the host form a contract. A holy grade spirit beast? Chu Yang pondered. He recalled his past knowledge, where spirit beast qualities ranged from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, to king, corresponding to growth limits of the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th tiers, respectively. But this holy grade was something he had never heard of. What thrilled Chu Yang even more was the possibility of contracting this divine dragon. Previously, his weak spiritual power had prevented him from forming any spirit beast contracts. Could it be that his new self had this ability? The thought of soaring through the skies on a dragon as a spirit master was exhilarating. When the Nether Wilderness Sacred Dragon emerged from the system space, Chu Yang once again felt the overwhelming presence of this mythical creature. Without hesitation, he drew a complex contract symbol with the fresh blood on his chest. Normally, one would prick their finger for blood, but with the blood still wet on his chest, why not make use of it? "With my blood, I bind your soul, together for this life and beyond." Chu Yang solemnly recited the contract vow, pressing his palm against the dragon's forehead. The blood-red contract symbol instantly merged into the dragon's brow. a faint glow passing through as the contract was successfully forged. Chu Yang's heart raced with excitement. At that moment, he had finally become a true spirit master. Just then, the nether wilderness sacred dragon's golden eyes suddenly opened, casting a powerful, dignified gaze at Chu Yang. In the next moment, the mighty dragon affectionately nuzzled Chu Yang, as if acknowledging and bonding with its new master. Haha, from today onwards, your name shall be Huang. Chu Yang gently stroked the dragon's scales, which were as black and hard as steel, feeling their cold yet smooth texture. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the land. The crows near the burial ground panicked, flapping their wings frantically as they scattered into the sky, creating chaotic patterns against the horizon. At that moment, the contract was successfully formed. Information about Huang instantly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Spirit Beast, Huangming Huang Sacred Dragon. Quality, Sacred. Rank, First Tier, Early Stage. Attribute, Desolation. Skills, Power of Desolation, Dragon Claw of Desolation. Spirit Treasure, None. Simultaneously, a silver pool, the size of a fist, appeared in the center of Chu Yang's forehead. This was the sole power of a spirit master. Chu Yang pondered that a spirit master's strength is determined by two factors: the power of their spirit beast and the strength of their own soul power. The stronger the soul power, the higher the spirit master's rank, and the more spirit beasts they can contract. More importantly, powerful soul power enables a spirit master to unleash formidable soul techniques, potentially defeating spirit beasts of higher realms. Therefore, wise spirit masters equip their spirit beasts with spirit treasures to defend against soul power, preventing ambushes by other spirit masters. At this point, Chu Yang had just reached the early stage of the first tier. At this level, he could only contract one spirit beast. With each subsequent tier he ascended, he would be able to contract one more spirit beast. Above the silver soul power hovered a space as ethereal as an egg. This was the unique spirit domain of a spirit master, a place for spirit beasts to train and rest. The domain was filled with the spiritual substances required for their cultivation. Chu Yang knew that once a spirit master reached the 6th tier, this ethereal domain could be transformed into a tangible spirit realm with the help of special items. With a thought, Huang transformed into a streak of black light and vanished, appearing within his spirit domain. Amazing, Chu Yang marveled, thinking that if such abilities existed on a technologically advanced Earth, they would undoubtedly attract countless scientists eager to study them. After handling matters here, Chu Yang looked down at his bloodstained clothes, deciding it was time to address the issues of his predecessor. Despite trying hard to recall, he couldn't fathom why the two spirit masters had attacked him. As an orphan, his predecessor rarely offended anyone, yet it was clear he was their target, a mystery he couldn't unravel. Revenge for grievances, retribution for wrongs. Chu Yang resolved silently, stepping towards Luotian City. Luotian City was an ancient city, starkly different from modern cities. Towering ancient walls encircled it, with all residents living inside. Since the emergence of the spirit master profession, the wilderness had become unsuitable for human habitation. Many plants and animals had mutated, growing intelligent, powerful, and aggressive, becoming known as fierce beasts. The spirit beasts spirit masters contracted were essentially the young of these fierce beasts. Ultimately, the only difference between fierce beasts and spirit beasts was the presence of a contract. Although Luotian City was a small city, it had become exceptionally bustling. Chu Yang had washed his blood-soaked clothes by the river to avoid drawing attention. However, once inside the city, amidst the bustling streets, he felt a bit lost. Where should he start looking for those two spirit masters? Although Luotian City is not very large, searching for two specific people in the bustling crowds still gave Chu Yang a bit of a headache. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to rush. As long as those two were still in the city, he would eventually find them. As dusk fell, the streets began to empty. Chu Yang decided to head home and rethink his plan. His residence was located in the northernmost part of Luotian City, an area known as the slums where the impoverished gathered. The ramshackle houses were huddled together, and the air was filled with a mixed scent. Just as Chu Yang reached his doorstep and was about to take out his key, he heard a familiar voice. "Oh, little Chu is back. Haven't seen you all day. Where have you been?" Turning around, he saw Aunt Wang from next door, a middle-aged woman with a kind smile. She had looked after Chu Yang since he was young and was one of the few people he was close to. Chu Yang gave a polite smile and replied, "Hello, Aunt Wang. I was just wandering around the city." Aunt Wang nodded, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Oh, I see. I thought maybe you were upset about not becoming a spirit master and were having some bad thoughts." She sighed and continued, "You know, being an ordinary person living a simple life isn't so bad. I heard today while buying groceries that another spirit master was killed by a fierce beast while gathering herbs outside the city. Such a pity." Chu Yang understood that the herbs Aunt Wang referred to were soul herbs and spirit herbs. These were incredibly valuable. The former could enhance a spirit master's soul power, while the latter could strengthen spirit beasts. Because of this, many spirit masters ventured into the wild, hoping to gain immense wealth. However, the wild was the domain of fierce beasts, fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Aunt Wang. Spirit masters have their noble pursuits, but ordinary people have their own kind of happiness. Aunt Wang's eyes suddenly lit up as if she remembered something important. Oh, little Chu, you're not getting any younger. Isn't it time you thought about getting married and settling down? Her gaze lingered on Chu Yang's handsome face, clearly thinking of one of her nieces. Chu Yang immediately felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but smile wryly. I'm still young, just 16 this year. He thought to himself how he couldn't escape the pressure to marry, no matter which world he was in. But Aunt Wang persisted. Oh, you're not that young. Look at Guzzi behind. He's just turned 16 and already has a child. In the end, with Aunt Wang's relentless persuasion, Chu Yang found an excuse and made a hasty retreat. He quickly entered his small house, closed the door, and leaned against it with a sigh of relief. Outside, Aunt Wang's voice gradually faded, but the topic of marriage lingered in his mind. Lying in bed, Chu Yang racked his brains for various strategies. Finally, he decided to use a tactic of luring the enemy out by making himself the bait to draw out the mastermind. He was convinced that as long as he was alive, the person who harbored a deep hatred for him would not give up. Just past midnight the next day, 10 dark mystery boxes once again appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Without hesitation, he chose to open one, and the system's prompt soon followed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Holy Spirit Tower, a sacred-grade soul weapon. Wow. Chu Yang was instantly awake, springing up from his bed. A sacred-grade soul weapon? As a weapon controlled by spirit masters, the quality of soul weapons usually matched that of spiritual beasts, ranging from bronze to king. And now, he had actually obtained a sacred grade 1. Although he wasn't sure of its exact level, it was undoubtedly higher than king grade. At the spot where the mystery box was opened, a 90-yard pagoda emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by countless phantom images of spiritual beasts. This 90-yard, 9-sided pagoda was divided into a body and a base, entirely in a glazed color. When Chu Yang retrieved it from the system space, those spiritual beast phantoms transformed into dense, small runes etched onto the pagoda's body, leaving only the radiant light bursting forth. Chu Yang carefully held the Holy Spirit Tower. It was the first time he had ever seen a soul weapon. The system immediately provided detailed information. Holy Spirit Tower, a sacred-grade soul weapon with the ability to defend, suppress, and refine all things. It is recommended that the host refine it into a life-bound soul weapon. Almost instantly, Chu Yang completed the refining process. If not for the fact that this soul weapon came from the system, with his current cultivation level, refining a sacred-grade soul weapon would have been nearly impossible. After completion, the Holy Spirit Tower hovered above his silver soul sea, which was only the size of a fist. Despite acquiring a powerful soul weapon, Chu Yang knew that his cultivation was too weak to unleash its true potential. He pondered, I wonder when I'll be able to open a mystery box containing a cultivation technique. I can't just wait around. It's time to actively seek out a soul power technique. The next day, Chu Yang walked down the street nonchalantly, both searching for the two people who had tried to kill him and hoping to attract the attention of the mastermind behind them. Since giving Huang a 5th-tier spiritual beast cultivation pill, he could now walk fearlessly in the small city of Luotian. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious private room of the largest Fulai restaurant in Luotian City, a lively gathering was taking place. Several well-dressed young men were enjoying drinks, with one handsome young man in a purple brocade robe and sharp features being the center of attention. Haha, congratulations to Brother Fu on his engagement to the mayor's daughter, truly a cause for celebration, one young man exclaimed in congratulations. Indeed, we are all envious. Who would have thought Brother Fu would have such fortune, winning the heart of one of the twin sisters? And it's none other than Qin Luoxue, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, known as the Cold Goddess, another chimed in. I feel like half the meaning of my life has vanished, joked another young man. I just wonder who will win the favor of the second sister, Qin Luojiao? Ha, do we even need to ask? Haven't you heard of the saying, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first? The group burst into laughter, their cheerful voices echoing through the room. Although he didn't possess the striking looks of Pan and like Chu Yang did, Fu Kuan was still quite handsome in his own right. At this moment, he held a wine glass, a smile playing on his lips, and a glint of pride in his eyes. Recently, good fortune had been coming his way. First, he became a spirit master, and then, through the elders' arrangement, he got engaged to Qin Luoxue, the eldest daughter of the city's lord. He sipped his drink, savoring his streak of luck. Thinking of Qin Luoxue's unparalleled beauty, Fu Kuan, who was accustomed to seeing beautiful women, felt a surge of heat in his chest, and his hand holding the glass trembled slightly. Suppressing his excitement, he addressed the guests around him. Please, don't tease me. It was purely by chance that I gained Miss Chen's favor, truly a blessing of a lifetime. A young man in purple stood up and clinked glasses with everyone. Present were young heirs of similar status, who, despite secretly competing with each other, maintained the facade of politeness. They weren't here to genuinely celebrate, but to probe for information. However, given the Fu family status, Fu Kuan had nothing to hide. The others exchanged glances, silently confirming the truth of the matter. They were already considering how to report back to their families to prepare for the Fu family's alliance with the city's lord, which might not bode well for other families. Amidst these private thoughts, a servant from the Fu family hurried in and whispered something to Fu Kuan. His face darkened, eyebrows furrowing. That person who was supposed to be dead was still alive? The two assassins had assured him that Chu Yang was taken care of, and he hadn't doubted it, as Chu Yang was just an ordinary person. Yet now, he was parading around the streets. Fu Kuan lowered his voice, angrily saying, "Those two fools can't even handle such a simple task. Tell them to go again. This time, I want his head." "Yes." The servant bowed and quickly left. Nearby, a young man in white, Wang Yuan, noticed something amiss and asked, "Fu, is there some trouble you're facing? Maybe we could help with some advice." Fu Kuan sneered internally, thinking these people probably just wanted to see him embarrassed. However, he maintained a smile and casually said, "Just an annoying, ordinary person, nothing troublesome." In Fu Kuan's eyes, Chu Yang wasn't a major problem, merely a minor nuisance. With his status, even if he openly killed Chu Yang, what could happen? At this point, Wang Yuan gave a mysterious smile, playing with his wine glass, and said, "Speaking of the Qin family's two goddesses, have any of you heard certain rumors?" "Oh, what rumors?" The others showed interest, putting down their glasses. Fu Kuan frowned and said, "If they're just rumors, there's no need to discuss them." But Wang Yuan ignored Fu Kuan's interruption and continued, "Have any of you heard of Chu Yang? I know him, and I've met him a few times. His handsome looks really put us to shame." One person chimed in. "I know him too, the young man dubbed the most handsome in Luotian City," another agreed. "Yes, that's him," Wang Yuan said. "Rumor has it that the Qin family's two goddesses have a complicated relationship with him." Wang Yuan vividly recounted the rumors, and the others listened in amazement. Fu Kuan's anger flared, and he stood up abruptly, glaring at Wang Yuan. This guy was doing it on purpose. Knowing he was engaged to Qin Luoxue, he still mentioned such things to provoke him. "Enough!" Fu Kuan shouted angrily. "Oh, Fu, I did say they were just rumors. Whether they're true or not is unclear. No need to get angry." Wang Yuan quickly stood up and apologized. The others also stood, smiling as they tried to console Fu Kuan. Listening to these irritating words, Fu Kuan snorted and turned to leave. He knew these were baseless rumors, concocted by these people to provoke him. Given the character of the Qin family's two goddesses, such things were impossible. But hearing about his fiancée's alleged flirtations with another man before marriage, even if false, enraged him, especially since he had heard such rumors before. Despite investigating and finding them unfounded, with no real connection between Chu Yang and the Qin goddesses, the rumors persisted due to their respective reputations. Qin Luoxue was to be his woman, and such rumors were unacceptable. For families like theirs, reputation was everything. The best solution was to make one party disappear, thus cutting off the source of rumors. Chu Yang couldn't be allowed to exist any longer. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. How could two spirit masters fail to kill an ordinary person? Useless fools. Fu Kuan cursed, his face dark with anger, eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Walking down the bustling street, Chu Yang made no attempt to conceal his presence. Instead, he deliberately walked towards the crowded areas. Suddenly, his intuition kicked in, and he sensed someone was following him. Since becoming a spirit master, his perceptive abilities had greatly improved. With a quick glance, Chu Yang recognized the faces of the two men trailing him. They were the very spirit masters who had killed him in his previous life. He continued to walk nonchalantly, but his mind was already strategizing. Among the stalkers, Wu Sheng whispered to his companion in shock, "Brother, is he really not dead?" When Fu Kuan informed them, they had both been skeptical. After all, they had pierced Chu Yang's heart. It seemed impossible for him to be alive. Wu Ming frowned, scrutinizing the person ahead, and confirmed it was indeed Chu Yang. Although curious about how he had come back to life, his face was filled with malice as he said, "In that case, let's kill him again." Feigning ignorance, Chu Yang meandered aimlessly through the crowd, gradually moving towards a secluded part of Luotian City. The Wu brothers noticed this route and thought it played right into their hands. Suddenly, Chu Yang quickened his pace, slipping into a quiet alley. Wu Sheng's heart tightened as he whispered, "Brother, could this kid be up to something? He inexplicably came back to life and is now leading us to such a place." Wu Ming was dismissive. "You're overthinking. We've thoroughly investigated him. He has no means to enlist other spirit masters. Even if it's a trap, so what?" They followed him into the alley, only to find Chu Yang already standing there, calmly waiting for them. "You two finally made it," Chu Yang said calmly. Wu Ming sneered. So you knew we were tracking you? Of course, Chu Yang replied. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen such a quiet place for your burial. Wu Ming laughed. Such arrogance from a mere ant. If you tell me the secret of your resurrection, perhaps I'll let you die quickly. Chu Yang responded unhurriedly. Coincidentally, if you reveal who is behind you, I might let you die quickly too. Courting death. Wu Ming shouted angrily, his hands swiftly forming seals. A summoning circle of azure light appeared before him, and a giant wolf over a zhang long emerged from the formation. The spirit beast was entirely azure, majestic and awe-inspiring, its howl sending gusts of wind that made Chu Yang's long hair dance. Simultaneously, Wu Sheng summoned his spirit beast, another azure, giant wolf of similar size. The appearance of the two spirit beasts instantly turned the narrow alley into a battlefield fraught with danger. Wu Ming shouted fiercely, "After I kill you, I'll slowly uncover the secret of your resurrection." Before he finished speaking, the two giant wolves were already poised to pounce on Chu Yang. Suddenly, two massive green wolves shot toward the end of the alley where Chu Yang stood, like arrows released from a bow. Their jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs that glinted menacingly, and their eyes burned with a bloodthirsty light. Chu Yang shook his head slightly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Previously, he might have been paralyzed with fear, but now he was calm and composed, moving with deliberate ease. His hands formed complex seals, and a faint black glow flickered at his fingertips. In an instant, a mysterious and intricate black summoning array appeared in front of him, radiating a chilling energy. At the entrance of the alley, the pupils of the Wu brothers, Wu Ming and Wu Sheng, contracted in shock and disbelief. A summoning array? They exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with surprise and confusion. Their investigation had indicated that Chu Yang was just an ordinary person, certainly not a spirit master. This unexpected turn of events caught them completely off guard. Big brother this. Wu Sheng's voice trembled with rising fear. Wu Ming forced himself to remain calm and said in a deep voice, "No matter. Even if he has become a spirit master, he's only at the early stage of the first tier. Our spirit beasts are at the mid-stage of the first tier." Despite his words, a flicker of unease flashed in his eyes. But in the next moment, a gigantic claw emerged from the black summoning array, as if tearing through space itself. The claw was covered in scales as black as ink, each one shimmering with an unsettling glow. It surged forward with overwhelming power, aiming to strike the two green wolves. Not good. Wu Ming's and Wu Sheng's faces turned pale, a cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. The presence emanating from the claw far surpassed their expectations, instilling a primal fear, as if facing a natural predator. Boom. Before they could recall their spirit beasts, the massive claw struck the two wolves with crushing force. The green wolf figures disintegrated instantly under the blow, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. Ah! The Wu brothers screamed in agony, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, a deadly backlash from the death of their spirit beasts. Wu Ming stared blankly, murmuring, "The spirit beasts, they're dead?" He couldn't believe that two mid-tier first-level spirit beasts were destroyed so effortlessly by the Black Claw, without any resistance. Run! The brothers no longer dared to stay, stumbling as they fled the alley, their bodies trembling with each step as if they were walking on air. Just then, Chu Yang's cold voice echoed from behind, like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. "Do you really think you can escape?" Before the words had even finished, the enormous black claw descended once more, easily capturing the two brothers within its grasp. The hard scales dug into their skin, threatening to crush them at any moment. "No, spare us!" Wu Ming cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair. "We're just pawns, following orders." He cursed inwardly, thinking Chu Yang was deceitful for pretending to be ordinary despite his strength, leading them to a complete downfall. Chu Yang's voice was icy as he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to kill me?" His tone carried no warmth or emotion. "It was Fu Kuan." Wu Sheng quickly replied, seeing no point in withholding the truth any longer. He hoped only to save his life. "Nonsense!" Chu Yang shouted angrily. "I have no past grievances or recent enmity with Fu Kuan. Why would he want me dead?" As soon as he spoke, a tremendous force emanated from the black dragon claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to echo from within the brothers' bodies. Ah! Their screams of agony reverberated through the alley, piercing the night air. Outside the alley, a passerby curiously peeked in to see what was happening. However, his companion quickly pulled him back, scolding, "Are you crazy? You can tell it's probably some rich kid up to no good. If you get caught, they'll kill you to keep their secret." The man broke out in a cold sweat, grateful for his friend's warning, and hurriedly left with his head down, realizing that in this world, curiosity could indeed be deadly, especially for ordinary people like them, whose lives were as insignificant as blades of grass, easily snuffed out without consequence. Inside the alley, Chu Yang walked out slowly, leaving behind two unrecognizable corpses. He frowned. puzzled over why Fu Kuan would want him dead. The Wu brothers clearly didn't know the reason, having merely acted on Fu Kuan's orders. Looks like I'll have to pay Fu Kuan a visit, Chu Yang muttered to himself, a cold glint in his eyes. I need to find out why he wants me dead. In his memory, there was no connection between him and this person. With this question lingering in his mind, Chu Yang disappeared into the night, leaving behind a trail of mysteries and two lifeless bodies. As Chu Yang walked out of the alley, the sky had already darkened, and the streetlights were gradually lighting up. He frowned, pondering over the recent encounter, unable to comprehend the other party's intentions. Ultimately, he decided to go home and rest, planning to look for Fu Kuan the next day. Once home, Chu Yang lay on his bed, his thoughts drifting to the mystery boxes he was about to open. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, reminiscent of the 7-day login rewards in games on Tech Earth. It would be great if the mystery boxes had such hidden perks, he hoped silently. Midnight finally arrived, and 10 dark mystery boxes appeared in Chu Yang's mind once again. As a flash of light passed, a box opened. However, upon seeing the item inside, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Congratulations, host, you've received a brush, the system announced. This is an ordinary brush with no special functions. You can use it to practice calligraphy. Chu Yang sighed. Just a brush, huh? No 7-day login rewards, it seems. He chuckled to himself. Oh well, time to sleep. Before lying down, he consoled himself. Having a 5th-tier nether dragon is enough to establish a foothold in Luotian City. As for what the mystery boxes might reveal, it's all up to luck. I'll let it be. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Fu family manor was quite different. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as a teacup was smashed by Fu Kuan's palm. With a dark expression, he asked coldly, "Are you saying Wu Ming and his brother are dead?" A subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes, they were found dead in a secluded alley. According to investigations, they owed a huge gambling debt at the casino and were being hunted by their enemies." Fu Kuan snorted, "Useless fools." After a pause, he asked, "And what about Chu Yang?" According to our spies, Chu Yang returned home safely by evening. Fu Kuan's expression grew even darker. Huh, nothing seems to go as planned. The ones who should die didn't, and those who shouldn't did. His laughter carried a chilling undertone. Thinking of the rumors spread by Wang Yuan and others, Fu Kuan trembled with anger. He muttered through clenched teeth, "There cannot be any rumors about my fiancée. If it weren't for Wang Yuan's status, I would have silenced them long ago." Finally, Fu Kuan stood up and instructed the person beside him. "Fu Chun, gather some men and come with me." His tone was filled with ominous foreboding. The night was silent and still. Luotian City, bustling during the day, seemed to be in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility as Chu Yang's door was violently broken down. Splinters flew, debris scattered, and the piercing sound was particularly jarring in the quiet night. Chu Yang awoke with a start, instantly alert. His eyes were sharp, fixed on the doorway, his muscles tense and ready for any sudden event. When he recognized the intruder, his eyes narrowed slightly with surprise and a hint of caution. Fu Kuan. It was indeed Fu Kuan, his face expressionless and stern. A few family spirit guards, dressed in identical uniforms, flanked him like sentinels as they slowly entered the room. In the dim light, Fu Kuan's gaze fell upon Chu Yang's flawlessly handsome face, and a volcanic anger surged within him. "I can't stand that face of yours," Fu Kuan said through clenched teeth, his eyes glinting with danger. Chu Yang was momentarily bewildered, his mind racing. If he weren't aware of his own background, he might have thought Fu Kuan was hinting at some dramatic family feud over inheritance. With a cold laugh in his heart, Chu Yang thought, "I haven't even had the chance to come to you, and here you are at my door. Might as well seize this opportunity to get some answers." He feigned nonchalance and said, "You barging into my home in the dead of night, are you jealous of my unparalleled looks?" Fu Kuan let out a cold laugh. "You're not wrong. It's precisely that damn face of yours that's bringing you deadly trouble." Huh. Chu Yang was even more puzzled. He knew he was handsome, but how could that become a reason for a death threat? Was this guy really so twisted by jealousy? As Chu Yang pondered, Fu Kuan spoke in a deep voice. "Because of your face, rumors have inexplicably spread about you and my fiancée. The Fu family is one of the 3 great families of Luotian City, and Qin Luoxue is destined to be my wife and the future matriarch of the Fu family. How can we allow such unclean rumors?" Fu Kuan's words were filled with anger and arrogance. As the current heir of the Fu family, naturally his wife would be the future matriarch. Such a prestigious position could not tolerate any taint of scandal, especially concerning a woman Fu Kuan cared about. With Fu Kuan's explanation, Chu Yang seemed to grasp the situation. Luotian City wasn't a large city and had only one academy, where he attended alongside Qin Luoxue, Qin Luojiao, and others like Fu Kuan. However, they were in the aristocratic class, while he was in the commoner class. He had only seen the Qin sisters from afar and never had any interaction with them. As for the rumors, he had never paid them any mind, considering the vast difference in their statuses made such things impossible. It was much like the campus life on a technologically advanced Earth, where rumors often swirled around the popular students. What surprised Chu Yang was that Fu Kuan was actually engaged to Qin Luoxue. Even though he had only seen her a few times, his former self had been struck by her beauty. Who would have thought Fu Kuan would be so fortunate? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, looking Fu Kuan straight in the eye, and asked, "So, you ordered people to kill me just to dispel those rumors?" "Indeed, but you're quite fortunate to have me personally take action against you. You can die without regrets." Fu Kuan smirked coldly, dangerous light flickering in his eyes. In his mind, his woman should be a flawless existence. Chu Yang inwardly chuckled bitterly, realizing that his former self had indeed attracted deadly trouble because of his good looks. Was he going to be killed by his own handsomeness? "So, Chu Yang, your death will bring me some comfort," Fu Kuan said icily. "Attack." This time, Fu Kuan decided to act himself. His hands moved rapidly, forming a complex summoning formation before him. As the formation glowed, a massive golden scorpion appeared out of thin air, its menacing tail shining with a chilling gleam. "Chu Yang, to die at the hands of my golden-grade giant scorpion is a privilege for you," Fu Kuan boasted. "This is a spirit beast personally found for me by the Fu family's ancestor, ranking among the strongest in Luotian City. It can even grow into a formidable sixth-tier existence in the future." What a lunatic, killing someone over some ridiculous rumors. Knowing the truth, Chu Yang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Fu Kuan sneered disdainfully. "Someone as lowly as you could never understand the divine beauty of the celestial sisters. Any man who has seen them would have thoughts like mine." Before he finished speaking, the giant scorpion lashed its tail like a steel whip, aiming directly at Chu Yang. "If that's the case, then you can die." Chu Yang's eyes erupted with a sharp killing intent, and a pitch-black summoning circle instantly formed beneath him. A massive black dragon claw emerged from the circle, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Young master, be careful." Fu Shun, who had been guarding Fu Kuan, turned pale with fear at the sight of the mysterious claw's aura. He quickly summoned his silver-grade spirit beast, a mountain python, to try and block the terrifying dragon claw. Fu Kuan was the young master of the Fu family, personally chosen by the family ancestor to inherit the family's legacy, and he couldn't afford any mishaps here. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as Fu Shun's second-tier mountain python was crushed like an ant beneath the gigantic dragon claw. It was an expected outcome. A mere second-tier creature stood no chance against a fifth-tier presence. The dragon claw didn't even fully extend. Just one dragon finger was enough to crush them. "Ah!" Fu Shin's scream snapped Fu Kuan back to reality. "Young master, run. This person is too strong. We are not his match." Fu Shin shouted, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his face ashen. Fu Kuan was panicking. This sudden turn of events was completely unexpected. As the young master of the Fu family, he had always been pampered and had never faced such life-and-death situations. "Young master, run." Fu Shin shouted again, along with other Fu family spirit masters who joined the fray. Fu Shun changed his hand seal, gathering soul power from his soul sea, instantly forming a sharp dagger aimed at Chu Yang's soul sea. Soul art. Chu Yang recognized their technique immediately, but he was unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Not only Fu Shun, but the other Fu family spirit masters also unleashed their soul arts, silver daggers cutting through the air, closing in on Chu Yang. Soul arts, released by spirit master's soul power, harm the soul, see rather than the body. However, at that moment, a small tower shadow appeared at Chu Yang's brow, emitting multicolored radiance. The soul power daggers shattered upon contact with this light, dissipating into nothingness. A soul artifact. Fu Shun's heart sank into despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Soul artifacts are categorized into offensive and defensive types, and the opponent's was clearly the latter. Fu Kuan had initially planned to rely on his soul power advantage to defeat the opponent, but the appearance of this defensive soul artifact instantly erased their only edge. Damn it! How does he have a soul artifact? Fu Kuan's face was dark with anger as he cursed inwardly. Even the Fu family only possessed one such precious item. How could Chu Yang, with no background, own such a rare treasure? As Fu Kuan's mind raced, Huang's dragon claw once again descended upon them. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing whistle. "Young master, run. Let the ancestor avenge us." Fu Chen shouted hoarsely, his face filled with sorrow. Before he finished speaking, he was already commanding his spirit beast to self-destruct. As a second-tier spirit master, Fu Chun had 2 spirit beasts, and at that moment, his other beast began to swell rapidly, like an inflating balloon. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and violent energy swept in all directions. Following closely, more spirit beasts rushed toward Chu Yang, detonating themselves one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, Chu Yang's house was instantly reduced to dust. Smoke and flames filled the air, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. When the dust finally settled, A massive crater several feet deep was all that remained, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the ground. However, Chu Yang emerged unscathed from Huang's dragon claw. The terrifying explosions hadn't left a single mark on Huang's scales. Huh, did they think spirit beasts self-destructing would harm me in the slightest? Wishful thinking. Chu Yang sneered, his soul power sweeping the area, only to find that Fu Kuan had vanished. I suppose he's gone home to call for reinforcements. Chu Yang chuckled to himself, indifferent to the ruins of his house, and leisurely began walking toward the Fu family estate. Oh dear, what kind of trouble has that boy Chu Yang gotten into? Aunt Wang poked her head out of her room, her heart pounding as she looked at the flattened house, sighing repeatedly. She called out softly to Chu Yang, but received no response. Finally, Aunt Wang let out a sigh of lamentation. How enviable were the days before spirit masters existed, she mused silently. Ever since spirit masters appeared, the status of ordinary people had plummeted. A single misstep could lead to death at the hands of a spirit master. In her view, Chu Yang had likely offended a powerful spirit master and was now facing merciless retaliation. Ancestor, save me. Fu Kuan, shivering with cold, fled back to the Fu family in a panic, heading straight to where the family elder was in seclusion. His disheveled appearance caught the attention of the other high-ranking members of the Fu family, and despite it being the middle of the night, many were disturbed. The Fu family members all rose, assuming another family was attempting to assassinate their young master. However, before the family elder appeared, the current head of the family, Fu Tianke, arrived first, his voice icy as he questioned, as the young master of the Fu family, how can you lose your composure like this? Fu Kuan trembled, his voice filled with fear. Father, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Recalling the scene he'd witnessed, his legs went weak, and his heart filled with dread. Fu Tianke's eyes burned with anger as he demanded, who dares to threaten the life of my son? Fu Tianke? Speak clearly. By now, the high-ranking members of the Fu family had gathered outside the elder's seclusion chamber, listening intently to Fu Kuan's account of events. Upon hearing about Fu Chen's self-destruction, Fu Tianke's brow furrowed in anger. Fu Chen had been his trusted aide, and now he was gone. Chu Yang? There's never been a Chu family in Luotian City. The high-ranking members exchanged puzzled and angry glances. How could an unknown figure dare to challenge the Fu family? Fu Tianke sneered. Have they become arrogant, or does the Fu family no longer wield power? The Fu family hadn't suffered such humiliation in a long time. Even the city lord's mansion had to bow slightly to them, willingly marrying off their daughter. Fu Kuan urgently asked, where's the ancestor? Why hasn't he come out? Were he not at him? Somehow, Chu Yang had transformed from an ordinary person into a spirit master. Even more frightening was the fact that with just a swipe of a spirit beast's claw, he could instantly kill a second-tier spirit beast. That spirit beast was at least third tier, possibly higher. If it were fourth tier, even his father and others might not be a match. Silence. Fu Tianke reprimanded. The ancestor is in seclusion, attempting to break through to the late stage of the fourth tier. Once successful, our family's strength will rival that of the city lord's mansion. This is a critical moment and must not be disturbed. He thought to himself that this son of his was so lacking tonight. He clearly needed more experience before the family could be entrusted to him. Suddenly, Fu Kuan remembered something and quickly said, Father, that man possesses a soul artifact. You must be cautious if you confront him. A soul artifact? At this, the crowd's eyes lit up as if seeing a rare treasure. Though the Fu family was large and prosperous, they only had one soul artifact, and it was with the ancestor. The family's elder, Fu Tianyan, eyes gleaming, pressed. Is this true? Fu Kuan sensed something amiss. He intended to warn them, yet their expressions were full of excitement. Nevertheless, he nodded. Fu Tian's face beamed with delight, laughing heartily. Huh? It seems fortune smiles upon the Fu family. First, Kuan is betrothed to Qin Luoxue of the city lord's mansion. Then the ancestor is about to break through the late stage of the fourth tier. And now, a mere youth delivers a soul artifact to us. It seems even the heavens support the rise of the Fu family. The other senior members wore confident smiles, as if they could already see the Fu family surpassing the city lord's mansion to become the most powerful force in Luotian City. Fu Tianke squinted with a pleased expression and said to his son, Kuan, when that time comes, I will help you win over the second Miss Qin from the Qin family. Really, father? Is that possible? Fu Kuan exclaimed, his previous fears forgotten, now as excited as a child. The Qin sisters, Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao, were the dream partners of any man in Luotian City. He couldn't believe he might have the chance to have both of them. Thank you, father. Fu Kuan bowed deeply, his spirits lifted, eagerly anticipating that day. Fu Tianke looked around and asked, so, who will bring back Chu Yang's head along with the soul artifact? We are willing to go, clan leader, several voices shouted in unison. This was a great opportunity to earn merit, and they didn't want to miss it. Just as everyone was filled with excitement, A calm voice suddenly reached their ears. No need to go. I am already here. Who is it? Fu Tianke shouted angrily, incredulous that an outsider could infiltrate their mansion. The Fu family is indeed bold and skilled, but surprisingly lax in defense for such a large family. Chu Yang strolled in leisurely, a hint of mockery on his face. This was beyond his expectations. Despite being one of the largest families in Luotian City, the Fu family had only a few guards at the entrance, with almost no patrols elsewhere, allowing him to walk right in. To be fair, the Fu family couldn't be entirely blamed. Their strength meant they didn't need to fear anyone. Who would dare to target them? Chu Yang. Fu Kuan exclaimed, shocked that his opponent had chased him all the way home. So you are Chu Yang? Elder Fu Tianyan said in a deep voice. Huh. Truly a fearless newcomer, killing our family members and daring to intrude into our home. You really don't take us seriously. His eyes glinted dangerously. Not just him, but all the senior members present were now eyeing Chu Yang like a rare treasure. Standing at the circular archway, Chu Yang smirked playfully. Heh, your young master Fu Kuan crashed into my house, leaving me with nowhere to stay, so I thought I'd come to the Fu household to borrow a room for the night. I trust you wouldn't mind. Fu Tianke sneered. Our family is vast and wealthy, with plenty of rooms. The question is whether you'll survive to use one. Also, I've heard you possess a soul artifact, and I'm quite interested in seeing it for myself. Chu Yang inwardly sneered. It seemed Fu Kuan had recounted the entire incident. There was no way to resolve this peacefully, and he hadn't come here with that intention. Since they were interested in his soul artifact, he might as well use it as a catalyst to open up the situation. From the center of Chu Yang's forehead, a phantom of a tower emitting seven-colored light slowly emerged, reflecting in the eyes of the Fu family members. It really is a soul artifact. The senior members of the Fu family exclaimed, their breaths heavy, eyes gleaming with greed. Chu Yang said calmly, indeed, the soul artifact is with me. I see many of you desire it, so why not try to take it with your strength? As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Tianke signaled to the others. At this point, there was no need for pretenses. They would simply take it by force. In an instant, dozens of senior members of the Fu family summoned their spirit beasts. Numerous beasts of various shapes appeared in the courtyard, their massive bodies collapsing the surrounding walls. Roars filled the air, and a terrifying aura spread, creating waves in the night sky. Fu Tiang's grand display was not just for show. After learning that the second-level Beastmaster Fu Chen's self-destruction hadn't harmed Chu Yang at all, he realized that Chu Yang was at least a third-level Beastmaster, so he dared not be careless, launching a thunderous assault. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion of Luotian City, Lord Qin Shufeng suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Looking towards the Fu family estate, he frowned. What are those people from the Fu family up to now? The Fu family had been restless lately, causing him much concern. They even dared to threaten the City Lord's mansion. If it weren't for the current special circumstances, Qin Shufeng would have considered wiping out the entire Fu family. At the same time, the other three major families in Luotian City, their Beastmasters, also sensed the Fu family's unusual activity, each secretly observing the unfolding situation. Chu Yang shook his head dismissively as he surveyed the third-tier spirit beasts before him. Just a bunch of third tiers? Hardly enough for Huang to practice on. His words struck like a heavy blow, shattering the confidence of the Fu family members. Fu Tianyan, enraged, veins bulging on his face, shouted harshly. You insolent boy! How dare you belittle the Fu family? I will make you pay for this. With Fu Tianyan's roar, the third-tier spirit beast beside him, the Panshan python, let out a deafening hiss. The massive creature, nearly 3 meters long, coiled its body, its scales glistening with a cold light in the sun, ready to strike with lethal force. Only then did Chu Yang notice that among the 30 or so spirit beasts present, at least a third were large, yellow-brown Panshan pythons. He quickly realized that this must be the Fu family's spirit beasta symbol of their clan. In Luotian City, the sight of a Panshan python was almost synonymous with the Fu family. However, these mighty spirit beasts seemed like mere ants to Chu Yang. He shook his head again, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and turned to Fu Tianke, saying, summon your spirit beast as well. Fu Tianke sneered, a cruel glint in his eyes. All right, if you insist, I shall oblige you. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant yellow-brown summoning array appeared on the ground. With a blinding flash, a colossal Panshan python, 13 meters long, materialized before everyone. Its size far exceeded the other pythons, and its scales shimmered with the unique luster of a fourth-tier spirit beast. A fourth-tier spirit beast. The patriarch has broken through to the fourth tier. The Fu family leaders exclaimed, faces filled with disbelief and joy. Excitement spread like wildfire among the crowd. Haha, heaven truly favors the Fu family. They cheered, ecstatic over their family's rapid ascent in power. Fu Tianke looked at Chu Yang with smug satisfaction, sneering, boy, are you satisfied now? Initially, he had intended to conceal his strength and secretly let the other major families and the city lord's mansion suffer a loss. But faced with the precious soul weapon, he couldn't afford any mishaps and wanted to end things quickly. Chu Yang nodded nonchalantly. It'll do. Then his gaze turned sharp as a knife, filled with murderous intent. In that case, I can kill without hesitation. The Fu family coveted his soul weapon and his life, and for him to eliminate Fu Kuan, the young master of the Fu family, he would have to tread over their corpses. Thus, there was no room for negotiation. When the familiar black summoning array appeared again, Fu Kuan's face turned ashen, and the terrifying memories surged back, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Following it, a massive creature emerged slowly from the summoning array. What? What is this? Fu Tianke trembled, his voice laced with disbelief and horror. Huang's 17-meter-long body exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, suffocating everyone present. What kind of spirit beast is this? The Fu family leaders stared in shock at the imposing figure, clearly never having seen such a powerful creature. At this moment, Chu Yang stood firmly on Huang's forehead, gripping its black dragon horns, resembling a war god riding a divine dragon. He looked coldly down at the Fu family, his eyes glinting with icy killing intent. Kill! Chu Yang gave Huang a brief but deadly command, allowing no time for the Fu family to react. The vendetta could not go unavenged. In an instant, Huang erupted with a heart-stopping black glow, enveloping the surroundings like the shadow of death. This was its skill. Huang's power. The Huang attribute symbolized desolation and decay, possessing the terrifying ability to annihilate everything, a rare and domineering trait. In a mere moment, the fur and scales of many first and second-tier spirit beasts appeared withered and decayed, as if ravaged by time. More frighteningly, the Black Huang's power spread like a plague, mercilessly stripping the spirit beasts of their vitality. Fu Tianke finally realized the true power of the terrifying creature before him, a flicker of undisguised fear in his eyes. A fourth-tier, early-stage spirit beast. When did Luotian City produce such a formidable figure? Fu Kuan stared at the scene before him, his expression full of shock and confusion. The power of a fourth-tier beginner made his heart shiver. How had he provoked such an existence? He remembered Chu Yang being unable to become a spirit master due to his weak soul power. Chu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. The aura emanating from Huang suggested a fourth-tier beginner, but that was merely a result of his deliberate suppression. In reality, the true strength of this pitch-black beast had reached the peak of the fifth tier. Always keep a trump card. This had been his guiding principle since arriving in this world. As Fu Tianke and the others stood dazed, Huang's massive dragon claw descended upon the head of the Fu family elder, Fu Tianyan. How dare you? Fu Tianke snapped back to reality. As the head of the Fu family, he could not allow someone to kill his family elder right before his eyes, especially when the opponent appeared to be merely a fourth-tier beginner. Attack! Fu Tianke shouted fiercely. His fourth-tier beginner Panchon python immediately struck the ground with its tail. In an instant, a large earthen spike, compressed from soil, burst forth, imbued with the earth attribute spirit power of the Panchon python, powerful enough to pierce the sturdy walls outside Luotian City. However, Huang remained calm, effortlessly shattering the earthen spike with a casual swipe of his black dragon claw. Fu Tianyan took the opportunity to retreat, drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. How did our Fu family provoke a fifth-tier spirit warrior? His eyes were filled with despair. The strongest in the Fu family barely reached the fourth tier. How could they possibly contend with this? Defend with all your might until the patriarch emerges from seclusion. Only then will we have a chance. Fu Tianke ordered solemnly, maintaining clear judgment in the face of crisis. The Panchon python opened its gaping maw, forming a brownish-yellow spirit power spike, which shot toward Huang's eyes like an arrow. Yet, this full-force attack was dissipated into nothingness by Huang's power before it could reach its target. Others commanded their spirit beasts to attack as well, a barrage of colorful assaults directed at Huang. Huang let out a low dragon roar, soaring into the air, where all attacks either could not approach or were nullified by Huang's power. At this moment, the surrounding first and second-tier spirit beasts began showing signs of abnormality, their vitality rapidly draining, bodies withering. Fu Tianke gasped at the sight. What kind of bizarre spirit beast attribute was this? While he pondered, his Panchon python suddenly lunged from the ground, biting Huang's dragon tail. Let's see how you handle this. Fu Tianke smiled triumphantly. To his mind, few spirit beasts could escape once the Panchon python got close. The Panchon python used its massive size to drag Huang to the ground. From afar, Fu Kuan also breathed a sigh of relief. But Chu Yang, standing between Huang's dragon horns, wore a mocking smile. Foolish. You dare ignore Huang's attribute. An even denser black power erupted from Huang, flowing into the Panchon python through its tail. Fu Tian's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly commanded the Panshan python to release, but it was too late. Huang spun swiftly, pinning the Panshan python to the ground with its claws, easily piercing its body, leaving several bloody holes. The surging power of Huang poured madly into the Panshan python. Watching the overwhelming power of the wild surge into his spirit beast, Fu Tian's expression changed dramatically. He quickly commanded his other 3 spirit beasts to attack, but the black dragon tail of the wild swung like a whip, knocking them several yards away as if they were mere sandbags. The 3 spirit beasts crashed heavily to the ground, motionless, their fate uncertain. Kill! Roared the first elder, Fu Tianyin, his eyes red with fury. The situation was dire. Only by holding out until the ancestor emerged could the Fu family hope for a turnaround. Chu Yang snorted coldly as the wild casually tossed the Pan Mountain python aside. The air was thick with the power of the wild, its dragon tail like a whip, instantly striking into the midst of the Fu family's spirit beasts. Screams echoed, and the air reeked of blood. These spirit beasts, below the 4th tier, were no match for the wild. Fu Tianke roared to the sky in anger as he watched the Fu family's leaders fall one by one. His hands moved quickly, forming a seal, and a silver soul power short sword condensed at his brow, aimed directly at the wild's head. Chu Yang squinted slightly, thinking, soul arts again? As expected of one of the 4 great families of Luotian City, their methods are indeed endless. He understood Fu Tian's intention. Knowing that Chu Yang possessed a soul weapon, soul arts wouldn't breach his defenses, so he targeted the wild instead. Generally, a spirit master's soul power was indeed stronger than a spirit beast of the same level. If he could eliminate this spirit beast, Chu Yang himself would be of little threat. Zing! The sword's hum rang out as the soul power short sword thrust towards the wild's head. Chu Yang frowned slightly. This was his only current weakness. His own soul sea was guarded by the soul weapon's sacred spirit tower, making it difficult to be shaken by attacks. However, the wild was yet to be equipped with a corresponding spirit treasure to protect its soul sea, making it vulnerable to a spirit master's soul power attacks. However, he underestimated the wild's traits. Just as Fu Tian's soul power short sword was about to strike, the wild's dragon head suddenly erupted with black wild power. In an instant, the formidable soul power short sword dissipated like the wind. Chu Yang's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The wild power has such a miraculous use. He had never imagined that the wild power could also counteract a spirit master's soul power. Once again, he marveled at the power of the blind box system, which had granted him such a formidable spirit beast. At that moment, the Pan Mountain python let out an angry hiss. It was covered in blood, but as a 4th-tier spirit beast, combined with the inherent tenacity of snakes, it still had the strength to fight. Its massive body suddenly coiled, wrapping around the wild. Its enormous head opened its bloody maw, aiming directly at Chu Yang standing atop the dragon's head. Chu Yang sneered. Bold move, trying to take out me, the spirit master? Standing on the wild's head, the Fu family's attacks couldn't reach him. If they could force him away from his spirit beast, they would have countless ways to kill him. But, how quickly you forget, Chu Yang smirked disdainfully. The Pan Mountain python's move was a desperate gamble. The black wild power on the wild surged violently, instantly enveloping the Pan Mountain python completely. Under such overwhelming wild power, even a 4th-tier Pan Mountain python couldn't resist. Within a few breaths, its body shriveled rapidly, turning to a pile of bones in no time. This breathtaking scene showcased the unparalleled dominance of the wild power. Ugh! Fu Tian's face turned deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His 4th-tier spirit beast, the Panshan python, is dead. Fu Tianke stared in disbelief, his mind in chaos. How could the opponent's spirit beast be so powerful without the aid of a spirit treasure? Not far away, Fu Kuan leaned against the wall, trembling all over. His father had actually been defeated by Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang did not stop. With a cold wave of his hand, the dragon, Huang, charged towards the senior members of the Fu family. Outrageous. At the critical moment for the Fu family, a deep voice echoed from a room in the back, accompanied by a surge of powerful soul energy. The ancestor has emerged. Fu Tianke and the others cried tears of joy. Ancestor, save us. Fu Kuan immediately led the others in kneeling and kowtowing. Welcome back, ancestor. The other senior members of the Fu family also knelt in reverence. Chu Yang immediately restrained Huang, standing atop the dragon's head and observing below. As an ordinary person in his previous life, he hadn't known the Fu family had an ancestor. If the opponent was too powerful, he wasn't foolish enough to fight recklessly. Boom! The building suddenly exploded, and a massive azure eagle soared into the sky, attacking Chu Yang. It's the ancestor's Fu-reed mystic eagle. Fu Kuan shouted excitedly. The giant eagle had a wingspan of over 10 meters, covered in azure feathers, and most notably, it had 4 sharp eyes fixed on Chu Yang and Huang. A wind element spirit beast. Chu Yang recalled reading about it in books. The furied mystic eagle swooped down, its talons aiming for Chu Yang's vital points. Roar! Huang let out a dragon's roar, deftly dodging the attack and counterattacking with its tail, only for the opponent to evade easily. Another rumble came from inside, revealing two more huge spirit beasts, a 16-meter-long panchon python, and a creature with a tiger's head and a snake's body. Haha, it's the ancestors panchon python and tiger serpent. Our Fu family is saved. The remaining members were ecstatic. A short, white-haired old man emerged from the rubble. Despite his small stature, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. A long diagonal scar on his face added to his menacing appearance. Who dares to trespass on my Fu family? The old man shouted angrily. Old man, Fu Kuan harmed me and destroyed my home, and I'm here for revenge. Chu Yang replied bluntly. With the ancestor backing him, Fu Kuan suddenly grew bolder. Watch your mouth, boy. He then whispered a few words in the ancestor's ear. Oh, a soul weapon. The Fu family ancestor, Fu Dushu, flashed a sharp look. Kuner, you've done well. This soul weapon and that spirit beast will belong to our Fu family. No wonder you're the Fu family ancestor. The greed of your descendants must be inherited from you. Chu Yang sneered. Fu Dushu recalled his three spirit beasts and said coldly, Little brat, not only will your soul weapon belong to the Fu family, but even this spirit beast will become our trophy. Chu Yang frowned. Could a contracted spirit beast really be taken away? At this moment, Uncle Fu's three spirit beasts charged forward with murderous intent. Chu Yang chuckled coldly. I suppose all of the Fu family's top brass have gathered here now. Uncle Fu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said, So what if we have? That's perfect. Families should stick together. Chu Yang's smile carried a hint of ruthlessness. The next moment, as the three spirit beasts attacked from both the sky and the ground, Huang's aura erupted without reservation. Its dragon claw was enveloped in the dark, impenetrable power of Huang, like an unbreakable armor. Huang Dragon Claw. Chu Yang shouted softly, and Huang instantly unleashed another of its skills. With a bang, the nearest tiger-headed snake was pierced through, its blood splattering everywhere. A peak fifth-tier spirit beast? Uncle Fu cried out in terror, his face turning pale. This overwhelming aura could only belong to a fifth-tier spirit beast. What? A peak fifth-tier? Fu Tianke and others were stunned, as if struck by lightning, and their faces turned ashen. Chu Yang said coldly, I told you, families should stick together. Otherwise, if someone gets scared and runs away, they become a potential threat to me. Uncle Fu's face was extremely grim, filled with regret. If the other side had shown their fifth-tier power from the start, he would have quietly slipped away. But now, the chance to escape was completely lost. With a puff, the tiger-headed snake fell with a mournful howl, its life extinguished. A fourth-tier spirit beast was no match for a fifth-tier one, just like an ant before an elephant. Huang roared to the sky, letting out a deafening dragon's roar. At that moment, every spirit master in Luotian City felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the city lord's mansion, the Lord Qin Shufeng stood up in shock, his expression changing. A fifth-tier spirit beast. Is it from the Fu family, or? He was unsure, but to his knowledge, Uncle Fu shouldn't have broken through to the fifth tier yet. Moreover, he keenly sensed several forces clashing within the Fu family estate. Qin Shufeng frowned, thinking to himself, what on earth is the Fu family up to? Unfortunately, he couldn't leave the city lord's mansion, or he would have gone to investigate personally. Meanwhile, the heads of the other prominent families also looked towards the Fu family with heavy expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. In the Wang family courtyard, one of the four major families, the young master Wang Yuan anxiously asked his father, Wang Zhinshan, the head of the Wang family, Father, what's happening with the Fu family? Wang Zhinshan frowned, uncertainty in his tone. It seems there's a battle at the Fu family. I can sense the pressure of a fifth-tier spirit beast, but where would a fifth-tier spirit beast come from in Luotian City? A battle at the Fu family? Wang Yuan was surprised, a sly glint in his eyes as he quickly suggested, Father, if that's the case, why don't we secretly strike and give the Fu family a blow? Shut up, Wang Zhinshan glared, shouting angrily. Who knows if this isn't a trap set by the Fu family? What if they're luring us in, only to catch everyone in one fell swoop? A similar scene played out in the other two families, the Yangs and the Mo's, as they closely monitored the unfolding events. Just then, another earth-shattering dragon's roar echoed from Huang. The terrifying sound disoriented the furied Xian Ying in the sky, causing its massive body to plummet straight down. Chu Yang's eyes lit up with delight. Huang Dragon Roar? Through his bond with the spirit beast, he sensed that Huang had comprehended a new skill. This filled him with joy, as if he could see the dawn of victory. Fu Dushu's face changed dramatically, shock written all over it. His furied mystic eagle had been stunned by the soundwave attack from the opponent's spirit beast, leaving it utterly defenseless. The soul power contained in the soundwave attack had caught him completely off guard. In the air, Huang's figure streaked like black lightning, ready to tear the falling furied mystic eagle apart. In the nick of time, Fu Dushu hastily recalled his spirit beast back into his spirit domain. Suddenly, Fu Dushu's demeanor shifted, and he cupped his hands in a gesture of submission, saying, "Young friend, this was my Fu family's mistake. I am willing to make amends. It's better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive. I hope you will stop and we can discuss this." The might of a fifth-tier spirit beast forced Fu Dushu to lower his head. In the world of spirit masters, one's level often determines the outcome of a battle. Unless a spirit beast's attributes are exceptionally outstanding and it is equipped with spirit treasures, it's rare to see a lower-tier beast winning against a higher-tier one. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This old fox had been greedily eyeing his soul weapon and spirit beast just a moment ago, and now he was conceding? Fu Kuan looked at his family's elder in disbelief, anxiety gnawing at him. Did the elder's concession mean he would be sacrificed? As Chu Yang contemplated, Fu Dushu's expression suddenly turned cold and fierce. A glint of cold light shot from his brow, slicing through the air straight toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang's expression changed drastically as a wave of impending doom washed over him. It was a soul weapon, thin and needle-like, almost invisible to the naked eye without soul power to detect it. Fu Dushu sneered. This soul weapon had ambushed and killed countless spirit masters of the same tier, even severely injuring opponents more powerful than himself. Although the soul weapon didn't harm the body, it could devastate the soul sea, rendering a spirit master unable to use soul power, as if losing an arm. However, just when Fu Dushu thought he had succeeded, a small tower emitting a rainbow glow appeared as a phantom at Chu Yang's brow. The two soul weapons clashed with a crisp ding, and Fu Dushu's needle-like soul weapon was instantly repelled. A defensive soul weapon? Fu Dushu's eyes widened, cursing his luck under his breath. If it had been an offensive soul weapon, his attack might have succeeded. But he quickly noticed an even more shocking fact: Chu Yang was only at the initial stage of the first tier. Fu Dushu couldn't fathom how a spirit master at this level could possess a fifth-tier spirit beast. Fu Dushu was filled with regret. If not for that defensive soul weapon, Chu Yang would surely have perished. However, realizing Chu Yang's low level, he felt relieved, thinking there might still be a chance to turn the tables. His needle-like soul weapon once again targeted Huang's soul sea. Generally, a spirit beast's soul power is lower than its actual level. Even if Huang's level reached the peak of the 5th tier, its soul power might only be at the early or mid-5th tier. Thus, Fu Dushu believed he still had a chance. Chu Yang was also worried that this old fox would target Huang. After the Holy Spirit Tower fended off the opponent's soul weapon, he immediately commanded Huang to pounce on Fu Dushu. However, Fu Dushu moved even faster, and as Huang lunged, his needle-like soul weapon was already piercing toward Huang. Chu Yang's heart tightened, sensing trouble. Although Huang's desolation power had a destructive effect on spiritual and soul power, it was ineffective against soul weapons. With his soul power only at the initial stage of the 1st tier, he couldn't actively wield the Holy Spirit Tower, relying solely on its passive defense. Worse yet, the Holy Spirit Tower could only protect his soul sea, not that of his spirit beast. Huh, you wretch, let's see how you survive this time. Fu Dushu laughed coldly. Without his spirit beast, a 1st-tier spirit master was insignificant in his eyes. However, in the next moment, Fu Dushu's expression changed drastically. His soul weapon struck Huang, but it caused no harm. Impossible. Fu Dushu swallowed hard, murmuring in disbelief. Could it be that this spirit beast's soul power and level are both at the peak of the 5th tier? Why? Why would such a spirit beast be contracted by a boy with no background? According to Fu Kuan's account, Chu Yang was just an orphan from Luotian City, with no background whatsoever. That was why Fu Dushu had dared to act so brazenly, without fear of any power backing Chu Yang. Is your performance over? Now it's my turn. Chu Yang's icy voice reached Fu Dushu's ears. Young friend, please wait. My Fu family is willing to submit. Fu Dushu's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted, preparing to summon his furied mystic eagle. However, this time, Chu Yang showed no hesitation. A massive, dark dragon claw descended directly. As the dragon claw of Huang descended, the Fu family found themselves in dire straits. However, in the nick of time, Uncle Fu Du summoned the furied dark eagle, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. His angry roar echoed through the sky. You little brat. I won't let this go. Uncle Fu Du's pan mountain python perished under Huang's claw, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices, his face twisted in a grotesque grimace. Chu Yang watched coldly, lightly patting Huang's forehead. In the next instant, a deafening dragon roar resounded through the clouds, the sound waves crashing like a monstrous tidal wave. In midair, the furied dark eagle wavered under the terrifying sound waves, like a lone boat in a storm. Uncle Fu Du's mournful voice reached them. Boy, do you really intend to exterminate us completely? He knew all too well that the Fu family was finished, and if he died here too, the Fu family would be erased from the annals of Luotian City. Chu Yang replied coldly. Wildfire can't destroy everything. The spring breeze will bring life anew. He thought to himself, this old schemer must not be spared. Before he finished speaking, Huang leaped into the air, swiftly catching up with the furried dark eagle. In Uncle Fu Du's venomous gaze, Huang's dragon claw suddenly reached out. Boom! The fifth-level spiritual beast struck, unstoppable by any divine or demonic force. Standing proudly atop the dragon's head, Chu Yang gazed down at the carnage below. He mused, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The strong can sometimes do as they please. He understood clearly that no one would investigate the Fu family's demise. At most, they would go through the motions. Perhaps some had even longed for the Fu family's downfall, just as no one cared when he was killed. Chu Yang arrived at the Fu family treasury, and the sight before him left him astounded. As one of the four great families, the Fu family's wealth was staggering. The treasury was piled high with gold notes, akin to ancient silver notes on a technological Earth, filling several chests. There were also countless gold, silver, and jewels. We've hit the jackpot, Chu Yang thought with glee. I can finally buy a mansion. He had never seen such wealth before, and a sense of overnight fortune washed over him. His house had been destroyed by Fu Kuan's self-detonation, and now he could replace it. He couldn't help but remark, indeed, there's gold in arson and murder. Robbery is the quickest way to riches. Chu Yang began collecting his spoils. In the depths of the treasury, he discovered 3 precious books in an iron box, 2 cultivation manuals, and 1 soul technique. For Chu Yang, this was a godsend. He had always worried that relying solely on the blind box system was unstable, but now he had his own cultivation methods. The treasury also contained many soul and spiritual medicines. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Soul medicines could enhance the soul power of a spirit master, making cultivation more effective with the manuals. Spiritual medicines could accelerate the cultivation of spiritual beasts. Although most were first tier and a few second tier, not very useful for Huang, who was at the peak of the 5th tier, those soul medicines were greatly beneficial to Chu Yang. In the end, Chu Yang swept away all the treasures he could carry, making several trips back and forth to completely empty the Fu family treasury. The night's gains were enough to advance him further on his path of cultivation. The following day, Luotian City was thrown into unprecedented turmoil. One of the 4 major families, the Fu family, faced total destruction, with all its top members wiped out. The inner courtyard of the Fu family was a scene of carnage, with the bodies of both the high-ranking members and spirit beasts scattered across the grounds, including the remains of the family patriarch, Fu Dushu. This earth-shattering news spread like wildfire, sparking conversations among spirit masters and common folk alike. On the streets, people recounted the horrific scenes they had witnessed. An elderly man, pale-faced, sat at a tea stall, recounting to those around him. I just took one look inside and immediately threw up. The scene was absolutely unbearable. I fear I'll be having nightmares for several nights to come. He spoke with spittle flying, his voice filled with shock and fear. With the fall of the Fu family, long-suppressed grievances burst forth like a dam breaking. People began to expose the various misdeeds of the Fu family, bullying men and women, extorting the populace, and seizing others' wives and daughters. These heinous acts were brought to light, inciting public outrage. Some laughed to the skies, seeking justice for the departed souls, while others cursed the heavens, lamenting that retribution had come too late. Angry crowds, wielding machetes, searched the streets for any remnants of the Fu family, vowing to eradicate them completely. However, the survivors had already scattered, with some fleeing into the beast-infested wilderness. Despite this, many Fu family members were still captured and punished by the enraged populace. This chaos was quickly brought under control by the city lord's guards, but discussions about the Fu family continued to simmer. Unexpectedly, the other 3 major families reacted with unusual restraint following the Fu family's demise. Contrary to expectations of dividing the Fu family's assets, they opted to keep their doors shut, displaying extreme caution. Within the Wang family, the head, Wang Zhinshan, was discussing the matter with his son, Wang Yuan. Wang Zhinshan, deeply concerned, advised, make sure everyone behaves themselves during this time and don't provoke anyone. If that 5th-tier spirit master who destroyed the Fu family is still in the city, we cannot risk offending him. Though Wang Yuan agreed, he secretly plotted how to use this opportunity to approach Qin Luoxue. He saw Fu Kuan's death as a chance for himself and was eager to make a move. Meanwhile, the Yang and Mo families also maintained a low profile, fearing that any indiscretion by their members might anger the mysterious 5th-tier master. They were well aware that their own family members were not much better behaved than the Fu family, and any offense could have dire consequences. The entire city of Luotian was enveloped in an eerie calm, with people feeling both satisfaction at the Fu family's downfall and fear of the mysterious strongman. The impact of this upheaval would linger for a long time, and more changes seemed to be brewing in the shadows. While people were discussing the Fu family, Chu Yang had already purchased a spacious house in Luotian City. Though not luxurious, the size of the mansion was certainly notable in the city. As a spirit master, Chu Yang understood the importance of having a place for spirit beasts to rest before the spiritual realm fully materialized. He looked around with satisfaction. The house was well laid out, complete with a small lake. Chu Yang thought that if he ever acquired a water attribute spirit beast, this pond would be an ideal habitat. His eyes then fell on a vacant plot on the other side, envisioning a rockery with a dragon cave carved into it, perfect for Huang to rest. After a busy day, Chu Yang felt famished. He had put a lot of effort into finding this ideal residence. Just as he stepped onto the street, he overheard passers-by discussing the Fu family. With more dark deeds being revealed, the soul within Chu Yang from a technologically advanced Earth felt a burning anger, wishing to eradicate the Fu family once more. At a restaurant, Chu Yang chose a window seat on the second floor and ordered some tasty dishes. Enjoying the food and sipping some sake, he felt a rare sense of contentment. The aroma of this world's wine was unique, and Chu Yang savored it slowly. Suddenly, a man hurried upstairs, excitedly announcing to his companions, "Guys, I've got big news." Someone at the table immediately stood up, knife in hand, ready for action. "What? Have you found the remnants of the Fu family?" The man lowered his voice. "No. It's a rumor that the two goddesses from the City Lord's mansion are going to visit the spirit beast market." "It's true." The moment he said this, the eyes of those present lit up, and their breaths quickened. "I'm sure. I wouldn't tell just anyone." Before he finished speaking, they all dashed out of the restaurant like fans chasing celebrities. The two goddesses from the City Lord's mansion? Chu Yang put down his cup. Though their voices were low, they didn't escape his ears. He was quite interested in these two goddesses. After all, his predecessor had revered them as divine, suggesting they were extraordinary. Besides, he always had an interest in beautiful women. Thus, Chu Yang quietly got up and followed the group. The spirit beast market in Luotian City was bustling, frequented by spirit masters who were quite generous with their spending. Not only did it gather various spirit beasts, but it also fostered a luxurious commercial circle. As Chu Yang walked through, he was dazzled. Most of the spirit beasts here were strange creatures unheard of on technological Earth, broadening his horizons. "Boss, what kind of spirit beast is this?" Chu Yang asked, pointing to a creature resembling a human statue. If it weren't for its occasional blinking, he would have thought it was just an ordinary sculpture. The boss wore a warm smile, explaining while promoting, "This is a stone attribute stone statue, possessing strong defense and attack capabilities. Many spirit masters choose it as their first spirit beast. Would you like to buy one, young man?" "What quality?" Chu Yang inquired further. "Of course, it's bronze quality," the boss replied. "Any spirit beast of silver quality or above is snatched up immediately and usually only seen at auctions." Fukuin's diamond quality giant-tailed scorpion was already an extremely rare high-quality spirit beast. Standing in the spirit beast trading market, Chu Yang lost interest as he looked at the ordinary quality spirit beast before him. In this world, without an evolution path, the quality of a spirit beast determines everything. This is why the profession of beast appraiser emerged. These experts can accurately assess a spirit beast's potential based on its appearance. Just like in human society, where some become world billionaires while others end up as street beggars, the disparity among spirit beasts is equally vast. Chu Yang wandered through the bustling market, his eyes constantly searching for the two goddesses from the City Lord's mansion. However, there was no sign of them anywhere, leaving many, including Chu Yang, disappointed. Even Wang Yuan, the young master of the Wang family, uncharacteristically came and left quietly. As time passed, the once crowded market gradually quieted down. Observing this dramatic change, Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the goddess's immense popularity. Since he couldn't see the beauties, he decided to focus on the spirit beasts instead. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "This spirit beast is mine." Chu Yang looked in the direction of the voice and saw two handsome youths examining a tricolored deer. Their appearances were as striking as his, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some clues: ear-piercing marks, overly slender wrists, and boots several sizes too small. So they are girls disguised as boys. Chu Yang realized, recognizing them as the inseparable twin sisters from the Qin family. What surprised him even more was their remarkable expertise in beast appraisal. When they touched the spirit beast's bones, even the naturally fierce young beasts became extraordinarily docile, showing no aggression. This was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary beast appraisers. Suddenly, the two turned to face Chu Yang, who had been following them. "Why are you following us, brother?" one of them asked coolly. "Please don't misunderstand," Chu Yang replied with a cupped fist. "I just noticed your unique insights into spirit beasts and wanted to make your acquaintance." At that moment, Qin Luojiao used her soul power to communicate with her sister. "Sister, it's that Chu Yang. He's even more handsome than in the portrait." "Don't get infatuated." Qin Luoxiue glared at her sister. "I'm not infatuated, but he is indeed very handsome." "If you're not infatuated, Why keep his portrait? Though Chu Yang couldn't hear their silent conversation, the changes in their expressions confirmed his suspicions. At Chu Yang's enthusiastic invitation, the three of them entered an elegant private room in the restaurant. The sandalwood furniture emitted a faint fragrance, and the sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Chu Yang sat upright, his gaze shifting between the two beautiful women, and said, "Since both of you are beast tamers, I have a question I'd like to ask." "Go ahead," Qin Luo responded decisively, her eyes sparkling like stars as she fixed her gaze on Chu Yang. Her eager look made Chu Yang blush slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Luoxue, standing beside her, shook her head inwardly, feeling a bit helpless. Her sister had been infatuated with Chu Yang ever since she first saw his portrait. She had even collected several of his images, and if their family hadn't been strict, she might have secretly gone out to catch a glimpse of him. Now, seeing him in person, Qin Luoxue couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding as her sister seemed completely captivated. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Chu Yang asked, "I know that spirit beasts are classified as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king quality, but is there a sacred quality among them?" He was particularly interested in the classification of the wild beasts, but had never heard of a sacred quality. Facing the beast tamers, he decided to voice his curiosity. Qin Luo frowned slightly and shook her head. "There is indeed a higher quality above king, but I've never heard of a sacred quality." Chu Yang felt a spark of realization, thinking to himself, "Just as I suspected, there must be a higher quality above king. Perhaps sacred quality is beyond what they know." However, at that moment, Qin Luo seemed to lose interest in the topic of spirit beasts. Skillfully changing the subject, she asked with a smile, "Putting aside the matter of quality, have you been troubled by Fu Kuan?" She had heard rumors that Fu Kuan intended to harm Chu Yang and had tried to intervene without success. "Yes, he actually killed me once." Chu Yang nodded candidly, surprised by Qin Luo's interest in his affairs. Qin Luo unfolded her fan with a light flick, smiling. "You must be joking. You're sitting here perfectly fine. How could he have killed you?" Chu Yang replied earnestly. "He did kill me once, but I came back to life. Without the system's assistance, he would have perished for good. This experience was truly a return from the dead." At this, Qin Luoxue spoke coldly to her sister. "Did you hear that? You kindly asked him, and he responds with such nonsense. Utterly absurd." Unlike her infatuated sister, Qin Luoxue felt no fondness for Chu Yang. In fact, she was generally aloof toward strangers. Hearing this, Qin Luo fell silent, feeling that Chu Yang's words were indeed dismissive. If he didn't want to answer, he could have simply declined instead of making a mockery. Chu Yang chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. It was a difficult matter to explain. He then turned to Qin Luoxue and said, "Speaking of Fu Kuan, there's something I should apologize to you for." "Oh," Qin Luoxue sneered, "we've never interacted before. What could you possibly need to apologize for?" Looking directly into Qin Luoxue's eyes, Chu Yang said slowly, "Because your fiancé was foolish enough to get himself killed by me." The atmosphere froze instantly. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock, blurting out, You know who we are?" They had thought their disguises were flawless, yet he had seen through them. "I recognized you from the start," Chu Yang replied with a calm smile. Though he didn't know where their impressive disguise came from, he was aware of their identities, which was why he invited them. As a man, especially one from a world where Asian beauty tricks were prevalent, he was curious to see the renowned beauties of this world in their true form. After the initial surprise, Qin Luoxue stared at Chu Yang, asking slowly, "You say you killed Fu Kuan?" The other person replied calmly, "Well, your fiancé tried to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him. Of course, if you want revenge, you're welcome anytime." Qin Luojiao wrinkled her nose in surprise and asked, "Do you even know who Fu Kuan is? How dare you claim you killed him?" She recalled the information she had gathered earlier. Chu Yang had failed to become a spirit master, which had once frustrated her. How could an ordinary person possibly kill spirit master Fu Kuan, let alone considering the background of the other party? Chu Yang remained composed and responded lightly, "No matter what happened before, all I know is that he's a dead man now." Bragging. Even Qin Luojiao couldn't help but frown. Although they had heard about the Fu family's destruction, they couldn't believe Chu Yang had anything to do with it. Their first meeting ended on a sour note. Clearly, the Qin sisters didn't have a good first impression of Chu Yang. Watching them leave, Chu Yang sighed to himself, "I was just trying to apologize. Why does no one believe me?" However, from this conversation, he learned that Qin Luoxue's engagement to Fu Kuan had another story behind it, merely a delaying tactic by the Qin family. Qin Luoxue was never truly going to marry Fu Kuan. Chu Yang felt a bit regretful that he didn't get to see their true appearances. Although they had disguised themselves, there seemed to be an unusual aura about them that even stirred a reaction from Huang within his spiritual domain. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Qin Luoxue comforted her somewhat silent sister. "Sister, you saw it yourself. Besides his handsome appearance, this Chu Yang is nothing but nonsense. claiming he killed Fu Kuan? Why not say he destroyed the Fu family? Qin Luojiao countered. But I don't think he has any reason to lie. Qin Luoxue advised earnestly. Sister, you're just too naive. He's clearly just trying to get our attention. How could an ordinary person possibly have the ability to kill Fu Kuan? Stay away from people like him, understand? Inside the city lord's mansion, it was silent. Qin Shufeng had just finished his cultivation and sat up from the meditation mat. Noticing the movement outside the door, he said softly, "Why are you sneaking around outside the door? Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, two tall young women entered. One wore a long blue dress, the other a fiery red one. Their skin was as fair as alabaster, with eyes clear and bright like a pool of water. Their tall figures were accentuated by the belts, revealing graceful curves. "Father!" The two girls greeted in unison. Qin Shufeng looked at his daughters fondly and asked, "What is it?" "Went out to play again. What did you find this time?" Qin Luojiao took her father's arm and said softly, "Not much this time. Just discovered 2 silver-quality spirit beasts." 2 silver-quality spirit beasts. Qin Shufeng exclaimed, "That's already very impressive. Silver quality is highly sought after outside. It seems you've inherited your mother's skills." He sighed. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, my daughters have grown up so much. Qin Luoxue asked worriedly, "Has mother not woken up yet? It's been almost half a month, right?" "She's still not awake," Qin Shufeng said solemnly, his brows furrowed with a hint of worry in his eyes. He clenched his fist, determined. "Once she wakes up, I must take her to the sacred land of all spirits. Perhaps only there can we find the soul medicine to heal her injuries." Qin Luo nodded seriously, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, we'll go with you when the time comes." She paused, suddenly remembering something, and quickly said, "Oh, father, we met someone today who claimed to have killed Fu Kuan." "Killed Fu Kuan?" Qin Shufeng's eyes flickered with surprise and caution. "Tell me more." Meanwhile, after parting ways with the Qin sisters, Chu Yang continued to wander through the marketplace. His gaze wandered among the various exotic spirit beasts, marveling at these wondrous creatures he had never seen before. Chu Yang then began renovating the Chu family estate. With substantial wealth at his disposal, the entire estate was soon transformed. Besides the vast lake spanning dozens of meters in diameter, a large artificial mountain was erected on the right side of the courtyard, designed as a living environment for Huang. Roar! Huang let out a low growl, its massive body gracefully slipping into the cave within the artificial mountain. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction, thinking that although spirit beasts could reside in the spirit domain, it was only an illusory space and not as comfortable as a real environment. Surveying his surroundings, Chu Yang frowned in thought. It's still too empty, lacking vitality. He decided to hire a steward and some guards, along with servants to maintain the estate. After all, the vast Chu family estate couldn't be left to him alone. Moreover, the spirit beasts needed to be fed. Although Huang was at the 5th tier and only needed to eat occasionally, its appetite was enormous, requiring the prey of fierce beasts from the wild to satisfy it. Once settled, Chu Yang began to peruse the cultivation techniques he had acquired from the Fu family. He understood that only by increasing his soul power to break through to the 2nd tier could he continue to contract spirit beasts. Refinement of souls. Chu Yang focused on the cultivation manual in his hands. It was a precious silver-grade technique, enough to cultivate up to the 4th tier. He silently compared it to the spirit beast grading system, which also included bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king levels, corresponding to tiers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. He speculated that this might be why Uncle Fu never reached the 5th tier. The refinement of soul's upper limit wasn't sufficient for further advancement. As Chu Yang began practicing the refinement of souls, he keenly sensed a thin layer of silvery, mystical substance drifting in the surrounding space. "Soul matter," he exclaimed inwardly, realizing it was the foundational material for spirit masters to cultivate soul power. He also knew of another energy called spirit matter, the essence of heaven and earth required for spirit beasts to cultivate. However, Chu Yang quickly realized a problem. Luotian City was in a harsh environment where both soul matter and spirit matter were quite scarce. He frowned, understanding that under such conditions, his cultivation speed would inevitably be slow. Every day, opening the mystery box is something Chu Yang looks forward to the most. His heart races, and his fingers tremble slightly with the hope of obtaining a cultivation pill for spirit masters or a rare spiritual beast treasure. As a flash of black light passes by, the system's pleasant voice chimes. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a contract spirit enhancement pill." Chu Yang's eyes widen as he sees a pill glowing softly in the system space. "Contract spirit enhancement pill?" he mutters, eagerly checking its effects. The system interface immediately displays detailed information. Item name: Contract spirit enhancement pill. Item note: increases 1 contract, allowing you to contract an additional spiritual beast. Recommended for use by the host, limited to 1 per person. The second will be ineffective. Wow. What a treasure! Chu Yang can't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This pill can increase contracts. The system's power amazes him once more, allowing him to obtain such a miraculous item. Typically, a spirit master can only contract an additional spiritual beast upon breaking through a major level. But with this pill, he can contract another spiritual beast while still at the first tier. With this thought, Chu Yang swallows the contract spirit enhancement pill without hesitation. Instantly, a strange energy spreads rapidly through his soul sea. Chu Yang clearly feels that he can now contract another spiritual beast. This realization fills him with excitement, and he begins to imagine what his second spiritual beast might be like. Although Chu Yang hopes to get a holy grade spiritual beast from the mystery box, he knows such things are beyond his control. So, he decides it's best to find a suitable spiritual beast himself. At the same time, he wonders if the system might provide a spirit beast evolution pill. If such a pill could be obtained, he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of finding high-quality spiritual beasts. However, he doesn't dare gamble on it. As in this world, spiritual beasts have no method of evolution. Their quality is the only measure. After much consideration, Chu Yang concludes that the safest approach is to seek out high-quality spiritual beasts. This decision calms him a little, but the anticipation for the future still stirs within him. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Wang family, one of the three great families of Luotian City, a significant meeting is taking place. The family head, Wang Zhinshan, sits in a large redwood chair, gazing at the disheveled man across from him. After a long silence, he sighs. I never imagined Brother Fu would end up like this. The man across from Wang Zhinshan is Fu Tianxuan, the third elder of the Fu family. Exhausted and weary, his eyes reflect the hardship he's endured. He narrowly escaped death when the Fu family was destroyed, as he was away on business. However, upon returning to Luotian City, he found the Fu family had become pariahs. Spirit masters who had been oppressed by the Fu family were scouring the city for any remnants of the family, determined to eradicate them. To Fu Tianxin's fury, even ordinary people dared to brandish knives and join the search for Fu family members. This scene not only highlighted the heinous acts of the Fu family in the past, but also made Fu Tianxuan acutely aware of the saying, what goes around, comes around. Days of being hunted left Fu Tianxuan exhausted, and after several brushes with death, he had no choice but to seek help from his former rival, Wang Zhinshan. Alas, Fu Tianxuan said, his expression sorrowful. The saddest part is that I still don't know who destroyed my family. Wang Zhinshan smirked inwardly. Even if you knew, what could you do? Seek revenge? But he didn't voice these thoughts, instead asking calmly. You mentioned a great secret in exchange for the Wang family's protection. What exactly is this secret? As a former rival now reduced to begging for protection, Wang Zhinshan couldn't deny a sense of satisfaction. Normally, he might have been tempted to eliminate Fu Tianxuan, but with potential benefits, the situation was different. Fu Tianxuan met Wang Zhinshan's gaze, speaking firmly. I repeat, only if the Wang family protects me and keeps me safe will I reveal this secret. All right, I swear on the future of my Wang family, if I go back on my word, my family will meet the same fate as the Fu family. Wang Zhinshan declared resolutely. Fu Tianxuan's mouth twitched, thinking to himself how inconsiderate Wang was to bring up the already fallen Fu family. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal the secret. Really? Wang Zhinshan stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming. Is this true? Fu Tianxuan nodded solemnly. Absolutely. This is the fundamental reason why my Fu family was willing to go to any lengths to marry into the Qin family. I need to report this to the patriarch. Please wait a moment, Brother Fu. Wang Zhinshan quickly left. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Qianyue, was resting with his eyes closed. Despite being several centuries old, he appeared only as a middle-aged man, showing no signs of aging. After hearing the report, he opened his wise eyes. I see. No wonder old Uncle Fu resorted to such extreme measures. Patriarch, what should we do? At least one of those young ladies must come to our Wang family. Wang Zhinshan said excitedly. One. Wang Qianyue chuckled coldly. I want both. Old Uncle Fu's methods were lacking. If we want something, we must get it completely. Zhinshan, call you honor here. I have important instructions for him. Meanwhile, outside Luotian City, Chu Yang was hunting with Huang. Given Huang's energy needs, only 4th and 5th tier prey were suitable. Boom. A burst of flames suddenly swept through, turning a large area of vegetation to ash. A 5th tier reedied fire lion, engulfed in flames, was locked in fierce combat with Huang. Too bad it's an adult. Chu Yang sighed inwardly. If it were a juvenile, he might have been able to tame it. Adult beasts are difficult to train, and even if killed, they are hard to bind. The reedied fire lion's entire body was ablaze, with particularly fierce flames around its eyes, neck, and tail. It roared, unleashing a beam of fire straight at Huang in the air. Huang was undaunted, as its black force collided with the flames, neutralizing them completely. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging lethal blows. Finally, Huang rose into the air, a massive black energy sphere forming on its dragon horns, radiating a chilling energy. The reedied fire lion was equally defiant, opening its mouth to unleash a crimson energy beam like molten lava, shooting towards the sky. As the pillar of magma surged halfway, the black energy orb, formed by the power of desolation, suddenly trembled and shot downward like a meteor. The collision between the black orb and the red pillar was so intense that it split the sky into one half was ink black, the other blood red. This astonishing scene left Chu Yang, standing at the center of the dragon's horns, utterly dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. However, this stalemate didn't last long. The black orb tore through the red pillar with overwhelming force, heading straight for the crimson-eyed fire lion below. Sensing the threat, the fire lion stood upright, raising its flaming claws to counter the attack. Boom! A more powerful explosion echoed across the sky, and the entire mountain peak where the fire lion stood was flattened in an instant. Chu Yang was dumbfounded, instinctively patting the dragon's head in awe of the strike's incredible power. The dragon let out a satisfied roar, though it lamented the loss of a tasty meal. The strike's desolation power was so overwhelming that the crimson-eyed fire lion was reduced to a dried corpse, soon to turn to ashes. Chu Yang marveled at the power of the heavenly desolation dragon jade, while also realizing its sole drawback: it required some time to charge. According to the dragon's communication, the longer the charge time, the stronger the attack, making it a trump card of sorts. Chu Yang then continued his search for food in the forest, riding the dragon. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, a sense of oppression grew stronger. It seemed something significant was about to happen in the depths of the wilderness, causing even the usual fierce beasts to cower in their lairs. Even the dragon showed signs of unease. To avoid any mishaps, Chu Yang decided not to go further. By evening, Chu Yang began his return to Luotian City. Today, the dragon had devoured 2 fifth-level fierce beasts, enough to sustain it for a long time. Suddenly, faint cries for help from a few miles outside the city gates caught Chu Yang's attention. Back home, Chu Yang found himself deep in thought, looking at the 2 unconscious people on the bed. One was a young girl of about 15 or 16, her face dirty, dressed in patched coarse cloth. The other was an elderly man with white hair and beard, his face pale, with a long beard reaching his chest, resembling a white-beard warrior. Chu Yang inquired about their condition from the doctor. The doctor explained that the girl had simply fainted from hunger and was otherwise fine. The elderly man, however, might be a spirit master, and his unconsciousness was likely due to damage to his soul C. The doctor noted that he had seen similar cases over the years but, as an ordinary person, couldn't examine the soul C of a spirit master. Chu Yang thanked the doctor and saw him out. After Chu Yang fed the girl some food, she quickly regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she warily shrank into the corner of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly around herself. "What? Are you still afraid I might harm you?" Chu Yang asked coldly, slamming the bowl and spoon of porridge onto the table. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Only then did the girl realize her situation. She lowered her head and timidly said, "I'm sorry, Since you're awake, eat by yourself," Chu Yang said, turning to leave the room. He thought to himself, it was just a chance encounter. Saving her was already kind enough. Who knows what trouble someone of unknown origin might bring? He didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Back in his room, Chu Yang took out a soul medicine he had obtained from the Fu family and consumed it. As the medicine's power spread, he immediately activated his soul refining technique, guiding the soul energy into his soul C. The recent days of cultivation had allowed him to clearly feel the expansion of his soul C and the growth of his soul power. He made a hand seal, and a soul energy dagger condensed in the center of his forehead. Flash! With a low shout, the dagger hummed as it shot forward. This was the silver quality soul technique he had won from the Fu family, the Annihilation Blade. Moreover, the silver needle soul weapon was extraordinary, reaching a gold quality. No wonder Uncle Du of the Fu family could defeat numerous enemies with it. However, with Chu Yang's current early-stage first-tier cultivation, he was far from fully refining this soul weapon. If it weren't for the system's blind box assistance, he wouldn't have been able to refine even the Holy Spirit Tower. I have plenty of time, Chu Yang thought to himself. Once he fully refines this soul weapon, his attack and defense capabilities will greatly improve. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Old man Su Jun and my granddaughter Su Yura are here to thank the young master for saving our lives. Chu Yang opened the door to find a white-bearded elder and the girl from before bowing outside. Although the girl's face was still sallow, her demeanor now showed the grace of a well-bred lady. The elder, though still dignified, looked pale and unsteady. "Now that you're awake, please leave," Chu Yang said bluntly, issuing a dismissal. Unexpectedly, Su Jun immediately pulled his granddaughter to kneel and kowtow. "Please, young master, take us in. We are willing to serve you without complaint. Please take us in." Su Yurua also knelt and pleaded. Chu Yang was taken aback. Taking in an ordinary girl and a severely injured elder not only offered him no benefit, but would also require soul medicine for treatment and could potentially bring unnecessary trouble. While he hesitated, Suyura suddenly looked up at the sky, raised 3 fingers, and solemnly swore, "Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Suyura, swear today that from now on, I will be the young master's servant, loyal for this life and beyond. If I betray this oath, may heaven and earth punish me." Yurua, you. Su Zhan was visibly shaken, clearly not expecting his granddaughter to take such a resolute step. Chu Yang was completely stunned. "I haven't even agreed to let you stay, and you're already swearing? How can I possibly send you away now?" "Damn." Chu Yang sighed helplessly. "Fine. Just find a place to stay." He looked at the two kneeling before him, thinking to himself that since they had gone to such lengths, he couldn't possibly continue to drive them away. "Thank you, young master." Su Zhan and Su Yua expressed their gratitude by bowing again, and they officially became servants in Chu Yang's household. In the following days, Chu Yang quietly observed the father and daughter. Su Zhan's condition was worrying. He spent most of the day asleep, and his periods of sleep grew longer and more debilitating. Despite his efforts to train during his waking hours, there was little improvement. As for Su Yura, she was still an ordinary girl, not yet 16, and too young to form a contract with a spirit beast. After deciding to stay, she began learning to do laundry and cook, trying her best to manage all the household chores for Chu Yang. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Luotian City was preparing for its annual Lantern Festival. This unique city, divided by the Luo River, was particularly lively on this day. People of all ages would place lanterns on the river, each carrying their wishes, floating towards the distance. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. The entire Luotian city was immersed in a festive atmosphere, and people seemed to have moved past the shock of the Fu family's demise. The Wang, Yang, and Imo families began to show themselves, vying for the territory left by the Fu family. Notably, Fu Tianxuan, the third elder of the Fu family, was publicly slain by a powerful member of the Wang family a few days ago, causing a stir. Chu Yang walked alone along the broad banks of the Luo River, watching people on both sides release their glowing lanterns into the water. The lanterns, resembling lotus flowers, looked especially beautiful in the candlelight. He had intended to bring Su Yura along, but she chose to stay behind to look after the sleeping Su Zhan. Luotian City lacked advanced soul medicine, making it difficult to effectively treat Su Zhan's injuries. Even the soul medicine Chu Yang acquired from the Fu family was insufficient for a former 7th-level spirit master. Now, with Su Zhan's periods of sleep growing longer, Su Yurua hoped to spend more time with her father. "Hey, didn't expect to see you two again." Chu Yang smiled as he greeted two familiar figures approaching. It was the two goddesses from the Qin family, still dressed in male attire for their outing. "Oh, it's you, Chu Yang." Qin Luojiao beamed with joy upon seeing him. Her sister, Qin Luoxua, remained puzzled, wondering why their father said this person was peculiar. The three of them strolled along the Luo River, with Qin Luojiao walking closely beside Chu Yang. She asked in a low voice, "Chu Yang, is it true that you killed Fu Kuan?" Chu Yang replied calmly, "I already told you before, Fu Kuan was indeed killed by me." Qin Luojiao pressed further, "And does the destruction of the Fu family have anything to do with you?" "The Fu family was also destroyed by me," Chu Yang said seriously. "Uft." Qin Luoxua scoffed. "If you said it was related to you or done by some force behind you, I might believe it. But if you claim you destroyed them yourself, I'd never buy it." Chu Yang responded indifferently, "Believe what you will, but it was indeed me who destroyed them." Qin Lojiao's eyes sparkled like stars as she eagerly asked, "So tell me, how did you destroy the Fu family?" Seeing her sister's infatuated expression, Qin Lakshu couldn't help but hold her forehead with one hand, saying helplessly, "Why do you believe everything he says? Just because father mentioned something strange about Chu Yang, you think he could take down the Fu family?" Chu Yang shrugged nonchalantly and said, "The Fu family was nothing more than a bunch of paper tigers, not nearly as formidable as people claim. I dealt with them in no time." He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands as he spoke. Qin Lakshu couldn't listen any longer and directly questioned, "You're not even a spirit master. Where did you get the ability to defeat the Fu family?" "Who said I'm not a spirit master?" Chu Yang retorted. The Qin sisters were taken aback, asking in disbelief, "You're a spirit master?" They knew that Chu Yang had never become a spirit master due to his weak foundational soul power. To dispel their doubts, Chu Yang immediately formed a seal. In an instant, a summoning array appeared in the air. "Wow, you really are a spirit master," Qin Lojiao exclaimed. Her eyes lit up, and she instinctively grabbed Chu Yang's arm, excitedly saying, "Why don't you come to the city lord's mansion and be my guard?" "Sister, what are you doing?" Qin Laksha scolded. She could hardly believe her sister was holding a man's arm. Since birth, apart from their father, this was the first time Qin Lojiao had been so close to a man. Realizing her gaffe, Qin Lojiao blushed and quickly let go of Chu Yang's arm. Just then, a group of people approached, both men and women, led by the young master of the Wang family, Wang Yuan. He wore a white brocade outfit with a jade pendant at his waist, exuding elegance. Miss Qin, both of you. Wang Yuan approached and greeted them with a respectful bow. The sisters turned to Wang Yuan, surprised that he recognized them. Wang Yuan explained, I've been observing for a while and was curious when two such distinguished individuals appeared in Luotian City. I didn't expect them to be the Qin sisters. In truth, he had already arranged for people to monitor the city lord's mansion, especially those who left. He knew the Qin sisters lit a river lantern every year at the Lantern Festival. To his surprise, instead of the sisters, two young men appeared. With his sharp mind, Wang Yuan quickly deduced the truth. Wang Yuan's gaze shifted to Chu Yang standing beside Qin Lojiao, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. This must be Chu Yang. He had seen Qin Lojiao holding Chu Yang's arm affectionately, which made him clench his fists. He reminded himself to stay calm, knowing that after tonight, the Qin sisters would be his. Yes, Chu Yang responded coolly, noting the disdain in Wang Yuan's eyes. However, he had no dealings with Wang Yuan and didn't care to engage with him. At this moment, Qin Lakshu frowned and asked, Do you need something from us? If not, you can leave. Her tone was icy, with no hint of politeness. If anyone else had spoken to Wang Yuan this way, he would have retaliated. But faced with Qin Lakshu's coldness, he smiled warmly and said, It's like this. With the Lantern Festival today, the three major families, along with other notable families in Luotian City, are holding a gathering at Fulai Restaurant. The aim is to exchange cultivation insights and discuss the current situation in Luotian City and beyond. As the host of this banquet, I can't think of anyone more suitable than the two ladies from the City Lord's mansion. I hope you will honor us with your presence. After speaking, Wang Yuan looked at the Qin sisters with hopeful eyes. The other family members also chimed in, hoping the Qin sisters would host the event. Qin Laksha frowned. She had no interest in such trivial matters, but as someone from the City Lord's mansion, she felt obliged to set an example for the younger generation in Luotian City. Her father, as the City Lord, also hoped for the city's prosperity. Moreover, the attendees were all young elites from various families. Refusing the invitation in front of everyone would make the City Lord's mansion seem lacking in spirit. She glanced at her sister, who nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, Qin Lakshu agreed. Very well, since that's the case, we'll accept the invitation. With that, the two were escorted by the others to Fulai Restaurant. Chu Yang, why don't you join us? The more people you know, the more opportunities you might have in the future. Wang Yuan invited Chu Yang. Initially, he planned to use other families tonight, but after seeing Qin Lojiao's interaction with Chu Yang, he changed his mind. He wanted to lead Chu Yang to ruin. More opportunities? Chu Yang thought with a cold smile. This group, similar to Fu Kuan, offered no real opportunities, only dead ends. Still, he didn't refuse, curious to see what these so-called young elites of Luotian City were truly capable of. The Fulai Tavern, the largest tavern in Luotian City, was particularly lively today. The entire second floor had been booked, and it was bustling with people. Chu Yang walked slowly with the crowd, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Wang Yuan. He noticed that Wang Yuan deliberately stayed a step behind the Qin sisters, his eyes lingering on their graceful figures. As a time traveler from a technologically advanced Earth, Chu Yang was all too familiar with such looks. Although Wang Yuan repeatedly claimed that the Qin sisters were the best hosts for this exchange meeting, he hadn't informed them in advance, which seemed disingenuous. As soon as they stepped into the tavern, the sisters finally shed their disguises and revealed their true identities. Chu Yang instantly understood why his predecessor regarded them as goddesses. Even though Chu Yang had encountered countless women before his time travel, he found it difficult to control his racing heart at this moment. He could even hear the rapid breathing of all the men around him. At that moment, other women paled in comparison, and even the daughters of the three great families felt inferior. It was an absolute aura of dominance. Chu Yang recalled what Fu Kuan had once said. How could someone as lowly as you know the heavenly beauty of goddesses? Any man who has seen the Qin sisters will have thoughts like mine. At the time, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now he realized those words came from the heart. The two beauties were tall, with flawless features, as if meticulously crafted by the heavens. Their presence instantly elevated the atmosphere of the exchange meeting. Chu Yang, come sit next to me. Qin Luo Jiao warmly invited him as soon as she sat down. This scene not only surprised Chu Yang, but also amazed everyone present. People started speculating about Chu Yang's identity, as being personally invited by Qin Luo Jiao was a significant honor. Wang Yuan took the initiative to introduce him. Let me introduce you all to the most handsome man in Luotian City, Chu Yang. The most handsome man? Indeed, quite dashing. A woman's eyes sparkled. However, Wang Yuan sighed. It's a pity that Brother Chu couldn't become a spiritualist. With these words, the expressions of the crowd changed from initial surprise to disdain. Even the young women who had been interested in Chu Yang lost interest instantly. That's the reality of the world. When someone loses their value, people abandon them without hesitation. Chu Yang smiled indifferently, not bothering to explain, and went straight to sit beside Qin Luojiao. This action infuriated the other men present, especially the heirs of the three great families Wang Yuan, Yang Fan, and Mo Bupingho's faces showed anger. Because this table was the main table, even the heirs of second-rate families didn't have the right to sit there. Yet a commoner sat down nonchalantly. But since it was Qin Luojiao's invitation, they couldn't react. How about it? Would you like to come to the city lord's mansion and be my guard? Qin Luojiao asked again, with a hint of expectation in her tone. Chu Yang gazed thoughtfully at Qin Luojiao and said, if it's the kind of protection that lasts a lifetime, I might agree. Qin Luojiao's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, while Qin Luoshua shot Chu Yang a glare and turned to warn her sister. Smooth talker, clearly not a decent person. Sister, stay away from him. At that moment, Wang Yuan and the others took their seats. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere warmed up. The group began to eagerly discuss training spirit beasts and cultivation experiences, soon shifting to the topic of the Fu family's annihilation. Someone even mentioned the news of the Xingyue dynasty being destroyed by the Wanling's sacred land outside Luotian City. Through this conversation, Chu Yang learned a lot about the world beyond Luotian City. Earth is home to 9 major spirit beast sanctuaries, each an unrivaled powerhouse representing the strongest force on the planet. Beneath these sanctuaries are countless dynasties, which offer vast amounts of treasure annually in exchange for protection. The area where Chu Yang lived, Luotian City, was under the jurisdiction of the Xingyue dynasty. However, it was rumored that the Xingyue dynasty had been mysteriously wiped out by the Wanling sacred land. As the gathering reached a lively peak, Sun Tian, the innkeeper, personally brought a jug of fine wine to the Qin sisters and respectfully said, greetings to the young mistresses. This is the Ice and Fire wine, our latest prized offering from Ice and Snow City. Knowing of your visit, I have specially brought it out for you to taste. Fortune Inn was established by the City Lord's Mansion and several major families, with the City Lord's Mansion being the largest shareholder. Sun Tian, the chief innkeeper, hailed from the City Lord's Mansion, hence his self-description as a humble servant was appropriate. Qin Luoshua nodded slightly. With her permission, Sun Tian filled their cups, and then personally poured drinks for the main table. Chu Yang watched his cup, noticing the wine's blue hue with a layer of red, flame-like light dancing on top, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Even the Qin sisters showed surprise, evidently seeing such a peculiar wine for the first time. They couldn't help but taste it. Meanwhile, no one noticed the fleeting satisfied smile on Wang Yuan's lips. This is the Ice and Fire wine. Mo Booping exclaimed, I've only heard of it before. It's my first time seeing it. Same here, this is the first time I've seen such a miraculous wine. Yang Fan remarked as he took a sip. Truly excellent. Wang Yuan praised, with the Qin sisters nodding in agreement after tasting. The sight made others' throats move with envy, though they had no chance to taste it. Damn it, that lowlife got lucky. The crowd looked at Chu Yang with envy and jealousy. Just a pretty boy living off a woman, someone muttered resentfully. Just because he's clinging to Qin Luojiao, he can easily sit at the main table. As time passed, people began to leave one by one. Eventually, less than 10 people remained at the gathering. The Qin sisters rose to leave, but Wang Yuan persuaded them to stay, claiming he wanted to discuss potential threats to Luotian City, specifically the real culprit behind the Fu family's destruction. By now, only a few members of the 3 major families were left. Gradually, Chu Yang felt dizzy. He immediately tried to clear his mind by circulating his soul power, but it had no effect. Normally, alcohol would just numb the nerves, and soul power would dispel its effects. But now, there was no response. Chu Yang realized something was wrong. He looked up to see the Qin sisters, also looking unwell. Suddenly, there was a series of thuds, and the remaining attendees collapsed to the floor. Are you two all right? Wang Yuan asked, feigning slight intoxication. We're fine. We have other matters to attend to. Qin Luoshua felt uneasy but maintained control, pulling a slightly distressed Qin Luojiao towards the door. Hold on. In your condition, I can't let you leave. Wang Yuan blocked the exit. Besides, don't you want to know who destroyed the Fu family? He was determined to keep them there to ensure his plan's success. The wine is poisoned. Chu Yang suddenly warned from behind. What? The Qin sisters were shocked, and combined with their discomfort, their faces changed dramatically. They quickly attempted to summon their spirit beasts, but to their horror, they couldn't access their soul realms, meaning they were cut off from their battle spirits. Realizing the danger, their sense of foreboding intensified. They moved past Wang Yuan, intending to escape, as an inexplicable, unspeakable sensation rose within them. However, the door was locked from the outside. Their hearts sank. Chu Yang, how dare you drug the Qin sisters? Wang Yuan suddenly shouted, glaring angrily at Chu Yang, who was seated at the table. The Qin sisters both turned their gaze towards Chu Yang, surprised to find him completely unaffected, as if he were an outsider to the chaos surrounding him. The stark contrast between him and the fallen crowd highlighted his calm demeanor even more. It can't be Chu Yang. Qin Luo Jiao shook her head firmly, her voice filled with trust in him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's face twisted with a sinister grin. At a time like this, you're still defending him? He sneered. Out of everyone here, he's the only one who got close enough to you to do anything suspicious. And look around, he's the only one unharmed. Isn't that proof enough? Wang Yuan's voice was laced with anger. Today, I will avenge you both by killing this despicable man. Before his words had even finished echoing, Wang Yuan summoned a golden-grade silver-scaled bear. The enormous beast roared and lunged at Chu Yang, its claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. Meanwhile, Qin Luo Shui was frantically searching for an exit, but to her despair, there was no other way out. She thought to herself that orchestrating such a scene was beyond Chu Yang's capabilities. It had to be someone with a powerful background pulling the strings. Besides, Chu Yang was merely an invitee. Without the invitation, he wouldn't have been at this gathering. As for who the real mastermind was, the answer was becoming increasingly obvious. Chu Yang, watch out! Qin Luo Jiao shouted urgently. Yet, her body was already uncontrollably leaning against the wall, as if a swarm of ants were crawling over her skin, causing unbearable discomfort. Chu Yang secretly thanked his luck. Good thing I got a Qingling Dan from that mystery box earlier, or I would have been done for today. The Qingling Dan had the miraculous ability to cleanse all toxins, something he once thought useless, but it turned out to be invaluable at this moment. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained more of them, leaving him in a rather precarious situation. At that moment, the effects of the drug on the Qin sisters began to intensify rapidly. Their faces contorted in pain, clearly enduring indescribable torment. Seeing his silver-scaled bear charging at Chu Yang, Wang Yuan felt a surge of confidence. To him, how could an ordinary person possibly stand against a spirit beast? Especially when his bear had reached the late stage of the first tier. He turned towards the Qin sisters, a smug smile on his lips. Ladies, since you're unwell, why not come inside and rest for a while? He suggested, pressing a hidden switch. The wall slowly opened, revealing a finely decorated bedroom. The room was adorned with elements reminiscent of a newlywed's chamber. Lit red candles, walls covered with celebratory characters, and a double-layered red silk canopy, with red sachets hanging from its corners, adding a romantic touch. The sheets and bedding were all made of the most comfortable red fabric, infusing the room with a festive atmosphere. Wang Yuan had enlisted the help of family experts to meticulously prepare for this moment. Stepping forward, Wang Yuan smiled and said, "Please, ladies, come in and rest." His heart was pounding wildly, as if it might burst from his chest. The rush of blood through his veins filled him with excitement. "Ancestor, I, Wang Yuan, will not disappoint your favor," he vowed silently, licking his lips as he approached Qin Luo Jiao. "No, don't come any closer." Qin Luo Jiao stammered, her hands trembling as she clung to the wall, terrified of him approaching. She knew that if Wang Yuan got too close, she might lose control of her impulses. "Don't worry, after a little rest, Miss Qin won't be saying that," Wang Yuan said, reaching out with a trembling hand towards Qin Luo Jiao, his excitement palpable. At that critical moment, a sudden poof echoed, and Wang Yuan felt a sweetness in his throat before spewing a mouthful of blood, splattering onto Qin Luo Jiao. What's happening?" Wang Yuan turned around in shock, horrified by the scene before him. His prized golden-grade silver-scaled bear had been effortlessly crushed by an unknown spirit beast. "You?" Wang Yuan's scalp tingled with fear, his voice filled with disbelief. "You're a spirit master?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. A massive spirit beast, stretching over 10 meters, hovered above Chu Yang's head, its powerful aura causing Wang Yuan's legs to weaken involuntarily. Chu Yang turned to Wang Yuan, a playful glint in his eyes. "Did I ever say I wasn't a spirit master?" The two sisters of the Qin family looked at the enormous spirit beast, their bodies trembling in unison, eyes filled with shock. They exclaimed together, "Dragon!" Chu Yang looked at them with admiration, as expected from skilled beast tamers, truly knowledgeable. "When I destroyed the Fu family, no one recognized Huang." He then turned to the trembling Wang Yuan, his voice tinged with coldness. "I'm not just a spirit master, I'm a tier 3 spirit master. I was fortunate enough to accidentally consume a spiritual herb that allowed my spirit beast to break through to the 3rd tier." Chu Yang's eyes grew cold. "Tell me, I'm quite curious about your method of poisoning." As soon as he spoke, the dragon, Huang, slowly descended in front of Wang Yuan, its massive head hovering above him, its eyes oppressive as they gazed down. Thud! Wang Yuan instantly fell to his knees. The death of his silver-scaled bear had already severely damaged his soul sea, and now, facing Huang's pressure, he could no longer withstand it. It was Chief Steward Sun Tian who tampered with the wine. Wang Yuan confessed, trembling. It turned out that Sun Tian had poisoned the wine while serving it. The jug was a Yinyang wine vessel with a hidden mechanism that could pour out different wines. The Wang family had bribed Sun Tian, using his position from the city lord's mansion to lower the guard of the Qin sisters. And that was when they fell into the trap. So it was him. Qin Luoshue's face darkened. Seeing the sisters growing increasingly distressed, Chu Yang coldly asked, "What poison did they ingest, and how can it be cured?" Wang Yuan seemed resigned, laughing blankly. Huh? It can't be cured. His family's plan had completely failed. Qin Luoshue struggled to move, asking, "Why? Why can't we connect to the spirit realm?" Heh, have you ever heard of soul-severing powder? Wang Yuan retorted. Qin Luojiao exclaimed, "The ancient forbidden drug that can temporarily sever a spirit master's connection to the spirit realm?" Chu Yang felt a chill in his heart, grateful that Wang Yuan hadn't used such a drug on him, as even the cleansing spirit pill might not have been able to counteract it. Qin Luoshue thoughtfully said, "It's rumored that the Wang family's ancestor once discovered an ancient secret realm, and now it seems the rumors were true." She briefly explained the legend of the Wang family's rise and the origins of the soul-severing powder. Wang Yuan added with a sinister smile, "As for the other poison, it's the Yin-Yang harmony powder. Haha, from now on, there will be no more pure Qin sisters in the world." Chu Yang frowned, asking, "You've gone to such lengths and used such despicable means to obtain them. Aren't you afraid of the city lord's wrath?" He analyzed the Wang family's motives, believing it couldn't just be Wang Yuan acting alone. The Wang family higher-ups must be involved. Wang Yuan sneered, "Huh? Compared to the gains, what is a little wrath? And once the deed is done, do you think the city lord's mansion can kill me?" Chu Yang pondered, realizing that the societal norms in this world were akin to ancient China. Seeing Chu Yang's bewildered expression, Wang Yuan, seemingly seeking a chance at survival, spoke up. "You might not know, but the Qin sisters are rare spirit beast companions." Upon hearing this, the Qin sisters' expressions changed drastically. Qin Luoshue asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Chu Yang looked at the two women's reactions in confusion, not understanding what spiritual beast companion truly meant. At that moment, Wang Yuan explained, "These are individuals who are born with a spiritual domain and spiritual beasts." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a thing really exist? It was common knowledge that one could only possess a spiritual domain after becoming a spirit master at the age of 16. Yet, the Qin sisters were born with one? Did this mean they had been cultivating since they were aware of the world? It was hard to believe. Wang Yuan displayed a smug smile and continued, "Unbelievable, right? What's even more astonishing is that if one can engage in a union with a spiritual beast companion, they can gain an additional contract slot." Chu Yang looked at the Qin sisters in shock. Seeing that they did not refute the claim, he couldn't help but gasp. Gaining an extra contract slot was a treasure spirit masters dreamed of. It was akin to the effect of the contract spirit pill. A storm brewed in Chu Yang's mind. At the same power level, having one more spiritual beast meant an additional fighting force, which could turn any battle into a one-sided affair. Wang Yuan continued, "Now you understand why I resorted to such means? Not only could I gain the favor of two beauties, but I could also gain two additional contract slots for free. Why not take advantage of it?" Haha, the Fu family used this leverage to force the city lord's mansion into a marriage agreement with Miss Qin Luoshue. Wang Yuan revealed everything at once. This information came from the Fu family's third elder, Fu Tianxuan. Without it, the Wang family would never have known. To keep the secret, the Wang family even silenced Fu Tianxuan. "Chu Yang, for my honesty, spare my life." Wang Yuan pleaded, trembling. His plan had failed, and losing his life would mean losing everything. Chu Yang, Qin Luojiao called weakly. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yang knocked the injured Wang Yuan unconscious with Huang's intimidation. He quickly supported the nearly collapsing Qin Luojiao, but this contact ignited an uncontrollable fire. I won't blame you." Qin Luoshua whispered in Chu Yang's ear, her breath fragrant, implying much more. The scent from the beauties filled Chu Yang's senses, igniting his blood. Qin Luoshua leaned closer. Under the influence of the potion, all mental defenses were futile. Faced with the two beauties, Chu Yang muttered, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." But the next moment, he shouted, "Ah, to hell with form is emptiness." Unable to restrain himself, he scooped up the two women and strode into the new room Wang Yuan had prepared. "Wang Yuan, I owe you one," Chu Yang thought to himself. In the Chu family courtyard, Chu Yang slept soundly for an entire day. After 2 hours of struggle the previous night, he finally purged the toxins from the two women and returned home. Their state was astonishingly formidable, almost overwhelming Chu Yang. It wasn't until evening that he stretched and got up. At that moment, Chu Yang sat at a table with Su Zhen and Su Yiruo, enjoying takeout. According to Su Zhen, this was to replenish Chu Yang. If Su Yiruo were to cook, it might not have the same nourishing effect. Su Zhen stroked his white beard, looking at Chu Yang with an inexplicable smile. "What kind of look is that?" Chu Yang asked in confusion. Su Zhen's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he leaned closer to Chu Yang and lowered his voice. "Young master, I've got some ancient medicinal recipes that are quite potent in certain matters. Interested? Whoa! Chu Yang nearly spat out his turtle soup. He stared at Su Zhen in disbelief. What was this old man implying? Did he think lowly of him? If it weren't for the two women being unusually formidable, he wouldn't have been so exhausted. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yang couldn't resist asking, are they really that effective? Any side effects? Su Zhen patted his chest confidently. Absolutely safe, tried and tested by yours truly. All right, give me some later. Chu Yang finally succumbed to temptation. Nearby, Su Yurua overheard their whispered conversation and curiously approached. What's the good stuff? Let me have some too. Su Jin quickly waved her off, worried about his granddaughter getting involved in such an unseemly topic. This isn't for you to meddle in. After the meal, Chu Yang casually tossed a pill to Su Jin. Su Jin caught it, but hesitated. Young master, I'm quite old now. Isn't this a bit inappropriate for me? He had occasionally used such things in his youth, but as he aged, his interest had waned. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? This is for healing your soul, see? Not what you assume. Su Jun's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly pocketed the pill. Although he had never heard of such a pill, he trusted Chu Yang wouldn't harm him. Over time, he had come to see that despite Chu Yang's cold exterior, he genuinely cared for those around him. Taking a deep breath, Su Jun swallowed the pill without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful soul force erupted within his soul sea, like spring thunder awakening all hibernating life. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing. Chu Yang nodded to himself, impressed by Su Jun's decisiveness. If Su Jun had refused, there would be no reason to keep him around any longer. After a while, Su Jun slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise and joy. He couldn't believe the changes within him. His damaged soul sea had partially healed. Given the severity of his condition, only high-grade soul medicine could have achieved this. Yet this miraculous pill had managed to repair part of his soul sea. Grandfather, how do you feel? Su Yurua asked worriedly. Before Su Jun could respond, he suddenly knelt before Chu Yang, his forehead touching the ground. I am eternally grateful for the master's life-saving grace. His address shifted from young master to master. To Su Jun, this gratitude was akin to a life debt. He had been resigned to falling into a coma and watching his soul sea collapse, leading to his demise. But now, thanks to Chu Yang's pill, not only had his soul sea significantly healed, but his condition would no longer deteriorate, sparing him from frequent slumber. This bow was sincere and heartfelt. Chu Yang nodded slightly. The silver-grade soul-healing pill he had obtained from a blind box could heal the soul sea of a fourth-tier spirit master, which was enough for Su Zhan's current condition. To fully recover to the seventh tier, he would need higher-grade soul medicine or a diamond-grade soul-healing pill. Seeing this, Su Yurua also wept with joy and knelt beside her grandfather. Her long-held fears eased as her grandfather was finally out of danger. All right, no need for all this kneeling. Stand up. Chu Yang helped them up. In such a grand Chu family estate, we need at least a fourth-tier spirit master to hold the fort. We can't be outdone by the three great families, or it would be quite embarrassing. Chu Yang looked at Su Zhen with satisfaction. The old man's complexion was no longer pale, but rather rosy. With this, he had a capable assistant and was no longer fighting alone. You were a seventh-tier spirit master before. Can you open your spiritual domain now? Chu Yang asked curiously. I've always been interested in the spiritual domains of spirit masters above the sixth tier. They say such domains become real, indistinguishable from the outside world. How can a real world be born in one's mind? I'd love to see it for myself. Su Zhen replied respectfully. Though my soul power is currently at the peak of the fourth tier, my spiritual domain is unaffected. If the master wishes, you can enter and see it now. Will it affect your condition? Chu Yang asked with some concern. Rest assured, master, it won't. Su Zhen assured with confidence. Great. Let's take a look at your spiritual domain. I'm eager to see what a sixth-tier spirit master's domain is like. Chu Yang said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A soul-healing pill completely subdued Su Zhen, who willingly opened his spiritual domain and invited Chu Yang in. Chu Yang was thrilled at the prospect of finally witnessing the true wonder of the mystical spiritual domain. Su Zhen swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and a white summoning circle gradually illuminated the air. As Chu Yang watched this magical scene, Su Zhen explained, this summoning circle can only appear when an esoteric master willingly performs it. It's the soul gateway connecting the spiritual domain to the outside world, and only beings without a contract can enter through here. Chu Yang nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and stepped into the summoning circle. Instantly, a peculiar sensation swept over him, causing a moment of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery had completely transformed. The sky was somewhat dim, yet the landscape was complete with mountains and rivers. Chu Yang unleashed his soul power, instantly sensing the surrounding flora and fauna. As he immersed himself in this extraordinary experience, ripples suddenly appeared beside him, and Su Zhen along with Su Yurua materialized. Su Zhen proudly announced, this is my spiritual domain. Chu Yang looked at Su Zhan in surprise and blurted out, "You can come in yourself? Is this your true form or something else?" He initially thought it might be a manifestation of Su Zhan's soul, given that an esoteric master should be the ruler of their entire domain. Su Zhan chuckled and explained, "This is indeed my true form. As esoteric masters, we can enter our own spiritual domains." Chu Yang widened his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Does that mean an esoteric master can hide in their domain when faced with danger? But then, why was Su Zhan gravely injured? He quickly voiced his doubts. With a serious expression, Su Zhan replied, "Master may not know, but this tactic works against beasts. However, it doesn't work against esoteric masters of the 6th tier and above. High-level esoteric masters have their own domains, and entering one's domain during a battle can easily reveal one's location, making it even more dangerous." Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't fully grasp it, he understood that a spiritual domain wasn't an easy refuge. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil, and felt its genuine texture. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and noticed a planet emitting a faint red glow. Curiously, he asked, "Do you have a sun here?" Su Zhan proudly laughed. "Haha, that's a 7th-tier fire tribute beast I once slew. I hung its body in the sky to use as a sun." Chu Yang was speechless in amazement, finally managing to say, "You really are a genius to think of that." After a moment of thought, Chu Yang asked, "I've heard that the purpose of a spiritual domain is to provide a training ground for spiritual beasts?" Su Zhan nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's part of its function. When a spiritual beast's cultivation is low, the domain primarily serves this purpose. However, I've read in ancient texts that for higher-tier spiritual beasts, the domain's role is far more significant. This is why many esoteric masters from sacred places devote themselves to cultivating their domains." Chu Yang listened intently, marveling at the esoteric master's world, which could create a real world within one's mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "Is this world still inside the esoteric master?" Su Zhan affirmed, "Yes." After extensive exploration, the ancients concluded that this world indeed exists within the esoteric master. Hearing this, Chu Yang was stunned. Coming from a technologically advanced Earth, he found it hard to comprehend such a reality-defying phenomenon, thinking it utterly incredible. Perhaps it's just the way the cosmic rules of this world work. As Chu Yang stepped into the spiritual realm, his vision suddenly broadened. Although this space wasn't vast, spanning only a few kilometers, it was filled with endless mysteries. His gaze swept across the surroundings, capturing a variety of creatures. There were ordinary beings as small as ants, as well as slightly larger, fierce low-level beasts. Some lay in wait, while others ran, bringing vitality to this space. Suddenly, a precious spirit spring caught Chu Yang's attention. The water was crystal clear, continuously gushing out spiritual essence like countless tiny points of light, floating in the air and increasing the concentration of spirit matter throughout the realm. "This spirit spring is something I acquired in my youth." Su Zhan's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Chu Yang was about to ask when his attention was drawn to an anomaly at the edge of the spiritual realm. Countless cracks spread like a spider web, giving an impression of imminent collapse. Su Zhan sighed and explained, "This was left when I tried to escape into the spiritual realm to evade an enemy. A 9th-level spirit master found me, and, with just one strike, left the realm in this state." Chu Yang detected the helplessness in Su Zhan's words. At that time, Su Zhan was merely a 7th-level spirit master, with no power to resist a 9th-level opponent. Had he not escaped quickly, the entire realm might have been destroyed, leaving him a spirit master without a foundation. "There is one more thing you must know," Su Zhan said with a serious expression. "Never allow a beast or spirit master stronger than yourself to enter your spiritual realm." "Why?" Chu Yang asked curiously. "The reason is simple," Su Zhan explained. "If their power surpasses yours, they can easily destroy the realm from within, which is fatal for any spirit master." Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. He was still far from reaching the 6th level, and his visit was purely out of curiosity about the spiritual realm. He decided that once he reached the appropriate level, he would study it further. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility of suddenly acquiring a 6th-level pill from the mystery box tomorrow. But he reminded himself not to rely too heavily on it, lest he remain stuck below the 6th level if luck didn't favor him. After leaving the spiritual realm, Su Zhan respectfully presented an item. It was a small silver wolf with a pair of delicate wings, curiously observing Chu Yang. "This is a king-quality sky wolf," Su Zhan introduced. "Our family was destroyed and hunted because of this creature. The little wolf is still in its juvenile stage, making it the perfect time for a contract." King quality. Chu Yang was surprised as he looked at the small wolf. On Earth today, this was a top-tier spirit beast capable of reaching the 10th Emperor level, something any spirit master would covet. He hadn't expected Su Zhan and his granddaughter's tragic fate to be linked to this seemingly harmless beast. Chu Yang was indeed in need of a contract spirit beast. Thanks to the contract enhancement pill and his interactions with the Qin sisters, he had 3 contract slots available. However, he shook his head and declined. I can't take something you've protected with your lives. Save it for you Ruo in the future. Su Jun and Su Yu Ruo looked touched by his words. But Su Jun insisted. Without you, I wouldn't even be alive, let alone have a spirit beast. Please, take it. Su Yu Ruo also urged. Yes, young master, you should form a contract. I still have time before becoming a spirit master, and I can choose another then. Chu Yang knew that in this world, one could only contract a spirit beast at the age of 16, when foundational soul power stabilized, making it the optimal age for a contract. He looked at them and suddenly asked, don't you want revenge? They were taken aback by his question, then shook their heads helplessly. Fear flickered in their eyes, as if recalling the powerful foe who had suffocated them. Chu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold, his voice as icy as a winter chill. With your current strength, don't even think about it. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Su Jun and Su Yura. Remember, my principle is to repay enmity with enmity and grievance with grievance. Chu Yang's words were like a thunderclap, shaking the hearts of the two. He continued, your enemies are powerful, but you have plenty of time to catch up. As long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Otherwise, how will you face those who have died? Can they rest in peace seeing you like this? Their resentment and hatred can only be expressed through you. And yet, you want to forget your hatred. Every word from Chu Yang was like a heavy hammer striking hard on the hearts of Su Jun and Su Yura. Su Jun's hand trembled involuntarily at his side, while Su Yura's delicate hand clenched into a fist, her knuckles white. They had fallen from their high status to their current plight, with their family destroyed and close relatives enslaved. How could they not have thought of revenge? But their enemies were like an insurmountable mountain standing before them, leaving them only to look up, afraid to climb. Chu Yang's gaze was penetrating, reaching deep into their hearts. You might not have the strength now, but you will have the chance in the future. Since you have chosen to follow me, you should avenge your grudges and wrongs. I allow you to bury your hatred in your heart, but I will never allow you to abandon or forget revenge. If that's the case, you should leave me now. With that, Chu Yang turned to leave. If they lacked the courage for revenge, if they had lost their fighting spirit, they might as well find a quiet village to live out their days. At that moment, there was a thud as Su Yura knelt to the ground, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Young master, I want revenge. I want to avenge those dead clan members and make those who wronged us pay in blood. They are descendants of old servants too, and if there's even a sliver of opportunity, I will fight tooth and nail. Su Jun's white hair fluttered with the fury of an enraged lion. Chu Yang turned back, gently helping Su Yura to her feet, softly wiping away her tears. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Chu Yang pointed to the flying wolf not far away. That flying wolf carries your hope for revenge. You must form a bond with it in the future, let it aid you in battle. So, it is your hope, and that hope can only be held in your own hands, understand? Su Yura nodded firmly, a determined smile appearing on her face. Yes, young master, I understand. To live, one must have a goal. Perhaps, Su Jun hoped that Su Yura could settle peacefully in a new environment. However, witnessing the massacre of her clan was something no passionate person could ignore. Su Jun's wishful thinking only pushed Su Yura into a state of endless suppression. During this time, Chu Yang keenly sensed the inner turmoil beneath Su Yura's calm exterior. The fleeting pain and anger in her eyes silently revealed her inner torment. Su Yura might also have wanted to fight for revenge for her clan, but due to Su Jun's stance, she had to bury this desire deep within her heart. At this moment, prompted by Chu Yang's words, Su Yura finally found an outlet for her emotions, pouring out the words that had been pinned up inside her. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. As for Su Jun, did he truly not want revenge? If he didn't, why keep the flying wolf? This kingly spirit beast might not just be a powerful ally, but also a symbol of Su Jun's lingering hope. Yet, after personally experiencing the enemy's might, he fell into hesitation and fear. Or perhaps, he simply wished for Su Yura's bloodline to continue safely. But now, the long-suppressed courage within Su Jun was reignited. It was like a dormant flame suddenly blazing brightly, illuminating his resolute face. In the days that followed, Su Yura's mood visibly improved. Her eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, and a faint smile often graced her lips. Meanwhile, Chu Yang found himself in a dilemma, pondering whether to visit the Qin sisters at the city lord's mansion. Considering past events, he feared they might be reluctant to see him. Old Su, what should I do? Chu Yang turned to Su Jun for advice. Despite Su Jun's previous loss of spirit, his rich life experience was still trustworthy. Chu Yang cautiously avoided mentioning the sisters' poisoning, as such matters were best kept private. You should definitely go see them. A man must take responsibility, Su Jun said, stroking his beard with deep-set eyes. If you delay too long, it might make them think you don't care. Once that idea takes root, it will only widen the gap between you. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. He realized that if the sisters felt he didn't care, it would only add to their grief. Determined to find them, he just needed a suitable reason. Just then, a loud crash interrupted their conversation. Bang! The main gate of the Chu family estate was violently blasted open, scattering debris. Su Zhen's brow furrowed, a hint of caution in his eyes. Who dares act so brazenly here? Master, I'll handle this. With that, he rose and walked out, his steps steady and strong. The Chu family estate was vast, and from a distance, Chu Yang looked towards the gate. He had a hunch. Given the current enmity throughout Luotian City, the only ones bold enough to come in such a manner would be the Wang family. After all, not only had he thwarted their plans, but he also became the ultimate beneficiary. Thief Chu Yang, come out and face your death. A voice, infused with powerful soul energy, roared from the entrance, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, recognizing the newcomer. Isn't that Wang Tianshan, the elder of the Wang family? Who's provoked him? The Wang family elder was renowned in Luotian City, familiar to many. At this moment, Wang Tianshan stood menacingly at the estate's entrance, his eyes wide with fury. His towering frame exuded an oppressive aura, with his fists clenched and veins bulging on his forehead. Beside him, a silver-quality iron-backed bear loomed like a mountain, its formidable presence causing onlookers to retreat in fear. Behind Wang Tianshan, several members of the Wang family emerged one after another, each releasing their spirit beasts, instantly filling the area with a murderous aura. Wang Tianshan's face was grim, his chest heaving with anger. The Wang family's meticulously laid plans had been completely disrupted by a mere youngster, and to make matters worse, the Qin sisters had even recognized the ancient forbidden drug, Mieling San. This left the Wang family in a severely passive position, with the secrets of the ancient realm obtained by their ancestor possibly coming to light at any moment. Thief Chu Yang, come out immediately. Otherwise, I will raze this place to the ground. Wang Tianshan's furious shout reverberated around them. In fact, the moment the news of the plan's failure reached the Wang family, the upper echelons had already decided to execute Chu Yang, the main culprit. However, the family patriarch, Wang Qianyue, was especially cautious, particularly in the sensitive period following the collapse of the Fu family, fearing a repeat of their fate. Therefore, he ordered a thorough investigation into Chu Yang's background, which caused the Wang family's delayed arrival. Just as Wang Tianshan was about to order an attack, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to cause such a ruckus here? Su Zhen's figure emerged, his presence causing Wang Tianshan's pupils to contract. It's the old servant by Chu Yang's side. Wang Tianshan muttered, surprised. Despite his high status, he instinctively felt a sense of oppression facing this elder. According to their investigations, this man was merely an injured person rescued by Chu Yang, who spent his days in a stupor, referring to Chu Yang as young master. The Wang family assumed he had suffered a soul injury and thus did not take him seriously. As for the ordinary girl, she was deemed insignificant. Have Chu Yang come out. The grievances between him and the Wang family are not for a mere servant to interfere with. Wang Tianshan said arrogantly, standing tall. The master is busy cultivating and isn't someone a nobody like you can meet, Su Zhen retorted dismissively. What? You dare call me a nobody? Wang Tianshan seethed with fury, trembling. I am the esteemed elder of the Wang family, and you call me a nobody? The Wang family isn't even worthy to carry the master's shoes. Su Zhen replied coldly. Ha! Wang Tianshan laughed in extreme anger, his face twisted, chest heaving violently. In that case, I'll kill you first, then your so-called master. The iron-backed bear behind him let out a thunderous roar, and the other Wang family members prepared for battle. Hold on. Chu Yang appeared at the right moment, smiling. Elder Wang, I sincerely apologize for this matter. It's come to this. Please convey my thanks to brother Wang Yuan and tell him I owe him a favor. This attitude only further infuriated Wang Tianshan. You thief, you stole 2 contract positions from my Wang family and dare speak of favors? Wang Yuan has been confined because of this. If you have the ability, join our Wang family and change your surname to Wang. Then all past mistakes will be forgiven. Chu Yang clearly had no intention of changing his name, which made Wang Tianshan lose patience completely. Since you can't be of use to the Wang family, then you shall die. He commanded the iron-backed bear to strike Chu Yang with its massive paw. Are you ignoring me? As the bear struck, Su Zhen's icy voice rang out. In the next moment, a massive tail swept across, colliding with the bear's paw with a thunderous boom. The iron-backed bear's enormous body was forced back several steps. You Shui bull python? Wang Tianshan said in a tense voice. Beside Su Zhen, a massive spirit beast with the head of a bull and body of a python appeared, its fierce, imposing horns exuding a chilling aura. Though I am a wounded and broken man, I will not allow anyone to harm the master. Otherwise, I will fight with my life. Old Su, can you handle this? Chu Yang asked, his brow furrowed with concern. His gaze fell on the injured Yu Mang, whose stomach bore a terrifying gash almost splitting it in two, with its insides faintly visible. More alarming was its long, scaly tail, which had been severed. The beast was covered in wounds of varying sizes, stained with blood. Chu Yang gasped, picturing the brutal battles this spirit beast must have endured. Rest assured, my lord, Su Jun replied calmly, a slight smile on his lips. It's nothing more than a barking puppy. This old servant doesn't even consider it a threat. His tone was full of disdain, as if the opponent was insignificant. Despite the Yu Mang's severe injuries, Su Jun viewed Wang Tianshan as nothing more than a flea. A puppy. Chu Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily, silently acknowledging the old man's sharp tongue. He glanced at Wang Tianshan, whose fists were clenched tightly, his chest heaving, and nostrils flaring, evidently enraged by the comment. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Wang Tianshan shouted, "Just an injured spirit beast. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Prepare to die." His face was livid, eyes wide with anger, thoroughly provoked by Su Jun's arrogance. He seethed with rage, thinking he had never encountered someone so brazen as to call him a puppy. His anger was so intense that only by defeating this old man could he find peace. With Wang Tianshan's command, the ironback bear launched its attack. Despite its massive size, the creature moved with surprising speed. Its claws glowed with a golden light, striking down like a bolt of lightning toward the Yu Mang's head. "Oomph, let's take this to the street." Su Jun snorted disdainfully. "You can't afford to damage the master's gate." His words were laced with provocation, as if the danger before him was of no consequence. The ironback bear loomed like a small mountain, and if its strike landed, the Chu family courtyard's gate would be reduced to rubble. Wang Tianshan was nearly apoplectic with rage, thinking, as the Wang family's elder, I can't afford a gate? I'll tear your mouth apart later. In that critical moment, a mist enveloped the Yu Mang, enhancing its speed. Just as the ironback bear's massive paw was about to strike, the beast's truncated tail coiled around its opponent, throwing the ironback bear off balance and crashing it onto the stone-paved road. With a thunderous crash, the ironback bear's golden-clawed strike missed, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide in the ground. The surrounding townsfolk turned pale and fled, fearing they might be caught in the terrifying battle, which would surely result in injury or death. Even though Su Jun didn't take his opponent lightly, his years of combat experience ensured he remained vigilant. As the ironback bear fell, the mist around the Yu Mang coalesced into 3 razor-sharp water blades, which shot toward the bear's vulnerable throat like arrows. As an experienced spirit master, Wang Tianshan maintained control over the battle. Seeing the powerful water blades hurtling toward the ironback bear, he immediately ordered it to defend. Despite its gold attribute, usually known for strong offensive skills but weaker defense, the ironback bear was an exception. Its back was covered with heavy scales, offering formidable protection. Additionally, its paws had sturdy shields, providing further defense. The ironback bear reacted swiftly, flipping its massive body to face the ground, its back to the sky. The comical sight almost made Chu Yang laugh out loud. In that split second, the 3 water blades struck. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the ironback bear's body shuddered from the impact. Wang Tianshan's heart sank as he saw blood seeping from between the supposedly impenetrable scales on his spirit beast's back. The ironback bear couldn't completely withstand the strike, causing it to stagger slightly. However, the more shocking aspect was the ghost water attribute of the ghost water bull python. This special attribute not only possesses a powerful chilling force, but can also invade the opponent's body. The ironback bear's movements suddenly became stiff, as if wrapped in an invisible layer of ice. Chu Yang watched the intense battle and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Jun's judgment was indeed accurate. Although his spirit beast was heavily injured, it was still not something Wang Tianshan could easily handle. Just one skill had injured the third-tier ironback bear, showcasing its formidable strength. Wang Tianshan finally realized the strength of his opponent and dared not underestimate him any longer. He quickly waved his hand and summoned 2 more third-tier spirit beasts, a water attribute Muddy Crocodile and a fire attribute Blazing Bird. With the appearance of these 2 spirit beasts, the battlefield situation became even more complex. Seeing the new spirit beasts summoned by Wang Tianshan, especially the water attribute Muddy Crocodile, Su Jun couldn't help but smile. A water attribute spirit beast? Quite a nice supplement, he thought to himself. If his ghost water bull python could devour the Muddy Crocodile, it might help recover some of its injuries. The ghost water bull python seemed to sense its master's thoughts and held nothing back. A ghostly blue mist once again surrounded its massive body, instantly expanding to nearly 20 meters. Chu Yang's heart tightened, knowing this was a sign of the ghost water bull python launching a new wave of attacks. In the next moment, the ghost water bull python's gaze locked onto the Muddy Crocodile lying on the ground. The several meter-long crocodile was enveloped in water mist, and with a casual swing of its tail, the surrounding buildings collapsed with a crash. This was a testament to the powerful destructive force of a spirit master. Wang Tianshan sensed the opponent's intention and immediately commanded the Ironback Bear and Blazing Bird to attack the bull python. Although the Ironback Bear was massive, its speed was inherently slower than the Ghost Water Bull python, especially since it was now infiltrated by the Ghost Water force, making its movements even more sluggish. However, the scene in the sky was different. The Blazing Bird spread its enormous wings, burning with red flames, with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. It hovered and dove in the air, significantly hindering the Ghost Water Bull python's advance. Suddenly, the Blazing Bird unleashed a fireball from its mouth, like a miniature sun, crashing towards the Ghost Water Bull python on the ground. With a loud explosion, the fireball collided with the ground and shattered. However, the Ghost Water Bull python, moving at incredible speed, easily dodged the attack. The stone slabs on the ground were instantly blown to pieces, scattering in all directions, creating a several meter-wide crater engulfed in roaring flames. The Blazing Bird did not relent, continuously launching several fire attacks. The flames clashed with the blue water mist on the Ghost Water Bull python, producing sizzling sounds and generating a large amount of steam, shrouding the entire battlefield in a haze. These fire attacks clearly made the Ghost Water Bull python uncomfortable, as flames somewhat restrained it. Nevertheless, the Ghost Water Bull python did not retreat. Instead, it chose to ignore the Blazing Bird's attacks and charged straight at the Muddy Crocodile. Meanwhile, the Muddy Crocodile did not sit idly by. It shot several water arrows from its mouth and conjured water blades imbued with spiritual power, mercilessly slashing at the approaching Ghost Water Bull python. However, the bull python deftly evaded each attack. Seeing the Ghost Water Bull python closing in on the Muddy Crocodile, Wang Tianshan made a decisive move, commanding the Blazing Bird to swoop down. The Blazing Bird's fiery sharp claws aimed straight for the Ghost Water Bull python's vital spot. At this critical moment, Su Jin suddenly revealed a strange smile, as if he had foreseen everything. In the next instant, the Ghost Water Bull python abruptly raised its head, its sharp gaze fixated on the Blazing Bird in the sky. Wang Tianshan's heart sank as he realized he had fallen into the opponent's trap. He immediately ordered the Blazing Bird to fly higher, attempting to evade the impending attack. However, it was too late. The Ghost Water Bull python opened its massive jaws, and a colossal water ball instantly formed, shooting towards the sky like a cannonball, enveloping the oncoming Blazing Bird. This unexpected strike left everyone holding their breath, waiting for the astonishing outcome. The flaming bird let out a terrified screech as its body was tightly enveloped in a blue water sphere, struggling desperately. As a fire attribute spirit beast, being trapped by a water attack was disastrous. Refusing to be captured, the flaming bird's body erupted with flames, attempting to evaporate the water sphere surrounding it. Despicable! Wang Tianshan shouted angrily, realizing his opponent had deliberately lured the flaming bird into the attack range of the water serpent bull python. Su Jin sneered. Heh, this is one of my water serpent bull python's strongest skills. You can just stay in there. The water serpent bull python wasted no time, swiftly swimming toward the Muddy Crocodile, with its massive jaws ready to bite down. Wang Tianshan snapped back to his senses, his expression turning grim. He hurriedly began casting a spell to recall the Muddy Crocodile to the spirit realm. Chu Yang, watching from the sidelines, understood well that a beast master could summon their spirit beasts back within a certain range, as long as the beasts hadn't been captured by the opponent. I won't let you succeed. Su Jin was prepared. As Wang Tianshan began his incantation, Su Jin's soul force burst forth, interrupting the summoning. Wang Tianshan glared at Su Jin in fury, having no choice but to command the Ironback Bear to aid the Muddy Crocodile. Despite both being water attribute creatures, the Muddy Crocodile was no match for the Water Serpent Bull Python, with its speed and attacks easily countered. The Water Serpent Bull Python was ruthless and relentless, its massive body swiftly coiling around the Muddy Crocodile, the sound of bones cracking echoing ominously. The Ironback Bear arrived just in time, its claws gathering golden energy to strike at the old wounds on the Water Serpent Bull Python. This time, Wang Tianshan aimed for the weak spots, intending to deliver a fatal blow. With a ripping sound, the wound on the Water Serpent Bull Python widened abruptly. Yet, it seemed unfazed, instead tightening its grip, compressing its prey further. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with the situation changing in the blink of an eye. Uft! Wang Tianshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices and his body trembling violently. This was the deadly backlash from the death of his spirit beast, marking the demise of his Hunshui crocodile. The Wang family members rushed forward to support him, their faces full of fear and concern. The outcome of the battle was already clear, and the Wang family had no need to intervene. In the world of spirit masters, power level is the absolute measure of strength. Even if these second-tier spirit masters stepped forward, it would only be a death sentence. In fact, The moment the Yu Shui Nyo python wrapped around, Wang Tianshan had already issued the order for self-destruction. It was his final struggle, a desperate measure. However, the python's constriction was too swift, leaving no chance for the Hunshui crocodile to self-destruct. Now, Wang Tianshan could only watch helplessly as his spirit beast's corpse was devoured, his heart aching. Go! Quickly! Wang Tianshan, enduring the pain, whispered urgently to his clan members with fear written across his pale face. He realized clearly that he was no match for the old man. Staying any longer would risk his own life. Thus, he led his people in a swift retreat from the scene. Su Zhen, seeing this, was about to pursue them when Chu Yang stopped him. Master, why not finish them off? Su Zhen asked, puzzled. Shouldn't we eliminate them completely at this point? Chu Yang sighed and said, look around you. Only then did Su Zhen notice the devastation. The destructive power of spirit master battles was astonishing, with nearby streets and buildings reduced to rubble. Continuing the pursuit and forcing Wang Tianshan's spirit beast to self-destruct would only cause more unimaginable destruction. Chu Yang further explained, moreover, killing Wang Tianshan doesn't accomplish much. I've heard from the Qin sisters that the Wang family ancestor might possess an ancient secret realm. Since it's an ancient secret realm, it could contain ancient legacies. Now that the Wang family has provoked us, I'm already considering how to demand this secret realm from their ancestor. Su Zhen suddenly understood and said awkwardly, my apologies for not considering that. Chu Yang shook his head, it's not your fault. Any spirit master's actions cause significant damage. Let's compensate the surrounding residents first, and then we'll reclaim everything with interest from the Wang family. Understood. Su Zhen responded respectfully. Meanwhile, the Wang family was engaged in a tense discussion. Wang Qianyue looked at the pale-faced Wang Tianshan, frowning deeply. He hadn't expected a new force to emerge in Luotian City beyond the three major families and the city lord's mansion, especially without their prior knowledge. Patriarch Wang Zhinshan asked, Ancestor, how should we respond? Wang Qianyue replied with a question. As the patriarch, I'd like to hear your opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhinshan answered, I believe we should not act rashly at this time. This statement immediately drew dissatisfaction from other Wang family elders. One elder quickly retorted, Ancestor, patriarch, are we just going to stand by while the grand elder is injured like this? Several other elders nodded in agreement. The Wang family had never suffered such humiliation. Short-sighted, Wang Qianyue rebuked, signaling Wang Zhinshan to explain. Wang Zhinshan said solemnly, do you all remember the fate of the Fu family? His words struck like lightning, instantly awakening the elders present. Are you suggesting that the mysterious force that destroyed the Fu family is related to Chu Yang? An elder asked tentatively. It's a possibility, Wang Zhinshan replied meaningfully. The elders gasped collectively, as if awakening from a dream. The destruction of the Fu family had occurred over half a month ago, yet the mysterious force had never shown itself, leading them to become complacent. Now it seemed likely that Chu Yang was the mastermind behind the Fu family's downfall. Wang Qianyue's voice echoed through the Wang family hall, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. According to the report from the Tianshan, that elder was able to easily suppress the spirit beast even when it was injured. This indicates that he is at least a fourth-tier practitioner. Such strength is enough to annihilate the Fu family. We must not take this lightly. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with gravity. Wang Zhinshan frowned and asked, Ancestor, are we just going to let them bully us like this? Wang Qianyue waved his hand, a deep look in his eyes. Now is not the time to act rashly. Our plan has completely failed, and killing Chu Yang now would be pointless. Moreover, he has a fourth-tier spirit master as a guard. If we were to make a move, I would have to do it myself. But doing so would expose my strength, attracting the attention of the Yang family, the Mo family, and even the city lord's mansion, which would be detrimental to our grand plan. He paused and continued. As for Chu Yang, even though he might have 2 more contract slots than an average spirit master, he won't grow strong quickly. We have plenty of time to eliminate him. What we need now is an opportunity, a chance to dominate Luotian City. When that time comes, the Yang family, the Mo family, and the city lord's mansion will all bow before us. Wang Qianyue squinted, ambition burning in his eyes. Being one of the 3 major families no longer satisfied him. He wanted to make a sensational impact and shock the entire Luotian city. Understood, Ancestor. The elders of the Wang family were filled with anticipation for that day. Meanwhile, in the Chu family courtyard, Chu Yang stood in the center. System, open the mystery box, he whispered. With a flash of black light, an item appeared in the mystery box's place. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Is this a motorcycle? My goodness, I actually got something like this. The sudden appearance of this technological product gave Chu Yang a fleeting sense of being back on Earth. He checked it carefully and found that the fuel tank was even full. Virum. The sound of the motorcycle's engine startled Su Zhen and his granddaughter in the courtyard. Su Yurua looked at the strange object in shock. What is this? Su Zhen asked curiously. Is it a spirit beast? but he couldn't sense any life force. Chu Yang laughed and explained, "This isn't a spirit beast, it's called a motorcycle." Seeing their puzzled faces, he simply rode the bike around the courtyard. "Yuruo, hop on. I'll take you for a ride." Chu Yang beckoned to Su Yuruo. Su Jun watched the two on the motorcycle and muttered to himself, "It's not very fast, only comparable to a second-tier spirit beast. Plus, it can only run on the ground, not fly. Its functionality can't compare to a spirit beast, so it seems useless to a spirit master." However, when he saw Chu Yang teaching Su Yuruo how to ride, he was astonished. Ordinary people can use it? If that's the case, it might have some utility. Su Jun couldn't help but recall the bottle of seasoning called Lao Gan Ma that Chu Yang had brought out during a meal a few days ago. The unique flavor was unforgettable, but unfortunately, it was just a small bottle, consumed in a single meal for the three of them. Watching Su Yuo happily ride the motorcycle, Chu Yang sat on a lounge chair, reflecting on the various strange items he had obtained from the mystery boxes: a flashlight, a mysterious ice stone, soul veins, spirit veins, a Yinhuang recipe, spirit beast egg identification paper, and even a foxtail and a roll of toilet paper. This mystery box really has everything, Chu Yang mused to himself. Whether it's technological products or items from this world, they all appear. He eagerly looked forward to the next day's 5-box opening, hoping to get something good. Last time, he obtained a sacred dragon of the nether wilderness and a creation pill, both valuable items. This time, what he needed most was a cultivation pill. In a month, with the help of many soul medicines gifted by the Fu family, he had only reached the mid-stage of the first tier. If he relied solely on himself, who knows how long it would take. Finally, the time for the 5-box opening arrived. System, open the mystery box. Chu Yang selected one of the 10 mystery boxes, his heart racing. With a flash of dark light, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th-tier cultivation pill." A 6th-level cultivation pill? Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, then a wave of joy surged through him. His fingers trembled with excitement, and his eyes shone with disbelief. Wasn't this the opportunity he had always dreamed of? If he were to rely solely on his own cultivation, it would take him years to reach the 6th level. But now, the chance was right in front of him. Chu Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He recalled his past experience with gaming. If a good attribute drops at a certain moment, it often means it's a golden opportunity. Seizing this moment, other equipment is also likely to have good attributes. Although this was just gaming superstition, Chu Yang firmly believed in it. System, open another mystery box. Chu Yang shouted in his mind. A black light flashed again, followed by a voice. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4th-level spirit beast cultivation pill." Chu Yang clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this was the golden moment. Although a 4th-level spirit beast cultivation pill couldn't compare to a 6th-level cultivation pill, it was still quite valuable. It was perfect timing as he planned to contract a new spirit beast. Before his joy could subside, Chu Yang eagerly opened the 3rd mystery box. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a king-quality dark attribute spirit beast, Nightshade." Upon hearing this news, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had delayed contracting a new spirit beast because he hadn't found one that matched the high quality of his netherworld holy dragon. And now, the system had directly rewarded him with a king-quality spirit beast. Chu Yang tried to calm his racing heart, but the joy inside him surged like a tide. He still had 2 more chances. "System, I love you. Open another mystery box." Chu Yang exclaimed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a king-quality evolution pill." At this moment, Chu Yang could no longer contain himself and let out a triumphant shout. Outside, Su Yuruo, who was riding a motorcycle, was startled by the sudden noise. She stopped the bike and looked curiously toward Chu Yang's room. "Grandfather, what's happening with the young master? Why is he laughing alone in his room?" she asked. Su Jin stroked his beard and calmly replied. Judging by the emotion in that voice, he must have encountered something delightful. Seeing his granddaughter's curious gaze toward Chu Yang's room, Su Jin advised earnestly, "Yuruo, remember to be aware of your current status. If the master doesn't speak of certain secrets, we shouldn't inquire, understand?" He was concerned that his granddaughter might inadvertently upset Chu Yang. After all, she had been the cherished treasure of the family, but here, she needed to learn to serve others. Such a disparity was hard for most people to accept. Despite being familiar with Chu Yang's approachable nature and knowing that he rarely reprimands those around him, Su Jun, as an elder, still felt it necessary to offer his granddaughter some advice. He didn't want Su Yuruo to make mistakes due to a lack of understanding. Su Yuruo smiled and replied, "Grandfather, I understand. The past is like smoke and has already faded away. Since even you can call the young master Lord, what do I have to hold on to?" Her biggest anticipation at the moment was to quickly form a contract to become a spirit master, as it was a crucial step towards her goal. Su Jun lovingly patted his granddaughter's head and said earnestly, "Serve the young master well. The heights our young master can reach in the future will definitely surpass our imagination." Compared to his future, our former status might indeed seem insignificant. Perhaps 100 years from now, we will be grateful for the choices we made today. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the direction of the rock garden in the courtyard, where Huang usually rested. Su Zhen recalled asking Chu Yang what was there that caused him an inexplicable sense of trepidation. With Chu Yang's permission, he entered the rock garden and saw the sleeping spirit beast within. At that moment, he was convinced that he had addressed Chu Yang as Lord correctly. He had read in ancient texts that the spirit beast was an ancient and incredibly powerful creature. Unlike other spirit beasts, once this kind appeared, their quality would always surpass the royal grade. For this reason, he concluded that the heights Chu Yang could reach might be beyond their imagination. Just then, louder laughter echoed from the room, leaving Su Zhen puzzled. There were no beauties inside, so why was the Lord laughing so heartily? Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and Chu Yang's voice rang out. What the heck? Is my luck running out? Did I just get a pile of dog poop? Hearing this, Su Zhen and Su Yurua exchanged puzzled glances. Su Yurua couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, is the young master playing with dog poop? Silence. Su Zhen sternly admonished, and Su Yurua immediately fell silent. Inside the room, Chu Yang was left speechless by the last item he had drawn from the blind box. It seemed his luck had indeed run out because the final box contained a pile of black dog poop. He hadn't expected such an item to appear in the blind box. However, despite this, the first 4 items he had drawn were beyond his expectations, and Chu Yang remained in high spirits. The dog poop didn't dampen his mood. He resolved to study the art of opening blind boxes in the future, seeking to uncover any hidden mysteries. Chu Yang then opened the door and stepped out, glancing at Su Yurua with a smile on his lips. I wouldn't be so bored as to play with dog poop, he quipped, before heading straight towards the rock garden. Su Yurua playfully stuck out her tongue. Inside the cave of the rock garden, Chu Yang sat cross-legged beside Huang. He retrieved a 6th-tier cultivation pill from the blind box space, which emitted a silvery glow that spread around, exuding an intoxicating aura of soul power. Without hesitation, Chu Yang swallowed it. Instantly, pure soul power exploded within him, continuously surging into his soul sea. Visibly, his soul sea began to expand, like a river rising and spreading, occupying the surrounding darkness. Chu Yang's soul sea transformed from a small pool into a pond, and finally into a vast lake. He quietly absorbed it all, witnessing the gradual expansion and ultimate transformation of his soul sea. The lake stretched wide, disappearing into the horizon. Pure and surging silver soul power shimmered across its surface, resembling sunlight dancing on the water. Chu Yang felt this sudden surge of soul power, and an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him, boosting his confidence. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in this power. At this moment, Chu Yang was certain he could effortlessly tear apart the soul sea of a 6th-tier spirit beast. This wasn't an illusion, it was a genuine ability. This is the exquisite use of soul power by a spirit master. In his soul sea, the Holy Spirit Tower, glowing with multicolored light, floated above, stabilizing the 4 poles of the soul sea. Next to the tower floated a small silver needle, the golden quality attack-type soul artifact he had obtained from Uncle Fu due as Chu Yang's soul power surged. This silver needle soul artifact was instantly refined and integrated into his power. The soul sea continued to expand, as the immense medicinal effect of the 6th-tier cultivation pill had not yet dissipated. Chu Yang recalled Huang's situation and speculated, if I reference Huang's experience, this 6th-tier cultivation pill should elevate my cultivation to the peak of the 6th tier. After all, Huang reached the peak of the 5th tier after his breakthrough. At this moment, Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his month of arduous training seemed to have been in vain. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, focusing on the current breakthrough. As Chu Yang's soul power broke through to the 6th tier, the spiritual domain above his soul sea began to flicker. This was because when a spirit master's cultivation reached the 6th tier, the spiritual domain would begin to materialize. However, to achieve a true spatial spiritual domain, corresponding materials were needed to construct the world's foundation. Chu Yang thought to himself, under normal circumstances, spirit masters use soul stones imbued with the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth along with the power of yin and yang as the foundational material for a true spiritual domain. After all, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements are the basic elemental forces of the universe. He knew that the more abundant the prepared materials, the more perfect the foundational spiritual domain would be. However, Chu Yang was unconcerned about this. With a flip of his hand, a mysterious item appeared out of thin air from the blind box space. This was a top-grade treasure he had recently acquired from one of the blind boxes, and he hadn't expected it to be useful so soon. Chu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes flashing with anticipation as he prepared to use this treasure to construct his own unique spiritual domain. Chu Yang gazed at the world stone in his hand. This unremarkable, black, porous rock seemed so ordinary that if it were casually tossed by the roadside, it would hardly warrant a second glance. Yet, this seemingly insignificant stone was the pinnacle material for constructing a true spiritual domain, reigning supreme among soul stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yang activated his soul power. His soul sea surged with silver energy, enveloping the world stone completely. The soul power flowed like mercury, seeping into every pore on the stone's surface. Suddenly, the world stone transformed into a beam of black light, merging directly into the spiritual domain above Chu Yang's brow. In an instant, a thunderous boom erupted, reminiscent of the first thunderclap at the dawn of creation, deafeningly loud. The sudden noise nearly caused Chu Yang to faint, leaving his mind buzzing incessantly. As the world stone fused with the spiritual domain, Chu Yang's domain began to undergo a dramatic transformation. What was once an ethereal, transparent space became solid and tangible, expanding rapidly in all directions. Endless darkness was dispelled, giving way to a vast expanse of land. Chu Yang sat with his eyes closed, intently sensing the changes occurring within his spiritual domain. This metamorphosis was a milestone that every spirit master experienced upon reaching the 6th tier, though few ever achieved it. A full day passed before Chu Yang opened his eyes again, his gaze bright and lively. His spiritual domain had fully transformed into a tangible realm. As far as he could see, the domain was dim and barren, devoid of sun, moon, plants, or animals. Only an endless brown landscape stretched before him. Despite this, Chu Yang was thrilled to discover that his initial spiritual domain spanned an impressive 129,600 meters. This size even surpassed that of some 7th-tier spirit masters' domains, such as Su Zhan, whom he had recently encountered. Although he couldn't yet fully utilize the domain's potential, Chu Yang understood that its vastness would undoubtedly shine in the future. Now, with the spiritual domain fully formed, Chu Yang's presence instantly appeared at its center. A sense of omnipotent power surged through him, a feeling every new master of this realm experienced. As the creator and ruler of his domain, Chu Yang could manipulate all its forces with a mere gesture. With a simple wave of his hand, the terrain of the domain shifted dramatically, the once flat landscape now crisscrossed with ravines. Ultimately, at the domain's core, a towering peak emerged, piercing the sky. This would become Chu Yang's sacred place for cultivation within the domain, witnessing his future growth and transformation. As Chu Yang once again harnessed his power, water elements within the spiritual domain were drawn forth. A crystal-clear stream emerged from the foot of the mountain, winding like a jade ribbon around the main peak. Soon after, a slightly shorter peak rose nearby, crafted by Chu Yang as a dragon lair for Huang. Chu Yang's fingers danced in the air, forming a complex seal. In an instant, Huang's massive form appeared out of nowhere within the spiritual domain. With a body nearly 18 meters long, it gracefully soared through the air, savoring every inch of this real world. Suddenly, Huang let out a long, excited dragon roar that echoed through the skies. As Chu Yang's spirit beast, Huang also wielded some authority. At this moment, it was reshaping the terrain according to its own desires, creating a perfect nest for itself. Chu Yang watched this scene with satisfaction and then exercised his dominator's authority. Wood elements gathered, and sparse flowers, grasses, and trees began to sprout and grow on the ground. The power of the world stone was beginning to manifest. It contained various elemental forces, comprehensive and formidable. With a light wave of his arm, Chu Yang summoned fire elements that instantly gathered, forming a small crimson sun in the sky. This contrasted sharply with Su Zhan's method of having to slay a fire attribute beast to serve as a sun, due to the scarcity of fire elements in his spiritual domain. Surveying the newly transformed spiritual domain, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was just the initial transformation, with much room for improvement in the future. Next, he turned his attention to the dark attribute spirit beast of King Quality Yisha. Chu Yang rubbed his hands, feeling a hint of anticipation. With a thought, Yisha, previously in the blind box space, suddenly appeared in the spiritual domain. To his surprise, the spirit beast transformed into a mass of inky black mist, drifting unpredictably before him. Within moments, the black mist condensed into a humanoid form, resembling a mysterious hunter clad in black, and shrouded by dense mist. Through the swirling fog, a pair of cold eyes occasionally glimmered with a faint black light. With my blood, I bind your soul, together for life. Contract. Chu Yang solemnly recited the contract oath. As the last word fell, the contract symbol drawn with his blood imprinted itself on Yisha's forehead. The moment the contract succeeded, information about Yisha naturally surfaced in Chu Yang's mind. Spirit Beast, Yisha. Quality, King Quality. Rank, initial stage of first rank. Attribute, Dark Attribute. Skills, Shadow Step, Mist Form. Spirit Treasure, none. Chu Yang excitedly examined his second Spirit Beast. A king-quality spirit beast could potentially grow to the 10th rank emperor level. Dark attribute beasts were notorious for their elusive and unpredictable nature, often catching opponents off guard in battle, a challenge for many spirit masters. From now on, I'll call you Yi, Chu Yang said to the spirit beast before him. Although Ye's form was obscured by thick mist, making it hard to see clearly, Chu Yang could sense its aloof demeanor, with barely any emotional fluctuation. Its only response was a slight nod. Chu Yang then gave Yi a 4th-rank spirit beast cultivation pill he had obtained from a blind box the previous day. Instantly, Ye's cultivation soared to the peak of the 4th rank. At that moment, Ye's figure suddenly vanished and merged into Chu Yang's shadow. So this is the shadow step skill? Chu Yang mused aloud. No matter how he moved, Ye's form remained hidden within his shadow, undetectable to the naked eye. Chu Yang studied Ye's other skill carefully and then introduced Yi to Huang. To Chu Yang's surprise, perhaps due to the quality difference or disparity in cultivation, when Yi first saw Huang, the black mist around it trembled violently. However, under Chu Yang's influence as their spirit master, the two spirit beasts eventually coexisted harmoniously. With a rumble, the ground rose again as Chu Yang created a separate mountain for Yi. Yet, Yi was not satisfied and personally carved out a deep underground passage within the mountain, making it its dwelling and training ground. Chu Yang pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the spiritual domain. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a spiritual vein from the blind box space. This treasure, obtained from a blind box some time ago, had been waiting for the right use. Now, he decided to place it directly into the spiritual domain. The earth split open, and Chu Yang casually tossed the spiritual vein inside. As it settled, it was like a dormant dragon awakening, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and the spiritual domain's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Huang and Yi were the most sensitive to this change. To break through, they needed to absorb rich spiritual matter, just as spirit masters absorbed soul matter for their breakthroughs. Previously, the spiritual domain had a scarcity of spiritual matter, even less than Luotian City. But now, they sensed an abundance of spiritual matter gushing endlessly from the depths of the earth, filling them with joy and excitement. Returning to the real world, the overwhelming sense of power that could bend reality at will vanished instantly, leaving Chu Yang feeling somewhat empty. He took a deep breath, trying to adjust to the sudden change. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Chu Yang. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. System, open the blind box, he exclaimed excitedly, recalling how he had previously unlocked high-value items like cultivation pills at this exact time. A flash of black light appeared before him, followed by the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of black stockings. Chu Yang fell silent, holding the smooth, silky black stockings in his hands, his brow furrowed. Was his luck not working, or was there no pattern to it at all? He couldn't quite figure it out, and felt a hint of disappointment. In the following days, Chu Yang stayed home and continued opening blind boxes. However, the results were disheartening. Nothing special came out of them. Each opening resulted in mundane items, making him question if his luck had run out. What puzzled Chu Yang even more was the complete silence from the Wang family. It was as if their previous conflict had never occurred. This unusual calm made Chu Yang wary, and he thought to himself, something strange is definitely going on. Perhaps they're planning something big against me. Despite this, Chu Yang wasn't worried. A confident smile played on his lips as he thought, the Wang family planning a big move? Let's see whose move is bigger. Determined to take action, Chu Yang called out to the air. You Ruo, get ready. I'm heading to the City Lord's mansion. Soon after, Chu Yang arrived at the City Lord's mansion, located in the heart of Luotian City. This grand building, the largest in the area, was imposing, with intricate carvings adorning its tall walls. Chu Yang approached the gate and said to the gatekeeper, could you please let them know that Chu Yang is here to visit the two young ladies? The gatekeeper eyed Chu Yang up and down. Normally, he would have dismissed such a person, as many had tried to use various excuses to harass the two young ladies. But Chu Yang's extraordinary appearance and the white brocade robe, which accentuated his refined demeanor, made the gatekeeper reconsider. This outfit, meticulously chosen by Suyu Ruo, matched Chu Yang's aura perfectly. The gatekeeper couldn't help but take a second look, thinking this person must be someone of importance. You know our two young ladies? The gatekeeper asked suspiciously. Chu Yang nodded, exuding confidence. Not only do I know them, but we also have a deep understanding of each other. This statement wasn't an exaggeration of their relationship. The gatekeeper was surprised, his eyes widening. He hadn't expected this man to be familiar with the two young ladies. He quickly said, please wait here for a moment while I inform them. With that, the gatekeeper hurried inside, afraid of delaying something important. Before long, the gatekeeper returned, a peculiar look on his face. The two young ladies said to wait here for a moment. They'll be right out. He added in a lowered voice. When I mentioned your name, they had quite a reaction. Especially the second young lady. Her face turned a deep shade of red. As for the eldest young lady, when she heard your name, her jade-like hand trembled slightly. Hearing this, Chu Yang nodded, secretly pleased. As long as they didn't refuse to see him, that was enough. However, the wait extended for over 2 hours. Chu Yang remained patient throughout, showing no signs of impatience, as if time held no sway over him. He thought to himself, back on tech-savvy Earth, waiting an hour or so was hardly excessive. Finally, the two young ladies appeared, walking gracefully towards him. Seeing each other again, both parties felt a bit awkward, their faces flushed as they recalled the previous night's events. It was Chu Yang who eventually broke the silence, suggesting they go out for a meal together. He thought, on tech-savvy Earth, isn't this how people build relationships? Too bad there are no cinemas in this world. The three of them strolled through the bustling streets of Luotian City. Suddenly, Qin Luo Jiao asked, I heard the Wang family's elder came looking for trouble with you the other day? Are you alright? Her tone was tinged with concern. Upon hearing the news, they naturally understood the Wang family's motives. The Wang family is nothing more than a bunch of ineffectual nobodies, Chu Yang sneered, his confidence bolstered by his 6th-level cultivation, dismissing the Wang family entirely. Still, be cautious. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Qianhua, is not to be underestimated, Qin Luoxua warned. She and her sister had already informed their father, Qin Shufeng, about the Wang patriarch's acquisition of an ancient secret realm, but he remained unusually calm, as if he had known all along. Thank you for your concern, Miss Luoxua. I will be careful, Chu Yang replied gently, surprised to find less resistance in Qin Luoxua's tone than usual. Who's concerned about you? Qin Luoxua's cheeks flushed slightly, and her sister, Qin Luojiao, couldn't help but giggle quietly on the side. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Shufeng couldn't sit still upon hearing that his two daughters went out with a young man. His imposing figure paced back and forth in the hall, feeling a sense of impending loss as if his daughters were leaving the nest. Oh, my dear wife, when will you awaken? Despite his experience with many challenges, he felt helpless in this matter. On the street, Chu Yang walked alongside the two stunning women, drawing the attention of passers-by. After having lunch, Chu Yang suggested that the two ladies help him choose a spirit beast. Mentioning this, the sisters couldn't help but blush, recalling that Chu Yang's two contracts originated from them. If I'm not mistaken, your first spirit beast belongs to the ancient dragon clan and must surpass the king level in quality, Qin Luoxue stated seriously. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Huang is indeed of the sacred grade. Then your other spirit beasts cannot be of low quality, or they will surely hold you back in the future, Qin Luoxue analyzed. Chu Yang smiled wryly. I do hope the other spirit beasts are at least of king quality, but it's incredibly difficult. Besides the two spirit beasts he already had, he needed to find 5 more of king quality, which was a daunting task. The sisters exchanged a glance, and Qin Luoxue said, you can take your time choosing spirit beasts, but you mustn't choose the wrong ones. Can spirit beast quality evolve, like from bronze to silver? Chu Yang suddenly asked. That's impossible. A spirit beast quality is determined at birth. Both sisters replied in unison. This answer left Chu Yang deep in thought, contemplating whether he could unlock the secrets of spirit beast evolution by studying the evolution pills in blind boxes. This idea might revolutionize the path of spirit beast tamers in this world, though he had no answers yet. What are you thinking about? Qin Luojiao asked curiously when she saw him lost in thought. I was thinking about your spirit beast companions. That night, I seemed to see. Oh, stop it. The sisters' faces turned crimson with embarrassment. Chu Yang chuckled awkwardly and fell silent, though he remained curious about the two spirit beasts he glimpsed that night, which resembled mythical creatures from Earth's legends. He vaguely remembered that moment when the spiritual beast shadows appeared within the two women, clearly resembling mythical creatures from a technologically advanced Earth. At the time, he was too absorbed in the pleasure to pay much attention, but now recalling it, Chu Yang realized that the companion beasts of the two women were likely extraordinary. Qin Luojiao calmly said, as you can see, my companion beast is the Xian Tian Fire Dragon, while my sister's is the Xian Yu Ice Phoenix. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them simultaneously performed a summoning gesture. Instantly, a fiery red dragon and an ice blue phoenix, exuding a chilling aura, appeared out of thin air in the room, their presence overwhelming. Chu Yang gasped, muttering to himself, they really are mythical creatures from a technological Earth, the Xiantian Fire Dragon and Xian Yu Ice Phoenix. He was astounded, realizing that the sisters' companion beasts were a dragon and a phoenix. No wonder they left such a deep impression on him that night, with just a quick glance. Not to be outdone, Chu Yang also performed a summoning gesture and called forth his own spirit beast. My spirit beast is the Dark Desolation Sacred Dragon. I call it Desolation. As he spoke, a majestic black dragon with snow-white mane appeared before everyone. The two sisters exchanged a look of surprise, seeing it more clearly than the last fleeting glance. The stark contrast between Desolation's dark scales and white mane exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. However, What truly shocked the two women was what happened next. The Xian Tian Fire Dragon and Xian Yui's Phoenix, disregarding their owner's commands, flew towards desolation, circling it, as if protecting a supreme ruler. Through the emotional feedback from their spirit beasts, the women clearly sensed their beasts were submitting to desolation, a scene they had never witnessed before, not even towards their mother's spirit beasts. After retracting their spirit beasts, the Qin sisters seemed visibly pleased, appearing more satisfied with Chu Yang. Qin Luojiao remarked, "Your first spirit beast is so exceptional. Naturally, your other beasts can't be too inferior. However, finding a king-quality spirit beast in Luotian City is a fool's dream. Even golden-quality ones are extremely rare here." Chu Yang nodded in understanding, well aware of the challenges. The Qin sisters, being beast tamers, frequently visited spirit beast markets, and over the years, they had only come across a few golden-quality beasts, with anything higher being elusive. At this moment, the sisters exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a consensus. Qin Luoshua spoke. "If you're looking to contract a spirit beast right now, we do know of a king-quality one." Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "What kind of spirit beast?" Qin Luoshua pressed her lips together and answered, "It's a turtle. But this spirit beast is somewhat special. You'll need to contract it at the city lord's manor." Chu Yang agreed without hesitation, trusting that the sisters wouldn't lead him into harm. Thus, under their guidance, the three quietly infiltrated the city lord's manor. Curious and amused, Chu Yang asked, "Why aren't we using the main entrance?" At that moment, the three of them were sneaking into the city lord's mansion through the back door. Qin Luojiao led the way, carefully distracting others in the mansion, while Qin Luoshua followed closely with Chu Yang. Blushing slightly, Qin Luoshua whispered, "We're afraid my father might make things difficult for you. This spirit beast is quite unique, and if Qin Shufeng finds out we're giving it away, he'll definitely try to stop us." Chu Yang suddenly understood and teased, "So you're worried about being caught by my future father-in-law?" Qin Luoshua's face turned as red as a peach, and she shot Chu Yang a fierce glance, but didn't retort. Chu Yang was secretly pleased, as it seemed that ever since the two women had given themselves to him, they had accepted him in their hearts. This world was reminiscent of ancient China, where women valued chastity highly, unlike the more casual attitudes on a technologically advanced Earth. In his heart, Chu Yang once again thanked Wang Yuan. If it weren't for him, he might not have gotten so close to the Qin sisters so quickly. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who was in seclusion reflecting on his actions, suddenly sneezed and wondered gloomily if someone was thinking about him. He felt as if he had been abandoned by his ancestors. Meanwhile, Qin Shufeng couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that his two daughters had secretly brought a man into their home. Led by the two women, Chu Yang smoothly entered a hidden chamber. He exclaimed, "Wow, did you bring me to your family's treasure vault?" The chamber was filled with a dazzling array of spiritual herbs, soul medicines, and gleaming gold and jewels. If he hadn't seen the Fu family's vault before, he might not have been able to resist. Qin Luoshua shook her head and explained, "This is indeed a treasure vault, but it's our private collection, not the city lord's public treasury." Chu Yang understood. No wonder no one stopped them on their way in. The sisters must have arranged for the guards to be away, or perhaps there were no guards at all. He was surprised by how quickly their attitudes toward him had changed, but he was grateful it had been him, and not Wang Yuan who had succeeded. Qin Luoshua urged, "Hurry and form the contract. If we're discovered, it'll be hard to explain." The sisters' hearts raced. This was their first time doing something like this, both thrilling and a bit frightening. Chu Yang followed the sisters to a corner of the chamber, where he saw a turtle spirit beast the size of a millstone encased in a transparent blue crystal. The turtle was pitch black, with mysterious golden patterns on its shell. "What is this?" Chu Yang pointed to the blue crystal encasing the turtle. Qin Luojiao shook her head and replied, "I'm not quite sure. It's something our mother did. All we know is that it has a freezing effect, keeping the creature inside in a long-term dormant state. This crystal, along with the turtle, has been here since we were little, waiting for us to come of age. Hurry and form the contract." Qin Luojiao urged, glancing nervously at the chamber door. Chu Yang hesitated. "Isn't this a bit wrong? It's a king-quality spirit beast, and secretly forming a contract without your parents knowing feels a bit off." Qin Luoshua reassured him. "Go ahead, you'll understand in time. My parents won't blame you." Seeing their insistence, Chu Yang no longer hesitated. He shattered the icy blue crystal and bit his finger to form a contract with the turtle. Instantly, information appeared in his mind. Spirit beast, destiny turtle. Quality, king quality. Rank, mid-first rank. Attributes, water ice. Skills, child of destiny, mist envelopment, ice seal. Spirit treasure, none. Chu Yang was amazed. He hadn't expected such a rare dual attribute spirit beast, and at mid-first rank, it already had 3 skills, far exceeding his expectations. However, he couldn't quite understand what child of destiny meant. At this point, Qin Luoshua took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Chu Yang, If you ever let us down, my sister, and I won't forgive you easily. Beside her, Qin Luojiao clenched her fist as a warning. Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, then delighted, realizing they were entrusting him with something significant. What he didn't know was that this destiny turtle was part of the dowry their mother had prepared for them. By giving it to Chu Yang, the sisters' intentions were clear. Without saying much more, Chu Yang quickly acted. Before the sisters could react, he had already given each a quick peck on their rosy cheeks. Chu Yang entered his home in high spirits, only to come face to face with Su Zhen, who had just returned from the hunting grounds. The old servant looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Young master, it seems Luotian City is about to face a beast-tide disaster." Chu Yang frowned, recalling the oppressive aura he had felt earlier in the wild. He asked, "How serious is the situation?" Su Zhen's expression was solemn as he replied in a low voice, "I sense the presence of a seventh-tier fierce beast deep in the wilderness. With the current number of spirit tamers in Luotian City, it would be difficult to withstand a beast tide of such scale." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang paused in his steps. "Seventh tier," he murmured, then asked in confusion, "Why would a beast tide suddenly occur out of nowhere?" Su Zhen shook his head and sighed. The specific reason is still unclear. It could be a chain reaction from a battle between powerful beasts, or perhaps someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. But in such a small place, who would bother to drive fierce beasts to attack the city? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Let's take things as they come. If we're truly left with no options, we'll have to abandon the city and flee, though that would be a last resort." A few days later, the destiny turtle that Chu Yang had bonded with finally awoke. With a thought, a pond formed within his spiritual domain. The destiny turtle instinctively crawled into the water, curiously observing its new owner. Chu Yang smiled and said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Turtle." As he spoke, he held a king-quality spirit beast evolution pill and turned his gaze to the peculiar spirit beast beside, Hema bronze quality sword slave. This spirit beast had twin horns on its head and black wings on its back. But most striking were the two bronze swords it held, which were part of its body rather than spirit treasures. Chu Yang gently patted the sword slave's head and said softly, "From now on, you're no longer a sword slave. I want you to become unparalleled." With that, he fed the evolution pill to the spirit beast. In an instant, endless golden light burst from the spirit beast's body, enveloping it in a massive golden cocoon. Chu Yang held his breath, not wanting to miss the potential first-ever spirit beast evolution process in this world. After a long while, the golden cocoon shattered, turning into countless golden particles that merged into the spirit beast's body. The transformed unparalleled not only held two swords, but also had three more swords floating behind it, exuding a sharp aura. The swords in its hands had changed from bronze to dazzling gold. Chu Yang checked Unparalleled's attribute panel and found that it had advanced from a sword slave to a sword king. Spirit beast, sword king quality rank, first tier initial attributes, gold attribute skills, no spirit treasures. This might be the evolution of the spirit beast species. Chu Yang gazed at Wushuang in front of him, filled with amazement. Once a bronze-quality spirit beast with growth potential capped at the peak of the second tier, it has now transformed into a sword king, with potential soaring directly to the 10th tier emperor level. Such a leap is truly astounding. Behind Wushuang, three golden swords hummed in unison, their sword energy swirling, as if celebrating its successful evolution. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's a pity I don't have a spirit beast cultivation pill. Otherwise, my combat power would increase significantly. Before he finished his thought, a powerful wave of energy suddenly emanated from the little turtle, and its cultivation instantly broke through to the late first tier. Chu Yang smiled slightly, thinking, with the support of spiritual veins in my spirit domain, where spiritual matter is abundant, it's not difficult for spirit beasts to break through. He looked around, sensing the rich spiritual matter within his domain. Compared to Luotian City, this place is a paradise for spirit beasts. The denser the spiritual matter, the more beneficial it is for the cultivation of spirit beasts. Chu Yang's gaze fell on Huang, who was cultivating in the domain. He thought to himself, just as a spirit master needs to construct a spirit domain to break through the 6th tier, a spirit beast needs to comprehend laws to do the same. This gap is nearly insurmountable for spirit beasts. However, Huang has a unique advantage in comprehending laws. Chu Yang's spirit domain, constructed from the world stone, has complete laws comparable to the outside world. He can fully mobilize the laws of desolation needed by Huang to aid its comprehension. This is something other spirit masters cannot achieve. Although the laws of desolation in Chu Yang's spirit domain are not yet abundant, he can concentrate them on Huang. In contrast, the laws of the external world, though richer, are beyond Chu Yang's control. Weighing the two options, the cultivation environment within the spirit domain is superior. At that moment, Chu Yang had a thought. System, open the blind box. Immediately, a luxurious villa appeared out of thin air in the blind box space. Chu Yang examined this product of a technologically advanced Earth, with its complete array of modern facilities, nodding in admiration. With a wave of his hand, he moved the villa to the main peak of the spirit domain, adding a touch of modernity to the paradise. As Chu Yang admired the newly added villa, Su Zhen hurried over. Master, I have news that the ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Qianyu, has been seriously injured in the wild. Chu Yang frowned. Wang Qianyu is injured? Tell me more. Su Zhen respectfully replied. It is said that while searching for food for his spirit beast, Wang Qianyu was severely injured by a high-tier fierce beast, and his main spirit beast nearly died. The ancestors of the other two families personally visited to verify the truth. They intended to take action against Wang Qianyu, but were stopped by people from the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion's concerns are not without reason, Chu Yang mused. A beast tide could erupt at any moment. If the three families fight amongst themselves now, the losses would be severe. What would they use to fend off the beast tide then? What do you think, old Su? Chu Yang asked. Su Zhen stroked his beard and said meaningfully, I fear it's a premeditated plan. Oh, tell me more. Chu Yang was intrigued. Su Zhen explained. The wild beast disturbances weren't sudden. There were signs. For Wang Qianyu, an ancestor, to venture deep into the wilderness is tantamount to seeking death. At this point, Su Zhen furrowed his brow again, but his injury is real. What is the purpose behind this? It's truly puzzling. In the midst of the beast uprising, Wang Qianyue's decision to put himself in danger raised suspicions in Chu Yang's mind. He frowned, realizing it wasn't simply about escaping the beasts. Suddenly, something the Qin sisters mentioned came to mind. Wang Qianyue had control over an ancient secret realm. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened as he pondered. Could all of this be related to that mysterious ancient realm? But even if it were, there was no need to let his main spirit beast get gravely injured and near death. As a spirit master, the importance of one's main spirit beast was unquestionable. Regardless, I must keep a close watch on this old man to prevent any tricks he might play. Chu Yang muttered to himself, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Reflecting on past events, Chu Yang couldn't help but admire the man's depth. Even after sabotaging their major plan and causing the death of one of Wang Tianshan's spirit beasts, they hadn't sought immediate revenge. Such composure was not something an ordinary person could possess. Chu Yang knew he was likely on their blacklist, just waiting for the right moment for them to settle the score. This old fox, Chu Yang murmured, a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Such a bizarre occurrence at this particular time inevitably made him more suspicious. However, a thought crossed his mind, bringing a spark of excitement to his eyes. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity to gain access to the ancient secret realm. Since his cultivation reached the peak of the sixth stage, the Wang family was no longer a threat in his eyes. Even if Wang Qianyue controlled an ancient secret realm, in the face of absolute power, any schemes would be crushed. Chu Yang's reluctance to act against the Wang family wasn't due to fear or any saintly compassion. The fact that they dared to drug his two women was enough to put them on his blacklist. He recalled something Su Zhen once told him. The rules of this world are simple. If you want something, ask for it. If they refuse, take it by force. That's what they call diplomacy followed by force. This statement once made Chu Yang question whether Su Zhen misunderstood the concept of diplomacy followed by force. As of now, Chu Yang had yet to take action against the Wang family purely out of curiosity about what tactics they might use against him. He was eager to explore the depths of the ancient secret realm. After all, a monotonous training routine could use a little excitement. On this particular day, a storm was brewing in Luotian City. The city lord's mansion issued an urgent summons, calling upon all spirit masters of the second tier and above to unite against the impending beast tide. This invitation struck like a thunderbolt, resonating deeply within the hearts of the three major families and Chu Yang. The city falls, the home follows. This phrase carried an immense weight, making everyone acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Wang Zhinshan, the head of the Wang family, quickly mobilized, leading his family's top members to the city walls with impressive speed, leaving the other two families in awe. Some couldn't help but speculate whether the Wang family was seeking protection from the city lord's mansion due to Wang Qianyue's injuries. Nevertheless, the Wang family's actions were on point. The ancestors of the other two families were not to be outdone and personally led their teams to the city walls. The western city wall became the main battleground for the spirit masters, as the beast tide was originating from the west of the city. However, Chu Yang took a different approach, choosing a stronghold within the city instead. He understood that while the west faced the immediate threat, other areas could not be neglected. If any spirit beast breached the defenses and entered the city, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Zhen, representing the Chu family, arrived at the city wall. He immediately spotted Wang Tianshan, the elder of the Wang family, and couldn't resist a jab. Oh, Elder Wang, long time no see, has your injury healed? These words cut like a knife, hitting Wang Tianshan's sore spot. He glared angrily but was held back by Wang Jinshan. Yang Hongkuan, the ancestor of the Yang family, observed Su Jin from afar and quietly asked, "Is this the new power emerging in Luotian City?" "Yes, ancestor," a Wang family elder replied. "He is at least a fourth-tier spirit master and once caused significant trouble for Wang Tianshan." The Mo family was equally attentive to Su Jin. The emergence of a fourth-tier spirit master was enough to draw everyone's attention. At that moment, the forces from the city lord's mansion finally arrived. To everyone's surprise, the leaders were two young women. "What is Qin Shufeng thinking?" someone couldn't help but exclaim angrily. "In such a critical moment, he doesn't show up, but sends two young girls to fight." It turned out that besides the guards, the city lord's mansion had sent Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao, two sisters, to oversee the situation. This decision caused an uproar, with many believing the city lord's mansion was merely going through the motions. The sisters' appearance was like a bomb, sparking various reactions among the crowd. Some were angry, others shocked, and some young spirit masters saw an opportunity and were eager to prove themselves. Amidst the discussions, a middle-aged man in black stepped forward. His face was stern, and his gaze sharp. He was Chu Yang, the captain of the guard. "Everyone, please calm down," Chu Yang said in a deep voice. "Since the master has sent the two young ladies to battle, he must have his reasons. I hope everyone can unite and overcome this crisis together." However, his words did little to quell the doubts. A spirit master bluntly questioned, "Captain Qin, with the beast tide approaching and the city lord absent, isn't this irresponsible of the city lord's mansion towards Luotian City?" This question was like a heavy hammer, weighing on everyone's mind. Only Wang Jinshan was deep in thought, his brows slightly furrowed. For years, the fact that Qin Shufeng never left the city lord's mansion had been one of Luotian City's great mysteries. Some speculated he was guarding a treasure, while others wondered if he was injured. Wang Jinshan secretly hoped the patriarch's plan would succeed, allowing the Wang family to control all of Luotian City. As everyone was busy speculating, Qin Yang stepped forward to reassure them. "Rest assured, everyone, if the Lord truly didn't care about Luotian City, he wouldn't have let the two young ladies appear." The Qin sisters kept their eyes fixed on the distant wilderness, ignoring the surrounding speculations. Su Jin, seeing them, couldn't help but exclaim, "Are these the ones the master values? Truly, they are stunningly beautiful. The master has impeccable taste." Despite having met countless people, he had never seen such captivating beauty. Suddenly, a faint tremor from the ground interrupted everyone's thoughts. The Qin sisters spoke in unison, "It's here." Everyone's expression turned serious as they all looked towards the wilderness. At the same time, inside the city, Chu Yang also felt the ground's vibration. He knew this was a sign of the approaching beast tide, caused by countless fierce beasts stampeding. Chu Yang stayed in the city with a specific purpose. He not only informed the two young ladies, but also wanted to observe Wang Qianyue's methods, hoping to use this opportunity to trace the location of the secret realm. Within the Wang family estate, Wang Qianyue suddenly opened his sharp hawk-like eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "It's here," he whispered, showing no signs of injury. The spirit beast behind him was also unharmed, a sight that would surely shock the patriarchs of the other two families. Outside the western city wall, a massive cloud of dust rose from the ground, shrouding the western wilderness in a gray haze. All the ancient trees were obliterated by the onslaught of the beast tide. Under everyone's tense gaze, the overwhelming beast tide surged forward like a flood, causing even the most experienced individuals to feel a chill down their spines. The Qin sisters focused their sharp gazes on the most powerful beasts. Together, they formed hand seals, and summoning arrays appeared simultaneously. In an instant, two colossal creatures emerged into everyone's view. "Are those fifth-tier spirit beasts?" the three major families exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Two nine-tailed fox spirit beasts stood proudly, one with fiery red fur, its paws and tails ablaze with flames. The other was as white as snow, exuding a chilling aura. They were clearly fire and ice attribute nine-tailed foxes. All the spirit tamers present were astounded, then reassured. Yang Hongkuan, the patriarch of the Yang family, couldn't help but marvel. The city lord's mansion lives up to its name. Even the young ladies possess such strength. In contrast to others' relief, the high-ranking members of the Wang family looked grim. Wang Jinshan instantly sensed trouble, thinking, if even the young ladies have this power, what about the Lord Qin Shufeng? He realized that their patriarch might have underestimated the strength of the city lord's mansion. Wang Tianshan whispered, "Should we go back and inform the patriarch?" In their understanding, the spiritual energy concentration in Luotian City shouldn't be able to produce fifth-tier spirit beasts. However, reality had proven them wrong. After weighing his options, Wang Jinshan finally decided, when the battle starts and the crowd is in chaos, you, great elder, quietly retreat and inform the patriarch of the situation. He knew that retreating now would likely invite attacks from other forces. If the Wang family showed fear before the battle even began, it would give the other two families and the city lord's mansion an excuse to take action. The intelligence must be sent out, Wang Jinshan thought to himself, or else the patriarch might not return. As the two female spirit masters summoned their spirit beasts, the other spirit masters followed suit, calling forth their own creatures. When Su Zhan's shadow water python emerged, Wang Tianshan's gaze turned cold, recalling the moment his mud crocodile was devoured. He whispered to Wang Jinshan, "Chieftain, it's this spirit beast." Wang Jinshan nodded slightly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll ensure he falls in battle." Although he might not be a match under normal circumstances, he had strategies for the impending beast tide. Wang Tianshan nodded in agreement, plotting internally that only with this person's demise could he find peace. Suddenly, a dark mass appeared on the distant horizon. The beast horde finally came into view, ranging from creatures as small as cats to those as large as mountains. It seemed as if they had been startled, surging from the western wilderness towards the east. At this moment, the battle horn sounded. The two female spirit masters' fifth-tier beasts were the first to charge out from the city walls. With powerful strides, they unleashed a formidable aura that acted as an invisible barrier, causing many beasts to cry out in terror and diverting the horde to the sides. Yet, some powerful beasts charged on regardless. Compared to the two fifth-tier beasts at the front, the two colossal figures behind were the truly terrifying presence. As the beasts lunged, Chu Yang immediately ordered the fourth-tier spirit beasts of the three major families to advance and engage. Su Zhan's shadow water python joined the fray without hesitation. The Qin sisters' fifth-tier beasts were mainly responsible for maintaining pressure and responding to potential fifth-tier beast threats. In an instant, the two sides clashed violently. Amidst the chaos, the great elder whispered to Wang Tianshan, "Quickly return and inform the ancestor." The battle had commenced, and with the crowd in disarray, no one paid them any attention, making it the perfect moment to retreat. Wang Tianshan replied softly, "Chieftain, take care." He then quietly turned to leave, unaware that these parting words would be their last. Outside the city walls, the clash between beasts and spirit beasts was deafening, with the ground quickly riddled with cracks and craters as energy exploded in the air. Some beasts spewed fireballs and ice, while spirit beasts countered with water blades and golden knives, creating a dazzling battlefield. The sky was equally tumultuous, filled with smoke as flying spirit beasts spread their massive wings, blocking out the sun. Their sharp talons clashed, producing a piercing metallic sound. Standing on the city wall, Qin Luoxua suddenly spoke. "There are two powerful auras clashing deep in the wilderness. It seems these two seventh-tier beasts triggered the beast tide." "What? Seventh-tier beasts?" Qin Yang's face changed dramatically. "If seventh-tier beasts appear, even the governor might not be able to save Luotian's city." Qin Luojiao, observing his reaction, chuckled and reminded, "Uncle Qin Yang, didn't you say spirit masters must remain calm in battle?" Embarrassed, Qin Yang quickly collected himself, focusing on his spirit beast battle. He knew that spirit masters played a crucial role in controlling the battlefield and couldn't afford any distractions. Qin Luoxue calmly analyzed, "We shouldn't worry too much. Those seventh-tier beasts likely have no time to concern themselves with us." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, sending a shiver through everyone. They watched in horror as a massive black figure, as large as a mountain, charged towards Luotian City. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "A fifth-tier beast?" To the fearsome beast, Luotian City was nothing more than an obstacle in its path to escape, one to be toppled over with ease. Qin Luojiao let out a cold snort, her eyes flashing with a hint of icy determination. Gently stroking the spirit beast beside her, the blazing nine-tailed fox, she whispered, "The beast behind may be terrifying, but does that mean I'm easy to bully?" With a swift wave of her hand, Qin Luojiao sent the blazing nine-tailed fox charging forward like an arrow. This fifth-tier spirit beast was sleek and graceful, yet every stride it took was packed with incredible power. As it moved, crimson flames began to spread from its claws, soon enveloping its entire body like a moving blaze. Ahead, a mountain-shaking ape was barreling towards the city wall. This beast stood over 10 meters tall, resembling a moving mountain, and each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Its massive fists, as large as millstones, swung with the intent to crush anything in their path. The moment the two beasts met, the battle erupted. The mountain-shaking ape swung its giant fist, whistling through the air towards the blazing nine-tailed fox. Unyielding, the fox met the attack head-on with its fiery claws. Boom! A loud explosion followed as red flames burst like fireworks, illuminating the battlefield. Despite the disparity in size, the power of the blazing nine-tailed fox's strike was in no way inferior to its opponents. As the battle commenced, the blazing nine-tailed fox opened its mouth, and a red fireball, condensed from fire attribute's spiritual power, rapidly formed within. If Chu Yang were to witness this, he might find it reminiscent of the Tianji Huanglong Jade's attack, though one was launched from the mouth and the other from a horn. The mountain-shaking ape sensed the terrifying energy within the fireball and immediately adopted a defensive stance. It slammed its fists into the ground, and a yellowish-brown light shield appeared before it. However, the blazing nine-tailed fox did not attack immediately. Instead, it continued to gather power. The mountain-shaking ape, waiting impatiently, let out a roar and recklessly abandoned its defensive shield, charging directly at the blazing nine-tailed fox. It seems the aura of those two seventh-tier beasts behind it has made it quite fearful, Qin Luoxue observed from the side. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made such an unwise move. Just as the mountain-shaking ape was about to collide with the blazing nine-tailed fox, the latter's mouth finally released the fully charged fireball. It shot out with lightning speed, too fast for the ape to react. The fireball struck it squarely in the face with a thunderous boom, sending the massive creature flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the ground nearby, and crushing two third-tier beasts beneath it. Despite Qin Luojiao's sweet and charming appearance, her actions were ruthless. As the mountain-shaking ape hit the ground, the blazing nine-tailed fox was already upon it, its 9 tails of burning red flames slicing through the air like sharp swords, targeting the ape's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. Blood spattered, only to be instantly vaporized by the flames. The mountain-shaking ape let out a harrowing scream as one of the tails pierced through its throat, delivering a fatal blow. This foolish monkey actually ran right into it, Qin Luojiao remarked, somewhat bemused. She had never seen a beast so determined to meet its own demise. Indeed, as Qin Luoxue had noted, if not for the overwhelming pressure from the two seventh-tier beasts behind it, the mountain-shaking ape would never have so decisively dropped its defenses. Yet, for Qin Luojiao, the outcome was inevitable regardless of the ape's actions. The power of the blazing nine-tailed fox's attack was beyond what any mere defensive barrier could withstand. On the city wall, many spirit tamers watched the breathtaking scene, involuntarily swallowing hard. This seemingly delicate woman had displayed such skill and ferocity, effortlessly dispatching a fifth-tier beast. She's incredible, someone whispered in awe. A woman like that is way out of our league, another murmured, their voice tinged with both reverence and a hint of fear. Su Jun watched intently as Qin Luojiao effortlessly slew the mountain-shaking ape, his shock evident. During the fight, especially with her final strike, Qin Luojiao swung her sword decisively, her demeanor calm as if it were just a routine task. This scene made Su Jun realize that these two future mistresses were far from being delicate, sheltered women. They were seasoned warriors. Not far away, Wang Jinshan was directing his spirit beasts in battle, yet an ominous feeling grew stronger in his heart. These seemingly fragile girls were far more powerful than he had imagined. Their performance suggested they had undergone long-term rigorous training and might have already slain numerous fierce beasts. However, the Wang family had no intelligence on this. Wang Jinshan sighed inwardly, hoping the great elder would inform the ancestor quickly, or else the Wang family might truly be in danger. Even though a fifth-tier beast was killed, it was merely the beginning of the beast tide. This kill could only deter some lower-tier beasts, having little effect on those of the same tier. In contrast, the terrifying aura behind them posed an even greater threat. Therefore, the battle not only continued but intensified. Inside the city, Chu Yang's soul force spread out like a tide. As a sixth-tier powerhouse, his soul force was strong enough to cover the entire Luotian city and its surrounding areas in an instant. Although he wasn't on the battlefield, he closely monitored the situation in the west of the city. If the two women were truly in danger, he would rush to their aid immediately. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the sky. A flying beast broke through the Spirit Master's defense on the city wall, diving down. Initially seeking to escape, it changed its mind upon seeing a few pedestrians on the street, extending its claws toward them. To the beast, these humans were also a good source of food. The street erupted with terrified screams. People fled in panic, their faces filled with fear, scrambling in all directions. Chu Yang watched silently, not intervening immediately. He recalled that the city lord's mansion had previously issued a notice to the entire city, advising residents to enter underground shelters and avoid going out to prevent life-threatening situations. Yet, some people ignored the warning. How can one know pain without shedding some blood? Chu Yang murmured to himself. The beast tide in Luotian City was not the first occurrence, with many civilians having perished in past events. However, human nature is often forgetful, and old wounds fade with time. It was similar to the Yanhuang nation on technological Earth, which, despite being bullied by a small island nation, eventually had many who forgot that bloody and humiliating history as time passed. Thus, Chu Yang chose to stand by. He believed it was necessary to awaken the fear within these newcomers. Not long ago, he personally advised these people against going out, warning them that standing on the street made them living targets, attracting fierce beasts. But they continued to ignore the warning. Where are the spirit masters? Weren't they supposed to patrol the city? Someone shouted in panic while fleeing for their life. The beast flapped its massive wings and extended its sharp claws, effortlessly grabbing a man into the sky before disappearing without a trace. The remaining survivors, drenched in cold sweat, rushed frantically toward the underground shelters. At this moment, another beast swooped down. However, before it could attack, its massive body suddenly plummeted. Chu Yang had finally intervened, using his powerful soul force to pierce through the beast's soul sea, instantly dispelling its consciousness. The purpose of setting an example had been achieved, and Chu Yang hoped this bloody lesson would make the survivors remember never to underestimate the threat of the beast tide again. Chu Yang shouted to the onlookers, "Hurry into the underground shelter. I still have other places to patrol." His words, like a command, prompted everyone to rush into the shelter, leaving the street deserted and silent in an instant. Glancing around, Chu Yang casually tossed the beast's corpse into the spiritual realm, thinking it would make good food. Suddenly, his soul power detected a familiar figure. Chu Yang frowned. Isn't that old guy supposed to be guarding the city wall? What's he doing back at this time? He saw Wang Tianshan riding a blazing bird, hurrying towards the Wang family estate, his anxious demeanor arousing Chu Yang's suspicion. I bet he's up to something shady again. Chu Yang smirked coldly and quietly followed. Wang Tianshan was anxious, thinking, I must inform the ancestor about the situation with the two women. This concerns the survival of the Wang family. He shouted internally. Ancestor, you mustn't go to the city lord's mansion. It's a den of danger. Even the daughters are 5th-level spirit masters, so how could their father, Qin Shufeng, be weak? Considering how he's indulged Luotian City all these years, it must have been intentional. At that moment, Wang Tianshan's soul sensed spirit masters battling up ahead, but he ignored it, flying straight past on the blazing bird. Meanwhile, Wushuang was engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-first-year beast, the Green Wind Shadow Cat. This beast had sneaked into the city with its incredible speed, and Chu Yang had noticed it, providing the spirit beasts a chance to train. Wushuang wielded 2 golden swords, skillfully dueling the Wind Shadow Cat. The cat, with its wind attribute, was incredibly fast and agile, making it a tough opponent. If it got into the shelter, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, the 3 golden swords hovering behind Wushuang emitted a resonant hum and flew out, encircling the nimble Wind Shadow Cat. Chu Yang watched with amazement. Wushuang's 3 swords can be used like this? He pondered, noting it was the most unique spirit beast he'd seen. The 5 swords were like portable spiritual treasures, capable of attacking independently. Despite its speed, the Wind Shadow Cat was eventually hindered by the encircling swords. At that moment, Wushuang spun like a horizontal top, golden light flashing, faster than the eye could follow. When the light faded, Wushuang appeared on the other side of the Wind Shadow Cat, which lay lifeless on the ground. This was Wushuang's newly mastered Spiral Sword Slash, a move both swift and powerful, proving highly effective. Just as Chu Yang was about to praise Wushuang, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure flying overhead. Wang Tianshan, he exclaimed. Wang Tianshan, initially planning to speed away, turned at the sound of his name. Recognizing Chu Yang, his expression changed dramatically. Thief Chu Yang. Wang Tianshan snarled through gritted teeth, shocked to encounter the person he had long wanted to eliminate. He let out a cold laugh, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Kid, it's your fate to meet your end here. Wang Tianshan sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. In the sky, a massive flaming bird suddenly dived down, its sharp talons aimed directly at Chu Yang's head. Wang Tianshan said grimly, without that old man by your side, let's see who can save you this time. He was calculating in his heart. Last time, he intended to kill Chu Yang, but ended up having one of his spirit beasts slain by Su Zhen. Today, he swore to completely eliminate this threat to the Wang family's plans. As the flaming bird's enormous talons were about to strike, a smug smile appeared on Wang Tianshan's lips. To him, killing Chu Yang was a trivial matter, something that wouldn't take much time. However, at this critical moment, Chu Yang suddenly revealed a sinister grin. His plan had succeeded, luring the opponent into his attack range. Just as the flaming bird was about to succeed, a claw enveloped in black mist suddenly extended from the shadow behind Chu Yang. With a thud, that claw pierced through the flaming bird's body without any resistance. What? Wang Tianshan's expression changed dramatically, watching the scene in disbelief. He never expected that a spirit beast was hidden within Chu Yang's shadow. It was none other than Yi, a 4th-tier peak spirit beast, which had been secretly protecting Chu Yang from his shadow. It had struck just now, delivering a fatal blow to Wang Tianshan. Before Wang Tianshan could react, an overwhelming soul force, like a divine mountain, pressed down on him. With a puff, Wang Tianshan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his soul sea severely damaged, riddled with holes. His body fell from the flaming bird. Old ancestor, don't go to the city lord's mansion. Wang Tianshan said in his heart for the last time before losing consciousness. His eyes, still open, carried a hint of regret. regretting that he had tried to kill Chu Yang here and failed to convey important information to the old ancestor. Chu Yang looked at the unconscious Wang Tianshan and said with some annoyance, "Oops, my first time using soul power to harm someone, and I couldn't control it well." He had intended to extract some information about the Wang family from him, but ended up with nothing. However, he could guess that Wang Tianshan was preparing to return to the Wang family. "In that case, I'll pay the Wang family a visit," Chu Yang said, then set off towards the Wang family. He wanted to see what they were up to. Meanwhile, the battle in the western part of the city was becoming increasingly intense. The spiritual masters of Luotian City were fiercely resisting, preventing the beasts from invading the city in large numbers. Besides the Qin sisters' fifth-tier spirit fox, Su Zhen had also joined the battle. His time of recuperation had restored his dark water bull python significantly, allowing it to fight on par with fifth-tier beasts without defeat. This scene shocked everyone. Could Luotian City really have a fifth-tier strongman? Wang Zhenshan's face was ashen, thinking about how the Wang family seemed to have offended or planned to offend all the tough opponents. This Su Zhen could actually hold his own against fifth-tier beasts? Wang Zhenshan suddenly felt the Wang family's future looked bleak. The captain of the guard, Chu Yang, said gravely, "Ladies, this person's spirit beast can contend with fifth-tier beasts even when injured. In its prime, it surely surpasses the fifth tier. Moreover, his origins are unknown, and his stance is unclear. We must be cautious about whether he poses a threat to the city lord's mansion." Qin Luoxue calmly replied, "No worries. He will stand with us." Qin Yang was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. The confidence exuded by the eldest and second young ladies left him puzzled. "Uncle Qin Yang, don't worry. He won't harm us." Qin Luo giggled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Qin Yang grew even more confused. This old man seemed like nothing more than an ordinary servant. So why did his two nieces trust him so implicitly? He scrutinized the expressions on their faces, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be? Qin Yang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the meaningful smiles on the two girls' faces, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, when daughters grow up, they can't be kept at home. If the master of the house found out about this, he'd probably lose sleep over it. Just then, a rumbling sound came from outside the city. Qin Yang immediately collected his thoughts and turned to look at the battlefield beyond the city walls. The land outside the city was unrecognizable, riddled with ominous cracks and bottomless pits. Ice and fire interwove on the battlefield, creating an apocalyptic scene. The ground was strewn with the corpses of fierce beasts, some blasted to pieces, their remains unrecognizable. Among them were the occasional bodies of spirit beasts, their blood pooling into streams, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Yet, the beast tide showed no sign of abating, still surging relentlessly. The two seventh-tier beasts continued to battle fiercely, the fight locked in a stalemate. Sixth-tier spirit beasts begin to grasp the laws, and so do fierce beasts, not to mention the seventh-tier ones, Qin Luoxue said solemnly. These fierce beasts aren't just powerful, their endurance is extraordinary. Especially those two beasts deep in the wilderness, they're likely fighting to the death. Who knows how long this battle will last? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look worried. But when they saw the calm and composed expressions of the Qin sisters and Su Zhen, their hearts settled a bit. As long as these people could withstand the assault of the fifth-tier beasts, there was still hope. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the city. As Chu Yang made his way through, he slew every fierce beast he encountered. However, his frown only deepened. The streets were littered with human corpses, their deaths gruesome and clearly at the hands of the beasts. Why do people insist on ignoring the warnings and come out to die? Chu Yang muttered to himself. Is staying in the underground shelter not good enough? Or do they really think the beasts won't harm them? He shook his head and continued onward. Suddenly, his soul sense detected a powerful energy moving from the Wang family towards the city lord's mansion. The Wang family patriarch is heading to the city lord's mansion? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that old man injured? What's he doing there now? After a moment's thought, a cold smile curled on Chu Yang's lips. But isn't this perfect? Let's see where you've hidden your treasures. His purpose here was the ancient secret realm, but most items related to it were likely hidden by Wang Qianhua. Chu Yang's formidable soul power enveloped the entire Wang estate, and with his sixth-tier peak strength, the Wang family had nowhere to hide. Even areas shielded by Wang Qianhua to block soul detection couldn't escape his scrutiny. Moments later, Chu Yang smiled faintly. He had detected something unusual. In a certain corner, two life energy fluctuations emanated. One was particularly strong, not inferior to Huang. A fifth-tier peak spirit beast? Chu Yang's expression turned slightly serious. He hadn't expected to find such a powerful spirit beast in a place like Luotian City, where spiritual resources were scarce. Previously, he had seen the Qin sisters' spirit beast and knew they owned a fifth-tier spirit fox. They had mentioned the fox reached the fifth tier due to discovering a small spiritual vein with spiritual material dispersing from it. Impressive, Someone who controls an ancient secret realm indeed has extraordinary cards up his sleeve, Chu Yang remarked. He recalled the Fu family, once on par with the Wang family, whose patriarch, Fu Dushu, was only at the 4th-tier peak. Yet Wang Qianyue possessed a 5th-tier peak spirit beast. The disparity was clear. With such strength, yet so low-key and patient, he must be plotting something big. Chu Yang smirked coldly and strode towards his destination. In Luotian City, a golden light streaked across the sky, attracting countless onlookers. It was Wang Qianyue, commanding a 4th-tier spiritual beast, the golden feather bird, as he aggressively flew towards the city lord's mansion. The bird spread its broad wings, its feathers shimmering in dazzling gold, exuding a sharp metallic aura. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qin Shufeng abruptly opened his eyes, staring intently in the direction of Wang Qianyue's approach. Despite being nearly 50, Qin Shufeng remained exceptionally handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars. He smirked coldly, thinking to himself, wasn't this old man injured? Why is he suddenly coming here? Is he trying to seize power? Qin Shufeng stood up and walked outside, simultaneously channeling his soul power to form a silver barrier at his brow, preparing to withstand the impending assault. As expected, Wang Qianyue's voice, laced with powerful soul energy, boomed like thunder. Qin Shufeng, long time no see. Wang Qianyue, looking down from above, scrutinized the city lord's mansion with a crafty glint in his eyes. He noticed Qin Shufeng's soul power barrier and felt a surge of delight. It seems there's something worth protecting there. Could it be the core secret of the city lord's mansion? Qin Shufeng frowned and asked, I'm curious, how did your injuries heal? As the city lord, he had discreetly investigated Wang Qianyue's condition, confirming that the injuries were real. Wang Qianyue stood tall with his hands behind his back, proudly declaring, don't worry, once you become my defeated opponent, I'll naturally tell you. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Shufeng's eyes as he pressed. So, what is your purpose here? Isn't it obvious? Wang Qianyue announced with overwhelming arrogance. Tonight, this city lord's mansion will change hands. From now on, the entire Luotian city will belong to the Wang family. With the fall of the Xingyue dynasty, the city lord's mansion, previously authorized by the dynasty, fell into a power vacuum. Various factions were eager to take advantage of the chaos, each seeking to claim a share. Wang Qianyue's ambition was directly aimed at seizing control of Luotian City. Qin Shufeng almost laughed at the audacity, thinking this guy was overly arrogant. He coldly retorted, how dare you mock me? I'll capture you first, then take your 2 precious daughters as my own. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianyue's eyes flashed with greed. He was already aware that Qin Shufeng's 2 daughters were renowned beauties. Although he was advanced in age, he still felt entitled to possess them. At that moment, a bone-chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from Qin Shufeng, sweeping over like a tangible force. Wang Qianyue, standing on the golden feather bird's back, involuntarily shivered, feeling an unprecedented threat. Looking down, Qin Shufeng's eyes burned with fury. Wang Qianyue's words were like a sharp blade, piercing his father's dignity. Qin Shufeng was already calculating how to make this arrogant man pay. Wang Qianyue smirked coldly. Already angry? Don't worry, you'll witness it firsthand. But before that, I'm quite curious about the secrets of the city lord's mansion. Before he finished speaking, he commanded the golden feather bird to dive down. Simultaneously, his fingers moved swiftly, forming a summoning seal. In an instant, a summoning array appeared in the air, and a fire-eyed beast with eyes ablaze appeared above the city lord's mansion. This was a 5th-level peak spirit beast. Its powerful aura instantly oppressed the surroundings, leaving everyone breathless. How dare you? Qin Shufeng roared. Causing such a commotion at the city lord's mansion is courting death. Just as he was about to summon his spirit beast to fight back, Wang Qianyue and the 2 spirit beasts suddenly paused. Wang Qianyue's expression changed as he coldly addressed Qin Shufeng. Well, Qin Shufeng, you hypocrite. You sent people to raid my lair while I was at the city lord's mansion. It turned out his spirit beast had suddenly transmitted a message to him. Someone had invaded his secret chamber. This revelation infuriated Wang Qianyue. In his view, only the city lord's mansion would dare and want to do such a thing in the entire Luotian city. Since the Qin family's 2 women had already confirmed he possessed an ancient secret realm, it was only a matter of time before they acted. He just didn't expect them to seize this moment. He knew that the secret chamber contained his lifelong treasures and some items related to the ancient secret realm, which he couldn't afford to lose. Qin Shufeng, this isn't over between us. Wang Qianyue declared angrily before rushing back to the Wang family in a hurry. Qin Shufeng stopped his summoning, puzzled. I haven't done anything. So how did I become the hypocrite? He muttered to himself, then added coldly. But Wang Qianyue, you're doomed. If it weren't for certain reasons preventing him from leaving the city lord's mansion, those so-called for great families wouldn't be causing trouble. However, this scoundrel had already touched his reverse scale, so there was no need to spare him. Qin Shufeng then rushed worriedly into the room. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, who had watched Wang Qianyue head to the city lord's mansion, also entered the bedroom of the Wang family's ancestor. He didn't go to the city lord's mansion to help because the two sisters had told him it was the safest place in Luotian City. When asked why they hadn't dealt with Wang Yuan earlier, they openly said it wasn't the right time to eliminate the Wang family. So, Chu Yang didn't follow Wang Qianyue. Upon entering the room, Chu Yang found it wasn't an ordinary bedroom, but a secluded retreat. The room had minimal furniture, with only a meditation cushion placed on a central platform. Chu Yang's gaze fell beneath the platform, thinking to himself, it's underground? Then, a hidden figure in the shadows struck, tearing the platform apart with sharp claws. A hole about the size of a barrel appeared. Above the entrance was a silver barrier blocking the way. Is this a soul power array constructed with soul stones? Chu Yang exclaimed. He had only seen such things in ancient texts from the Fu family and never expected the Wang family ancestor to have set one up himself. Wang Qianyue's ancient secret realm isn't simple. It even includes such inheritances? Chu Yang pondered. Soul power arrays are complex. They require collecting corresponding soul stones, engraving soul power patterns on them, and finally constructing the array. This technology has been lost on Earth today. Who would have thought? Wang Qianyue is a talent in formations. Chu Yang couldn't help but admire him. Self-learning to set up arrays is no small feat. This also heightened his interest in the secret realm Wang Qianyue controlled, vowing to acquire it. Chu Yang gazed at the barrier formed by the soul power array and mused. I'm afraid no one below the 6th level can forcibly break through this array. As a 6th level peak spirit master, he could clearly sense the powerful energy within it, but that didn't deter his resolve. The severing blade. The soul power in Chu Yang's soul surged, forming a powerful silver blade at his forehead. Slash, he shouted in a low voice. The blade instantly sliced through the void, striking heavily against the soul power array. With a ripping sound, the soul power array was effortlessly cut open like tofu. The strength of a 6th-tier peak spirit master was not something this mere array could withstand. The array shattered, revealing a dark entrance barely wide enough for one person. Without hesitation, Chu Yang stepped into the steep, descending tunnel. It was pitch black, making it difficult to discern direction, but this was no problem for a spirit master. Chu Yang thought to himself that Wang Qianyue must have invested a great deal in creating this secret chamber. His soul power spread out, clearly sensing the presence of a 5th-tier spirit beast deep within the cave, likely placed there by Wang Qianyue as a guardian. As he ventured further, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chu Yang's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to step out of the cave, a massive, bloodthirsty maw lunged at him. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Yang as he realized he couldn't summon Huang in the narrow passage for battle. In a split second, Ye's figure emerged from his shadow, pulling Chu Yang away from the deadly jaws. Having evaded danger, Chu Yang immediately counterattacked, forming seals with his hands as his 6th-tier peak soul power boiled in his soul sea. Clang! A severing blade slashed towards the spirit beast's soul sea. How could a 5th-tier spirit beast withstand his powerful soul attack? Yet, to his surprise, a radiant white lotus bloomed from the beast's soul sea, and Chu Yang's severing blade only caused ripples, failing to inflict any damage. A spirit treasure? Chu Yang realized with astonishment that this must be an advanced spirit treasure designed to defend against spirit master attacks. At that moment, Chu Yang finally saw the spirit beast's true form and gasped. Is this a dragon python? He stared in disbelief at the creature with a dragon's head and a snake's body, entirely gray. No time to waste. Chu Yang quickly formed seals and summoned Huang. Simultaneously, the attack-type soul tool in his soul, the night shadow needle gifted by the Fu family's ancestor, Fu shot towards the dragon python's soul like a silver streak. This golden quality soul tool allowed Chu Yang to fully unleash his 6th-tier power. Clang! The soul tool collided with the spirit treasure, producing a crisp metallic ring. The night shadow needle was deflected back into Chu Yang's soul and the dragon python's body shuddered violently, but remained unharmed. Chu Yang understood that the white lotus spirit treasure must be of a higher grade than the night shadow needle. If the spirit treasure and soul tool were of the same grade, a 5th-tier peak dragon python could never withstand the attack from a 6th-tier peak Chu Yang. Chu Yang speculated in his heart that the grade of that white lotus spiritual treasure must surpass the golden quality. Just like his holy spirit tower, despite its low cultivation, it could withstand any attack. If it were a bronze-grade soul tool, it would never possess such power. This indicated that the quality of the opponent's lotus soul tool was undoubtedly higher than the golden quality night shadow needle. Wang Qianyue. Oh, Wang Qianyue, how many treasures did you acquire from the ancient secret realm? Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel. First, there was the soul power array, then a defensive spiritual treasure, each one a rare treasure that others could only dream of. Little did he know, even the dragon python spirit beast before him also came from the ancient secret realm. Suddenly, The figure of Huang appeared out of thin air, locking eyes with the dragon python. The two colossal beings, both at the peak of the 5th rank, instantly clashed, their massive bodies rolling and colliding within the chamber. Chu Yang's lips curled into a smile. With Huang restraining the dragon python, he could focus on looting the treasures in the chamber. Huh? A spirit beast egg? Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he discovered a spirit beast egg, about 3 meters in size and crimson like blood, placed securely on a stand. Without hesitation, he collected it into his spiritual domain. The dragon python let out a low growl, trying to stop Chu Yang from approaching, but Huang had it tightly entangled, leaving it unable to move. The fierce battle between the two peak 5th-rank spirit beasts shook the entire chamber, causing dirt and debris to continuously fall from the ceiling. I need to hurry. This chamber might not hold for much longer, Chu Yang thought to himself, quickening his pace in looting. Compared to last time when he moved the wealth of the Fu family, his efficiency had greatly improved with the help of his spiritual domain. Seeing Chu Yang brazenly plundering, the dragon python was anxious, urgently conveying a message to Wang Qianyue through their contract. This led to the scene with Wang Qianyue in the city lord's mansion. Chu Yang was now satisfied, as almost every item in the chamber was precious, far beyond ordinary gold and jewels. Although the number of soul tools and spiritual treasures was limited, their quality was excellent. Realizing that Wang Qianyue had equipped each spirit beast with a spiritual treasure, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel envious. Even with the assistance of the blind box system, he found it challenging to acquire so many good items. No wonder Wang Qianyue dared to go to the city lord's mansion. With so many spiritual treasures, he naturally had confidence, Chu Yang mused to himself. Although their quality doesn't compare to priceless treasures like the Netherworld Holy Dragon, Holy Spirit Tower, and World Stone, the sheer quantity is astonishing. Besides soul tools and spiritual treasures, the chamber also contained numerous spiritual and soul medicines. Unfortunately, due to their age, most of their efficacy had diminished, now only possessing effects of the 2nd or 3rd rank. These will be perfect for Xiao Gui and Wu Xuan. They're both at the 1st rank now, making it the ideal time for them to absorb these spiritual medicines, Chu Yang calculated in his mind. What excited Chu Yang the most was the considerable number of books in the chamber. Compendium of Medicinal Plants, Complete Soul Power Array Explanation, Methods of Crafting Spiritual Treasures and Soul Tools. These pieces of knowledge were the true priceless treasures. Indeed, books are the ladders of human progress. Chu Yang eagerly collected all the books into his spiritual domain. These ancient beast-hide books were exceptionally durable, and Chu Yang speculated they might have been made from the hides of high-rank fierce beasts, allowing them to remain intact over the long years. He understood the importance of these books no matter if civilization faced a gap or the era of spirit control was erased. As long as this knowledge was preserved, civilization could reignite like a spark setting a prairie ablaze. Legend has it that the spirit control era, which emerged over 500 years ago, was based on the ancient spirit control civilization. Chu Yang gently caressed these precious tomes, filled with reverence and anticipation. However, after searching the entire chamber, he still couldn't find any clues related to the secret realm's entrance. Damn it! Where did that old Wang Qianyue hide the key information? Chu Yang frowned, deep in thought. He once asked Su Zhan, who frankly said it might be something like a map indicating a location or perhaps a key to unlock a secret realm. Chu Yang's eyes scanned the nearly emptied secret chamber anxiously. Could that mysterious object have been taken away? He shook his head, thinking it unlikely. Judging by the plethora of treasures stored in the chamber, it was clear the opponent's cultivation hadn't reached the 6th level. Otherwise, they could have stored it directly in the spiritual domain. Carrying it directly on their person would be too risky, as the consequences of losing it would be dire. Comparatively, placing it in the treasure vault guarded by the dragon python seemed safer. Boom. Energy surged within the chamber as the battle between Huang and the dragon python intensified. The confined space limited both sides, forcing them into close combat. In this scenario, Huang had a clear advantage, with its additional 4 claws becoming lethal weapons. The dragon python's body was covered in ghastly wounds, blood flowing freely. Above the cave, large chunks of earth and rock began to fall, signaling an imminent collapse. Chu Yang's eyes darted around, his anxiety mounting. If the place collapsed, finding that mysterious object would become even more difficult. Just then, a table was reduced to dust under the energy of the two spirit beasts' battle. Chu Yang exclaimed, inwardly cursing Wang Qianyue's cunning. The object was hidden in the table's compartment, and there were several such tables in the chamber. Who would have thought to look there? Chu Yang hurried forward, picking up a piece of beast-hide parchment and a gray, ancient-looking stone mirror from the debris. The parchment had a map etched on it, while the palm-sized stone mirror, with a handle and flame-like carvings, looked particularly mysterious. Thrilled, Chu Yang quickly stored the items in his spiritual domain. Seeing the chamber about to collapse, Chu Yang didn't hesitate and immediately entered the passage, recalling Huang. with he leading the way. They quickly climbed toward the top of the cave. Behind them, a rumbling echoed as the dragon python's massive body repeatedly struck the cave's entrance. Unfortunately, its size was too large to escape. The more it struggled, the faster the chamber collapsed. This place was at least 10 feet from the surface, and the power of a fifth-level beast couldn't break through. Feeling the cave rapidly collapsing behind him, Chu Yang dared not pause, scrambling upward with all his might. Just as he was about to climb out of the cave, a powerful energy surged from above. Chu Yang's expression tightened, realizing it was Wang Qianyu returning. Damn, why couldn't my father-in-law hold him off a bit longer? Chu Yang complained helplessly, knowing that a little more delay would have allowed him to escape smoothly. Despite his frustration, Chu Yang's movements didn't falter. A few meters from the cave's exit, he decisively activated the summoning array. Huang's dragon claw emerged from the array, meeting the attack from above. The ground exploded, sending dirt and rubble flying. Huang's pitch-black dragon claw shot up from the ground, grabbing the incoming red fireball and crushing it instantly. Roar! Huang's figure appeared in the sky, carefully holding Chu Yang in another dragon claw. Finally free from the underground chamber, Chu Yang exhaled deeply, as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, he knew the real challenge was just beginning. At this moment, Chu Yang was firmly perched between the dragon horns of Huang, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the old man standing on the back of the golden-feathered bird. Wang Qianhua, thief! Anger burned in Chu Yang's heart, yet he maintained a calm exterior. Wang Qianhua was furious, his eyes blazing with rage. His secret chamber had been destroyed, and his treasures collected over many years were gone. He scrutinized Chu Yang, but found no trace of any soul weapon or spiritual treasure on him. Where did the treasures go? Wang Qianhua's eyes darted as he pondered. So many treasures couldn't possibly be hidden in his pockets, could they? Suddenly, Wang Qianhua's gaze fell on Huang beneath Chu Yang. His eyes narrowed, and his body trembled slightly as he muttered in surprise, "Supreme Spirit Beast?" Chu Yang heard his exclamation and was puzzled. He had never heard of a Supreme Spirit Beast. However, at that moment, Wang Qianhua didn't focus on Huang for long, but quickly formed a hand seal. Instantly, the dragon python that had been buried in the secret chamber was summoned back to the spiritual domain, only to reappear at the scene. "It's you again, thief Chu Yang," Wang Qianhua said through gritted teeth, his eyes returning to Chu Yang after confirming the dragon python was unharmed. Chu Yang nonchalantly stroked his chin and replied, "Why? Does your Wang family love calling me a thief so much?" "Huh." Wang Qianhua sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Twice you have stolen the fruits of victory from my Wang family. If not a thief, then what are you?" He recalled how Chu Yang had intercepted their plan against the Qin sisters last time, losing 2 contract positions and allowing Chu Yang to gain 2 beauties. Now, his family's secret chamber had been looted. Wang Qianhua wished he could tear Chu Yang to pieces, drink his blood, and gnaw his bones. Chu Yang remained silent. The last time was purely by accident, but this time he had his eyes on the ancient secret realm controlled by the Wang family. In his view, since the Wang family dared to drug his 2 wives, he had every reason to covet their ancient secret realm. In this world of survival of the fittest, better for him to benefit than others. Chu Yang quickly assessed the strength of both sides. On Wang Qianhua's side, there were 2 peak 5th-order spirit beasts, the dragon python, and the fire-eyed beast and a 4th-order golden-feathered bird. Considering Wang Qianhua's 5th-order cultivation, he likely had 2 more spirit beasts yet to be revealed. On Chu Yang's side, only Huang was at the peak of the 5th order, while Yi was at the peak of the 4th order. The little turtle and Wu Shuang were only at the 1st order, their combat power negligible. In terms of spirit beast numbers, Chu Yang was at a clear disadvantage. "Little thief, today I will tear you to pieces," Wang Qianhua shouted angrily. The ancient secret realm was the foundation of his rise and could not fall into others' hands. "Attack!" With the command, the dragon python coiled and soared into the air, and the fire-eyed beast flapped its wings, charging at Chu Yang together. "Then let's fight," Chu Yang murmured, a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. He had never seen Huang fight with full force, and today was the perfect opportunity to see its limits. Roar! Huang sensed the battle intent in his spirit master and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Following Chu Yang's signal, it suddenly swung its body, diving straight towards the dragon python rising from below. Knowing the dragon python had been injured in a previous battle, Chu Yang decided to take on this weaker opponent first. The black power of Huang spread from its body, concentrating in its dragon claws. Aiming at the dragon python's head below, it struck fiercely. Dragon claw of Huang. Facing the incoming attack, the dragon python refused to back down. It opened its mouth, gathering immense energy within. Previously constrained by the confined terrain, both sides now unleashed their full power. Chu Yang noticed the gray energy accumulating in the dragon python's mouth, his pupils contracting. He immediately warned Huang to be cautious, sensing that this energy was extraordinary. Chu Yang stared in astonishment at the wounds on his opponent's body, noticing that the blood had started to coagulate, no longer flowing. This powerful self-healing ability reminded him of the healing powers of wood-element spirit beasts. However, a smug smile appeared on Wang Qinyue's face, as if he had seen through Chu Yang's thoughts. You think this is wood-element healing? You're gravely mistaken. Wang Qinyue chuckled inwardly. This is an extremely rare lunar attribute. The wounds are frozen by the power of the lunar force. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the hidden chamber, a wave of worry suddenly washing over him. What was happening to that blood-element spirit beast egg, about a yard in size, at this moment? The blood attribute was the best choice for close combat, nearly unbeatable. Unfortunately, at that time, he had already filled his spirit beast quota and had to forego the contract. Now, could that precious spirit beast egg be destroyed in the hidden chamber? With this thought, Wang Qinyue's intent to kill Chu Yang intensified. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The dragon python unleashed a powerful lunar force from its mouth, transforming into a towering energy pillar that shot upwards. The black wilderness force condensed on the dragon's claw, nearly materializing into a gigantic, dark energy claw. At that moment, the entire Luotian city trembled. On the west city wall, all the spirit tamers simultaneously turned their heads towards the city, shock evident on their faces. This energy was no weaker than the previous confrontation between the blazing nine-tailed fox and the mountain-shaking ape. Could it be a fifth-tier vicious beast invasion in the city? Panic gripped their hearts, fearing an ambush from the front and rear by the beasts. Just then, a vast wave of soul power reverberated. Do not worry. Focus on defending against the beasts. Its father, Qin Luo cried out in delight. The master. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that the master had been secretly watching over them all along. Wang Zhanshan's face changed dramatically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Could it be the ancestor attacking the city lord's mansion? He pondered. But the Grand Elder should have notified the ancestor. Why insist on making a move? Moments later, Wang Zhanshan's expression grew even more grave. That energy was unmistakably the ancestor's. As the head of the Wang family, he had been fortunate to witness the dragon python a few times and was all too familiar with that energy. Should we proceed with the original plan? Wang Zhanshan hesitated. Just the Qin sisters' fifth-tier spirit beasts had already exceeded expectations, not to mention Suzhan, who could fight a fifth-tier vicious beast without defeat. The situation seemed to have spiraled completely out of their control. What was the ancestor thinking? Wang Zhanshan was utterly perplexed. In the sky, a colossal battle was unfolding. The claws of the wild dragon clashed fiercely with the lunar breath of the dragon python, producing deafening roars. Powerful energy exploded like dazzling fireworks across the sky, and the terrifying shockwaves swept downwards, flattening countless buildings in the city in an instant. As the battle intensified, the two adversaries tangled with each other once more. At that moment, the fire-eyed beast joined the fray. Its claws, wreathed in scorching flames, lunged fiercely at the tail of the wild dragon. However, Chu Yang, who had anticipated the attack, skillfully maneuvered the wild dragon to evade just in time. Unwilling to be outdone, the fire-eyed beast unleashed a massive fireball from its mouth, generating scorching waves of heat that distorted the very air. As a peak-level fifth-tier spirit beast, its power was not to be underestimated. Chu Yang extended his soul power, calmly observing the entire battlefield. The wild dragon, without even bothering to look back, extended its massive hind claw, imbued with its own formidable power, effortlessly crushing the fireball that resembled a small sun. Instantly, flames scattered, and the unleashed energy wreaked havoc, demolishing yet another cluster of houses. Seeing this, Chu Yang frowned. The strength of a fifth-tier spirit beast was indeed formidable, and the destruction it caused was immense. If the battle continued within the city, the losses would only escalate. With this thought, he began to guide the wild dragon toward the outskirts of the city. Wang Qinyu naturally discerned Chu Yang's intentions and sneered. Naive. A dignified spirit master actually cares about the dwellings of mere ants. Destroy them if you must. As long as no one dies, they can be rebuilt. He then directed his spirit beasts to pursue them closely. Meanwhile, the people on the western city wall stood wide-eyed, stunned as they watched the three colossal creatures battle their way through the city. The western side was the point of the beast outbreak, and Chu Yang had chosen to fight there for two reasons: to use his battle with Wang Qinyu to intimidate some of the beasts, and to ease the burden on those defending the city by engaging the beasts. Upon reaching the predetermined location, the two sides clashed fiercely once again. The wild dragon exuded a dark, formidable power, withering all vegetation in its path and leaving a desolate wasteland. Many lower-tier beasts rapidly lost their life force, turning into desiccated husks. Meanwhile, the dragon python's lunar power was equally domineering, freezing the essence of everything it touched. Beasts and plants became eternal statues, crumbling to dust with the slightest touch of energy, an utterly terrifying sight. Both spirit beasts possessed rare attributes and were at the peak of the 5th tier, making the battle fiercely contested. Chu Yang thought to himself that it was a pity that the strength of a spirit beast wasn't determined by its quality. Otherwise, the wild dragon would undoubtedly crush its opponents. Quality only indicated potential, not the current level of strength. Otherwise, few beasts could compare to the wild dragon. Despite this, the wild dragon was holding its own against 2 opponents, maintaining the upper hand. Wang Qianyu's expression was grim as he thought, "Damn it, that spirit beast has already touched upon the laws." He understood well the insurmountable gap between 5th and 6th tier spirit beasts, primarily due to the comprehension and mastery of laws. This was the reason the opposing beast could withstand his 2 spirit beasts. In fact, Wang Qianyu's dragon python had been stuck at the peak of the 5th tier for some time, unable to touch the lunar law. The stronger a spirit beast's attribute, the harder it was to comprehend its laws. He lacked the ability to manipulate domain laws to aid his spirit beast's comprehension, unlike Chu Yang, so the dragon python's advancement remained stagnant. Wang Qianyu scrutinized the wild dragon, determining it also had a rare attribute, yet it had already grasped the laws. His breathing quickened as a sudden realization struck him. Could this thief possess a law stone? He recalled the records from ancient books obtained in a secret realm. The law stone, a miraculous stone born of heaven and earth, emanating a rich law power, capable of aiding spirit or feral beasts in comprehending laws. For a spirit master, it was an invaluable treasure, rarely encountered. On the western city wall, all the spirit masters were dumbfounded. They never expected that the seemingly insignificant Luotian city was actually hiding such powerful figures. Wang Xianyue, a rival who once contended with the Yang family patriarch Yang Hongquan and the Mo family patriarch Mo Chun, turned out to be a 5th-order spirit master. Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun exchanged glances, sweat dripping down their backs. They wondered to themselves why this old man had pretended to be weak. Even more puzzling was the fact that Wang Qianyue was supposed to be severely injured. How was he now fighting with such vigor? Both of them realized that Wang Qianyue must be plotting something in secret. Qin Luoxue's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. Chu Yang is truly formidable, she murmured. His spirit beast has already comprehended a trace of the power of laws. Her eyes were filled with pride, thinking that this was indeed her future husband, truly extraordinary. Su Jun felt a surge of hope for revenge, grateful that he had chosen the right person to follow. Worthy of being the master, he thought to himself. My decision was indeed correct. In the sky, the battle between the 3 spirit beasts intensified. Their powerful attacks not only slaughtered the surrounding fierce beasts, but also pushed back many high-level beasts, alleviating the immense pressure on those on the city wall. Huang was besieged from front and back. The massive body of the dragon python attacked from the front, while the fire-eyed beast launched an assault from behind. However, Chu Yang surveyed the battlefield and commanded with ease. Each time the fire-eyed beast's attack was about to land, Huang managed to evade just in time. The fire-eyed beast attempted to bite off Huang's dragon tail during its fierce battle with the dragon python. But Huang was ready, and with a precise swing of its tail, it struck the fire-eyed beast's face, sending its massive body tumbling through the air. Chu Yang squinted slightly, sensing that as the battle continued, Huang's mastery of the laws was growing stronger. The originally pitch-black power of Huang began to flicker with black light, an external manifestation of the power of laws. Chu Yang immediately began to channel the laws of the wilderness within his spirit domain to accelerate Huang's comprehension. Wang Qianyue keenly sensed the anomaly, noticing Huang's increasing control over the laws. No matter what means you've employed, I won't let you succeed, he said in a low voice, quickly forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, a palm-sized stone seal emerged from Wang Qianyue's forehead, heading towards Huang to suppress it. A soul weapon, the Qin sisters exclaimed. Chu Yang, be careful. They even considered summoning the Xiantian fire dragon and Xianyui's phoenix to assist. However, at that moment, Chu Yang swiftly formed seals with his hands, and the night shadow needle shot out, colliding fiercely with the stone seal soul weapon. With a crisp clang, Wang Qianyue's stone seal soul weapon was knocked away, while the silver needle continued its unstoppable path towards his soul sea. Wang Qianyue's face changed dramatically, the threat of death looming over him. Defend me, he shouted, as silver and ancient bronze light flashed across his forehead, and a bronze ancient hall appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting his soul sea. With a ding, the night shadow needle struck the bronze ancient hall, creating another melodious sound. This was evidently another defensive soul weapon. Under the powerful defense of this soul weapon, the night shadow needle was instantly deflected. Chu Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He understood the fundamental difference between offensive and defensive soul weapons. For defensive soul weapons, once fully refined, they could unleash the inherent power of the weapon. In contrast, The strength of an offensive soul weapon depended entirely on the Spirit Master's soul power. Chu Yang struck the soul weapon stone seal with a powerful blow, but it failed to shake the defenses of the ancient bronze hall. This scene made Wang Qianyue break out in a cold sweat, his back drenched. He was shocked to realize that the young man before him, barely over 16, was already a 6th-level spirit master. Even with years of cultivation after obtaining an ancient secret realm, he himself hadn't reached such a level. The people on the city wall were stunned upon hearing the news, speculating whether this young 6th-level spirit master hailed from a sacred land. Even Su Zhen and the Qin sisters were left gaping in astonishment. However, Wang Qianyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite Chu Yang's profound cultivation, the ancient bronze hall's defenses remained unbreakable. More importantly, from Chu Yang's reaction, it seemed his spirit beast lacked a soul treasure to protect its soul sea. Seizing the right moment, Wang Qianyue might deliver a fatal blow. Chu Yang ignored the surrounding chatter, focusing entirely on channeling the desolation laws within his spirit domain to assist his beast's comprehension. Just then, someone on the wall recognized the soul weapon Chu Yang used and exclaimed, "Is that the Night Shadow Needle of Uncle Fu?" Suddenly, everyone realized that the one who had eliminated the Fu family was this very youth. Qin Luojiao excitedly said to her sister Qin Luoxue, "Sister, look." Chu Yang wasn't lying. Qin Luoxue had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement, admitting that the events back then were too unbelievable. The battle intensified, with the dragon python enveloped in a gray lunar force, charging fiercely. Huang swiftly broke free from the fire-eyed beast's entanglement, rushing towards the dragon python with unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, Chu Yang manipulated the Night Shadow Needle to attack Wang Qianyue again, knowing it couldn't break the defense but intending to distract him. Indeed, faced with the pressure of a 6th-level expert, Wang Qianyue had to fully activate his defensive soul weapon. In that instant, Huang reached the dragon python, its body coiling as its 4 dragon claws pierced deeply into the dragon python, emitting a harsh screech. The dragon python let out a miserable cry. Wang Qianyue's face changed dramatically, realizing this was a diversion tactic. As Huang disengaged, the dragon python was already covered in terrifying wounds several meters long. This was the newly mastered Desolation Dragon Coil skill, using high-speed rotation to drive the dragon claws into the opponent, leaving deadly injuries. The dragon python twisted in agony, blood pouring out, and even the lunar force couldn't instantly freeze the wounds. At this moment, the fire-eyed beast's eyes blazed, shooting 2 brilliant beams of fire directly at Huang. Despite Chu Yang's timely warning, Huang, having just executed the Desolation Dragon Coil, reacted slightly slower, and one of the fire beams pierced its tail, eliciting a deep roar. The crisis wasn't over, as the severely injured dragon python, under Wang Qianyue's command, endured the excruciating pain, turning its majestic dragon head to unleash 2 beams of gray lunar light towards Huang's head. In a critical moment, Huang opened its massive jaws, releasing a jet-black energy column filled with desolation force to meet the lunar beams. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, realizing that Huang had mastered the powerful Nether Desolation Dragon Breath skill. He deeply felt that combat was indeed the best way to train spirit beasts. The 2 energies clashed fiercely in the air. Although the lunar beams were only arm-thick, their power was formidable. Boom! In the sky, the Nether Desolation Dragon Breath clashed violently with the lunar pupil light, erupting in a deafening roar. The powerful energy confronted each other in midair, splitting the sky into one half as dark as ink, the other gray and somber. This astonishing scene left the spirit masters on the city wall in awe, witnessing the intimidating might of the 5th-tier spirit beast, making them feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Amidst this fierce confrontation, the fire pupil beast seized the opportunity to strike from the side. However, at the critical moment, a dark energy emitting an eerie glow surged from the pillar of the Nether Desolation Dragon Breath, the Law of Desolation. It was the first time Desolation integrated this law into its skills, significantly increasing its power. Wang Qianyue instantly sensed the danger, knowing that the power of the law was beyond what the dragon python could withstand. He made a swift decision, directing the fire pupil beast to launch a fierce attack, while quickly forming seals to summon the dragon python back into his ethereal spirit domain. "You wish," Chu Yang coldly shouted, a resolute glint in his eyes. How could he allow Desolation's attack to be thwarted? He instantly gathered a vast soul force, transforming it into a silver annihilation blade, and fiercely slashed at Wang Qianyue, who was forming seals. Damn it! Wang Qianyue cursed under his breath. He knew that any interference during the summoning seal would cause the formation to collapse. At this point, with the Law of Desolation's enhancement, the lunar pupil light could no longer withstand the Nether Desolation Dragon Breath. The black energy pillar broke through the lunar pupil light's defense and surged toward the dragon python's already battered body. Boom! With a loud crash, the dragon python's massive body was sent flying several dozen yards, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! Wang Qianyue let out a cry of pain and rage. With this blow, his main spirit beast, his strongest combat force, the dragon python, was nearly severed in two. In desperation, Wang Qianyue turned his gaze to Yang Hongquan and Imo Chun on the city wall, shouting hoarsely, "You too. The culprits who destroyed the Fu family are right in front of us, and today my Wang family might not escape the same fate. Do you wish to follow in our footsteps? Join me in taking down this foe." Wang Qianyue was anxious. Seeing his main spirit beast on the brink of death, he had no choice but to seek help from these two fourth-tier spirit masters. He calculated that if they could provoke the opponent into self-destructing their spirit beasts, even a fifth-tier spirit beast would suffer. However, Yang Hongquan and Imo Chun showed hesitation. Yang Hongquan shook his head and said, "Both of you are fifth-tier powerhouses. How can we fourth-tiers change the course of this battle?" He was unfamiliar with Chu Yang, but he knew a bit about Wang Qianyue's character. If they trusted him lightly, they might end up with nothing left. Just as Wang Qianyue was about to speak again, a loud noise came from the sky. The massive figure of the fire pupil beast was sent flying by Desolation's long-imbued dragon claw, plummeting like a meteor. At this critical moment, Qin Luoxue spoke up. "Rest assured, the City Lord's mansion guarantees that as long as you don't provoke Chu Yang, he will not act against you." Her words carried an undeniable firmness, seemingly bringing this chaotic battle to a close. Qin Xinyang's expression changed dramatically, and he quietly advised, "Miss, this isn't wise. We have no ties with Chu Yang, so why get involved in their conflict?" Qin Luoxue responded confidently, "Uncle Xinyang, don't worry. We know what we're doing." Qin Xinyang couldn't help but roll his eyes at the two women, thinking to himself, what kind of judgment do they have? If Chu Yang turns against us and decides to attack both families, it could implicate the City Lord's mansion. A sixth-level expert is not someone to be trifled with. Imo Chen chimed in. "All right, with the City Lord's mansion backing us, we certainly won't act recklessly." In reality, they dared not act rashly either. Self-destructing a spirit beast is an extreme measure, one only resorts to when cornered. Chu Yang was simultaneously aiding Huang in comprehending the law of desolation and vigilantly watching the Wang and Imo families below. If either dared to aid Wang Qianyue, he wouldn't hesitate to erase them from existence. At that moment, a crescent moon-like light burst from the ground, like lightning splitting the sky, and appeared beneath Huang in an instant. Chu Yang and Huang's expressions changed in unison as the dying dragon python launched an attack. Wang Qianyue suddenly laughed heartily. "Huh? This dragon python managed to comprehend the Tying Moon Slash at such a critical moment. Truly unexpected." Though Chu Yang's eyes were fixed on the city wall, his soul power never relaxed. When the dragon python's attack approached, he immediately alerted Huang, but it was a second too late. The Tying Moon Slash unleashed a powerful tying force, brushing past Huang. A few strands of mane drifted down. It turned out that a section of the mane on Huang's dragon tail had been sliced off. Chu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That move was incredibly powerful. Had it hit directly, even Huang might not have escaped injury. Fortunately, the dragon python was already gravely injured, making the move slightly slower. To comprehend such a skill in a dire situation speaks volumes about the dragon python's extraordinary talent. Wang Qianyue's laughter abruptly stopped. He coldly surveyed Yang Hongquan and Imo Chun, who had refused him, and the City Lord's mansion members siding with Chu Yang. His gaze turned icy as he commanded, "Go. Kill him." In the next instant, Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. A sense of extreme danger welled up inside him. He was horrified. What's happening? His soul power spread out, but he found nothing amiss. While his soul power probed for hidden threats, ripples suddenly appeared in the void behind him, and a claw emerged, aiming straight for Chu Yang's back. Chu Yang finally sensed the danger, but his body couldn't react in time. What kind of spirit beast is this? He was shocked that the opponent could appear silently behind him without him noticing. "Chu Yang, watch out, it's a rare space attribute spirit beast, an ethereal bat." Qin Luo's anxious voice echoed from the city wall. The two sisters' faces turned pale. They never expected Wang Qianyue to possess such a rare spirit beast. Space attribute. Chu Yang gasped. Although he'd never encountered this attribute, there's a saying on the technological Earth, "Time is supreme, space is king," highlighting the fearsome nature of space attributes. The ethereal bat merged into the void, cleverly avoiding Chu Yang's soul perception. It only struck when Wang Qianyue gave the kill order, aiming for Chu Yang's heart with deadly precision. The Qin sisters' hearts raced, but they could only watch helplessly. "Yeah, let's see you survive this time." Wang Qianyue sneered, feeling that this persistent troublemaker deserved the harshest of punishments. Suddenly, a loud boom resonated, as if two spirit beasts were clashing fiercely. Wang Qianyue narrowed his eyes, shock evident on his face. Behind Chu Yang, A spirit beast shrouded in black mist had appeared, blocking the ethereal bat's attack with a claw formed from the mist. A powerful energy erupted from their clash, producing a deep, resonant sound. A dark attribute spirit beast? Wang Qianyue gritted his teeth. Such a perfectly executed assassination plan had failed once again, leaving him furious enough to pound the ground. The ethereal bat was his hidden trump card, but its cultivation hadn't reached the 5th level. Otherwise, even with a dark attribute spirit beast, Chu Yang wouldn't have escaped death. Below, the Qin sisters and Su Jun collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had been perilously close. The ethereal bat, moving unseen, had struck mere inches from Chu Yang's heart. If not for Knight's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Chu Yang turned around, his gaze locking onto the so-called ethereal bat. It was a silver spiritual beast, not very large, with a wingspan of only about 10 feet. However, half of its body was concealed in the void, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. It lashed out with one claw in a lightning-fast strike against Yi, then quickly withdrew into the void, disappearing without a trace. Spatial attributes. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If it weren't for Ye's presence, he might have already met his end. Such an ability to appear behind someone without warning was truly hard to guard against. Murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes as he thought through gritted teeth. Wang Qianyue must die. This old guy had acquired too many treasures from the ancient secret realm. Not only did he have soul artifacts and spiritual treasures, but just the lunar attribute dragon python and the spatial attribute ethereal bat were terrifying enough. If he were to fully grow, he would become a formidable adversary. Chu Yang understood the importance of eliminating threats at their roots and knew he couldn't allow such a dangerous enemy to survive. At that moment, the roar of Huang's dragon echoed through the sky as its body soared upwards, towering in the air. Between its dragon horns, the power of desolation, imbued with laws, began to gather, quickly forming a pitch-black sphere with a diameter of 10 feet. The celestial desolation dragon pearl. Compared to the last time, this celestial desolation dragon pearl now contained an additional layer of law power, making it far more potent than before. Below, Wang Qianyue recalled his heavily injured dragon python, looking up at the terrifying strike prepared for him in the sky. He let out a cold laugh and shouted fiercely, "Thief! Little thief! The mountains won't move, but the waters will. We'll meet again, and I'll make you pay 1,000-fold." The murderous intent in Wang Qianyue's eyes was unmistakable. He noticed the 5th-grade spiritual beasts of the Qin sisters, and his pupils contracted sharply, finally realizing he had misjudged and severely underestimated the strength of the city lord's mansion. He cast a cold glance at his clan members on the city wall, cursing inwardly. These scoundrels. They knew the city lord's mansion had such strength, yet they didn't inform me. Had I known, I wouldn't have rashly gone to the city lord's mansion, and the treasure room wouldn't have been robbed. Even if I couldn't defeat Chu Yang, at least I could have escaped with the treasures. Now all the treasures are gone. A bunch of useless fools who set me up. Wang Qianyue understood that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the two sisters defending against the fierce beasts were free to act, escaping would be nearly impossible. Just then, the previously vanished ethereal bat suddenly appeared behind him, its claws firmly gripping his shoulders, and they disappeared instantly. "We can't let him escape," Chu Yang shouted urgently. Whoosh! The celestial desolation dragon pearl descended like a meteor, targeting Wang Qianyue's location. The sphere, imbued with law power, moved as fast as lightning, arriving almost instantly. Boom! The earth trembled. The celestial desolation dragon pearl, containing terrifying energy, exploded completely, sending a massive mushroom cloud into the sky. When the dust settled, a gigantic crater several dozen feet wide appeared in the ground. Chu Yang's face was as dark as water as he surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the numerous slain fierce beasts and the withered trees, everything was empty. If Wang Qianyue had been killed, his soul artifacts and the spiritual treasures carried by his beasts would have remained. But at that moment, there was nothing. Wang Qianyue escaped. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. The spatial attribute of that ethereal bat played a role in his escape. In the chase, even the wind attribute couldn't keep up. Chu Yang stood firmly atop the dragon, his feet planted between the hard dragon horns. With closed eyes, he concentrated, letting his powerful soul force spread out like a tide, forming an invisible net in the air to search for his opponent's trace. Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes lit up with a smile playing on his lips. "Found you," he murmured, sensing Wang Qianyue's elusive presence in the distance. However, just as he spurred the dragon to speed towards the target, Wang's figure vanished like a mirage. The space attribute is truly formidable, Chu Yang thought, frowning. Every time he seemed close to catching up, Wang Qianyue would slip into the void, evading capture. After several such attempts, Chu Yang had no choice but to give up and guide the dragon back to Luotian City. On the city walls, the beast tide continued its relentless assault. Many spirit masters fought fiercely to repel it, with Wang Jinshan leading the Wang family's upper echelon in the most valiant efforts. They fought desperately, fearing that Chu Yang might turn his attention to them. Chu Yang glanced at them coldly, understanding their predicament. According to Wang Qinyue's original plan, the Beast Tide would force the city lord's mansion to deploy guards to the walls, allowing him to seize the mansion and take power. The near death of Wang's spirit beast was merely a ruse to deceive the city lord. The healing elixir from the ancient secret realm had quickly restored the spirit beast to its peak state. Unfortunately for the Wang family, they underestimated the city lord's strength and never expected someone would dare to break into the Wang family's ancestral private chamber. Chu Yang looked at the group once more, but decided not to order their eradication. He had obtained what he wanted, and only Wang Qianyue mattered to him. The others were insignificant. Chu Yang's presence instilled greater hope among the other spirit masters in Luotian City, raising their morale as they fought bravely. They held the defense for a full day and night. In the wilderness, two terrifying presences continued to clash fiercely, driving the beasts to attack the city walls relentlessly. What treasure could those two beasts be fighting over? Chu Yang wondered, puzzled. Enough to make two seventh-tier beasts battle so intensely. The Qin sisters shook their heads, equally clueless. Seeing the fatigue among the defenders, Chu Yang told the sisters, I plan to investigate the depths of the wilderness. No way. They replied in unison, rejecting the idea. That was the source of the chaos and the most dangerous place. Chu Yang venturing there would be putting himself in great peril. Qin Yang, standing nearby, was startled by the sisters' strong reaction. Could it be that these two girls have feelings for him? If the mansion lord knew, what would his reaction be? Chu Yang chuckled softly, reassuring them. Don't worry. I'll be careful, just checking the source of the situation. I wouldn't dare confront seventh-tier beasts heathen. Then, in a serious tone, he added, if the beast tide drags on, everyone might struggle to hold on. The spirit beasts consume physical and spiritual energy, and the spirit masters are continuously depleting their soul force. Prolonged fighting will make it hard to sustain. The sisters understood his reasoning, but were still reluctant to let him take the risk. Seeing their worried expressions, Chu Yang leaned in and teased, when I return, you both have to keep me warm. Their cheeks flushed instantly at his words. After giving a few instructions to Su Zhan, Chu Yang climbed onto the dragon's head and flew towards the wilderness. A carefree journey with the spirit beast, traversing the world. His solitary figure left an indelible mark on the hearts of many spirit masters in Luotian City. This might also be the driving force for many spirit masters to pursue a higher realm. Hey, Chu Yang, I never agreed to that. Qin Luoxue stomped her foot, displaying her girlish charm. It's over. Watching this, Qin Xinyang couldn't help but feel sorry for Qin Shufeng. The mansion lord's little princess is drifting away from him. Chu Yang cautiously traveled westward, skillfully avoiding the beast horde. As he advanced, he increasingly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation, far surpassing the strength of a fifth-order spirit beast. To avoid attracting the attention of other ferocious beasts, Chu Yang, upon nearing the battleground, sent Huang into the spiritual domain while simultaneously channeling part of his mind to utilize the domain's laws to aid Huang's cultivation. Reflecting on his battle with the dragon python, Chu Yang realized that this experience had advanced Huang's mastery of the laws, bringing a sixth-order breakthrough within reach. His thoughts then turned to Ye's actions, recalling how Ye had twice rescued him from dire situations at the entrances of Wang Qianyue's secret chamber and the Fu family's secret chamber. Without Ye's timely intervention, Chu Yang might have fallen prey to the void bats or been devoured by the dragon python. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted ahead, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chu Yang keenly observed golden energy clashing fiercely with black and white light on the ground, with the dispersed energy devastating the surrounding environment. A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the mountains, followed by another deep, defiant growl. Chu Yang quickly climbed to the top of a mountain peak, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. Two colossal creatures were locked in close combat. One was a massive tiger, its body covered in golden fur, nearly 20 meters long, exuding an aura of might and dominance. Each of its attacks was accompanied by the sharp and powerful laws of gold, leaving trees and rocks shattered in its wake. Suddenly, the golden tiger opened its mouth and unleashed a rolling, tidal roar. The sound waves turned tangible, crashing towards its opponent like waves. Wherever the tiger's roar passed, a mountain peak was severed in half. Chu Yang was astonished to find that this technique was remarkably similar to Huang's Huang Longyin, but without the soul power attack, relying purely on spiritual power. What shocked Chu Yang even more was the other giant beast involved in the battle, a massive, fluffy creature with black and white stripes, resembling an enlarged version of a giant panda. Standing over 20 meters tall, it was nearly as large as the golden tiger. The giant panda exuded a black and white aura with each strike, possessing incredible destructive power. Despite being at a disadvantage, this sixth-order giant panda, with its extremely destructive black and white aura, was able to engage in a prolonged battle against the seventh-order golden giant tiger, lasting an entire day and night without defeat. However, at this moment, both ferocious beasts were covered in wounds, especially the giant panda, which was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Boom! Another terrifying collision erupted in the mountains, carving a massive, shocking gap. Chu Yang held his breath, focusing intently on this earth-shattering peak battle. The scene was shocking. Chu Yang witnessed the fierce battle between two seventh-level fierce beasts and couldn't help but marvel. The fight between the golden tiger and the giant panda far surpassed the level of the wild and the dragon python, displaying a breathtaking destructive power. The golden tiger was covered in wounds, with deep gashes that exposed bone and bled profusely. It swung its massive claws, sending out 5 dazzling golden beams imbued with laws, each like a giant blade stretching over 10 meters, with a sharpness that seemed capable of cutting through anything. The giant panda was even more severely injured, with a massive wound on its abdomen and countless other cuts all over its body. Its white fur was stained crimson with blood, making it appear as if it were bathed in blood. Yet it showed no sign of retreat, with black and white energies swirling around it as it launched a powerful punch, clashing with the opponent's golden slashes. Chu Yang was astounded by the immense power of the 7th level, which, while not capable of destroying the heavens and earth, could certainly move mountains and break rivers. He pondered what treasure the two beasts were fighting over, scanning the area but finding no trace of it. Territorial disputes between fierce beasts usually didn't end in a fight to the death, but this was clearly a life-or-death battle. The giant panda, slightly weaker in cultivation, was risking its life. Could the treasure be that enticing? Chu Yang swept his soul power over the surrounding mountains, finding nothing but faint life forms. The giant panda, weakened by its severe injuries and blood loss, struggled to stand, and the golden tiger took this opportunity to attack more aggressively. Feeling a sense of urgency, Chu Yang considered contracting a wood-attribute spirit beast to prepare for potential future losses. He recalled Wang Qianyu's Tying attribute dragon python, which, though not weaker than the wild, lacked combat experience due to long-term concealment. In contrast, while the wild hadn't fought many battles, it had gained some experience and understood a sliver of the laws, allowing it to maintain an edge. Chu Yang speculated that Wang Qianyue must have had a significant opportunity and would eventually rise to prominence. Besides the 3 known spirit beasts, Wang Qianyue had 2 others that hadn't appeared, possibly because they hadn't reached the required strength. But who knew what powerful spirit beasts he might have obtained from a secret realm? Watching the brutal fight, Chu Yang realized that battles between spirit beasts were inevitable. He decided to prioritize nurturing a wood-attribute spirit beast to prepare for the fierce confrontations that might lie ahead. As the intense battle raged on, the massive body of the golden tiger suddenly leaped to the side of the giant panda. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic golden blade, formed from pure energy, materialized in front of it. This golden lightning-like blade sliced through the air with the force of a storm, aiming straight for a valley behind the panda. Though small compared to the vast valley, the blade's destructive power was enough to level it entirely. Chu Yang frowned slightly, wondering what the tiger was planning. He looked around and noticed that only that particular valley remained untouched. Although he had explored it thoroughly before, finding nothing but a faint life presence, he hadn't discovered any treasure. At that moment, the giant panda, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It was as if some hidden potential had been awakened within it. Its massive body launched into the air like a giant pinball with unimaginable speed. To Chu Yang's shock, the panda used its own round body as a shield, positioning itself in the path of the golden blade. A chilling tearing sound echoed through the valley. Blood gushed from the panda's abdomen like a floodgate had been opened. The golden tiger's lethal strike had hit its previous wound, piercing right through its belly. Chu Yang was shaken to the core as he realized that the panda was sacrificing itself to protect the valley behind it. Whether human or beast, such desperate defense only occurs when offspring are threatened. In this regard, beasts display an even more intense determination. With a thunderous crash, the heavily injured panda could no longer stand. Its massive body collapsed at the valley's entrance, creating a deep crater in the ground. Blood flowed from its wound, staining the earth a glaring red. Chu Yang clenched his fists, a thought flashing through his mind. Could there be a panda cub hidden in the valley? He felt a strong urge to rush forward. On Earth, pandas are revered as mighty creatures, and surely their offspring would be of high quality. Although the tiger was a formidable 7th-tier beast, it was already severely wounded. With his peak 6th-tier soul power and the assistance of Huang, defeating it would be possible. Just as Chu Yang was about to summon Huang, the golden tiger began to move slowly toward the valley, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Its cold eyes showed no emotion as it stared at its fallen opponent. As it neared, the tiger suddenly accelerated, lunging at the panda like a predator. Despair flickered in the panda's round eyes. It was too injured to stand, seemingly resigned to its fate. But in that critical moment, a flash of silver suddenly appeared. The golden tiger let out a piercing scream as it was struck mid-leap. The mighty tiger's head tilted, and its massive body crashed into a deep pit formed by the intense battle. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating. Although the golden tiger was at the late stage of the 7th level, its soul power hadn't reached the corresponding level. At best, it was at the early 7th level. Moreover, the prolonged fierce battle had significantly depleted its soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yang unleashed his peak 6th level soul power combined with the Night Shadow Needle, delivering a devastating blow to the opponent. The golden tiger let out an earth-shattering roar, its sound waves striking Chu Yang's mind like a physical force. He quickly formed a hand seal, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. In that critical moment, the severely injured panda seized its chance. Though unable to stand, black and white energy swirled around it, forming a large, mysterious pattern in front of it. The pattern rotated, and two distinct gases surged upon it, as if to give birth to some terrifying entity. Chu Yang was astonished, involuntarily taking a sharp breath. The panda had indeed hidden its true strength. Just this move alone was enough to instill fear. The golden tiger sensed the looming danger, shaking its massive head and struggling to rise. However, as soon as it stood, it found itself directly in the panda's line of attack. The black and white pattern spun wildly, with the two gases churning violently, ultimately condensing into two miniature pandas. These pandas, one black and one white, intertwined and charged at the tiger with the speed of a storm. With a resounding bang, the two pandas hit the unprepared tiger precisely. Despite its massive size, comparable to a small mountain, the impact sent it flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. After this strike, the panda collapsed to the ground, its eyes still steadfastly gazing toward the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, the tiger was in equally dire straits. Both its hind legs were broken, and it was unclear how many bones were fractured. Blood gushed from its head, making its once majestic head look gruesome and terrifying. Chu Yang sighed inwardly, acknowledging the panda's formidable strength, even when severely injured, to unleash such a powerful attack. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, his soul power swiftly forming a sharp silver blade, unleashing the soul technique, Extinguishing Blade. The tiger let out a deep growl, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Chu Yang acted decisively, summoning Huang. Huang's body soared into the air, and between its horns, a jet-black Tianji Huanglong jade rapidly formed and expanded. Despite its severe injuries, the tiger struggled to stand its massive body. Golden energy gathered around it, forming three razor-sharp golden blades in front of it, exuding a terrifyingly sharp aura. The power of this attack was enough to demonstrate the fearsome nature of a 7th-level beast. Chu Yang smirked. Did you think I, as a spirit master, am just for show? He quickly formed another hand seal, sending another extinguishing blade hurtling toward the tiger's soul sea. The tiger let out a pained roar, its massive body shaking even more violently. After enduring 2 consecutive soul power attacks, its soul power was already dispersed, its consciousness beginning to blur, and it finally collapsed with a resounding crash. At this moment, Huang's Tianji Huanglong jade was ready to strike. The jade, over a meter in diameter, emitted a chilling black light. Its terrifying energy waves mingled with Huang's power, sending shivers down one's spine. The tiger let out an indignant roar, its attack interrupted by Chu Yang's soul technique, now powerless to withstand the impending fatal blow. Boom! The Tianji Huanglong jade plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing fiercely onto the giant tiger. The terrifying explosion echoed through the mountains, with pitch-black energy radiating from the tiger's center. The ground was instantly upheaved. Thick layers of earth were lifted, and massive tree roots were torn out, rapidly withering into ashes under the force of the blast and scattering in the wind. The power of this strike was astounding, turning everything within a radius of dozens of feet into ruins. Even the massive panda nearby was thrown several meters away by the energy, landing heavily on the ground. Chu Yang quickly scanned the battlefield with his soul power to confirm that the giant tiger had completely lost its life force. Reflecting on the battle, Chu Yang nodded to himself. The giant tiger had first withstood 2 fierce attacks from his peak 6th-level soul power, then was hit by the black and white pattern of the panda, and finally suffered the devastating blow of the Tianji Huanglong jade. To endure so many lethal strikes and still stand, despite being severely injured, was nothing short of a miracle. Chu Yang swiftly stored the tiger's corpse in his spiritual domain. For him, the body of this 7th-level beast was undoubtedly excellent food for his spirit beasts. However, when he turned to the critically injured panda, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. This iron-eating beast, renowned in his past life, was now at the end of its life. A sense of regret arose in Chu Yang's heart. It's a pity I don't have a wood element spirit beast, otherwise I could have healed you. With that, Chu Yang bypassed the panda and walked toward the valley. Behind him, the panda's labored breathing reached his ears, its body trembling as if in fear. Chu Yang paused and softly reassured it. Don't worry, I won't harm it. The valley was serene, the only surviving area within a few miles. Surprisingly, even the grass and trees within the valley were untouched. Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel at how much effort the panda had put into protecting this sanctuary. Following a faint life force, Chu Yang arrived at the entrance of a large cave. The entrance was marked with obvious claw marks, clearly the panda's handiwork. Chu Yang's eyes lit up as he discovered a panda cub inside the cave. This is the national treasure I've seen on technological Earth. Chu Yang thought with delight. The one outside is too large and not cute at all. But this one, only about a foot long, fluffy and round, is utterly adorable. At that moment, the panda cub was sleeping soundly on a bed of grass, oblivious to the danger outside. Chu Yang shook his head with a smile. Little one, your mother fought to protect you. And here you are, sleeping peacefully. Chu Yang carefully picked up the panda cub, feeling its soft fur. Finally, I fulfilled the regret of never holding a giant panda in my past life, he chuckled to himself. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yang realized the cub had just been born and hadn't opened its eyes yet. Suddenly, he understood. So, the giant tiger attacked when the panda had just given birth and was weakened? In his mind, Chu Yang quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Beasts often fought fiercely over territory, which represented resources. The giant tiger and the panda were among the few 7th-level beasts in the area and naturally clashed frequently over resources. This time, the tiger had seized the opportunity to attack the panda during its post-birth weakness, intending to eliminate this formidable opponent. The panda, in turn, fought fiercely to protect its cub, leading to the epic battle. Suddenly, Chu Yang recalled a time not long ago when he sensed an oppressive atmosphere while searching for food for Huang in the wilderness. In hindsight, that tense emotion likely emanated from the soon-to-be mother panda, causing nearby beasts to be on edge. Chu Yang recalled the gentle gaze of the giant panda at the entrance of the valley and felt a pang of compassion. He decided to carry the panda cub out. Let them have one last moment together, he murmured softly. Outside the valley, Chu Yang carefully placed the cub on the mother panda. The mother immediately began to tenderly lick her child, her eyes filled with love. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The giant panda swallowed the cub whole. What the heck? Chu Yang exclaimed. Is it going to eat its own cub? His heart raced as he prepared to summon his spirit beast to intervene. After all, this was the spirit beast he had taken an interest in. He couldn't just let it go. However, what happened next was unexpected. Black and white energy began to rise from the giant panda like mist, all converging into its mouth. Chu Yang's eyes widened as he felt the peculiar energy flowing from the panda to its cub. Although he didn't understand the nature of this energy, he realized it might be some kind of special inheritance ritual. In that case, let's wait and see, Chu Yang muttered to himself, sitting down nearby to examine the treasures he had obtained from Wang Qianyue's secret chamber. His eyes fell on a blood-red spirit beast egg, about a meter in size. The color was so deep it was almost black, exuding an unsettling aura. This thing is so crimson it's unnerving. Whatever's inside probably isn't friendly, Chu Yang mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, I think I have a spirit beast egg identification paper. He quickly searched through his storage space and soon found a small silver paper covered in strange runic patterns, as if countless spirit beasts were compressed within. Without hesitation, Chu Yang placed the identification paper on the blood-red egg. Instantly, a silver light shone, and the shadow of a blood-colored flood dragon appeared within the glow. At the same time, a line of small text emerged. Spirit beast, sung blood flood dragon. Attribute, blood attribute. Quality, king quality. It's actually king quality, Chu Yang exclaimed, his joy evident. He quickly calculated. With his current 6th-level cultivation, combined with the contract enhancement pill and feedback from the Qin sisters, he could contract 9 spirit beasts in total. Excluding the ones he already had, Huang, Yi, Little Turtle, Wu Shuang, and the newly encountered panda, he could still contract 4 more. The next one will be you, Chu Yang said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. No wonder it's a treasure from an ancient secret realm. He was convinced that this spirit beast egg was a rare item Wang Qianyue had obtained from an ancient secret realm. The dragon python and the ethereal bat must also have originated from the same source, and their quality was likely extraordinary as well. As for the flood dragon, with the sacred dragon Huang already in his possession, it wasn't too surprising. However, the blood attribute caught Chu Yang's attention, as it was a rare attribute he had never heard of. Yet, for Chu Yang, the attribute of the spirit beast wasn't crucial. His spirit domain contained various laws that could benefit any attribute. Chu Yang immediately signed a contract with the spirit beast egg, ensuring that the Tsung blood flood dragon would become his spirit beast upon hatching. As the contract was successfully formed, a message from the egg captured Chu Yang's interest. Chu Yang gazed at the azure blood flood dragon spirit beast egg in his hand, with the message from the contract echoing in his mind. The more blood it absorbs, the higher its cultivation will be at birth. This unexpected discovery made his eyes light up with delight. His gaze fell on the massive corpse of a giant tiger within the spirit domain, a slight smile playing on his lips. Blood from a seventh-tier fierce beast. Isn't this the perfect nourishment? Chu Yang murmured to himself, then carefully placed the spirit beast egg inside the giant tiger. In an instant, a strange scene unfolded before Chu Yang's eyes. Fine threads of blood converged on the spirit beast egg like a spider web, quickly enveloping it completely. At the same time, the spiritual essence within the domain seemed to be summoned, rushing toward the egg. Chu Yang watched everything intently, a realization dawning on him. So, not only spiritual essence, but even blood can aid its cultivation. With a thought, he moved the spirit beast egg along with the giant tiger's body next to a spirit vein, where the concentration of spiritual essence was extremely high, more conducive to the growth of the azure blood flood dragon. After settling the spirit beast egg, Chu Yang continued to browse through Wang Qianyu's collection. He handed a golden lotus-shaped defensive spirit treasure to Huang. Considering that most of Huang's skills were spiritual power attacks, with only the Huang Dragon Roar being a soul power attack, making this defensive treasure a perfect fit. Yi received a small golden bell, a versatile treasure suitable for both attack and defense. As for the other spirit beasts, Chu Yang hadn't equipped them with treasures yet, as their cultivation was still shallow and they couldn't refine the treasures even if they had them. Chu Yang opened his eyes, noticing that the panda cub was still in his mouth, uncertain how long this process would take. He decided to start cultivating, waiting for the right moment. Outside the city, the fall of two seventh-tier fierce beasts finally brought the beast tide to a halt. The residents of Luotian City breathed a sigh of relief and began returning to the city. Only the Qin sisters remained standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance as if waiting for something. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, draping the earth in a silver glow. Chu Yang suddenly realized he nearly forgot to open today's mystery box. It was almost midnight, and missing this chance would be a pity. System, open the mystery box. Chu Yang hurriedly called out. A dazzling light flashed, and the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-quality soul healing pill. Chu Yang looked at the pill in the system, feeling indifferent. Another soul healing pill, and this one was of even lower bronze quality. He recalled the silver-quality soul healing pill he had once opened, which he gave to Su Jun to heal his soul C. This bronze-quality pill was of no use to Su Jun now. Fine, he'll keep it, Chu Yang muttered to himself. Soul C injuries are common for spirit masters. It might come in handy someday. Half an hour later, Chu Yang opened a new mystery box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete Sichuan cuisine recipe book. Sichuan cuisine recipes? Chu Yang's interest was piqued. In his previous life, he loved Sichuan cuisine, and although the food in this world was decent, it seemed somewhat coarse to him. This recipe book might allow him to relive the flavors of his homeland, and perhaps even add a new touch to the culinary scene of this world. The moonlight, like water, spilled over the cookbook in Chu Yang's hands. He flipped through the pages with great interest, unconsciously swallowing as his mouth watered. Suddenly, a recipe for hot pot ingredients caught his eye, and his face lit up as if he could feel the heat rising from his throat. Damn, this hot pot recipe is amazing, he thought to himself. I must have a hot pot made for me when I get back. Reluctantly closing the cookbook, Chu Yang mused. In my past life, I believed that only beautiful women and delicious food were not to be missed in this world. Now that I have the beauty, I can't neglect the food. As the eastern sky lightened, Chu Yang opened his eyes. He had spent the latter half of the night using the laws of the spiritual realm to aid Huang in cultivation, aiming for Huang to reach the 6th tier sooner and thereby enhance his own strength. His gaze fell on the motionless giant panda's corpse, and his expression suddenly changed. Although the life force had completely vanished, its mouth was tightly shut. Damn, the panda cub is still in its mouth. Chu Yang quickly summoned Huang, and together they pried open the giant panda's mouth, fearing the cub might suffocate, which would be a colossal joke. Fortunately, things weren't as dire as they seemed. The cub was wrapped in a cocoon of black and white energy, seemingly undergoing a mysterious transformation. Chu Yang dared not make any reckless moves, fearing he might interrupt the process. By noon, the black and white energy was fully absorbed by the cub. Chu Yang smiled with anticipation. It's time for the contract. With my blood, I merge with your soul, to accompany each other for life. As the contract vow was spoken, the blood-red contract symbol on Chu Yang's palm landed on the cub's forehead, instantly forming their bond. The panda cub let out a soft bleating sound, causing Chu Yang to tremble with excitement. Through the contract feedback, he was delighted to discover that this panda cub was of divine quality. Spirit Beast, Yin Yang Infinite Beast. Quality, Divine. Tier, Early First Tier. Attribute, Yin Yang. Skills, Yin-Yang diagram. Yin-Yang dual swords. Spirit treasure, none. In addition to Huang, Chu Yang now possessed a spirit beast of a quality surpassing that of a king. Overjoyed, he held the panda cub in his arms, lovingly stroking its soft fur. Yin-Yang infinite beast? Shouldn't you be called a giant panda? Chu Yang found it odd, as the name differed from what it was known as in the technological era on Earth. But he quickly shrugged it off. Oh well, from now on, I'll just call you Giant Panda. Gently caressing the panda in his arms, Chu Yang then directed Huang to dig a large pit in the ground, solemnly burying the deceased giant panda. He noticed that the fur of the dead giant panda had lost its luster, resembling that of an elderly person. This was unusual. A 7th-tier ferocious beast dead for less than a day shouldn't deteriorate so rapidly. The best comparison was the golden tiger's corpse in his spiritual realm, which still had shiny fur. The only explanation was that it had transferred some form of energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, into the cub. Watching as Huang finished burying the corpse, Chu Yang carried the panda towards the cave where it was born. Earlier, he had noticed some intriguing things there, but he hadn't had the chance to investigate while protecting the cub. Now, he could finally explore with peace of mind. The cave was wide and deep. Chu Yang stepped inside, heading straight to its innermost part. There, a small verdant tree was rooted, its branches bearing 7 fruits that emitted a faint green glow. Although he didn't know its name, Chu Yang immediately recognized it as a rare spiritual herb, likely prepared by the giant panda for its cub's growth. He pondered that medicinal plants are divided into spiritual herbs and soul herbs. The former accelerates the cultivation of spirit beasts, while the latter aids spirit masters in enhancing their soul power. Both types are highly beneficial for increasing strength. Chu Yang decided to take it back and study how to administer it to spirit beasts. Carefully, he transferred the spiritual herb along with the surrounding soil into his spiritual domain, planting it near the spirit vein. The abundant spiritual essence in the vein would surely promote the herb's growth. Then, Chu Yang's attention was drawn to a black stone the size of a washbasin nearby. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but Chu Yang sensed a faint, familiar aura from it, subtle and mysterious, somewhat similar to the world stone, yet distinct. Could it be a law stone? Chu Yang was startled. Law stones are rare treasures, formed over countless years by the power of the world's laws, containing rich law energy that can help spirit beasts comprehend these laws. To verify his suspicion, Chu Yang immediately moved the stone into his spiritual domain, handing it to Huang, who was advancing to the 6th rank. Huang was highly sensitive to the power of laws, and the moment the stone entered the spiritual domain, it radiated law energy like the blazing sun, shining brightly. Huang eagerly grasped the stone with its dragon claws, fully focused on comprehending it. It really is a law stone. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Although his spiritual domain had complete laws, their concentration was thin. Even with his assistance in channeling the domain's desolation law to aid spirit beasts in cultivation, progress was slow. The appearance of this law stone undoubtedly increased the law concentration, making it easier for spirit beasts to comprehend. Chu Yang realized that the golden tiger's attack on the giant panda was likely not just for the cub. This law stone alone was enough to entice any fierce beast or spirit master. Spirit beasts and fierce beasts above the 6th rank need not only abundant spiritual essence, but also constant law comprehension. The value of this law stone was evident. He speculated that with the protection of the panda mother and these rare resources, the panda cub could rapidly break through to the 6th rank in the future, posing a significant threat to the golden tiger. No wonder the golden tiger seized any opportunity to attack, intending to kill and seize treasures. Chu Yang couldn't help but wonder if there might be treasures hidden in the golden tiger's lair as well. After all, being a 7th rank fierce beast that had lived for an unknown number of years, it seemed unlikely not to have any collection. He decided to explore the tiger's lair. After thoroughly searching to ensure no treasures were overlooked, Chu Yang began following the trail left by the golden tiger towards its den. As he tracked the path, he frowned and said, "This tiger's den is probably near the Kunlun Sea." Eventually, Chu Yang rode Huang for several hours before reaching the vicinity of the golden tiger's lair. In Chu Yang's memory, to the west of Luotian City lies the vast Kunlun Sea, which at its end connects to the Earth's first sacred mountain, Mount Kunlun. The legendary Mount Kunlun is not only a haven for fierce beasts, but also a coveted paradise for spirit masters, filled with countless opportunities and fortunes. However, this mysterious land has a strict threshold. Only spirit masters of the 7th tier or above can set foot there. Otherwise, they will surely meet their demise. Suddenly, the sound of an intense battle interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts. He frowned and focused, his soul power spreading out like a tide. Soon, he pinpointed the source of the noisy. A group of 5th-tier fierce beasts was fighting over a golden tiger's lair. A cold smile appeared on Chu Yang's lips. That golden tiger had been slain by his spirit beast, and its legacy rightfully belonged to him. To him, these 5th-tier beasts were nothing more than ignorant thieves. Roar! At Chu Yang's command, his spirit beast, Huang, let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, its massive body charging toward the battlefield like lightning. The sudden appearance of such a formidable enemy left the beasts momentarily frozen before they simultaneously lunged at Huang. Fools! Chu Yang snorted coldly, his powerful soul force crashing down on the beast's soul seas like a mountain. In an instant, the fifth-tier beasts were writhing in agony on the ground, their heads splitting with pain. As Chu Yang prepared to enter the valley where the golden tiger's lair was located, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly turned, his gaze piercing through the shadows nearby. Who dares spy on me? Chu Yang demanded sharply, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Hearing the murderous intent in Chu Yang's voice, three people emerged from the shadows, trembling. Leading them was an old man in gray clothes with a goatee, followed by a young man and woman, both appearing to be around 20 years old. Please don't be angry, senior. The old man stammered, bowing as he explained. We had no intention of spying. We were merely investigating due to the Beast Tide. Beast Tide? Chu Yang frowned slightly. Which city are you spirit masters from? Senior, we are from Linhai City, the old man replied respectfully. Chu Yang understood. Linhai City, near the Kunlun Sea, is a bustling metropolis frequently visited by high-level spirit masters. He hadn't expected the Beast Tide to affect that area. The Beast Tide was caused by a battle between two seventh-tier beasts, but I have already slain them. You should return and not linger here any longer, Chu Yang said coldly, though inwardly he sneered. Among these three, the two young ones were merely third-tier spirit masters. Were they truly here to investigate the Beast Tide, or just to scavenge for leftovers? The outbreak of such a massive Beast Tide must have a special reason, Chu Yang thought to himself. The most likely cause could be fierce beasts fighting over some kind of treasure. His intuition told him that the people from Linhai City were probably not just the three of them. Chu Yang closed his eyes and focused, releasing his soul power like an invisible net to cover the surrounding mountains. Sure enough, he sensed the presence of many people. On the outskirts of this mountain range, a large number of spirit masters were heading in this direction. A cold smile appeared on Chu Yang's lips. At that moment, an old man appeared before Chu Yang, accompanied by a man and a woman. The old man studied Chu Yang's youthful face and speculated inwardly. This young man looks barely over 20 and doesn't seem like a mature and cautious person. He must have such power because of his family's spirit beasts, likely a young master from a prominent family. After all, at his age, how could he single-handedly suppress several fifth-tier fierce beasts? He'd have to be flying in the sky. The old man cleared his throat and spoke coldly. Young man, we're all here to seek treasure in the mountains. Why be so resolute and drive us away? Why not join forces and explore together? The woman behind the old man chimed in playfully. Yes, little brother, why not join your sister in treasure hunting? I can take good care of you. She batted her eyes at Chu Yang, thinking she had never seen such a handsome man before. The young man beside her snorted, turning his head away, though he showed no intention of leaving. Chu Yang shot the old man a cold glance, his voice infused with sharp soul power. Leave. The single word was like a sword, piercing directly into the old man's soul sea. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Chu Yang to act so decisively. He hurriedly activated his soul power for defense, but how could a fifth-tier spirit master be a match for Chu Yang? In an instant, the old man's soul sea suffered severe damage. Ugh! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper, with blood seeping from his orifices. He trembled, unable to speak. The two behind him were startled and began to form seals, preparing to summon their spirit beasts. Wait! The old man raised a trembling hand to stop them and managed to say to Chu Yang, Sir, we disturbed you. We'll leave immediately. With that, he staggered away with the support of the man and woman. Chu Yang snorted softly. Although he didn't pursue them to the end, his eyes flashed coldly. Humph! How dare anyone covet the spoils of Chu? The golden tiger was slain by me and my spirit beast's ancestors, so it rightfully belongs to me. Watching the three leave, Chu Yang mounted the back of Huang and flew towards the nest of the golden tiger in the valley. Outside the valley, the three who had been driven away by Chu Yang were now flying slowly in the sky on the back of a spirit beast. The old man took a soul herb from his robe, swallowed it with trembling hands, and closed his eyes to cultivate, refining the soul material contained in the herb. After a while, the old man slowly opened his eyes. The young woman asked concernedly, Uncle Chun, how do you feel? The old man exhaled deeply and said weakly, It's nothing serious. The boy didn't truly intend to kill. Otherwise, I would have died on the spot. He smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, unlike Wang Qian, I'm not wealthy enough to have a soul artifact to guard my soul sea. So getting injured was inevitable. The young man exclaimed in surprise. He turned to Chen Bo, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Bo, is that person really that powerful? You're a mid-tier level 5 spirit master, and you couldn't withstand a single blow? Chen Bo shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Couldn't block it at all. That person is a pinnacle level 6 spirit master. Young master, now you must understand how vast the world is and how incredible some things can be." The young man nodded silently, a complex emotion in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "I always thought I was exceptional, but that young man appeared younger than me and has already reached a level I can't even dream of." Not only the young man, but even the girl beside him and Chun Bo himself were shocked. Chun Bo frowned in thought and murmured, "How did he cultivate to that level?" The girl suddenly brightened up with excitement and said, "Chun Bo, do you think he might be the holy son of the Wanling Sanctuary? I heard the holy son is a 9 million spirit beast companion, so it's not impossible." Chun Bo pondered for a moment and then slowly shook his head. "Not sure. The world is full of extraordinary people and events, and it might not be that holy son. That holy son is indeed famous, almost invincible among his peers. With his identity as a spirit beast companion and the vast resources of the Wanling Sanctuary, reaching level 6 at such a young age is quite possible." The young man asked urgently, "So what do we do now?" A glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes, and he spoke with resolve. "No matter who he is, we can't let him get away with injuring me. If what he says is true, that the beast tide was caused by a battle between two level 7 fierce beasts, then there must be a reason. Since that's the case, we should spread the word." The elder's eyes grew deep. They had entered the mountains to find the cause of the beast tide, but so far, they had found nothing, only stumbling upon a level 7 fierce beast's lair by accident. Fierce beasts take much longer to cultivate than spirit beasts, and their lairs likely contain treasures collected over their lifetimes, potentially a huge resource for cultivation. However, they didn't expect the other party to be so domineering, driving them away without even leaving them a scrap. How could the three of them swallow this indignity? Through their efforts, a message quickly spread among the spirit masters treasure hunting in the mountains, even reaching the nearby Linhai city. "I heard the beast tide was caused by two level 7 fierce beasts fighting over a rule stone. Yeah, I also heard both beasts ended up dying, and a young man picked up the rule stone. Apparently, the rule stone is as big as a fist. I'm new to being a spirit master. Can someone tell me what a rule stone is?" "A rule stone? You don't know what a rule stone is?" Actually, I don't know either, but it's definitely a huge treasure." The elder's scheme was effective. It wasn't long before two level 7 spirit masters rushed over from Linhai City, heading straight for the Golden Tiger's lair. Four spirit masters above level 6. Cultivation requires not just spiritual materials, but also an understanding of rules, making something like a rule stone incredibly valuable, especially a fist-sized rule stone. In truth, Chu Yang did obtain a rule stone, but it wasn't fist-sized, it was as big as a wash basin. If the real news got out, the hidden masters of Linhai City might all take action. However, by the time the two level 7 spirit masters arrived at the Golden Tiger's lair, Chu Yang was long gone. The large valley was filled with signs of excavation, including a large pit that looked like the soil had been dug 3 feet deep. "What is this?" The two level 7 spirit masters exchanged glances, their expressions changing as they examined the traces left behind. Chase. Chu Yang did not return directly to Luotian City. Instead, he continued towards Kunlun Sea, worried that someone might track him down. He was quite satisfied with the bounty from the Golden Tiger's lair. Although there wasn't a rule stone, there were plenty of low-tier soul herbs and spirit medicines in the valley, which added vitality to his spirit realm. However, his most prized find was the soil he obtained from the valley. The soil here was an eerie pitch black, brimming with a vibrant life force. This mysterious black soil was the reason for the abundance of spiritual and soul herbs throughout the valley. Chu Yang felt a stirring in his heart and thought to himself, could this be the legendary black soil? He knew that this soil had an extraordinary effect on the growth of medicinal plants. Not only were spiritualists eager to acquire it, but many families and sects were also searching for it to cultivate rare spiritual and soul herbs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this black soil could be the foundation of a powerful force. An hour later, Chu Yang stood by the sea, gazing out at the endless expanse of blue. The crashing waves against the rocks created a deafening roar. "So this is the Kunlun Sea," he murmured, suddenly feeling insignificant, like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, at risk of being swallowed by the surging tides at any moment. A sudden chill swept over him, causing Chu Yang to shiver involuntarily. "Damn, my deep-sea phobia from my past life has followed me here," he thought bitterly, unwilling to succumb to this inexplicable fear. "No way. How can a mere sea make me afraid? One day, I will conquer the entire ocean." Chu Yang shouted defiantly at the vast sea, as if trying to dispel his inner fears. However, just as his voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a massive blue tail rose from the sea and slammed heavily onto the surface. Boom! The entire sea seemed to shake, instantly raising towering waves several dozen feet high, surging towards the shore. This sudden scene was nothing short of a nightmare for Chu Yang, who had a deep sea phobia. Every hair on his body stood on end. The sea is truly terrifying, he thought in alarm. While most people might not recognize the origin of that tale, Chu Yang instantly knew it was the tale of a dragon. The sea seemed to boil, with endless waves rushing towards the coast. As far as Chu Yang could see, a colossal blue dragon was hunting, its size several times larger than a wild beast. On its body, large blue scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Without hesitation, Chu Yang turned and left, deeply shocked. Who knows what level of beast that is? Its sheer size is enough to make one's heart tremble, he thought, realizing that his dream of conquering the sea might be far off. At the very least, he would have to wait until his destiny turtle matured. Otherwise, even venturing into the sea was a futile fantasy. For safety's sake, Chu Yang avoided the area of the beast's rampage and quietly returned to Luotian City. By this time, the beast tide had gradually subsided due to the fall of two 7th-level beasts. The displaced beasts began returning, but many still lingered around Luotian City. Led by the Qin sisters, most of the spiritualists remained vigilant on the city walls, guarding the city's safety. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Qin Luoxue reassured her sister, holding her hand. However, the tension on her face betrayed her concern. Chu Yang had been in the wilderness for nearly a day and a night, and with the beast tide nearing its end, his absence was causing the sisters to worry. That jerk, not coming back and still expecting me to keep his bed warm. Qin Luo stamped her foot, pacing anxiously. No one knew what might happen in the wilderness, and what if something unexpected occurred? Watching his two nieces' reactions, Qin Qinying shook his head, thinking to himself, it's over. These two girls have really fallen for that guy. He knew that if it were anyone else, the sisters wouldn't show such worry. Look, there's someone over there, a spirit master suddenly shouted, his voice tinged with both tension and anticipation. Qin Luojiao quickly asked, where? She followed his direction and scanned the distance. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure and breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across her face. He's back. Chu Yang stood between the two massive dragon horns, looking down at the city walls. He clearly saw the expressions of worry turning to joy on the faces of the Qin sisters, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Since arriving in this world, apart from his spirit beasts, he hadn't had much to care about. But now, that feeling had changed. He landed lightly on the city wall, casting a heartfelt glance at the sisters. Chu Yang silently resolved to reward them well tonight for their patience and hard work. But for now, there were more pressing matters at hand. With Chu Yang's arrival, the presence of several 5th-tier spirit beasts exuded an unmatched aura, intimidating the surrounding fierce beasts. Those that had been restless suddenly became timid, not daring to approach. To them, Luotian City now seemed to be the territory of other powerful beasts, not to be encroached upon. By dusk, the area around Luotian City was mostly free of other beasts, marking the end of the beast tide. People gradually emerged from underground shelters, taking deep breaths of fresh air. However, they were greeted by the heavy scent of blood. The scene outside the west city wall was particularly gruesome. The bodies of fierce beasts were piled high, layered several times over. The stench was so overpowering it made people want to retch. Chu Yang unceremoniously selected a few 5th-tier beast carcasses. This was partly to replenish food for his spirit beasts, and partly to allow that Song Shui Jiao Long to absorb more blood. Although the blood of a 7th-tier beast might already suffice, he believed in being well prepared. Other spirit masters also selected useful carcasses and began clearing the battlefield. As the crisis subsided, a celebratory atmosphere started spreading through the city. To celebrate the successful defense against the beast tide, and to thank the spirit masters for their contributions, nearly every restaurant in Luotian City opened their doors to them for free, immersing the city in a joyful mood. Chu Yang had wanted to invite the two ladies to his home, but upon seeing his somewhat predatory gaze, they quickly shook their heads in refusal. They knew all too well what he was thinking. Chu Yang chuckled wryly, thinking to himself, patience is a virtue. But he wasn't worried. Eventually, he'd have his way. Back home, Chu Yang focused on drawing up blueprints. Su Yurua curiously approached and asked, Master, what are you drawing? Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and said, you'll find out soon enough. In fact, he was sketching a design for a hot pot from his previous life. He then handed Su Yua a comprehensive Sichuan cuisine cookbook, instructing her, you can learn from this when you have time. Next, Chu Yang took a trip to the blacksmith shop. It was then that Su Jin found him to report, Master, many spirit masters have come wanting to join the estate, saying they'd even be happy as guards. Chu Yang had anticipated this. His status as a 6th-tier spirit master was enough to attract many followers. He replied calmly, you handle it. Just pick a few reliable ones. After all, the Chu family estate was quite large, and with just the 3 of them, it felt a bit too empty. After handling these affairs, Chu Yang finally had time to go through his gains from this venture. He couldn't help but exclaim, Wang Qianyu, that old fox, got quite a few treasures from the ancient secret realm. His spoils mainly came from the other's secret chamber, and he had a feeling that after today, his strength would see a significant boost. Chu Yang wasn't in a rush to acquire a higher-grade soul artifact, as the golden quality Night Shadow Needle he possessed was sufficient for his current needs. This artifact, obtained from the ancestor of the Fu family, Fu Dushu, allowed Chu Yang, at the peak of the 6th stage, to fully utilize its power. He understood that a higher quality soul artifact would be unnecessary at this point, as his current offensive and defensive setup was adequate. However, Chu Yang's attention was more focused on the realm of soul techniques. He realized that he knew too few soul techniques, with only the silver quality extinguishing blade, which was limited to the 4th stage and could no longer satisfy his 6th stage cultivation. After careful selection, Chu Yang chose 2 golden quality soul techniques from a pile of parchment records: Spirit Transformation Technique and Dual Sword Slash. The Spirit Transformation Technique could condense a spirit beast soul form with powerful offensive capabilities in the Soul Sea, while the Dual Sword Slash could manifest 2 soul power swords with explosive force. Having selected the soul techniques, Chu Yang immediately began practicing them. He knew that to fully master a soul technique, the key was to condense a soul technique seed in the Soul Sea. This would allow him to quickly invoke it in battle and unleash its power at the right moment. Just like the extinguishing blade he learned before, which had a soul technique seed existing in a free state within his Soul Sea, enabling the learner to clearly sense its presence despite its lack of physical form. Chu Yang focused intently on channeling his soul power to condense new soul technique seeds. Meanwhile, the scenes within the spiritual domain were quietly changing. Huang was lying beside a basin-sized stone of law, quietly comprehending the law of desolation, no longer needing Chu Yang to specifically mobilize the law power within the spiritual domain for assistance. Yi, Little Turtle, and Wu Shuang were diligently training in another part of the spiritual domain, striving to break through to higher realms. As for the recently born panda, Chu Yang decided to let it rest more, not expecting it to have any combat strength for now. He treated it like a son, doting on it and cuddling it whenever he had the chance. On another front, Su Jun, following Chu Yang's instructions, selected 7 loyal and reliable guards. These guards were not particularly powerful, 1 at the 3rd stage, 4 at the 2nd stage, and 2 at the 1st stage, not even worthy of the attention of the 3 major families. But Su Jun accepted them after thoroughly understanding their character, as Chu Yang emphasized that he valued their integrity over their cultivation level. A few days later, Luotian City finally returned to its usual calm after the festive atmosphere. Chu Yang, who was in seclusion, was summoned by Su Jun. He frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" He was at a critical point in practicing the soul technique, with the spirit form of the spirit transformation technique nearing completion. Su Jun replied, "Master, the city lord's mansion has sent an invitation for you to attend a banquet. It said that the lord is hosting it to thank the spirit masters for their contributions in defending the city during the recent beast tide." Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's interest waned significantly. He had initially thought it was his 2 wives seeking him, only to find out it was his father-in-law's invitation. Although he had little enthusiasm for such a thank-you banquet, considering it was his first formal meeting with his father-in-law, Chu Yang decided it was important to make a good impression. Moreover, he learned that not only he but also the 3 major families and other spirit masters would be attending the event. Su Jun brought unexpected news. The Wang family and others have completely withdrawn from Luotian City. Chu Yang was slightly taken aback, but then smiled knowingly. "It's understandable," he said softly. "They probably couldn't rest easy in Luotian City, always worried that I'd deal with them. Honestly, Wang Jinshan and the others overthink things. I have no interest in bothering with them. Otherwise, I would have acted during the beast tide." Suddenly, Chu Yang remembered something, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "By the way, is the hot pot I ordered ready?" "It's ready and was delivered yesterday," Su Jun replied. "The design is quite unusual, splitting the pot in 2. Chu Yang excitedly said, "Take me to see it." He was secretly delighted, thinking that tonight he might finally enjoy the hot pot he had been longing for. The 2 of them went to the kitchen, where Su Yura was intently studying a Sichuan cuisine cookbook. Seeing them enter, she exclaimed happily, "Young master, I've prepared the hot pot base you wanted. Check if it's to your liking." She placed the carefully prepared ingredients in front of Chu Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation. It was a concoction she had perfected after many attempts, requiring numerous ingredients and a complex process. Chu Yang leaned in to smell it. The aroma was enticing. He tasted a bit and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, this is the flavor." Though it differed slightly from the hot pot base he remembered from his past life, it was quite satisfactory. "Old Su." Chu Yang turned to Su Jun. "Go inform those 7 guards to join us for hot pot tonight. The more, the merrier, and I have some good stuff I got from a blind box that we can enjoy together." With that, Chu Yang began preparing various ingredients. The ingredients in this world were much healthier than what he knew from his previous life, which made him quite eager. As night fell, 10 people gathered around a stone table. Observing the 7 guards' reserved demeanor, Chu Yang chuckled and said, "There's a saying. If we're not family, we wouldn't be sitting together. Since we're all here, it's fate. We're not a big family with lots of rules, so no need to be formal at dinner." These words were mainly for the 7 guards, as Su Jun and his granddaughter, who often dined with him, had fewer reservations. "Yes, as you command, young master," the 7 replied in unison, their expressions so solemn it seemed like they were heading to the gallows. Chu Yang chuckled to himself, thinking they'd get used to it after a few meals. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Yang embarked on his first hot pot experience in this world. His adept movements left the other 9 people amazed. They hadn't imagined one could eat this way. Ah, the beef rolls made from the first-tier ferocious beast, the long-haired cow, are simply exquisite. Chu Yang praised, savoring a delicacy rare even in his past life. "Come on, everyone, dig in," he encouraged after demonstrating. The others exchanged looks, finding the eating style novel, something they had never seen before. But soon, they followed Chu Yang's lead and began to try it themselves. Before long, they couldn't stop. "Even though I've tasted many delicacies, I've never experienced anything like this," Sujin exclaimed while eating. "Indeed, I've never eaten like this before, and it's absolutely delicious," Su Yurua echoed, enjoying the clear broth side of the hot pot. The 7 guards remained silent, but their chopsticks never stopped, clearly captivated by the flavors. "Hee, there's more good stuff," Chu Yang said with a mysterious smile, taking out a case of chilled beer from his spatial domain to add even more joy to the hot pot feast. Recently, Chu Yang had discovered a treasure that, while not valuable, was certainly addictive. Today he cleverly used the ice attribute of a small turtle to create chilled beer. Su Jun and the others looked at Chu Yang in amazement, wondering how he came up with so many strange and wonderful things. Su Jun took a sip of the cold beer, let out a satisfied burp, and curiously asked, "Master, if I may ask, are you from Luotian City? How do you have so many unusual things?" Chu Yang smiled and replied, "I am indeed from Luotian City. However, these items are something I obtained from an ancient relic's legacy." He casually attributed the items from the blind boxes to the ancient relic, knowing no one would know the truth. "I see." Sujin understood and nodded. He thought to himself that for Chu Yang to reach the 6th stage at such a young age, he must have had an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This line of thinking seemed to make sense. Did people in ancient times already drink beer and eat hot pot? Sujin mused, alas, how much heritage have we lost? He realized that while the legacy of spirit masters had only appeared in the last 500 years, there was clearly much more ancient knowledge yet to be unearthed. Why has such a great legacy like beer and hot pot only been discovered by the master now? Sujin wondered aloud. Everyone carefully tasted the beer, cherishing what they believed to be an ancient artifact. After all, they thought there was only this one case, and they dared not squander it like Chu Yang did in his past life. Unfortunately, Chu Yang hadn't discovered the beer recipe, or the dining industry in this world would have been completely revolutionized. Though the beer was limited, there was no shortage of food. The aroma of various beast meats being simmered filled the air, and everyone ate with great enjoyment. At the dining table, Chu Yang learned that the group of 7, led by the 3rd stage spirit master Su Sheng, were all locals of Luotian City, making them his true hometown fellows. Su Sheng had even participated in the Beast Tide battle on the West City Wall. As an early 3rd stage spirit master, Su Sheng held a respectable position in Luotian City, ranking high in power outside of the 3 major families and the city lord's mansion. It was after witnessing the battle between Chu Yang and Wang Qianyue that he came to the Chu family compound. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere gradually became lively, unlike the initial tension. The next day, Chu Yang, accompanied by Su Jun, headed to the city lord's mansion. On the way, they encountered Yang Hongkuan, the patriarch of the Yang family, who was also on his way to the city lord's mansion. "Brother Chu," Yang Hongkuan greeted proactively, and Chu Yang responded politely. Yang Hongkuan, with a serious expression, said, "I have been to the city lord's mansion once. There are some taboos there, which I hope you, young brother, are aware of." Taboos. Chu Yang was taken aback, wondering what taboos could exist in the city lord's mansion, but he respectfully said, "Please, senior, enlighten me." Although Chu Yang's strength had surpassed Yang Hongkuan's, the latter was older, and addressing him as a senior was reasonable. Seeing Chu Yang's humble demeanor, Yang Hongkuan felt relieved. He was thankful that Chu Yang seemed easy to get along with, and didn't wield his power over others. Otherwise, the Yang family might have struggled to maintain their standing in Luotian City. Yang Hongkuan lowered his voice and said to Chu Yang, "No loud noises or shouting are allowed in the city lord's mansion." Chu Yang frowned slightly, puzzled. What kind of rule is this? Why such a regulation? Seeing his reaction, Yang Hongkuan shook his head helplessly. "I don't know the exact reason either. But that's the rule. It's not just for outsiders. Even the staff inside the mansion must avoid making too much noise." Otherwise, the city lord might get angry. Chu Yang thoughtfully rubbed his chin. This future father-in-law of his seemed quite unusual. Could he have social anxiety? If that's the case, how would he explain having two wives to him in the future? Before long, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. The spacious courtyard was already filled with people waiting for Chu Yang's arrival. Seeing this sixth-level powerhouse, almost everyone eagerly approached to greet him. After all, even if they couldn't befriend him, they didn't want to leave a bad impression on such a strong figure. Chu Yang responded to everyone's greetings, feeling a bit surprised. By all accounts, this banquet was of the highest scale in Luotian City, yet it was held in a remote courtyard. What surprised him even more was the unusually oppressive atmosphere, with everyone deliberately lowering their voices as if afraid to disturb something. Soon, Qin Shufeng appeared. To Chu Yang's slight disappointment, his two fiancées were nowhere to be seen. Qin Shufeng glanced around and said in a calm tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for your efforts in resisting the beast tide. On behalf of all the citizens of Luotian City, I toast to you." Everyone raised their glasses in response. It's our duty. After all, Luotian City was their home too, and who would willingly abandon it? Besides, among the ordinary people were their friends and family. Chu Yang carefully observed his future father-in-law. Despite being middle-aged, Qin Shufeng's face showed no signs of aging. With his sharp eyebrows and handsome demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yang. Chu Yang silently admired him. No wonder he is the father of my two fiancées. Those genes are indeed strong. Qin Shufeng drank in one go and gestured to the crowd. His gaze lingered on Chu Yang at the front for a moment, then shifted to Su Zhen, causing him to tremble slightly. Su Zhen returned a smile and also downed his drink in one gulp. The banquet officially began, with everyone exchanging toasts and engaging in lively conversation. It was rare to have all the spirit masters of Luotian City gathered in one place outside the city lord's mansion. The topics ranged from family businesses to spirit beast training and new spirit contracts. Suddenly, a guest whispered to the person next to him, "I just got back from Mabe City recently, and the fire domain there has erupted again. The heat is unbearable. What's more peculiar is that the flames can actually burn a spirit master's soul power. It's incredibly strange. Even if I stayed in Mabe City without using soul power, I could feel my soul power evaporating. It's much more comfortable here in Luotian City, with its beautiful mountains and rivers." The people around were filled with uncertainty and surprise upon hearing this. Is there really something so bizarre? Flames that can burn soul power? And even their heat can evaporate a spirit master's soul power? That's too strange. Su Zhen, noticing Chu Yang's keen interest, explained, "Although I've never been to Mabe City, I've heard about it. It's said that the area, being close to the endless fire domain, has turned the surrounding land into scorched earth for thousands of miles. Mabe City is built right on the edge of the endless fire domain." Chu Yang, having never heard of it, curiously asked, "Endless fire domain? Does that mean it's rich in fire-type spirit beasts?" Su Zhen nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Only fire-type spirit beasts can survive there, so many spirit masters travel to Mabe City for that reason. Just like how Linhai City, not far from Luotian City, is known for its water spirit beasts. Fire attribute spirit beast? Chu Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. He reviewed his lineup of spirit beasts, Huang, Yi, Little Turtle, Wu Shuang, along with the unhatched Sangshua Jiao and the panda. Including the planned wood attribute spirit beast, he still had 2 contract slots available. This fire attribute spirit beast came at the perfect time. As Chu Yang pondered, Su Zhen's voice interrupted his thoughts. The endless fire domain is extremely peculiar. The flames there can burn the soul power of spirit masters, with terrifying potency. Can it really burn soul power? Chu Yang asked curiously, having thought it was just a rumor. To hear even old Su confirm it was surprising. Su Zhen nodded solemnly. Indeed. I once sent people to explore that area, and the level of danger was beyond imagination. Deep within, it might even cause a spirit master's soul power to spontaneously combust. But because of this, the fire spirit beasts there are of very high quality, attracting countless spirit masters to take the risk. Chu Yang listened quietly. Although those present were not as advanced in cultivation as he was, their knowledge far surpassed his. He heard many incredible stories. The Holy Land Demon Cave erupting again, recruiting people to suppress it. Eerie cries often heard deep within Kunlun Mountain. Some even claim to have seen a divine dragon soaring over the East Sea, its tail stirring massive waves. These tales, though hard to verify, were captivating. Qin Shufeng sat casually beside Chu Yang, also listening to the rumors and occasionally joining in toast with the others. His gaze frequently drifted to Chu Yang, filled with curiosity. How did this boy with no background suddenly break through to the peak of the 6th tier overnight? Could he also be a spirit beast companion? Qin Shufeng couldn't think of any other explanation. Noticing Qin Shufeng's gaze, Chu Yang smiled and raised his glass in respect. After all, this was his first meeting with his future father-in-law, and he didn't want to be rude. However, Chu Yang's smile only made Qin Shufeng uncomfortable. Thinking of his two precious daughters getting close to this young man, he felt uneasy, as if a treasured possession was about to be taken away. To him, Chu Yang's sincere smile seemed more like a cunning fox. But with everyone present, Qin Shufeng had no choice but to down his drink. The banquet lasted for a long time, with the atmosphere gradually warming up from its initial stiffness. It wasn't until the sun began to set that everyone started to take their leave. Just as Chu Yang and Su Zhen were about to leave, Qin Shufeng suddenly stepped forward to stop them. Please wait, old Su. I have something to discuss with you. Chu Yang looked at Qin Shufeng and Su Zhen with a bit of surprise, secretly wondering if the two knew each other. But he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on his purpose. He respectfully bowed to Qin Shufeng and asked in a clear voice, Greetings, uncle. Are your two daughters at home? I have some matters to discuss with them. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Shufeng's eyes as he looked directly at Chu Yang, correcting him coldly. Call me master of the house. He was wary, sensing that this young man might have ulterior motives regarding his daughters. What business do you have with my daughters? Unfazed, Chu Yang maintained a polite smile and explained, I received some items from Wang Qianyu and wish to invite your daughters to discuss them together. Qin Shufeng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Yang. He snorted, his tone filled with suspicion. Isn't such a thing meant to be kept to oneself? Sharing with my daughters seems rather suspicious. Without haste, Chu Yang continued. You're right, uncle. I did consider keeping it to myself. However, your daughters are far more knowledgeable than I am, and with their assistance, I could achieve much more. Besides, they are strong enough to handle any unnecessary troubles. Who knows, there might be something that you need, uncle. I could let your daughters have the first choice. Qin Shufeng's expression gradually softened. He indeed required some precious items, not for himself though. After some thought, he decided to have someone notify his daughters. Soon, the voices of Qin Luojiao and Qin Luoshua came from the door. Chu Yang. They walked towards him with delighted expressions. Seeing this, Qin Shufeng felt a pang of bitterness and couldn't help but cough to draw his daughter's attention. Qin Luojiao noticed her father and asked with concern, Oh, father, are you alright? Do you have a cold? Should I get a doctor? She spoke while still holding on to Chu Yang's arm. Suppressing his disappointment, Qin Shufeng scolded softly. All three of you, disappear from my sight immediately. Now, although Qin Luojiao and Qin Luoshua were puzzled, they decided to leave for the time being. Chu Yang smiled slightly, taking the opportunity to lead the two women out of the room quickly. Watching them leave, Qin Shufeng nearly lost his balance. Su Zhen, beside him, chuckled, stroking his white beard as he comforted. They will get married eventually. Why be so troubled? Besides, how could my master not be a match for your daughters? Qin Shufeng forced himself to stay calm, turning to Su Zhen and saying, Old Emperor, you jest. But he couldn't hide the sadness in his heart at the thought of his daughters leaving. Subsequently, Qin Shufeng respectfully invited Su Zhen into the hall. He personally brewed tea for this unexpected esteemed guest, his face unable to hide a look of embarrassment. I never imagined it would truly be the old emperor. I always thought it was someone with the same name. Qin Shufeng's voice trembled slightly. In fact, Qin Shufeng had already sensed Su Zhen's extraordinary nature during his encounter with Wang Tianshan. However, with so many people sharing the same name in the world, he didn't think much of it. It wasn't until they met again at the banquet today that Qin Shufeng realized the truth. This was indeed the old emperor of the Star Moon dynasty and its founder. But with so many eyes watching, he didn't dare to show any sign, fearing it would bring unnecessary trouble to the old emperor. Su Zhen gently shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. What old emperor? Now, I'm just a servant by the master's side. Hearing this, Qin Shufeng was instantly filled with rage. What right does that young man have to make you his servant? I'll teach him a lesson one day. His resentment towards Chu Yang grew even stronger, not only for taking away his two daughters, but also for demoting his benefactor to a servant. Was this young man deliberately opposing him? Seeing this, Su Zhen quickly raised his hand to calm Qin Shufeng's anger. He explained slowly that without Chu Yang's help, he and his granddaughter's fate would have been far worse, with their survival uncertain. Therefore, he never regretted his choice. Qin Shufeng clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he asked, who could have done such a ruthless thing? The Star Moon dynasty's royal family had hundreds of members, and now only two remain? It shows how cruel they are. Su Zhen sighed deeply, shaking his head, unwilling to say more. Was it those people from the sacred land? Qin Shufeng pressed on. He had heard of the incident, but was unable to assist during the critical moment, which he deeply regretted. Qin Shufeng had never feared the sacred land, and if not for the old emperor's generous gift in the past, he wouldn't have his current success. Su Zhen replied solemnly, I will personally handle the revenge. Otherwise, the knot in my heart will never be untied. You should not get involved in this matter. His cultivation had now recovered to the 5th level, and he believed he would fully recover soon. However, avenging by himself seemed impossible as the adversary was too powerful. Only when Su Yura became a spirit master and contracted the king-quality spirit beast, the Sky Wolf, would there be a chance to confront them. Although the path of revenge might be long, he had time to wait. As Chu Yang said, one could bury the seed of hatred in their heart, but must never forget it. Su Jun had considered contracting the Sky Wolf himself, but ultimately decided against it. He was old, and such a rare king-quality spirit beast would be better suited for the young, allowing them to forge a broader path ahead. Seeing his determination, Qin Shufeng said no more. At that moment, Su Jin suddenly frowned and asked, "Why is your wife, Yin Lifen, not around?" In his memory, the two were always inseparable, yet now the other half was missing. Upon hearing this, Qin Shufeng's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Seeing this, Su Jin couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Her condition hasn't worsened, has it?" Qin Shufeng sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow as he recounted Yun Lifei's tragic fate. Years ago, the soul jade marrow gifted by the old emperor, Su Jun, had indeed stabilized Li Fei's injuries, allowing her to temporarily recover. However, fate played a cruel hand. After giving birth to 2 children for Qin Shufeng, Li Fei's vitality waned once more. Since then, she has been periodically falling into deep slumber, initially for a few hours, but now extending to several months. Currently, she remains asleep, and her condition is worsening. Facing the old emperor, Qin Shufeng held nothing back as he recounted the past. Yun Lifei had once suffered severe soul sea injuries, leaving her comatose, with ordinary soul medicine proving ineffective. It was fortunate that she encountered Su Zhan, who generously gifted her an ancient piece of soul jade marrow, granting her a new lease on life. The soul jade marrow, a pure essence formed over countless years from soul veins, was invaluable to spirit controllers, possessing the miraculous ability to nurture soul power and soothe the soul sea. It was this very soul jade marrow that freed Yun Lifei from frequent comas, allowing her to regain a semblance of normal life. However, Yun Lifei was determined to bear children for Qin Shufeng. Bearing life is inherently taxing for women, and given her frail health, it took a toll. After delivering 2 daughters, her old injuries flared up, worsening over time. Led by Qin Shufeng, they entered a tastefully decorated room. Inside, a woman lay quietly on a bed carved from silver jade. She was tall, stunningly beautiful, exuding an aura of nobility. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to the Qin sisters, making it hard to believe she was their mother, Yun Lifei. At this moment, Yun Lifei's face was pale, her brows furrowed, as if even the sound of Qin Shufeng and Su Zhan's footsteps caused her pain. Seeing her condition, Su Zhan sighed. Her injuries were far worse than when he had first met her, when she only occasionally lost consciousness. Now, Yun Lifei had to endure months-long slumbers. The silver jade bed beneath Yun Lifei emitted a faint glow, nurturing her body. If other spirit controllers saw this, they would be astounded. The bed was crafted from a single piece of soul jade, and merely resting on it would gradually enhance a spirit controller's soul power. Su Zhan, too, was taken aback, silently wondering how Qin Shufeng acquired such a massive piece of soul jade. Even the greatest sanctuaries would struggle to possess such a treasure. This further convinced him that Yun Lifei was no ordinary person. Recalling their first meeting over a decade ago, Su Zhan remembered sensing an aura of authority in Yun Lifei that surpassed even his own as the old emperor, something he had never encountered before. It was this impression that led him to gift her the precious soul jade marrow to forge a bond. Currently, Yun Lifei wore an irregularly shaped pendant around her neck, resembling a silver jade stone. Bright silver soul material floated from it like large snowflakes, enveloping her body and being slowly absorbed. The concentration of soul material from this small jade stone was thousands of times greater than that from the bed beneath her. In comparison, the bed's faint silver glow was like a firefly, while the pendant was a brilliant little sun. This small piece of jade was the very soul jade marrow Su Zhan had gifted Yun Lifei back then. According to Yun Lifei, its value was enough to establish several sanctuary-level forces. Yet, despite the dual nourishment of the soul jade marrow and the soul jade bed, Yun Lifei showed no signs of awakening, her expression growing increasingly pained. This explained why the city lord's mansion forbade noise. Qin Shufeng feared any disturbance might affect his wife. During Yun Lifei's slumber, he remained by her side, never leaving the city lord's mansion. Because of Yun Lianfei, Qin Luoxue and her sister are faced with a difficult decision. The Fu family is using their status as spirit beast companions to pressure them into marrying Fu Kuan, and Qin Luoxue feels compelled to agree to this outrageous demand, at least temporarily. A flicker of pain crosses her eyes, but it is quickly replaced by determination. Qin Luoxue understands that if this news gets out, it will not only cast a shadow over her and her sister's futures, but also plunge the entire city lord's mansion into turmoil. Her gaze drifts involuntarily towards the room where her mother, Yun Lianfei, is recuperating, filled with worry. Any disturbance could have unpredictable effects on her mother's condition. Qin Shufeng stands by the window, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles are white. As a husband and father, he cannot tolerate anyone disturbing his wife's recovery. Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao are equally vigilant, fearing that one wrong move could lead to disastrous consequences. Her condition is very concerning, Su Jin says quietly, his voice edged with worry. Qin Shufeng turns sharply, a flash of pain in his eyes. Who harmed this woman so severely that she remains in such a deep sleep each time? His body trembles slightly, his jaw clenched, fists tightened further. This is the last thing he wants to hear, yet he must confront this harsh reality. Su Jin sighs, suddenly recalling something. If the master has that kind of elixir, it might save her life. He remembers the miraculous effects of the soul restoration pill that Chu Yang once gave him, which completely restored his fourth-tier cultivation. However, he is unsure if Chu Yang still has any left. Upon hearing this, Qin Shufeng's body jolts, and he speaks in a hoarse voice. If the old master has a remedy, please share it, and I will be eternally grateful. As he speaks, he moves to kneel. Su Jin quickly helps Qin Shufeng up, smiling wryly. This elixir might only be possessed by my master in the whole world. You would need to ask him directly. He recounts his experience with the soul restoration pill in detail, igniting a glimmer of hope for Qin Shufeng. At this moment, two women escort Chu Yang to a secluded courtyard. Their attention is drawn to the map and the mysterious stone mirror on the table. These items were discovered by Chu Yang in Wang Qinyue's secret chamber, evidently linked to the ancient secret realm. Qin Luoxue picks up the stone mirror, examining it closely. If I'm not mistaken, it is indeed a key, but how it is used depends on the actual conditions of the secret realm. Chu Yang looks at her in surprise. You're sure this stone mirror is a key? He had studied the mirror before, sensing only a faint soul force, and found nothing else remarkable. Qin Luojiao leans closer to the map, her brow furrowed. But sister, why does this marked location seem so familiar to me? Her finger traces a point on the map, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She felt a strange familiarity with the place, yet couldn't pinpoint its exact location. The map was vastly different from the scene before her, making it difficult to recognize. Holding the stone mirror tightly, Qin Luoxue's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she said in a deep voice, an ancient secret realm. Maybe there's a remedy here to heal my mother's soul sea. Her words conveyed her concern for her mother's condition. Yin Lifen's soul sea was already severely damaged, and although the soul jade marrow barely allowed her to live an ordinary life, the effort of giving birth to her daughters further drained her vitality, causing her health to deteriorate rapidly. Chu Yang noticed their serious expressions and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is my mother-in-law's soul sea injured?" The two women rolled their eyes at his title for Yin Lifen, but briefly explained her situation. After listening, Chu Yang displayed a confident smile. "Oh, is that so? You should have said something earlier. I might not be able to help with other matters, but this is simple." The two women looked at him in surprise, and Qin Luojiao urgently asked, "Chu Yang, what do you mean? How can this be simple? Do you have a solution?" Qin Luoxue, however, shook her head skeptically. She recalled how Yun Lifen and Qin Shufeng had searched the world before their birth, unable to find a remedy for the soul sea. Although Chu Yang was somewhat mysterious, how could he possibly have access to such rare medicine? Noticing Qin Luoxue's expression, Chu Yang smirked mischievously. "My dear wife, are you doubting your husband's abilities?" Qin Luojiao snapped. "Chu Yang, stop fooling around. We're serious. This was about their mother, and it was no laughing matter." Chu Yang cleared his throat and said seriously, "If I can really wake up mother-in-law completely, what will you do?" Qin Luoxue turned her head aside and snorted. "Humph, as you wish." Chu Yang then looked at Qin Luojiao. "And you, little wife?" Blushing, Qin Luojiao raised her neck and whispered, "If you can really awaken mother, then I will." Chu Yang grinned wickedly. Hee. "I get it, no backing out now. If you both agree, when I revive mother-in-law, how about the three of us celebrate together?" "What? Together? You rogue!" the sisters exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Qin Shufeng and Su Jun emerged from a room, just in time to see their daughters rushing back. The sisters were surprised to see Su Jun, knowing that the room was usually off-limits to outsiders, and Su Jun was Chu Yang's servant, wasn't he? Seeing this, Qin Shufeng scolded, "Why are you standing there? Pay your respects to the senior. Without Senior Su's gift of the soul jade marrow, you wouldn't be here today." It turned out that before meeting Su Jun, Yun Lifen often fell unconscious. The assistance of the soul jade marrow allowed her to recover to a normal state and give birth to her daughters. However, as the sisters prepared to bow, Su Jun quickly stopped them, thinking that these two might be his future mistresses, and he couldn't accept such a gesture. At this moment, Qin Luoxue excitedly said, "Father, Chu Yang gave me a bronze-grade soul healing pill, saying it can wake mother up." With that, she produced a silver pill. The thumb-sized pill emitted a faint silver glow, and a pleasant soul substance wafted towards everyone's soul sea. "Yu Hundan." Qin Shufeng was taken aback, exchanging a meaningful glance with Su Jun. He was about to search for this precious elixir, but to his surprise, his daughter had already brought it back. With a light chuckle, Su Jun said, "Given the relationship between the two ladies and our master, if the master has it, he surely won't refuse to share." Qin Shufeng, not wasting another moment, accepted the elixir with trembling hands, cradling it like a priceless treasure. He gazed at the round pill, filled with curiosity and anticipation. In a world where the concept of elixirs was foreign, injuries were typically treated by wood-element spirit beasts. This was his first time seeing a legendary elixir in person. Su Jun remarked, "Even though I've lived for centuries, I've only ever seen such a miraculous item from the master." Doubt crept into Qin Shufeng's mind. Could this small pill really heal his wife's severe injuries? He recalled the soul medicines taken before, which were far more numerous than this single pill. Sensing his skepticism, Su Jun softly encouraged, "Try it. Her injuries are severe. It might work, or perhaps." He trailed off, simply watching Qin Shufeng in silence. Despite his anxiety, Qin Shufeng decided to give the elixir to Yun Lifen. However, the immediate awakening he hoped for did not occur. Is it useless? Qin Shufeng's face turned ashen, as if his last hope had crumbled. "No, it works!" Su Jun suddenly exclaimed. Yun Lifen's previously furrowed brow began to relax, and a faint aura of soul energy emerged. Su Jun speculated, "Her injuries are indeed grave. It might take time to heal." The two daughters leaned in to observe their mother's condition. With a hopeful smile, Qin Luo Jiao said, "Father, it is working. Look, mother doesn't seem to be in as much pain." Qin Shufeng bent down to inspect closely, and indeed, as his daughter mentioned, Yun Lifen's expression had become serene, no longer as tormented as before. Moreover, a hint of color returned to her once pale complexion. Qin Luo Shui joined in with reassurance. "Yes, father, maybe it just takes time for the medicine to fully work." Sensing the family's need for privacy, Su Jun discreetly withdrew, leaving the heartwarming moment to the trio. Meanwhile, Chu Yang returned to the Chu family estate. He had arranged with the two ladies to explore an ancient secret realm together in 5 days. Back in his room, Chu Yang casually said, "System, open the blind box." Ever since he had drawn a pile of dog poop in his last 5 attempts, Chu Yang felt his luck had soured. Recently, the boxes had yielded only trivial household items: scarves, baby strollers, bowls, bicycles. Gazing at the mountain of useless items cluttering his blind box space, Chu Yang lamented that he had seemingly exhausted his good fortune. But then, a black light flashed, and suddenly a pill appeared before him. The familiar system notification chimed. Holy crap! Chu Yang leapt from his chair, his gloom instantly lifted. Chu Yang clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with irrepressible excitement. "This time, it's truly a rare gem," he murmured to himself, his voice trembling with emotion. The long-standing disappointment was finally rewarded in this moment, as if all the waiting had been for this surprise. "It's a sure thing, really a sure thing this time," Chu Yang muttered to himself, but then furrowed his brow in thought. But why does it require reaching the 6th tier to use? This sudden question slightly dampened his excitement, but the thrill inside him was still hard to quell. His hands unconsciously clenched and unclenched, as if trying to calm the emotions that were about to burst forth. Chu Yang took a deep breath, trying hard to control himself from bursting out in laughter. The feeling of opening a mystery box was like a roller coaster, one moment at the depths, the next at the peak. He whispered to himself, "Now it's just waiting for the spirit beast to break through to the 6th tier." In that moment, he even had a ridiculous though that didn't want to leave the house until the spirit beast reached the 6th tier. However, as time passed, Chu Yang's excitement gradually cooled with reality. He realized that the difficulty of the spirit beast comprehending the laws was far beyond his imagination. He had initially thought that with the aid of the Law Stone, the beast could quickly grasp the laws of desolation, but it seemed not so simple. Comprehending laws was extremely challenging, especially for rare attributes like desolation. Chu Yang was anxious and couldn't wait to find Su Jin to inquire. "Old Su, is there any way to speed up the spirit beast's comprehension of the laws?" Without hesitation, Su Jin replied, "Law stones." Chu Yang frowned. "I have law stones, but it's been several days since I got them, and the progress seems minimal." He voiced his doubts. Clearly, the beast had already begun to sense a trace of the desolation law. So why is the progress so small now? Su Jin looked at Chu Yang in surprise, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Master, you are truly extraordinary to have even obtained law stones." He recalled how, back when he was an emperor, he had spent immense effort to get a law stone the size of a baby's fist. He then explained with a wry smile, "Master, you are too impatient. Even with a law stone, it took me years to get a spirit beast to the 6th tier. You expect progress in just a few days? How is that possible?" "Years?" Chu Yang was momentarily stunned. Why does comprehending laws take so long? How long will it take? He reflected on the time since he had crossed into this world and suddenly realized his misconception. Chu Yang had a moment of clarity. I've been too hasty. The system's existence gave me the illusion that cultivation was easy. In reality, the path of a spirit master is long and arduous. His gaze became resolute. What if it takes years? I've already saved so much time compared to others, so what's a few more years? Seeing that Chu Yang was unfamiliar with much of the knowledge of spirit masters, Su Jin asked, Master, after obtaining the Law Stone, did you assimilate it? Assimilating the Law Stone can also enhance your control over the power of law comprehension. Assimilate the Law Stone? What do you mean? Chu Yang looked puzzled. Instead of answering directly, Su Jin asked in return, can you currently manipulate the law power on the Law Stone? Chu Yang frowned, trying to channel the power of his spirit domain, but found that while he could control everything within it, he couldn't control the Law Stone. Su Jun explained, because the Law Stone is a foreign object, it wasn't originally a product of your spirit domain. That's why you can't control the law power on the Law Stone. What should I do? Chu Yang asked eagerly, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. Chu Yang stood within the spiritual realm, surrounded by chains forged from the power of laws. His gaze was fixed intently on the floating Law Stone, his eyes shining with determination. This stone contained the power of the outside world, crucial for enhancing the strength of his spiritual beast. Assimilation means making you completely submit to my spiritual realm. Chu Yang murmured softly, then activated the power of the realm's laws. Countless chains of law shot out like serpents, entwining the Law Stone. However, the power within the stone was not willing to yield, fiercely resisting the invasion. Chu Yang furrowed his brow and increased the output of the realm's laws. More chains emerged, wrapping around the stone layer by layer, initiating a slow but steady process of assimilation. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Qin Shufeng and his two daughters emerged from a room, their faces showing signs of relief. Yin Lifen's condition had clearly improved. Although she had not yet awakened, the faint fluctuations of soul power indicated she was slowly recovering. When your mother wakes up, let's go meet this Chu Yang together, Qin Shufeng said, his tone noticeably softened toward the young man. The two daughters exchanged smiles, breathing a silent sigh of relief. Their father's approval was crucial to them. At that moment, a servant approached quickly, holding a gold-edged invitation. Lord, an invitation from Linhai City has arrived. They are holding a grand auction in 3 days and hope we can attend. Qin Shufeng glanced at the invitation, about to decline, when Qin Luoxue spoke up. Father, let's go. Surprised, Qin Shufeng looked at his daughters. They usually weren't keen on such events, so why the sudden interest? This unexpected request subtly altered the previously calm atmosphere. Qin Luojiao excitedly said to her father, Dad, let's go to Linhai City. There are many water attribute spirit beasts there, and we might find some high-quality ones. Plus, Chu Yang mentioned before that he wanted us to help find some spirit beasts, so this is a great opportunity to return the favor. Qin Shufeng thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had a very good impression of Chu Yang, and with this 6th-rank spirit master around, his two daughters should be safe. With their father's approval, the sisters happily made their way to the Chu family's residence. It was their first visit to Chu Yang's home. Qin Luojiao told the person who opened the door, Hello, could you please inform Chu Yang that we're here to see him? The doorman was Su Sheng, the only 3rd-rank spirit master among the guards. He was tall, slightly chubby, and had sun-darkened skin, as if he spent long hours under the sun. Seeing the Qin sisters, Su Sheng was surprised and welcomed them into the hall, serving them the finest tea. Please wait a moment. The master will be here soon, Su Sheng said respectfully, having already sent someone to notify Chu Yang. Qin Luojiao nodded, looking around curiously. Qin Luoxue commented, It's quite spacious and rather plain. The hall gave the impression of an unfinished room. Su Sheng chuckled awkwardly, explaining that Chu Yang had no particular requirements for room decor and that the Chu residence rarely had outside visitors. Suddenly, Qin Luojiao noticed something peculiar in the corner and asked curiously, Oh, what is this? Su Sheng explained, This is called a bicycle, a little toy crafted by the master. The sisters exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of such a thing. Qin Luoxue pointed to another object and asked, What about this? That's a motorcycle, another of the master's inventions. Miss Su uses it to go grocery shopping, Su Sheng said with a hint of envy, recalling the commotion caused when he accompanied Su Yaw on a shopping trip recently. The sisters were fascinated by these novel items, unable to comprehend how such things could exist in their world. Even with their extensive knowledge, they had never encountered anything like them. Qin Luojiao mused, There are soul-replenishing pills, motorcycles, bicycles. I think Chu Yang is full of endless secrets. Qin Luoxue agreed. He certainly has his secrets. Otherwise, how could he be a 6th-rank peak spirit master at just 16? And the spirit beasts he's contracted with are quite extraordinary too. Though curious, neither of them intended to pry into Chu Yang's secrets. While waiting for his arrival, they took another walk around the Chu family residence. Their overall impression was of emptiness. Such a large estate was home to only 10 people. Chu Yang focused intently on the Law Stone before him. feeling the final stage of the assimilation process. The external laws contained within the stone were nearly depleted, barely withstanding the powerful impact of the laws from the spirit domain. Finally, with a resounding crash, the assimilation was complete. At that instant, the entire spirit domain trembled violently, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. A cracking sound echoed around him, as though something was breaking apart. Startled, Chu Yang feared there was an issue with the assimilation. However, moments later, he realized with astonishment it wasn't a problem with the spirit domain, but rather, it was expanding. The assimilation of the lost stone can actually expand the spirit domain. Chu Yang murmured in surprise. He could distinctly sense the spirit domain slowly but surely extending outward. Although the change was not significant, it had indeed grown slightly. Chu Yang fell into deep thought, trying to comprehend the principle behind this phenomenon. While he couldn't fully explain it yet, one thing was certain: the expansion of the spirit domain was beneficial, with no drawbacks. With this realization, his gaze instinctively shifted to the mysterious black soil he had acquired from the golden tiger's nest. Since bringing it back, he had placed it at the peak of the spirit domain's main mountain, where he planted numerous spiritual and soul herbs. Though these herbs weren't of high quality, their quantity was considerable. Chu Yang felt a surge of joy, grateful for having raided Wang Qianyu's secret chamber and obtaining the compendium of 10,000 herbs. This book detailed the characteristics of numerous spiritual and soul herbs, greatly accelerating his learning process in identifying medicinal plants. His intense focus on herbal research stemmed from a bold idea. Since the blind box could yield evolution pills for spiritual beasts, it meant that the existence of such pills was possible. However, no one in this world had deeply explored this, or those who had considered it were at a loss on how to proceed. Chu Yang's goal was to reverse engineer the composition and crafting methods of the evolution pills from the blind box. He aimed to forge a new path for evolution in this stagnant era. Of course, this was a daunting task, requiring extensive accumulation of knowledge. But success would revolutionize the world, providing a path to higher levels for all spiritual and fierce beasts. If only I could find a formula for the evolution pill, Chu Yang wished silently. With a formula, he could at least understand the specific process of crafting the pills. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure if or when the blind box would offer such a thing. Thus, he resolved to conduct preliminary experiments himself. Chu Yang pulled his thoughts back, refocusing on the black soil before him. He decided to repeat his previous success by attempting to assimilate this mysterious soil from the outside world. With another resounding crash, the moment the assimilation succeeded, the spirit domain expanded slightly once more. Chu Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he whispered, "I think I found a way to expand the spirit domain." It dawned on him that both the lost stone and the black soil were treasures from the outside world, each containing a hint of external rules. This discovery undoubtedly opened a new door for him. The rule stone allows spirit beasts to comprehend laws, while black soil helps medicinal herbs grow better. These are part of their inherent rules. Chu Yang quietly calculated in his heart, deciding to seek out more treasures like these in the future to expand the potential of his spirit domain. At that moment, the spirit matter within the spirit domain suddenly became agitated, as if drawn by an invisible force, rushing towards a certain underground location. Chu Yang's eyes flashed like lightning as he instantly pinpointed the source of the anomaly, his face breaking into a delighted smile. Yi is about to break through to the 5th tier. Countless spirit matters, like drifting snowflakes or converging rivers, continuously flowed into the underground depths where Yi resided. Breaking through from the 4th to the 5th tier only required a sufficient accumulation of spirit matter, unlike the desolation, which required comprehension of laws. In Chu Yang's spirit domain, the concentration of spirit matter was exponentially greater than in Luotian City, significantly accelerating the cultivation speed of spirit beasts. At this moment, aside from the panda who only cared about eating and drinking, and the unhatched Songshua flood dragon, both the little turtle and Wushuang had already advanced to the 2nd tier. Ye's breakthrough undoubtedly added another powerful force to Chu Yang's arsenal. During this period, Chu Yang had been contemplating how to fully leverage the advantages of dark attributed spirit beasts in battle, particularly how to synergize with Ye's unique abilities. He was confident that with the element of surprise, Yi would play an unimaginable role in combat. Now, countless spirit matters gathered around Yi, enveloping it into a massive black cocoon-like structure, resembling a giant cicada pupa, quietly lying in the depths of the earth. Once he fully absorbed the gathered spirit matters, it would transform into a true 5th-tier spirit beast. As Chu Yang focused on observing Ye's breakthrough, a series of urgent knocks interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, Su Yua's respectful voice called out, "Young master, the 2 ladies from the Qin family are here." Oh, Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then secretly delighted. Could it be that his future mother-in-law had finally awakened, and the 2 ladies were here to fulfill their promise? With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement, and immediately tidied his clothes, striding out of the room. In the hall, the Qin sisters each held a bottle of chilled cola, specially prepared for them by Su Zhan. Previously, Chu Yang had casually handed a box of colas to Su Yura, instructing her to store them in the kitchen for anyone to take as they pleased. He didn't care much about these items, considering them insignificant. However, Su Yura regarded them as treasures, proclaiming them ancient artifacts, instantly elevating their value to unimaginable heights. This made everyone hesitant to indulge in them. It was only during the Qin sisters' visit that Su Zhan made an exception by offering 2 bottles as hospitality. This tastes amazing, Qin Luoxua exclaimed in wonder, turning to Su Zhan and respectfully asking, Senior, what is this made of? Although Su Zhan was merely an old servant by Chu Yang's side, he was a benefactor to the sisters. According to Qin Shufeng, if it weren't for the soul jade marrow given by Su Zhan, Yin Lifen might not have considered having them. Therefore, they were particularly respectful in front of Su Zhan. Su Zhan humbly replied, to answer the young ladies, this is something the master created. This old servant doesn't know how it's made. He didn't show arrogance despite being their benefactor. Chu Yang again? The sisters exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Chu Yang always managed to create incomprehensible things, making him increasingly enigmatic as their future husband. At this moment, Chu Yang walked into the hall with large strides. Seeing this, Su Zhan promptly led Su Xing out, leaving them alone. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qin Luoxua asked, Chu Yang, how do you come up with these things? Although she didn't want to pry too much into Chu Yang's secrets, these items were too peculiar, beyond their understanding. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment. He wanted to tell them the truth, that these things were all obtained from blind boxes. But he quickly realized that such an explanation would only complicate matters further. So, he decided to offer a vague yet believable answer. I got these from an ancient ruin. You've always been curious about my sudden rise, right? It's actually because of the inheritance from that ruin, including the soul healing pills I gave you. Chu Yang swiftly delivered his prepared lines, cleverly transforming the concept of blind boxes into ancient relics. This explanation immediately resonated with Qin Luoxua, who nodded in sudden realization. I see. Qin Luoxua exclaimed. The emergence of spirit masters on Earth traces back to the appearance of those ancient relics and secret realms 500 years ago. It was from those places that people discovered the heritage of spirit masters, leading to the flourishing of this profession. Chu Yang's words brought clarity to the 2 women. They recalled the speculations about those relics. In ancient times, Earth had a glorious civilization that mysteriously collapsed, leaving everything buried underground and in the void. If that's true, it makes sense. The 2 women nodded thoughtfully. In that era of a glorious civilization, it wouldn't be surprising for some peculiar things to exist. Seeing this, Chu Yang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Did you 2 young ladies come to see your husband today because your mother-in-law has awakened and you're here to fulfill your promise? That's not it at all. The sisters' cheeks turned red at his words, and they quickly stepped back, instinctively crossing their arms over their chests. Our mother hasn't woken up yet. Whenever Chu Yang mentioned such matters, the sisters couldn't help but recall that wild night when he detoxified them. Thinking about how they had taken the initiative with Chu Yang, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Really? She hasn't woken up yet. Chu Yang was a bit surprised, then listened intently as the 2 women shared their mother's current condition. Yes, Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps your mother-in-law's injuries were too severe, and with the delay, it's hard for her to wake up quickly. But since her condition has improved, it probably won't be long before she truly wakes up. The 2 women beamed with joy at his words. The thought of having their mother around every day filled them with anticipation. Since birth, Yin Lifei had rarely been awake, and opportunities for the family to be together were few. Every time she woke up, Yin Lifei was busy guiding their cultivation or searching for spirit beasts. The sisters' 2 nine-tailed foxes were found by Yin Lifei during a dangerous outing. Upon returning, she collapsed at the doorstep, falling into a deep sleep, which was extremely perilous. If it had happened in the wild, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, whenever Yin Lifei awoke, she worried about their future, leaving little time for genuine family joy. Seeing this, Chu Yang flashed that mischievous smile again. When your mother-in-law wakes up, don't forget your promise. He was not only thinking about their promise, but also dreaming of a day when he could have them both. The sisters exchanged a glance, feigning confusion. Our promise? What promise? Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, not expecting them to deny it. But he wasn't about to give up easily, and he huffed. I don't care. Last time you 2 had your way with me. This time it's my turn to be in charge. Oh, you dare say it out loud. Do you want a beating? The 2 women surrounded Chu Yang, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they tugged on his ear. Spare us. The cries of 2 beautiful women echoed through the hall. Moments later, Qin Luoxua and Qin Luojiao, blushing, tidied their disheveled clothes and shot a reproachful glance at Chu Yang. This scoundrel had dared to lay hands on them in broad daylight in the hall. He had even shouted something about Dragon Claw as he reached for them. Fortunately, no one else saw it, or they would have been too embarrassed to show their faces again. Once they calmed down, the two women informed Chu Yang about the upcoming auction in Linhai City, seeking his opinion. If he wasn't interested in going, they wouldn't attend either. Linhai City is known for its water-type spirit beasts, isn't it? Chu Yang mused. He thought to himself that his little turtle was already a water and ice dual-attribute spirit beast, and ordinary water-type beasts probably wouldn't catch his interest. Qin Luoxuer explained. It's true that water-type spirit beasts are abundant there, but because of its proximity to Kunlun Sea, the area actually hosts a variety of spirit beasts. At the end of Kunlun Sea lies Kunlun Mountain, a place teeming with fierce beasts. Often, spirit tamers of the 7th rank or higher venture there to explore. Sometimes, they return empty-handed and unwilling to go back empty. They bring back young fierce beasts. Over time, Linhai City has become a hub for these young spirit beasts, attracting a large number of spirit tamers. Since the rise of the spirit taming era, Linhai City has become a top-tier city. Other spirit beasts too? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He quickly assessed his current lineup of spirit beasts: the desolate attribute Ming Huang, sacred dragon Huang, the dark attribute Nightshade Yi, the ice water dual attribute Destiny Turtle, Little Turtle, the gold attribute Sword King Wu Shuang, the blood attribute Blood Jiao Dragon, and the Yin-Yang attribute Yin-Yang Wuji Beast Panda. He still had 3 contract slots available. Perhaps he could find a spirit beast in Linhai City that would meet his standards. Chu Yang was less concerned about the quality of spirit beasts now, as he knew there was a chance to acquire spirit beast evolution pills from the mystery boxes. For him, the most important factor was the combination of spirit beast attributes. Actually, I think you should contract a light attribute spirit beast, Qin Luoxuer suddenly suggested. Why? Chu Yang asked, intrigued. Qin Luoxuer shook her head. I'm not exactly sure, but my mother once told us to always reserve 1 or 2 contract slots for light attribute spirit beasts. Qin Luojiao nodded in agreement, affirming that their mother had frequently reminded them of this, although they had yet to find a satisfactory light attribute spirit beast. Chu Yang fell into contemplation. From what he knew, light attributes weren't particularly powerful, except for their strong counter effect on dark attribute spirit beasts. However, given that his mother-in-law had repeatedly advised her daughters, there must be a reason. As a mother, Yin Lifen wouldn't lead her daughters astray. All right, in that case, let's take a trip to Linhai City and attend the auction to see if anything interesting comes up. Chu Yang finally decided. With 2 skilled spirit tamers by his side, the chances of finding high-quality spirit beasts should be greater than for other spirit tamers. He planned to search for satisfactory light and wood attribute spirit beasts, and perhaps even stumble upon a hidden gem. As for exploring the ancient secret realm, it could be postponed. After all, they already had the key, and even if Wang Qianyue returned, there was nothing he could do about it. Having made their decision, the 3 immediately began preparing to head to Luotian City. Although traveling by flying spirit beast would still take 2 days, they were racing against time and couldn't afford any delays. In the city lord's mansion, Chu Yang met his future father-in-law, Qin Shufeng, once again. This time, Qin Shufeng's attitude had noticeably improved, as Chu Yang's soul-healing pill had softened his demeanor. Chu Yang respectfully greeted him. Hello, uncle. Qin Shufeng looked at his 2 daughters, who were inseparable from Chu Yang, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He recalled his wife Yun Lifei's insistence on personally choosing husbands for their daughters, emphasizing, my Yun Lifei's sons-in-law must be outstanding and 1 in a million. Yet now, both daughters were so close to Chu Yang, leaving Qin Shufeng in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shufeng said to Chu Yang, young man, Linhai City is not like Luotian City. There are countless strong individuals there, and 7th-level spirit masters are not rare. Just in case, take my spirit beast with you. Chu Yang initially wanted to decline, wondering how powerful a spirit beast a 5th-level peak like Qin Shufeng could have. However, when he looked up and saw the massive creature that blotted out the sun, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. He realized then just how deep the city lord's hidden strength ran. Seeing this, Qin Luojiao chuckled and explained, my father's cultivation isn't high because my mother doesn't let him rush to break through to the 6th level. But don't underestimate his overall strength based on his cultivation alone, or you'll suffer for it. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly, silently admiring his father-in-law's hidden prowess. He couldn't help but recall Wang Qianyue's earlier provocations, thinking that if Qin Shufeng were to summon his spirit beast, even Wang Qianyue's spatial attribute beast might not escape unscathed. However, Chu Yang had another question on his mind. In the spirit-poor Luotian city, how had Qin Shufeng managed to nurture such a powerful spirit beast? Not only this giant creature, but even the 2 young ladies' spirit beasts exceeded the 5th level, which was quite unusual. Seemingly noticing Chu Yang's confusion, Qin Luoxuer softly revealed the secret, because we possess a spirit vein. This statement unveiled the secret held by the city lord's mansion, resolving Chu Yang's doubts. Qin Shufeng suddenly coughed, his sharp gaze sweeping over his two daughters. He was secretly annoyed, wondering how his daughters could be so indiscreet, casually revealing such confidential information to outsiders. At that moment, he truly understood the saying, the arm bends outward. Chu Yang listened to Qin Luoshue's explanation and suddenly realized. Even though Qin Shufeng hadn't formed a spiritual domain and couldn't directly assist spirit beasts, over time, the spirit beasts could naturally sense the power of the laws and break through to higher levels. Moreover, who could say for sure that the city lord's mansion didn't have auxiliary items like law stones? After considering for a while, Chu Yang decided to let this spirit beast enter his spiritual domain. This risky move was something he dared to attempt only with the two young ladies accompanying him. If it were someone else's spirit beast or a fierce beast of the same level, Chu Yang would never dare to do such a thing. After all, allowing a being stronger than oneself into one's spiritual domain could lead to internal damage, causing the domain to collapse and completely severing the foundation of a spirit master. Then, the three of them set off for Linhai City on Qin Luoshue's third spirit beast, the Sky Blue Rock. This fifth-tier king-quality spirit beast spread its wings, reaching a length of 15 meters, an impressive size that left Chu Yang amazed. He wondered, was king-quality spirit beasts really so common? Qin Luojiao laughed and explained, this spirit beast was discovered by my mother after traveling across the earth for decades. She searched every corner and only found a few king-quality spirit beasts, so how could they be considered commonplace? Chu Yang thoughtfully stroked his chin. Thinking back, none of his spirit beasts were below king quality. Huang was of sacred quality, the panda was of divine quality, and the little turtle, Knight, Wu Shuang, and the Tsangshua flood dragon were all king quality. Among them, Knight was obtained from a blind box, and Wu Shuang evolved from a king quality evolution pill. Strictly speaking, only the little turtle and the Tsangshua flood dragon were originally king quality, and the Tsangshua flood dragon was obtained from an ancient secret realm as a spirit beast egg. With this in mind, Chu Yang realized that he hadn't actually seen many king-quality spirit beasts. It was just that he had encountered them more frequently recently, creating a certain illusion. The Sky Blue Rock was a wind attribute spirit beast, incredibly fast. As it spread its wings covered with azure feathers, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Chu Yang watched the scenery rapidly retreating below and silently contemplated the spirit beasts he would contract in the future. The two sisters told him that a spirit master could only contract spirit beasts from 1 to 10 tiers, and the number of contract positions was not unlimited. Typically, a person could only contract 10 spirit beasts. However, Chu Yang had 3 more positions than the average person, allowing him to contract a total of 13. Even if he reached the 10th tier in the future, he still had 7 positions to choose from. This made him consider each contract carefully. Wood and light attribute spirit beasts were Chu Yang's top targets. On this trip to Linhai City, he planned to focus on finding spirit beasts with these 2 attributes. If conditions permitted, he would prioritize contracting them. Despite the long journey and the pleasant company, Chu Yang immersed his mind in his spiritual domain, seizing every moment to help Huang comprehend the power of the laws. He knew that only by becoming strong himself could he have the most reliable support. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed as the azure rock sped through the sky. In the distance, the outline of Linhai City became clearer, resembling a giant beast sprawling across the land. Thick city walls encircled it, protecting the city from the wild beasts outside, reminding Chu Yang of some ancient capitals he had seen in his past life. As Chu Yang and his companions approached the city gates, numerous spirit masters converged from all directions, also here for the auction. The scene left Chu Yang astonished. Is the Linhai City auction really that grand? Qin Luoshua explained, Linhai City is indeed a major city. There are quite a few auctions usually, but ones of this scale are rare. With that, she retracted the azure rock, and the 3 of them entered the city. The bustling streets made Chu Yang realize that this place was on a completely different level from Luotian City. One was like a small county town, while the other was a true metropolis. The auction doesn't start until tomorrow. Let's check out the spirit beast market first. We might discover something interesting, Qin Luojiao suggested. Chu Yang smiled, thinking these spirit beast masters were truly different. They headed straight for the spirit beast market rather than the shopping streets favored by most women. The spirit beast market in Linhai City was vast and diverse, opening Chu Yang's eyes to new wonders. He saw many spirit beasts he had never encountered before, with one in particular catching his attention. What kind of spirit beast is that? Chu Yang asked, pointing to a strange creature behind a spirit master. It was a spirit beast composed entirely of bones, devoid of any flesh. Judging by its size, it seemed to have been a gorilla in life. Its bones, resembling cold black steel, reflected a chilling light in the sun. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 flickering green flames danced, creating an eerie sight. Qin Luoshua explained, this is a ghost attribute spirit beast, said to form under special conditions after a creature's death. They are rare, but highly suited for battle. As long as the soul fire in its eye sockets remains, it can regenerate its bones even if they are ground to dust, and it won't die. Chu Yang listened in awe, realizing his knowledge needed expanding, as he had never heard of such a spirit beast before. Noticing Chu Yang's fascination with the ghost attribute gorilla, Qin Luojiao laughed. These spirit beasts are sought after because of their indestructible bones. Many spirit masters want to own one, making them highly coveted. Chu Yang nodded in understanding, thinking that he too would like to contract such a spirit beast if given the chance. Suddenly, Qin Luoxua used soul power to communicate. Chu Yang, look at that spirit beast. Following her gaze, Chu Yang saw a deep blue whale swimming in the water. The creature was enormous, stretching over 10 meters long. Despite being only at the early first stage, its size rivaled that of a fifth-stage wild beast. It was a silver-grade deep-sea whale. Qin Luoxua's eyes sparkled with delight, secretly thrilled at the discovery. The spirit beast trading market in Linhai City had a well-established system, with each spirit beast assessed and categorized by beast appraisers. However, due to the varying skills of the appraisers, misjudgments were inevitable. Some merchants even deliberately misplaced spirit beasts to confuse spirit masters. The deep-sea whale before them was a classic example of Thesa's silver-grade beast placed in the ordinary section, presenting a rare opportunity for a lucky find. Chu Yang didn't hesitate to purchase the deep-sea whale. Although he couldn't form a bond with it himself, he intended to keep it for Su Sheng and others. After hours of wandering the vast market, they had seen only a handful of silver-grade spirit beasts, let alone any of gold-grade. Such high-level beasts, once they appeared, would be snatched up immediately, never making it to the stalls. Suddenly, Chu Yang's attention was drawn to a unique spirit beast. Oh, is this a light attribute spirit beast? He asked, pointing to a silver-white crocodile spirit beast that emitted a faint white glow. Qin Luoxua nodded in confirmation. Yes, it is indeed a light attribute spirit beast, but it's only bronze grade. For them, a beast of this grade, with a growth limit of just the second stage, wasn't worth considering. However, Chu Yang had different plans. He possessed a blind box, and there was always a chance it might contain an evolution pill someday. Moreover, this was the first light attribute spirit beast he had encountered, highlighting its rarity. He bought it without hesitation, planning to keep it until an opportunity to form a bond arose. His female companions were puzzled by his decision. Chu Yang explained, "Don't worry, I won't bond with it recklessly. I just want to study its light attribute abilities. After all, even my mother-in-law repeatedly advised me to reserve a spot for it." Qin Luoxua seriously reminded him, "That's good. The choice of spirit beasts affects a spirit master's entire life, so be cautious." Just as her father, Qin Shufeng, had each of his spirit beasts handpicked by Yun Lifei, they would also ensure Chu Yang made the right choices. As night fell, they continued to roam the market. Qin Luojiao muttered, "It seems this place has been visited by other beast appraisers many times already." After several hours, they had only found 3 silver-grade spirit beasts, which was quite disappointing. Chu Yang reassured them, "Finding a few silver-grade spirit beasts is already quite fortunate. Didn't you say high-grade spirit beasts are rare to begin with?" In addition to the light attribute crocodile, Chu Yang also purchased a wood attribute with spirit, which was also bronze grade. Although wood attribute spirit beasts were plentiful, most were bronze grade, and he eventually chose this wood spirit. Despite its low grade, Chu Yang had a plan in mind, hoping for unexpected gains in the future. This was an adorable spirit beast, only a foot tall with a humanoid shape, pointed ears, and emerald green hair, dressed in a garment woven from green leaves. Despite its small stature, it was incredibly cute. Chu Yang carefully examined the wood spirit and thought to himself, although this type of spirit beast is not very aggressive, it does have some healing abilities. If I had an evolution pill, it might evolve into something more powerful. Without hesitation, he bought it and placed it in his spirit domain. As night fell and the lights began to glow, the crowd at the spirit beast market thinned out. Just as Chu Yang was about to leave with the Qin sisters, 2 voices called out from the crowd, "Senior?" Chu Yang stopped and turned around. He saw a man and a woman walking quickly toward him. The man had a tall, handsome, and firm appearance, while the woman had a graceful figure with a hint of charm on her face. They approached Chu Yang and respectfully greeted him. "Junior Su Ming and Su Wei greet you, Senior." Chu Yang was slightly taken aback. Since being reborn into this world, it was the first time someone had addressed him as Senior. He scrutinized the pair, vaguely recognizing them, but unable to recall where he had seen them before. Seeing this, Su Ming took the initiative to explain, "We juniors had the fortune of witnessing your might during the exploration of the beast tide's origins." These words acted like a key, unlocking Chu Yang's memory. He suddenly remembered back at the Golden Tiger's lair. He had encountered 3 spirit masters trying to take advantage, whom he eventually scared off. It turned out that these 2 were among those 3. Chu Yang chuckled and teased, "So it's you 2. I remember that old man saying you were from Linhai City. I didn't expect to run into you here. I injured that old man back then, so what?" Are you here to seek revenge on your turf? Su Ming's expression changed, and he quickly clasped his fists in apology. We wouldn't dare. It was our mistake to offend you back then. We ask for your forgiveness, senior. Since confirming Chu Yang was a sixth-tier spirit master, Su Ming dared not show any disrespect. After all, even their family's patriarch was only sixth tier. Chu Yang was secretly surprised. This situation was quite different from the protagonist's scripts he knew from his previous life. Normally, wherever the protagonist went, there would always be a group of brainless opponents looking for trouble, giving the protagonist a chance to show off. But these two were so polite, it took away his opportunity to flaunt. All right, I didn't take it to heart, Chu Yang said dismissively, waving his hand as he prepared to leave with the Qin sisters. Please wait, senior. Su Ming quickly interjected. I assume you're here in Linhai City for tomorrow's auction? If so, we would be honored to be your guides and answer any questions you might have. As he spoke, he nudged the silent Sui beside him. Sui snapped out of her daze and hurriedly added, Yes, senior, we know a bit about the auction's inside information, which might interest you. She couldn't help but glance at the Qin sisters, lowering her proud head slightly. In the presence of their stunning beauty, she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority, as if her own presence was overshadowed. Inside information? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Qin sisters. Seeing no objection from them, he finally nodded in agreement. He was indeed curious about this so-called auction information. Before long, they arrived at a high-end restaurant. In a beautifully decorated private room, Su Ming ordered a table full of delicious dishes, the aroma of which was tantalizing. Chu Yang and the two sisters from the Qin family had just stepped into Linhai City when they encountered a local young man named Su Ming. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation quickly turned to the upcoming large-scale auction. I suppose you've come to Linhai City for the spirit beasts at this auction? Su Ming asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, an auction of this scale is bound to have many rare items. For us spirit masters, spirit beasts are undoubtedly the most attractive. His eyes revealed a look of anticipation. My purpose here is to see if there's a spirit beast that suits my needs. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. Did you know that the two headline spirit beasts at this auction are both of diamond quality? Diamond quality? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shook his head. We only have the invitation, not a detailed list. We're not aware of what will appear at this auction. Hearing this, the two Qin sisters exchanged a glance, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. They thought to themselves that such quality spirit beasts were not appealing. After all, their master, Yin Liffey, required at least king-quality spirit beasts, and anything below that wasn't worth contracting. Noticing their reaction, Su Ming quickly added, They're quite impressive. One is a water tribute Songhai Jiao, and the other is a ghost tribute Xian Bone Python. His eyes showed a hint of undisguised envy as he spoke. Although the Qin sisters held high standards and looked down on diamond-quality spirit beasts, it was undeniable that king-quality spirit beasts were one in a million. Even diamond quality, a rank below, was considered a rare treasure by most spirit masters. For the vast majority, contracting a king-quality spirit beast was a lifelong dream, while diamond quality was an unattainable ultimate goal. Su Ming continued, Many spirit masters are coming for these two spirit beasts. However, they might not know that the water tribute Songhai Jiao has already been reserved. As a local with a family of some standing in the city, Su Ming clearly had access to some insider information. Reserved? Chu Yang frowned slightly, puzzled. If it's already reserved, why is it being auctioned? Su Ming smiled and explained. It's to generate buzz for the auction. The news of two diamond-quality spirit beasts immediately caused a stir in the cultivation world. Any capable spirit master with the desire would travel from afar to participate, just to have a chance at acquiring a diamond-quality spirit beast. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. I'm curious to know who has the power to reserve the headline spirit beasts from Qinghua Auction House. Could it be the City Lord's Mansion? Su Ming shook his head. The City Lord's Mansion doesn't have that kind of influence. The mastermind behind this is the current Holy Son of the Wanling Holy Land. He lowered his voice, continuing. Upon learning of the diamond-quality spirit beasts, the Holy Son immediately informed the Qian family, the top family in Linhai City, to secure it at any cost. Qinghua Auction House also received the Holy Son's message, so the water tribute Songhai Jiao is already predetermined. No matter how high others bid, they won't get it. If it weren't already listed in the auction, Qinghua Auction House would have sent it to the Wanling Holy Land directly, avoiding all this trouble. So it's the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Chu Yang realized. No wonder he could reserve it. Both Luotian City and Linhai City fall under the jurisdiction of the former Xingyue dynasty, which is governed by the Wanling Holy Land. When the Wanling Holy Land commands, all regions must comply unconditionally, especially when it's a spirit beast needed by the Holy Son. He chuckled. At least the Holy Son is leaving one for everyone else, which is quite generous. Not really. Su Ming quickly shook his head. It's not out of kindness. The Holy Sun only has one contract slot left. He added, with his personality, if he had more contract slots, he wouldn't leave even one for others. Upon hearing that the auction only featured diamond-quality spirit beasts, Qin Luoxue and her sister lost interest. They exchanged a glance, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. After all, aside from their companion spirit beasts, the ones they had contracted were all of kingly quality. These precious spirit beasts didn't come from a small place like Luodian City, but were obtained through the arduous efforts of their mother, Yun Lifei, who had traveled far and wide to acquire them. Chu Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, even so, I think the ghostly attribute Xianbone Python is worth competing for. As for that water attribute Songhai Jiao, I'm not particularly interested. At that moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he said, in my opinion, this so-called auction is merely a feast for the wealthy. What truly matters is the free trade gathering after the auction. A free trade gathering. Chu Yang looked curiously at Qin Luoxue and her sister, only to see them equally puzzled, clearly unaware of it. Instead of answering directly, Su Ming posed a question. Do you know what will happen in Linhai City in the coming days? Chu Yang frowned, deep in thought, but was clueless. However, Qin Luoxue suddenly had a flash of insight and said, it should be low tide. Based on the timing, it seems about right. Su Ming nodded in confirmation and explained, you must have noticed many spirit masters flocking to Linhai City these days. Their main goal isn't this auction, but to wait for the low tide. He then revealed a little-known secret. After the tide recedes, the sea beasts become unusually calm. This is not only the best time for high-level spirit masters to head to Kunlun Mountain, but more importantly, the ghost island near Kunlun Mountain will also emerge from the sea. Su Ming's words captured everyone's attention. He continued, usually, the sea beasts are highly active, and even spirit masters riding flying spirit beasts might face attacks. There was once a 7th-level spirit master who perished in the sea because of this. However, it was discovered that during low tide, these ferocious sea beasts retreat to the depths, making the sea surface exceptionally calm and safe. That's why high-level spirit masters choose this time to venture to Kunlun Mountain, explore dangerous terrains, and seek opportunities. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. And as the tide recedes, a mysterious island appears near Kunlun Mountain Ghost Island. It's named so because a multitude of ghostly attribute spirit beasts are born there. Su Ming explained that Ghost Island became a haven for lower-level spirit masters due to the ocean's generosity. After each low tide, the island is left with numerous treasures from the sea, naturally attracting countless spirit masters in search of fortune. Apart from searching for treasures left by the sea, capturing the young of ghostly attribute spirit beasts, even if they're not of high quality, can fetch a handsome price. Su Ming's words were filled with temptation, stirring a sense of longing in everyone present. Of course, with benefits come conflicts. Each year, numerous spirit masters lose their lives on this mysterious island, yet this does nothing to dampen people's enthusiasm. After returning from the island, lower-ranked spirit masters often trade their findings for the resources they need for cultivation, giving rise to a free trade convention. Chu Yang was intrigued upon hearing this. He initially intended to attend a regular auction, but was pleasantly surprised by the interesting activities involved. Even his 2 female companions, who had shown little interest in the auction, were now eager to explore the island. After bidding farewell to Chu Yang and his companions, Su Ming sighed with relief. He had expected that Chu Yang, a 6th-ranked spirit master, would be as intimidating as an elder, but to his surprise, their conversation was enjoyable, and they ended up becoming friendly. After all, Chu Yang was actually a few years younger than him. Turning to his sister Su Wei, who seemed downcast, Su Ming asked curiously, hey sis, you're usually quite chatty. Why are you so quiet today? Su Wei replied softly, it's nothing. I just feel a bit pressured. Pressure? Su Ming was puzzled. Sure, it was a bit tense at first, but once we started talking, it was fine. Chu Yang is very easygoing, not at all like a typical 6th-rank spirit master. Suddenly realizing something, he added, oh, are you feeling pressured by those 2 young ladies? Looking at Su Wei, he teased, when it comes to looks and figure, you can't really compete with them, sis. Already feeling low, Su Wei glared at her brother and snapped, do you want a beating? Ouch, don't pull my ear. I was wrong. Su Ming's cries echoed through the bustling street. After parting with the Su siblings, Chu Yang mused, I thought it would just be a mundane auction, but I didn't expect to encounter something so intriguing. He recalled the information he had heard. He had some knowledge of Kunlun Mountain, known as a beast lair with a danger level so high that only 7th-rank spirit masters could enter. However, he had never heard of Ghost Island. Qin Luoxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, I'm more interested in Ghost Island than the auction. As spirit beast masters, they might discover high-quality spirit beasts there. She explained that although different quality spirit beasts sometimes look slightly different, there are many exceptions. Even within the same species, the quality can vary greatly. Just like humans, While we are all people, the heights we can reach differ vastly. It's the Beastmaster's role to identify the ones with potential. As night fell and the two women suggested finding an inn, Chu Yang smiled and said, "Did you really think your husband, a sixth-rank spirit master, wasn't up to the task?" "Oh, I almost forgot you have a real spirit domain," Qin Luo exclaimed. This is the difference between 5th and 6th-rank spirit masters. Their usual habits had made them momentarily forget about Chu Yang's real spirit domain. "Yes, we've never seen what your spirit domain looks like," Qin Luoxue added. Neither they nor their father, Qin Shufeng, had opened a spirit domain, so they had never entered one. Their mother, Yun Lifi, had a spirit domain, but due to severe damage to her soul sea, she couldn't open it regularly. Thus, they had never witnessed a real spirit domain. "Let's go? I'll show you my spirit domain." With that, Chu Yang led the two women into the spirit domain. Meanwhile, at the Qian family, the most prominent family in Linhai City, the young master Qian Shaoyan lounged lazily in a chair, holding a teacup, seemingly waiting for something. He was slightly plump with a round, cheerful face that always seemed to be smiling. Dressed in a white robe with golden trim, the bold characters, Wanling, embroidered on his chest marked him as a disciple of the sacred land of Wanling. This young man, named Qian Shaoyan, was leisurely sipping tea when the tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Young master, the two sisters from the Qin family in Luotian City have arrived in Linhai City," announced a rotund elder who entered quickly and bowed. This was Qian De Wang, the steward of the Qian family. A spark of interest lit up Qian Shaoyan's eyes as he straightened up slightly. "Oh, they've finally arrived." He gazed at the steward, probing further. "Are they as stunning as the rumors suggest?" Qian De Wang, patting his round belly, couldn't hide his admiration. In terms of looks, they are truly exquisite, with unparalleled beauty. They surpass any woman I've seen in Linhai City. "Oh," Qian Shaoyan perked up. "I remember when the saintess of the overturning sea sacred land visited a few years back. You didn't speak of her like this. These two must be extraordinary indeed." He set down his teacup and, with a comical effort, rose to his feet, declaring, "In that case, we must meet them." However, Qian De Wang's next words dashed his enthusiasm. "Young master, I'm afraid not today. They haven't checked into any inn." Qian Shaoyan frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, "Who else is with the two of them?" Reporting to the young master, "There's also a young man, about 16 or 17 years old." This answer puzzled Qian Shaoyan further. At 16 or 17, it's unlikely he could have reached the 6th stage of cultivation. Could it be they have other acquaintances in Linhai City? Intending to claim the two sisters for himself, he decided to first gather more information about them. "In that case, tomorrow it is. I might as well see if they truly live up to your description," Qian Shaoyan finally decided. Meanwhile, in a mysterious spiritual realm, the Qin sisters were awestruck by the dense spiritual energy surrounding them. The concentration of spiritual matter here was even higher than that of the spiritual vein areas controlled by their city lord's mansion, indicating the superior quality of the spiritual veins within this realm. With a mere thought, Chu Yang transported the two women through the void to a spot near a gigantic spiritual beast. This creature, as large as a small mountain, was rooted atop the spiritual vein, greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual matter. The scene before them left the Qin sisters once again in utter amazement, having never witnessed such a magnificent sight. Qin Luoxue asked softly, "Chu Yang, can I let my spirit beast train here?" Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Of course. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incredibly high, but my spirit beast level is too low to fully utilize these resources, so it would just go to waste." "I want to as well," Qin Luojiao exclaimed excitedly. As soon as she spoke, a thunderous dragon roar and a clear phoenix cry echoed around them. A Xiantian fire dragon, over 10 meters long and engulfed in flames, and a similarly massive ice blue Xianyu ice phoenix appeared near the spiritual vein. Where the fire dragon passed, the air distorted. Where the ice phoenix went, the ground instantly froze. Seeing the two women's companion spirit beasts again, Chu Yang was deeply amazed. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to contract a phoenix." His gaze fell on the elegantly noble ice phoenix, and a hint of envy arose in his heart. Such spirit beasts are unknown on the entire earth. My only hope is through a blind box, or when I can develop a spirit beast evolution pill in the future and cultivate one myself. Qin Luojiao chuckled. "That's not certain. My mother searched the entire earth and couldn't find a single phoenix spirit beast. Your wish might be hard to fulfill. Just like the true dragon, the phoenix is extremely rare. Only those with great fortune and destiny can see one, let alone contract it," Qin Luoxue added. Chu Yang responded calmly. "Let's leave it to fate. You can't force these things." Suddenly, Qin Luojiao exclaimed, "Oh, Chu Yang, is that black soil?" She pointed to a patch of pitch-black soil not far from the spiritual vein, where various spirit herbs and soul herbs were growing exceptionally well. Chu Yang nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's black soil. I obtained it last time I went out during the Beast Tide. The three of them approached the black soil, and Qin Luoxua picked up a handful, feeling its texture. It really is different from ordinary soil, as soft as fluffy cotton. You're really lucky. This is a treasure many sects and major powers dream of. Black soil is considered a foundation among major powers. It can significantly enhance the growth speed of spirit herbs and soul herbs. With it, you can cultivate high-quality herbs without limitation, Qin Luoxua explained. Chu Yang smiled, recalling the experience of obtaining the black soil in the Golden Tiger's lair. If he had been a step late, Su Ming and others might have gotten it first. Qin Luoxua looked around, puzzled. With your current cultivation and the concentration of spiritual energy in your domain, there's no need to plant these low-level spirit herbs and soul herbs, right? She noticed that most of the herbs on the black soil were first or second tier, which were of no use to Chu Yang now. Using such precious black soil for low-tier herbs seemed like a waste of resources. Facing the two women's questions, Chu Yang explained honestly, I'm planting these herbs to research their specific medicinal effects. I'm preparing to develop a pill called the Evolution Pill, which should be closely related to various herbs. Evolution Pill. The two women looked puzzled, unsure of the purpose of this so-called Evolution Pill. In this world, pills were unheard of. The soul-healing pill Chu Yang gave them last time had nearly awakened their long-sleeping mother. Its effects were astonishing. What kind of miraculous effects would this Evolution Pill have? Chu Yang noticed the confusion in the eyes of the two women and patiently explained, an Evolution Pill is a type of elixir that can enable a spirit beast to evolve. Seeing that they were still puzzled, he elaborated further. In simple terms, it's a pill that can enhance the quality of a spirit beast. His explanation hit them like a thunderclap, and they widened their eyes in shock, unable to speak. After a long pause, they finally regained their senses and murmured incredulously. Enhance the quality of a spirit beast? Can the quality of a spirit beast really be improved? Chu Yang nodded firmly. I believe it can. Memories of once finding a king-quality evolution pill in a blind box and witnessing Wu Shuang leap from bronze to king quality flashed through his mind. These personal experiences left him with unwavering faith in the existence of evolution pills. However, the process of crafting such a miraculous elixir was a huge challenge. Chu Yang knew that with his current knowledge, he was far from having the resources to support the entire research. Thus, he decided to start with the basics by studying the medicinal properties of various herbs. To this end, Chu Yang collected various herbs and carefully planted them in black soil for observation and study. The myriad of herb illustrations obtained from Wang Qian's secret chamber proved invaluable, documenting numerous spiritual and soul herbs. Unfortunately, the descriptions of their effects were rather vague. In this world, spirit masters seemed indifferent to the specific effects of herbs. They only knew that spiritual herbs could enhance a spirit beast's cultivation, while soul herbs could increase or restore a spirit master's soul power. This superficial understanding forced Chu Yang to painstakingly organize the complex information himself. In his heart, he wished, if only I could find a book detailing the effects of spiritual herbs in a blind box. Without such a guide, his research might drag on indefinitely. The two women were speechless after hearing Chu Yang's explanation. His ideas seemed somewhat fantastical to them. If others knew about Chu Yang's research, they would likely ridicule him for chasing a pipe dream, as no one had ever witnessed a spirit beast evolve before. However, the two women had personally seen the soul-healing pills Chu Yang produced and the various strange items he created. They thought that perhaps he could indeed achieve a breakthrough in this field. If successful, it would be a monumental achievement in the history of spirit masters. Even if he ultimately failed, there would be no loss. Exchanging a glance, the two women spoke in unison. Chu Yang, we believe you can develop an evolution pill that will shake the entire spirit master community. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warm surge in his heart. He knew the path he had chosen was destined to be long and arduous, and possibly misunderstood by others. He hadn't expected the two women to support him so decisively. For the women, they already considered Chu Yang their future husband. How could they not fully support their future husband's ambitious and challenging research? To have such wives, what more could a husband ask for? Chu Yang thought, ready to embrace them and savor the moment of warmth. However, just then, a sound that was neither like a cat nor a sheep suddenly broke the serene atmosphere. Meow. Why is this little brat causing trouble now? Chu Yang felt a surge of anger as he noticed the two women's attention had been diverted. Just then, Qin Luojiao's eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed not far away. Oh, what's that? Is it a spirit beast? Following her gaze, Chu Yang saw a black and white, fluffy creature slowly making its way towards them. He sighed in resignation, realizing that tonight's plans were likely ruined. With no other choice, he led the two excited women to the mountain villa. As they reached the entrance, a round, adorable panda waddled out of the house. Chu Yang explained. In the spirit realm, large spirit beasts have their own lairs, but smaller ones like Wushuang and this panda live in my villa. The two women were immediately charmed by the panda's cute demeanor. They crouched down, gently stroking its soft fur, completely captivated. Chu Yang stood by, experiencing a mix of emotions. As night fell, the two women snuggled with the panda on the soft mattress, leaving Chu Yang alone to sigh. He gazed at the starry sky outside, lamenting that his plans for the evening were thoroughly derailed. The next morning, the entire city of Linhai was bustling with excitement as a large number of spirit masters flocked to the Qingwei auction house. The auction was about to begin, and the air was filled with tension and anticipation. Qian Xiaoyun was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the auction house, eager for the arrival of the two beauties. After a conversation with his butler, Qian Duong, the previous night, he had been excited all night. Although he wasn't usually interested in women, such exceptional beauty was hard to resist. Passers-by were surprised to see the Wanling emblem on his chest, speculating about the identity of someone who could make a disciple from the Holy Land wait so patiently. Finally, a commotion arose among the crowd. Two young women approached gracefully, one in a red dress and the other in blue, their beauty ethereal like celestial maidens from a painting. Qian Xiaoyun's heart raced at the sight of them, a thrill coursing through him. He quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply, and respectfully said, "I am Qian Xiaoyun, young master of the Qian family in Linhai City. It's an honor to meet you both." He straightened up, deliberately displaying the Wanling emblem on his chest, hinting at his status as both the young master of the Qian family and a disciple of the Holy Land. To his surprise, Qin Luoxue frowned and said, "You're blocking our way." Qian Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned, thinking perhaps they hadn't noticed his identity, so he puffed out his chest again. "Are you crazy?" Qin Luoxue snapped. Only then did Qian Xiaoyun notice the unusual gazes from the surrounding people, feeling embarrassed. However, the whispers of awe from others confused him. Why did everyone else recognize his identity, yet these two women seemed unaffected? Could it be they were unaware of the Holy Land's prestige? Determined, he spoke again. "I am Qian Xiaoyun, a core disciple of the Wanling Holy Land. It's an honor to meet you both." He eagerly awaited their response, but the two women simply bypassed him, heading straight for the auction house. Qian Xiaoyun's face turned pale with anger, his jaw clenched. As a disciple of the Holy Land, he had never been so ignored before, yet he was still unwilling to give up, quickly following behind them, showering them with endless compliments. "I've heard that you two are naturally beautiful and exceptionally talented. Seeing you in person, no words can truly describe your beauty. If I had to try, it would be like goddesses descending from the 9 heavens." He poured out every praise he knew, but the two women remained indifferent. Chu Yang, on the other hand, stood by with a smile. Hearing others praise his wives so highly filled him with pride, though he was well aware of Qian Xiaoyun's ulterior motives. Seeing Qian Xiaoyun becoming hoarse from talking, Chu Yang finally couldn't resist stepping in. His eyes gleamed with mischief, ready to teach this presumptuous fellow a lesson. Chu Yang stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Qian Xiaoyun. This unexpected interruption caused Qian Xiaoyun to furrow his brows in anger. His gaze remained fixed on the two beauties, completely ignoring the uninvited Chu Yang. With a composed demeanor, Chu Yang clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Qian, for your generous praise. On behalf of my two wives, I express our gratitude. However, I advise you not to waste your efforts. My wives are not interested in you, so please refrain from further harassment." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang took the hands of the two women and headed straight towards the auction hall. Qin Luo playfully scolded, "Chu Yang, you're so naughty. You could have just ignored him. Aren't you afraid he'll go crazy?" Chu Yang chuckled to himself, thinking, it's obvious what this guy wants. Does he think he can pursue my women? But I must admit, his compliments are something I should learn from." Qin Luoxue agreed. "Yes, I think you should learn from him." Surprised, Chu Yang glanced at her, then boldly wrapped his arms around their waists. The two women playfully resisted for a moment, but soon allowed the affectionate gesture. The crowd behind them watched the trio's intimacy with envy. Some sighed, "Ah, to be young again. I was once this dashing," while others lamented, "I'm not bad looking, so why am I still single?" Suddenly, an angry shout shattered the chatter. Qian Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Wives, the women he had tried so hard to impress were already married? How could he stand this? Qian Duong quickly stepped forward to console him. "Young master, calm down. Perhaps this young man is just bluffing, or maybe they're only engaged, not yet married." Qian Xiaoyun took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and ordered coldly, "Have someone observe closely to see if those women are truly married or not. Also, find out more about that man." "Understood." Qian Duong acknowledged and left to carry out the instructions. The auction hall was grand and impressive, resembling a giant circular arena. The upper level housed luxurious private boxes, while the lower level was for regular seating. The auction stage in the center was dazzling. Chu Yang and his party, with their invitation, were led to a private box with an excellent view. Once seated, Chu Yang silently thought, "System, Open the blind box. With a flash of light, the system's voice announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black silk stockings." Chu Yang felt a thrill as his eyes lingered on the two beauties. Recalling the intimate scene from the night, he helped them detoxify. An enticing image formed in his mind, sparking his anticipation. Who should wear it? Chu Yang's gaze flickered between Qin Yuro and Qin Yusen. Both sisters had long legs, and either would look stunning in black stockings. Unfortunately, he only had one pair. As the three of them pondered, a woman quietly entered the room with a tray of fruit. Her eyes lingered thoughtfully on the two women before she silently exited. Meanwhile, in another room, Qin Shaoyan sipped his tea, a curious glint in his eyes. "So, what did you find?" The woman who had brought the fruit respectfully replied. "Young master, neither of those women are virgins anymore." Crash. The teacup shattered in Qian Shaoyan's hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Who was the man with them?" Qian Duong, standing nearby, quickly reported, "According to my investigation, he is also from Luotian City and goes by the name Chu Yang." Qian Shaoyan was silent for a long time before letting out a sigh. What a waste. Two beautiful flowers placed in a pile of dung. What kind of talent could possibly come from a backwater place like Luotian City? It's laughable that the Qin sisters would choose such a man. Qian Duong agreed. They lack worldly knowledge and don't realize how vast the world is. If they had left Luotian City earlier and met you, young master, they wouldn't have married someone else. They simply missed their chance. Forget it then. Let this matter end here as if nothing happened. Qian Shaoyan shook his head in regret. Although he was envious of Chu Yang for having both women, as the heir of the prestigious Qian family, he wouldn't pursue married women. Just then, a servant hurried in. "Young master, there's a spirit master outside dressed in sacred land attire. He claims his surname is Zhong and wishes to meet you." "Zhong?" Qian Shaoyan's expression shifted, then turned to delight. "Could it be Brother Zhong? Quickly, let us go greet him." This man was favored by the Holy Sun, and Qian Shaoyan dared not be negligent. Meanwhile, the auction hall was packed and buzzing with excitement. An elderly man with a white beard and hair, holding a golden dragon head cane, stood on the stage and signaled for silence. He got straight to the point. "I won't bore you with small talk. Let's get to the main event. The first item up for auction today is a slightly damaged golden-grade defensive soul artifact. Despite its imperfections, its functionality remains intact." As he spoke, a black ancient lamp with green flames flew out from his spiritual domain. The crowd was astonished. Starting with a golden-grade soul artifact set a high standard for the auction. In one of the private boxes, Su Hao, the head of the Su family, watched intently. This was the treasure he had his eye on. Unfortunately, he knew the Su family couldn't afford it. The elderly man continued. "Golden-grade soul artifact, both offensive and defensive, starting at 5 bottles of rule liquid." The crowd gasped. 5 bottles of rule liquid? That was an astronomical price. Su Hao sighed in frustration. For the Su family, this was beyond their reach. Although they were a top-tier power in Linhai City, they didn't possess the rule stones needed to make rule liquid. While they could handle other treasures, rule liquid was out of their league. Su Ming stood aside, his brow furrowed, silently sighing. Although the Su family's ancestor was a prestigious 6th-level spirit master, he had only reached this level through years of accumulation. As a result, the Su family currently had only one person at the 6th level, and the spirit beasts of the other clan members were unable to break through. If only we could obtain a lost stone. Su Ming clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. The legend of Ghost Island surfaced in his mind. If he could find a lost stone there, his father would surely break through to the 6th level in a short time, significantly boosting the Su family's strength. At the auction, the sky-high price of the lost stone deterred many potential buyers. Such treasures were always reserved for the strong. Ordinary spirit masters had no chance of acquiring them. In a private box, Chu Yang's gaze fell on a damaged soul artifact, but he felt no excitement. His soul artifacts were already sufficient, yet the mysterious law liquid piqued his curiosity. What exactly is law liquid? Chu Yang turned and asked. Qin Luoxue frowned slightly, recalling, "I once heard my mother mention that law liquid is made by grinding a law stone into powder and mixing it with spirit liquid." She remembered her father's spirit beast breaking through to the 6th level, and Yun Lifan had talked about it. Spirit liquid is formed over time from spirit veins, similar to soul jade, but of lesser quality. Does it have any effect? Chu Yang pressed on. Qin Luoxue explained. Law liquid can be directly consumed by spirit beasts, providing a more direct effect than simply comprehending a law stone. It helps spirit beasts grasp the laws more quickly. Chu Yang was astonished. How could he not have known this vital information? He had a law stone as well. Couldn't he also make law liquid? However, Qin Luojiao frowned and said, "Only a fool would do that." "Why?" Chu Yang was puzzled. He had just been considering making some law liquid. Qin Luojiao patiently explained. Each law stone takes thousands of years to form. Most factions use them as heirlooms to continually cultivate those above the 6th level. But once it's made into law liquid, it's a one-time use. Unless you have an abundance of law stones and don't mind the consumption, you wouldn't make law liquid. Chu Yang suddenly understood. The power of a law stone is eternal, while law liquid is finite and exhaustible. People who make law liquid without ample resources are indeed foolish. At that moment, the auction officially began. Although most couldn't afford law liquid, Linhai City never lacked wealthy individuals. 6 bottles of law liquid. A 6th-level spirit master from a private box was the first to bid, eyeing the ancient lamp. 6.5 bottles. 7 bottles. Bids echoed from the boxes, causing the throats of those in the public seats below to tighten. High-level spirit masters truly acted decisively with law liquid. In another box, Qian Xiaoyun personally poured tea for the man beside him, smiling broadly. Why didn't senior brother Zhong inform me of your visit to Linhai City? I could have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Despite his outward smile, he couldn't hide his inner disdain. So the Holy Sun still doesn't trust me to handle the auction of the Canghai Jiao and sent Zhongyu to oversee it? Compared to himself, Qian Xiaoyun, Zhongyu was truly the Holy Sun's favored one. Despite Zhongyu's short stature, standing at less than 1.6 meters with unremarkable features and a somewhat sharp appearance, he was a formidable 6th-tier spirit master. At the auction, Zhongyu's voice rang out, carrying a hint of arrogance. I was merely out on a mission for the sanctuary and happened to pass by this city. I heard the tides were receding, revealing Ghost Island, so I hurried over. To be honest, I wasn't even aware there would be an auction here. Qian Xiaoyun, upon hearing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Holy Sun did not mistrust him after all. He was inwardly pleased. I didn't expect there to be a gold-quality soul artifact here. It was worth the trip. At the auction, Zhongyu unhesitatingly called out a bid. 10 bottles of rule liquid. Even within the sanctuary, gold-quality soul artifacts were rare treasures, difficult to obtain without a significant number of sect contribution points. Outsiders envied the disciples of the sanctuary, unaware of the fierce internal competition. Soul artifacts, spirit treasures, soul elixirs, spirit medicines, techniques, and even spirit beasts all required intense competition to acquire. Not to mention the special cultivation places, like spirit veins, soul veins, and places to comprehend rules, which all demanded contribution points accumulated through completing sanctuary tasks. Even though Zhongyu was favored by the Holy Sun, he couldn't obtain these resources for free. The rule liquid in his possession was a reward for completing tasks. 11 bottles of rule liquid. 12 bottles. The auction continued fiercely. The elderly auctioneer smiled, secretly delighted. The current price had already exceeded the original value of the soul artifact. But wasn't that the allure of an auction? The more the demand, the higher the price, and the greater their profit. Zhongyu clenched his fist, surprised by the fierce competition for the soul artifact. He immediately declared, 40 bottles of rule liquid. Humph. Our myriad spirit sanctuary has the capability to acquire this item. Sensing things were getting out of hand, Zhongyu decisively invoked his background. Senior brother, isn't it inappropriate to bring up our sect? Qian Xiaoyun quietly reminded him. Huh, what's inappropriate about it? Sanctuary disciples should exude the aura of the sanctuary. Junior brother, you're worrying too much. Zhongyu reprimanded. Qian Xiaoyun could only nod in agreement, though he found such behavior distasteful. The mention of myriad spirit sanctuary silenced the other bidders. Though they were powerful, they were no match for the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the auctioneer on stage was nearly cursing internally. As a sanctuary disciple, don't you know that the backer of the Qinghua auction house is the myriad spirit sanctuary? The auction's profits ultimately go to the sanctuary. You're disrupting the proceedings. The auctioneer wished he could storm into the booth and demand, who trained this disciple? Seeing no one competing with him, Zhongyu nodded in satisfaction. Junior brother, see this? This is the might of our myriad spirits sanctuary. Yet, in the next moment, another voice called out, 41 bottles of rule liquid. Zhongyu's expression instantly darkened. Someone dares to disrespect our myriad spirits sanctuary? Who dares to disregard us? He sneered. Haha, what's so special about myriad spirits sanctuary? Do you think our overturning seas sanctuary fears you? A voice echoed from another booth. The crowd gasped collectively. Another sanctuary? This auction had clearly attracted some prominent figures. First, the myriad spirits sanctuary, and now the overturning seas sanctuary. Considering the overturning seas sanctuary was located on an island in the Kunlun Sea, it wasn't surprising they would attend the auction. The sacred land of Fuhai. Chu Yang frowned slightly, recalling the information about the 9 major sacred lands on Earth. He knew that Luotian City was within the jurisdiction of the Wanling sacred land. However, he was not well versed in the specifics of the other sacred lands. Chu Yang glanced at Qin Luoxue and her companion, who both shook their heads in confusion. Clearly, the disputes between sacred lands had never been their focus of interest. At that moment, Zhongyu's breathing suddenly became rapid. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes as he blurted out, how can the sacred land of Fuhai appear within the jurisdiction of Wanling's sacred land? His tone was filled with confusion and caution. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yu raised his voice to question, what is the sacred land of Fu Hai planning by coming to the territory of Wan Ling's sacred land instead of staying at sea? As soon as he finished speaking, someone from the sacred land of Fu Hai retorted sharply, isn't Wan Ling's sacred land being a bit too domineering? While this area is under its jurisdiction, there's never been a rule against people from other sacred lands setting foot here. If it were true, our sacred lord of Fu Hai might have to have a word with your sacred lord of Wanling. This sharp retort left Zhong Yu momentarily speechless, his face turning ashen with anger, yet unable to respond. His sharp-featured face appeared somewhat menacing in his fury. In reality, although each sacred land had its jurisdiction, none had ever explicitly forbidden the presence of others. On the contrary, due to the need to suppress demonic caves, the sacred lands often helped one another. As the tension was about to escalate, another voice came from the sacred land of Fu Hai, carrying a hint of mockery. Isn't the purpose obvious? First, the auction, and second, Ghost Island. Zhong Yu snorted coldly, unwilling to continue the argument. He shifted his focus back to the auction and directly bid 50 bottles of law liquid. The response from the sacred land of Fu Hai was almost immediate. 51 bottles. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Yu raised his voice again. 60 bottles of law liquid. 61 bottles. The other side's voice remained calm, as if playing a game. Zhong Yu's expression turned extremely grim. The price had already far exceeded the value of a golden quality soul artifact several times over. In the sacred land, this amount of law liquid could be exchanged for 2 to 3 items of similar quality soul artifacts or spiritual treasures. After much deliberation, he was nearly ready to give up bidding. The surrounding auction participants were stunned by this intense bidding war. The fact that 2 sacred lands were driving the price to such an outrageous level for a single item was astonishing. At this moment, a melodious female voice came from the room of the sacred land of Fu Hai. Brother, it seems Wan Ling's sacred land can't keep up. This seemingly light-hearted remark struck Zhong Yu like a heavy blow. He suddenly realized that it was he who first used the name of his sacred land to pressure others. If he tarnished the sacred land's reputation in front of so many people today, he was certain that he would face severe punishment upon returning. Zhong Yu turned to Qian Xiaoyan, his eyes red and his voice hoarse as he asked, Junior brother, how much law liquid do you have? Qian Xiaoyan was taken aback, sensing trouble immediately. He realized Zhong Yu intended to borrow his law liquid. However, this law liquid was reserved for a soul medicine he desired. Moreover, knowing Zhong Yu's character, he feared that lending it would mean never getting it back. Yet, seeing Zhong Yu's furious gaze, Qian Xiaoyan understood that refusal was not an option. Reluctantly, he said, I only have 20 bottles of law liquid. But, senior brother Zhong, it's clear they're trying to provoke you. Why bother engaging with them? Qian Xiaoyan attempted to dissuade him, seeing through the opponent's ploy as an observer. The law liquid, part of which was given by his family and the rest earned through tasks at the sacred land, was hard-earned. He was loath to lose it so senselessly. Give it all to me. I'll pay you back later. Zhong Yu growled softly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. With a reluctant sigh, Qian Xiaoyan eventually handed over his law liquid, though inwardly cursing Zhong Yu as a fool. With the law liquid in hand, Zhong Yu immediately shouted to the auction hall, 80 bottles of law liquid. His voice was filled with determination, as if declaring the strength of Wan Ling's sacred land to everyone. The crowd erupted into an uproar, with exclamations echoing throughout. 80 bottles. That's an astronomical price. It could probably nurture a 6th-tier spirit beast. Some strong individuals shook their heads, furrowing their brows. The second son is still too young. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the box of the Fu Hai sanctuary. All right. The Wanling sanctuary indeed has deep pockets, I concede. Hearing this, Zhong Yu burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha! If you have the guts, keep bidding. What's the matter? Is it Fu Hai sanctuary's turn to back down now? However, the voice from the opposite side replied with the same calmness. I never said I was representing Fu Hai sanctuary in this auction. So, it's only me conceding. It has nothing to do with Fu Hai sanctuary. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice came from the room with a hint of mockery. Brother, the people from Wanling Sanctuary are so foolish. They don't even realize they are being played by you. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered back a few steps, and finally collapsed into a chair, his face pale as paper. Qian Xiaoyan hurried forward, feigning concern. Brother Zhong, are you all right? Yet his eyes betrayed a look of disdain. He thought to himself, how could Wanling Sanctuary produce such a useless person? Such a poor disposition, utterly worthless. In the auction hall, words as sharp as arrows pierced Zhong Yu's ears, nearly causing him to faint. He muttered under his breath, Fu Hai Sanctuary, Fu Hai Sanctuary. This time, it's a disgrace whether they win or lose. But he was powerless against them. Seeing this, Qian Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to suggest, calm down, brother. You'll have a chance for revenge. Isn't Ghost Island about to appear in a few days? Many people lose their lives there every year. Inwardly, he calculated that some of the rule liquid was his. If not for the other's provocation, would his rule liquid have been lost? So while cursing Zhongyu, he also held the people of Fuhai Sanctuary accountable. Upon hearing this, a fierce look flashed in Zhongyu's eyes, and he gasped, "Yes, yes. Ghost Island. I will make sure everyone from Fuhai Sanctuary perishes there." Thus, the first auction item fell into Zhongyu's hands. But it felt exceptionally heavy, as if burdened with immense humiliation. The auction continued, and Chu Yang watched the scene, clapping and laughing. The people of Fuhai Sanctuary are truly amusing. Whether it was Wanling Sanctuary's internal reservation of the Shanghai Jiao, or Zhongyu using the sanctuary's background to pressure others, both incidents left him with a poor impression of Wanling Sanctuary. Unexpectedly, Fuhai Sanctuary delivered a slap in return, which was rather satisfying. The second auction item was a silver-quality spiritual herb. Chu Yang intended to bid, but upon seeing its severed roots, he gave up. Although black soil was fertile ground for cultivating herbs, it couldn't revive a dead plant. His endeavors were long-term, not something to be achieved overnight. Unless the blind box revealed a book of Wanling evolution plans, which he wasn't sure even existed, let alone when it might appear. The chance seemed slim. So, until then, he needed to conduct his own research, and this short-lived herb was of no use to him now. The auction proceeded with fervor, the atmosphere swelling like a tide, with no items going unsold for hours. Qingyue Auction House had indeed gathered a remarkable selection this time. Previously, a golden quality cultivation technique was fiercely contested and fetched a sky-high price. It was a technique capable of elevating someone to the peak of the 6th tier, a permanent asset for any power. It was entrusted to Qingyue Auction House by a 7th-tier powerhouse, and was eventually won by an unknown bidder. After being outmaneuvered by Fuhai Sanctuary once more, and perhaps due to the lack of rule liquid, Zhongyu finally quieted down. However, Fuhai Sanctuary continued to make successful bids, acquiring numerous items, which caused angry grumbling to emanate from Zhongyu's room. Just then, the woman's voice from the Fuhai Sanctuary box rang out again, laced with sarcasm. "Are you a pig?" Constantly grunting. "Humph." Zhongyu gritted his teeth, growling under his breath. "I'll tear your mouth apart sooner or later." The next item is a soul elixir of golden quality. The old man's voice echoed through the auction hall. Chu Yang, initially disinterested, found his attention riveted to the item on the stage. While the soul artifacts and spiritual treasures at the auction held little value to him, this particular soul elixir caught his eye. As a formidable practitioner at the peak of the 6th tier, ordinary techniques no longer sufficed for his needs. Only diamond and king quality techniques piqued his interest. At this moment, Chu Yang's focus was on two things: accumulating enough law essence for future advancement to the 6th tier, and acquiring living soul elixirs and spiritual herbs, which were crucial for his long-term goals. The soul elixir on the auction platform had intact roots, resembling jade and glimmering with starlight, truly mesmerizing. Chu Yang immediately recognized it as the starlight jade flower. He had never planted this kind of soul elixir in his black soil, making it exceptionally valuable. To explore the arduous path of refining evolution pills, he needed to gather a diverse array of materials in preparation. Qian Xiaoyan was equally eager for this soul elixir, his breath quickening. As one of the few golden quality soul elixirs at the auction, it could have helped him break through to the 5th tier. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his supply of law essence and could only watch the opportunity slip away, filled with regret. "Don't worry, junior brother. Once we return to the sanctuary, I promise to get you a golden quality soul elixir as compensation," Zhongyu assured, thumping his chest. Qian Xiaoyan outwardly replied, "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. It's just a soul elixir, not a big deal." Inwardly, however, he cursed Zhongyu numerous times, convinced that someone of Zhong's character would never truly deliver on such a promise. On the auction platform, the old man announced, "The golden quality soul elixir, Starlight Jade Flower, starts at 3 bottles of law essence." Chu Yang frowned at the use of law essence as currency. He inquired, "Can ordinary treasures be used for bidding?" Without any law essence and unwilling to convert his precious law stones into it, he sought alternatives. Many of his spirit beasts would eventually need to break through the 6th tier, and he could aid other spirit beasts in understanding the law using his perfect spiritual domain built with world stones. Thus, he would never squander his valuable law stones on making law essence. Chu Yang's question was met with laughter. The old man shook his head, saying, "This item can only be traded with law essence." "What a pity." Chu Yang sighed, regretting his missed chance at acquiring the Starlight Jade Flower. At that moment, the disgruntled Qian Xiaoyan recognized Chu Yang's voice. Qian Xiaoyan, who had always harbored a bit of jealousy towards Chu Yang, now had a malicious glint in his eyes. He sneered with disdain in his voice. "Huh. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Asking such a stupid question. You probably don't even know what a rule elixir is, do you?" His voice grew louder as if he had found an outlet for his emotions. Suddenly, he shouted towards the room where Chu Yang was, Kid, if you bring your 2 wives to my box, I'll reward you with 3 bottles of rule elixir on the spot. How about that? A burst of arrogant laughter echoed through the auction house, drawing the attention of the crowd with such distasteful remarks in a public setting. Normally, Qian Xiaoyan might not have lost his composure like this, but his jealousy towards Chu Yang, the pressure of borrowing money from his senior brother, and the frustration of seeing the soul medicine he desired slipping away all boiled over. Meanwhile, in Su Haoran's room, Su Ming recognized Chu Yang's voice and was pleasantly surprised. It's Brother Chu. Originally, he addressed Chu Yang as a senior, but after getting along well, he started calling him Brother Chu. Su Haoran frowned slightly and asked, the 6th-level spiritual master? Yes, that's him. Su Ming nodded excitedly. After I returned to the Su family, I told my father about Chu Yang. I believe that as long as we offer something that interests him, he won't refuse to help the Su family search for rule stones on Ghost Island. Su Haoran sighed. Unfortunately, we need rule elixir to exchange for this starlight jade flower. Otherwise, we could have directly bid for it and gifted it to him. He explained with a touch of helplessness. Our Su family lacks strong experts. The only 6th-level ancestor must stay with the family, and as the patriarch, I can't leave for long. This means that the spiritual masters we can send to Ghost Island aren't very powerful, and they might not find any treasures. Even if they do, others would likely snatch them away, leaving them as mere cannon fodder. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyan's words, Chu Yang's gaze turned cold. If they were outside the auction, he would have already dealt with him using his night shadow needle for saying such things. While Chu Yang had no negative impression of Qian Xiaoyan before, it had now plummeted to rock bottom. However, at that moment, Qin Luoxue revealed a mysterious smile. Do you want to see what rule elixir really is? Chu Yang was taken aback, not quite understanding. Qin Luoxue leaned in and whispered something in Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang frowned and firmly refused. No way. Letting someone like him even glance at you is an insult. Qin Luojiao snorted softly. I think sister's idea is good. If he dares to call you a country bumpkin, let him pay with rule elixir. Before Chu Yang could respond, Qin Luoxue had already called out in the direction of Qian Xiaoyan's box. Does the young master mean what he says? Qian Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Of course, I keep my word. Even though the women were already married, he didn't mind having them over for a drink and some fun. To everyone's surprise, the 2 women directly pulled Chu Yang towards Qian Xiaoyan's box. This scene left everyone present astonished. Just because of a single remark, the 2 women went over? Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? From his observation, those 2 women were not the type to act casually, so why would they throw themselves at Qian Xiaoyan? Next to him, Su Wei raised her head haughtily and snorted coldly. Umph. What's the use of just being pretty? Flirtatious. Such women don't deserve Brother Chu. In the box belonging to the Sacred Sea territory, a young man watched the scene with surprise. After a while, he finally spoke. I've truly seen it all. The young man had sharp eyes and a straight posture. His body as straight as a blade, even while sitting. His face wasn't particularly handsome, but it was well defined, and his sword-like eyebrows added a fierce touch. Beside him, a girl with twin braids and a delicate appearance spat in disgust. Ugh, such a disgrace to women. 2 stunningly beautiful women, ignoring the astonished stares from those around them, linked arms with Chu Yang and walked straight towards Qian Xiaoyan's private room. Their actions left everyone present in shock, mouths agape as they watched the scene unfold. With a charming smile and a voice as melodious as silver bells, Qin Lijiao spoke. Young Master Qian just mentioned that if we entered the private room, we would be rewarded with 3 bottles of rule elixir. Now that my sister and I are here, where might those elixirs be? Qian Xiaoyan laughed heartily, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Haha, when I say something, I mean it. With that, he pulled out the last 3 bottles of rule elixir from his pocket and placed them solemnly on the table. He raised an eyebrow at the 2 beauties, gesturing towards the wine glasses on the table. Would the 2 of you be so kind as to pour drinks for us brothers? Nearby, Zhongyu, who had a sharp and monkey-like face, was taken aback by the sight of the women, finding them breathtakingly beautiful. His breathing quickened, and his short stature involuntarily rose from his seat, eyes fixed on them as if he had just witnessed the most beautiful sight in the world. Gracefully stepping forward, Qin Luojiao picked up the 3 bottles of rule elixir with her delicate hands. She smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, young Master Qian. Before her words had even faded, she turned and headed for the door, leaving Qian Xiaoyan and Zhongyu staring dumbfounded at their retreating figures. Suddenly, Zhongyu snapped out of his daze, slamming the table in anger and shouting fiercely, How dare you? You think you can just leave after taking our things? Qin Luoxue cast a cold glance at him, her voice as icy as it was piercing. Young Master Qian made it very clear before, as long as we came to the private room, would be given 3 bottles of rule elixir. Now that we've come and gone, we haven't broken any previous agreement, have we? Qian Xiaoyan abruptly stood up, trembling with rage, gritting his teeth as he said, I did say that. But my rule elixirs are not so easily taken. If you don't stay and drink with us, you won't leave through those doors. At this tense moment, Chu Yang's cold voice cut through like a chilling wind. Is that so? He walked calmly to the two women, his sharp eyes fixed on the two men opposite, his gaze like a blade causing them to shiver uncontrollably. If not for the auction house's prohibition on violence, these two might have already become lifeless corpses. Chu Yang said icily. Even if you were to worship the ground my two wives walked on, you're not worthy, and you dare bark before them? If you don't shut up, I'll make sure you come in upright and leave horizontally. His eyes flashed with cold light as he let out a snort, leading the two women back to the private room. Throughout the entire process, Qin Xiaoyun and Zhong Yu were like prey caught in the gaze of a predator, unable to utter a single word. The room fell into a dead silence, everyone still processing what had just happened. Two stunning women had entered Qin Xiaoyun's private room, taken 3 bottles of rule elixir, and then casually walked out. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from the private room of the overturning sea sanctuary. Huh, that was hilarious. How could the myriad spirit sanctuary have such foolish people? Isn't this just giving away 3 bottles of rule elixir for free? I say, if there's ever such a thing again, let me know. I need rule elixirs too. This laughter was salt in the wounds of Qian Xiaoyun and Zhong Yu, who were left red-faced and humiliated. They had been so intimidated by the other party's presence that they couldn't even speak. Su Ming sighed in relief, laughing as he said, haha, I told you. Those two women are definitely not just anyone. He was grateful that Chu Yang hadn't been provoked into action. After all, with a 7th-level spirit master overseeing the place, anyone causing trouble would face dire consequences. However, Su Haoran frowned. But now he's completely offended the Qian family. On Ghost Island, they'll certainly try to block him. If we seek his help to find the rule stones, it might become even more complicated. He felt that Chu Yang was too impulsive. Even though a 6th-level spirit master is strong, there are several 7th-level spirit masters in the current coastal city. Being too arrogant isn't a good thing. Su Wei frowned, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Not really. I think he seems quite fearless. The auction hall erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned, finding it hard to believe the sudden turn of events. There were whispers all around, with most people secretly mocking Qian Xiaoyun, thinking he had given away 3 precious bottles of essence for nothing in return. Ah! Qian Xiaoyun roared in fury, his shout deafening. He slammed his fist onto the table in front of him, shattering it into splinters. Never in his life had he suffered such a humiliation. His teeth clenched, eyes blazing with rage. Chu Yang, I swear I won't rest until I tear you apart. In stark contrast to Qian Xiaoyun's overwhelming anger, Zhong Yu was fixated on the 2 beauties he had seen. His breath quickened, eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as he eagerly asked, Brother Qian, who exactly are those 2 beauties? Qian Xiaoyun took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner fury, and briefly explained the situation of the 2 women. The lord's residents of Luotian City, married women. Upon learning that the 2 women were Chu Yang's wives, Zhong Yu could barely contain himself, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He looked at Qian Xiaoyun with envy, his tone full of excitement. Brother Qian, you're about to rise. Qian Xiaoyun slumped into his chair, his face full of despair. Brother, don't mock me. Today is the greatest shame of my life. Where's the rise in that? Zhong Yu patted Qian Xiaoyun on the shoulder, speaking in a mysterious tone. Brother, have you forgotten the preferences of the Holy Sun? The Holy Sun's preferences? You mean? Qian Xiaoyun didn't immediately catch on. Exactly those 2 women. Zhong Yu lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with cunning. Don't you know that the Holy Sun has a particular fondness for them? If you manage to present these 2 women to the Holy Sun, your future prospects would be limitless. Qian Xiaoyun was aware of the Holy Sun's peculiar preferences, but he shook his head decisively. No, that's too immoral. Despite his desire to tear Chu Yang to pieces, he couldn't bring himself to deliver the 2 women to the Holy Sun. He had heard that the Holy Sun, due to his spirit beast companion, had undergone some unusual experiences in his youth, which greatly altered his nature, resulting in some particular preferences. This repulsive peculiarity made many disciples of the Holy Land loathe him. If not for the protection of the Holy Master and several elders, the Holy Sun might have been killed long ago. Come on, brother. Zhong Yu persisted, continuing to persuade. Given the current situation, you're still hesitating? Don't you want more cultivation resources? Don't you want your family's patriarch to have a higher status in the Holy Land? If we capture those 2 women for the Holy Sun, wouldn't it just take a word from him when he's pleased? Qian Xiaoyun fell into deep thought. This was, after all, the stronghold of the Qian family, where they wielded significant power. To succeed, he would need to leverage the family's strength. Moreover, he had embarrassed the Wanling Holy Land today and would surely face punishment upon returning. But if he could get the Holy Sun to speak on his behalf, he might avoid punishment or at least have it greatly reduced. Qian Xiaoyun didn't want to commit such an immoral act, but Zhong Yu's persistent temptation was hard to resist. especially when he heard about receiving a large amount of cultivation resources and elevating his and his family's status. His resolve began to waver. All right, Qian Xiaoyan finally made up his mind, though still hesitant. Let's plan this carefully. He didn't want anyone to know that the Qian family would brazenly abduct women in broad daylight. Zhong Yu smiled with satisfaction, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and his group had returned to their private room. Qin Luojiao was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, you were so impressive just now. Chu Yang's lips curled slightly, teasingly asking, really? Is there a reward? Like tonight? Humph. Qin Luojiao pretended to be angry, but there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. My mother hasn't woken up yet. The auction was in full swing, and the crowd's attention finally shifted from other less significant items to the true star of the event, the golden quality Starlight Mingyu flower. Unfortunately, this rare spiritual plant was ultimately won by someone else. But that was just the beginning. The Qingyue auction house was clearly well prepared for this grand event, unveiling one impressive item after another, leaving the audience in awe. The elderly auctioneer on stage beamed with joy, his smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Finally, the highlight of the event made its entrancia diamond quality, goes to tribute Xian Bone Python, instantly elevating the auction's atmosphere to a fever pitch. This giant python was entirely composed of bones, yet rather than appearing lifeless, it exuded an aura of luxury. Its skeletal frame seemed to be cast in gold, and its eyes flickered with a green, soul-powered flame, giving it an eerie yet captivating beauty. Qin Luoxue explained from the side. All spirit beasts composed of bones fall under the ghost attribute. Their greatest feature is their exceptional bone regeneration ability, combined with the undying soul flame, making them truly immortal. The starting price for this auction was so high that ordinary cultivators present could only look on in dismay. The opening bid of 10 bottles of Rule liquid meant that only those of the 6th rank or higher could afford to participate. Chu Yang and Zhong, you could only stand by helplessly, filled with regret and frustration. Damn it. If I'd known there'd be something this good, I would have prepared sufficient resources in advance to bid. Zhong Yu lamented, slapping his thigh. He had rushed here upon hearing about the Ghost Island's imminent emergence, without any preparation. Qian Xiaoyun glanced at the disgruntled Zhong Yu, inwardly mocking. Do you really think you can win a diamond-quality spirit beast? You're probably just hoping to rely on the prestige of the Holy Land to intimidate others. However, his eyes also burned with desire, for a diamond-quality spirit beast was a rarity even in the entire Wanling Holy Land. As the auction progressed, powerful figures hidden in the shadows began to reveal themselves, their extravagant bids leaving everyone speechless. Each increase in price was by hundreds of bottles of Rule liquid, causing the scene to verge on chaos. Qin Luoxue frowned and remarked, these fools. Rule stones take tens of thousands of years to form, yet they treat them like disposable items. What a waste. Listening to the staggering prices, Chu Yang's eyes burned with ambition. He couldn't help but calculate. If I could obtain that much Rule liquid, I could definitely help Huang break through to the 6th rank in no time. Thinking about how it might take him half a year or even longer to break through, Chu Yang felt a sense of urgency. If aided by the elixir of laws, the time required could be even shorter. Chu Yang thought with secret delight, his eyes scanning over the stone of laws and the spirit domain in his hand. The rarity of the desolate attribute made comprehending its laws extremely difficult, but with these two treasures, the breakthrough time would be significantly reduced. He calculated silently that with the addition of the elixir of laws, it might be possible to bring desolate to the 6th level within a few months. Inside the auction venue, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. The Xianbone python was sold for an astonishing price of 200 bottles, claimed by a powerful rogue cultivator at the peak of the 7th level. Although the people from Covering Sea Sanctuary also participated in the bidding, they dared not turn the Stone of Laws into the Elixir of Laws due to concerns about their foundation and could only watch the opportunity slip away with a sigh. As a diamond-quality spirit beast appeared, the auction erupted. Amidst the rising calls, bottles of precious elixirs of laws poured into the Qingyue auction house, like a stream. Witnessing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of an impulse to rob. By evening, the auction had seen the transaction of dozens of items, including spiritual herbs, soul drugs, soul artifacts, and cultivation methods. Chu Yang also made 2 bids, acquiring 2 not-so-high-grade living spiritual herbs. Finally, the last auction item made its appearance. A water-blue young flood dragon appeared before everyone, with a single horn on its head, 2 claws on its belly, and its body covered in blue scales, exuding a unique aura of majesty. It was the diamond-quality spirit beast Sanhaijiao. Qian Xiaoyan instantly straightened his previously lazy posture, his eyes locked onto the blue flood dragon. This was precisely the target entrusted to him by the Holy Sun. Although arrangements had already been made with the auction house, they had to make sure to avoid any negative impact on Qingyue auction house, so the facade had to be maintained. Zhong Yu frowned and asked, Junior brother Qian, you're not planning to bid on this spirit beast, are you? Qian Xiaoyun, eyes fixed on the center, replied. It's the Holy Sun who wants to acquire this spirit beast. He knew that this task could not afford any mistakes, as any slip could drastically lower his standing in the Holy Sun's eyes. Even offering 2 women might only serve to make up for the oversight, not earn him any rewards. Elsewhere, the group from Covering Sea Sanctuary held their breath. Being a sanctuary located on a large island, water attribute spirit beasts were of utmost importance to them. This Songhai Jiao was exactly what they desired, and they were determined to secure it. At the same time, many powerful beast tamers had their eyes aglow, fixated on the blue flood dragon. Having missed the Xianbone python, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. In contrast, Chu Yang and his companions appeared particularly calm. The Qin sisters each possessed dragon and phoenix spirit beasts, and naturally had no interest in this diamond-quality spirit beast. As for Chu Yang, with a genuine Saint Dragon Desolate and an unhatched king-quality Tsangshua Flood Dragon, this diamond-quality spirit beast was beneath his notice. Moreover, without the Elixir of Laws, he didn't even have the qualification to participate in the bidding. On the auction stage, the elderly man announced with radiant energy, the final auction item today, a diamond-quality water tribute spirit beast, Songhai Jiao. Starting bid at 20 bottles of the Elixir of Laws. Let the bidding begin. As expected, the starting bid for the Songhai Jiao was the same as the Xianbone python, set at 25 bottles of Rule Liquid. The overturning Sea Sanctuary immediately raised the bid by 5 bottles, showing their determination to acquire this spirit beast. The atmosphere in the auction house instantly became tense as a brave spirit master, unfazed by the sanctuary's influence, promptly bid 26 bottles. Soon, the bidding surged like a tidal wave. 28 bottles. 29 bottles. 30 bottles. The voices of bids echoed from the private rooms, and the price of the Songhai Jiao continued to climb. The bidders in the general area were stunned, with someone exclaiming, "This is like a battle of the gods. They're so lavish, as if the Rule Liquid means nothing to them." Qin Luojiao sneered and said dismissively, "A battle of the gods. I think it's more like a bunch of fools." Clearly, she disapproved of turning Rule Stones into Rule Liquid. Qin Luoxiao pondered. Maybe it's because Earth has been dormant for so long that many Rule Stones have emerged, making these people unaware of their true value. The 2 sisters' spirit beasts had yet to break through the 6th tier due to a lack of Rule Stones to comprehend the rules. Although the City Lord's mansion possessed a Rule Stone, it was constantly used by Qin Shufeng. His spirit beast was slowly comprehending the power of rules, hidden within the spiritual vein controlled by the mansion, progressing slowly but steadily. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. In the short term, the effect of Rule Liquid indeed surpasses that of a whole Rule Stone. However, in the long run, it's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The formation of a Rule Stone is extremely difficult, taking tens of thousands of years for one to appear. I'm curious, where do they get their Rule Stones? They should be incredibly rare. The sisters shook their heads, indicating their confusion. At this moment, an elderly man spoke up. I had some good luck and recently returned from that perilous place with some Rule Stones. Finally, they come in handy today. With that, he directly bid 40 bottles of Rule Liquid. This bid sparked a wave of discussion within the private rooms. Someone asked in surprise, "That perilous place? Old man, you really dare to go there? Aren't you afraid of dying inside?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "Heh, I'm just an old loner. What do I have to fear? At worst, it's just death." Others expressed their admiration, with someone lamenting, "A friend of mine went in and hasn't been heard from since. I'm afraid the worst has happened. I'm planning to build a cenotaph for him." Hearing this conversation, Chu Yang couldn't help but speculate. That perilous place, could it be Kunlun Mountain? As the discussion continued, the price of the Songhai Jiao kept rising. Within the overturning sea sanctuary, the young man Yi Qingtian, sitting as straight as a blade, couldn't help but curse under his breath. These old bastards. He suspected these old folks might be emptying their coffers. As a result, he felt he might miss out on acquiring the Songhai Jiao. The cute girl with pigtails, Yi Linger, said, "Who knew there would be diamond-quality spirit beasts here from the start?" Her voice carried a hint of regret. Yi Linger explained that they originally came because of Ghost Island and only learned about the auction upon arrival. Initially, they intended to just browse, but to their surprise, they discovered quite a few valuable items. She sighed. "It's a pity it's too late to gather funds now." Yi Qingtian clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't push me to resort to highway robbery." His eyes gleamed with desire for the Songhai Jiao, clearly not wanting to miss this opportunity. Yi Linger quickly advised, "Forget it, brother. Don't underestimate these old men. To have lived this long, each one must have some hidden cards." However, when the bidding price for the Songhai Jiao soared to 200 bottles of Rule Liquid, Yi Qingtian and his companions completely gave up. This price was far beyond their expectations. Yi Qingtian took a deep breath, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. I want to see who ends up with this spirit beast. If possible, I wouldn't mind having a word with them. If all else fails, being a roadblock might be an option. Yi Linger held her forehead in exasperation. She knew her brother's personality too well. Once he sets his sights on something, he will go to great lengths to obtain it. His life motto is, "There are always more solutions than problems." The auction continued, with a group of 7th-tier spirit masters fiercely competing, none willing to back down. The scene was intense, the atmosphere tense. On the other side, Qian Shaoyan watched the heated bidding with a smile on his lips, thinking to himself, what's the point of all this excitement? In the end, won't it still be taken by our holy son? He couldn't help but feel pity for their enthusiasm. As fervent as it was, in his eyes, it was all in vain. Before long, the group of elders had reached a conclusion. The auctioneer loudly announced, "Is there anyone willing to offer more than 250 bottles? If not, this Songhai Jiao will belong to this senior." 250 once. Many shook their heads, faces full of regret. Yi Qingtian from the Fuhai Holy Land stared intently at the blue Jiao, his breathing rapid, wishing he could just jump down and snatch it. Yi Linger quickly grabbed her brother, whispering a warning. "Brother, calm down. This is, after all, the territory under Wanling Holy Land. Don't cause any trouble." She was genuinely worried her brother might impulsively rush out of their booth. 252. The auctioneer's voice rose again, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the booth where Qian Shaoyan was seated. Inside the booth, Chu Yang sneered, really playing it cool, waiting until the last moment to make a move. Just then, the auctioneer called out once more, 250. 260 bottles of Rule liquid. Qian Shaoyan's voice finally rang out, interrupting the auctioneer. The auctioneer secretly breathed a sigh of relief, nearly breaking into a sweat. At that moment, he almost wanted to rush over and slap Qian Shaoyan, cursing inwardly. "I thought you had fallen asleep. If you ruined the Holy Sun's plans, no one could bear the consequences." The spirit master who had bid 250 was stunned, unable to believe someone had stepped in at the crucial moment. He snorted, 270 bottles. 280, Qian Shaoyan replied casually, as if discussing something trivial. "You," the elder said coldly. "Boy, are you determined to oppose me?" Qian Shaoyan replied humbly. "Senior, you misunderstand. Competition at an auction is normal. I also have my eye on this spirit beast. I can't just give it up." Qian Shaoyan felt the immense pressure from his opponent, as heavy as a mountain. As a 7th-level spirit master, the opponent could easily end his life with a simple soul attack. He dared not speak arrogantly, yet he couldn't ignore the task entrusted to him by the Holy Sun. Qian Shaoyan silently weighed his options, realizing this could bring significant trouble to the Qian family. However, he had the backing of the sacred land, and his ancestor was an elder there, which gave him some confidence. Anyone thinking of challenging the Qian family would have to consider the power of the sacred land. "All right, young man, you're quite something. Let's see what you're really made of," the old man scoffed, continuing to raise the bid. However, no matter how high the old man raised the price, Qian Shaoyan always managed to outbid him. A flash of anger crossed the old man's eyes as he warned, "Boy, if you can't pay after the auction, the consequences will be severe." He began to suspect that the other party was deliberately causing trouble. Qian Shaoyan replied calmly, "I understand the consequences, no need for your concern." Inwardly, he was smirking. The Holy Sun had already arranged with the auction house, making this bidding process merely a formality. No matter how high a price he offered, he would ultimately take the sea dragon for free. Therefore, Qian Shaoyan felt no pressure. Fine, fine. We'll meet again someday," the old man threatened and withdrew from the bidding. The entire venue was shocked as the final bid for the sea dragon reached over 300 bottles of law liquid. Such an amount could cultivate several 6th-level spirit beasts in a short time. Chu Yang watched coldly, sighing inwardly. Perhaps this old man is truly wealthy, but he's no match for underhanded tactics. However, it was none of his concern, so he chose not to get involved. That kid is in the same box as that fool from earlier. He must be a disciple of the sacred land of all spirits. Yi Qingtian remarked coldly. He was determined to obtain the sea dragon, as a high-quality water-type spirit beast was crucial for the spirit masters of the sea, subduing sacred land. Later, find out who he is. The auction's impact was citywide, with many spirit masters regretting missing such a grand event, not expecting the appearance of so many valuable items. The news would soon spread to nearby cities, boosting the reputation of the Qingyue auction house, which was precisely what they hoped for. As the auction concluded, Chu Yang and his two companions left to purchase various live medicinal herbs around the city. The two women fully supported Chu Yang's plans, accompanying him everywhere. Suddenly, Chu Yang became alert, saying, Someone's watching us." Qin Luojiao analyzed. It must be that young master from the Qian family. After suffering such a loss, he won't let it go easily. However, the trio paid no mind and continued their search for herbs. As night fell, they returned to the spirit domain. Chu Yang held the law liquid but hesitated to give it to Huang. Since being reprimanded by Wang Yuan, he had become much more cautious. The world held too many unknowns, and a small mistake could lead to disaster. Let's wait for my mother to take a look when we get back, Qin Luoxue suggested. Once they returned from Netherworld Island, Yun Lifan should be awake. All right, Chu Yang agreed. He then began channeling the law of the wasteland from the spirit domain and the lost stone towards Huang, aiding his comprehension. When the two women saw the lost stone the size of a wash basin, their eyes widened in shock, rendering them speechless. Oh my God, it's huge, they exclaimed in unison. Unable to resist, they reached out to gently touch the massive lost stone, feeling its smooth, cool surface. They recalled Yun Lifan mentioning a lost stone the size of a human head, which already took many thousands of years to form and was considered a rare treasure. But this wash basin-sized lost stone before them exceeded their imagination. How long would it take to form such a colossal stone? Tens of thousands of years? Or hundreds of thousands? This question lingered in their minds. I discovered this during the last beast tide while exploring the wilderness, he explained, his tone tinged with uncertainty. I've never seen other lost stones, so I'm not sure how valuable this one truly is. Qin Luoxue's expression turned serious as she solemnly warned. We must not let anyone else know about this, or we'll be in grave danger. I understand. He nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The next morning, as sunlight spread across the land, Su Ming approached Chu Yang. He got straight to the point. Brother Chu, I would like your help to obtain a lost stone on Yuming Island. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Oh, I've offended the Qian family, and yet you dare to seek my help? Aren't you afraid I'll make things worse for you? He was well aware that once he set foot on Yuming Island, the Wang family would surely target him. Was Su Ming so confident in him? Su Ming responded frankly. Of course, I've considered that. But I also see that Brother Chu remains unfazed, striding boldly through Linhai City despite being watched. Hearing this, Chu Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, he didn't regard those petty troublemakers as a threat. Yet, he curiously asked, your Su family is a top-tier force in Linhai City. How is it that you don't have even a single lost stone? Su Ming appeared embarrassed as he explained. In Linhai City, the two most powerful forces are the Qian family and the City Lord's Mansion. The Qingyue Auction House is part of the City Lord's Mansion. Both these forces have backing in the Wanling Holy Land, as the Qian family patriarch and the elder of the City Lord's Mansion are both elders there. With these two powers in control, do you think other forces in Linhai City have any chance to rise? He continued with a bitter smile. To be frank, the two major forces give us no room to grow. Every year when Ghost Island appears, they suppress other forces with all their might. Forget about obtaining anything valuable. Surviving the trip is already considered fortunate. Chu Yang nodded in understanding, recognizing that such situations were all too common in the world of cultivation. He candidly stated, however, I'm a straightforward person and can't help you for free. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship wasn't that close yet. Su Ming responded readily. Brother Chu, feel free to name your terms. As long as it's within the Su family's capabilities, we won't refuse. Is that so? Chu Yang pondered briefly before stating his conditions. I'm currently in need of various spiritual herbs and soul medicines, with no quality restrictions, but they must be alive. Secondly, I want a spirit beast with ghost attributes. Upon hearing Chu Yang's requests, Su Ming said, the first request shouldn't be a problem if there's no quality restriction. Our Su family has its own herb garden. As for the second, he frowned slightly. We do have ghost attribute spirit beasts, but they are all contracted. However, we know where on Ghost Island there are many ghost attribute spirit beast cubs. I can take you there, but whether you can capture a high-quality spirit beast depends on your luck. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. I'll help you obtain the lost stone, and you'll provide me with live herbs and take me to find ghost attribute cubs. Su Ming added seriously. But let me warn you, that place is extremely dangerous. Last year, several of my family members lost their lives there. So, when the time comes, I'll only be responsible for leading you to that place. The rest is up to your skills. He made it very clear that he could only lead Chu Yang to the place, and whether Chu Yang could capture the spirit beast was not his responsibility. This candid statement gave Chu Yang some reassurance, preventing any future blame if the capture failed due to lack of forewarning. In the following days, Linhai City was visited by wave after wave of spirit masters. They came from all directions, staying in the city, waiting for the tide to recede. Chu Yang noticed the presence of several imposing 8th-level spirit masters among them, which piqued his interest in the secrets of Kunlun Mountain. Chu Yang wondered to himself, what power does Kunlun Mountain hold to attract so many strong individuals? He knew it was a den of fierce beasts, not easily accessible to those below the 7th level of spirit mastery. The mountain was filled with various powerful beasts and lurking dangers. Clearly, there must be some unknown secrets hidden there, otherwise, it wouldn't draw so many 8th-level spirit masters. In Chu Yang's understanding, 8th-level spirit masters were among the most powerful people on Earth today. Aside from the founders of the sanctuaries 500 years ago, these individuals represented the pinnacle of strength. Their presence added a layer of mystery to the upcoming expedition. Meanwhile, an important meeting concerning the future of the Qian family was taking place at their ancestral residence. Qian Xiaoyan reported Zhong Yu's plan to his father, Qian Xianan, and other senior members of the Qian family. Such matters concerned the family's reputation, and he dared not make decisions on his own. After hearing the report, Qian Xianan frowned. The act of forcibly taking another man's wife was indeed unethical, but the accompanying benefits were hard to ignore. It would not only secure Qian Xiaoyan a significant position beside the Holy Sun, but also elevate the family's standing in the sanctuary. Looking around, Qian Xianan sought the opinions of the other family elders. What do you all think? In the meeting room, the Qian family's leaders expressed various opinions. Some believed that although the act was disgraceful, the benefits far outweighed it. They even comforted themselves by saying, "Perhaps those women will thank us." After all, how can a man from a small place like Luotian City compare to the Holy Sun? If they follow the Holy Sun, wealth and prosperity will be within their grasp. However, others opposed. I think this is unwise. By doing so, we become accomplices. If this gets exposed, how will our family maintain its footing in Linhai City? Unlike Luotian City, where the Fu family acts as they please, Linhai City often hosts powerful figures. We can't control everything here. A heated debate ensued, with each side holding firm. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the clan leader, Qian Xianan, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xianan said, "There is still time before the ghost island appears and disappears, enough for us to send someone to consult the ancestor. Since we find it difficult to decide, we should seek his advice." Everyone agreed, acknowledging that the ancestor's words carried the most weight. Qian Xianan added, "Additionally, as per our annual tradition, we must search for rare treasures on Ghost Island to prepare for the ancestor's birthday celebration. This task must not be neglected." Yes, everyone responded in unison. The Qian ancestor's birthday celebration was scheduled shortly after the Ghost Island expedition. At that time, the entire Qian family would travel to the sanctuary to celebrate. This event was not only a family occasion, but also a crucial platform to demonstrate the Qian family's strength. This has been a tradition for years, and this year is no exception. More and more spirit masters have gathered in Linhai City, coming from all directions with one goal in mind: to explore the mysterious Ghost Island. A few days later, in the early morning, a deafening hum suddenly erupted, causing the entire Linhai City and the coastal areas to shake violently. Chu Yang exclaimed, "What the heck? Was that an earthquake?" He frowned in thought. Could the receding tide cause such a commotion? Why would it cause such a strong tremor? This doesn't make any sense. Chu Yang and his two female companions mounted their spirit beast, the Tianqing Peng, and soared into the sky. From above, they gazed out over the deep sea. Under the sunlight, the sea surface appeared eerily black. However, at the far end of the vast ocean, a golden light shot skyward, illuminating the distant Kunlun Mountains in a golden hue. "The tide is receding," a spirit master shouted. Clearly, the golden light was a sign of the receding tide. At this moment, Su Ming and others also joined Chu Yang on their flying spirit beasts. With a serious expression, Su Ming said, "Brother Chu, the tide is retreating, and Ghost Island is about to appear. We need to prepare in advance." Curious, Chu Yang asked, "What kind of preparations are needed?" Su Ming explained, "After Ghost Island appears, it will be shrouded in thick fog, and the soul power on the island will be compressed within a few feet around us. We must not get separated, or it will be very difficult to regroup. Additionally, although the tide recedes, Ghost Island remains in the sea, shifting from the deep sea to shallow waters. Be cautious when passing through the sea, as there might be water beasts lurking." Chu Yang was surprised. Compressed soul power? He became increasingly curious about the secrets hidden within the so-called Ghost Island. The violent tremors, the burst of golden light, and the suppression of soul power all hinted at something strange. "What is that golden light shining from the depths of the sea?" Chu Yang asked. "Could it be some kind of treasure?" Su Ming shook his head. "I don't know. No one dares to venture deep into the sea to investigate. The dangers in the sea are far more terrifying than on land. Spirit masters usually have only one water attribute spirit beast, and their combat power is greatly reduced in water, so they don't dare to enter the deep sea." With the sound of rushing water, the sea began to recede visibly. Between the Kunlun Mountains and the coast, a small island began to emerge from the water. It was none other than Ghost Island. The crowd became restless. This was the main goal for most of them, a place of potential fortune, but also a possible grave for many. As the island gradually surfaced, waterfalls cascaded down from it, splashing into the sea. Chu Yang watched the island emerging from the water, and with a peculiar expression, he asked, "Will there be spiritual herbs and soul medicines on this island? I feel that since the island has been submerged for so long, it might be hard for any herbs to grow. Su Ming confidently replied, "Don't underestimate this island, Brother Chu. There are countless herbs on it, and even diamond-quality soul medicines have been found before." Chu Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Su to help spread a message." Soon after, a message spread throughout the area. The Su family is purchasing all kinds of herbs, regardless of quality, but they must have intact roots. An elder from the Qian family frowned and said, "What is the Su family doing buying herbs and not caring about the quality?" The Su family has always wanted to rise, but due to a lack of cultivation resources, they've always been overshadowed by the Qian family and the city lord's mansion. What are they up to now? Another member of the Qian family sneered. "Ignore them, just keep an eye on them as usual, and if they get anything good, we'll just take it." The Ghost Island is a place where killing is unrestricted, and death is an ordinary occurrence. However, the island's dangers are matched by its abundant rewards. Every year, a mysterious gathering of rare treasures occurs here, sparking numerous speculations. Some even suspect a mastermind might be placing these treasures on the island, but such theories remain unproven. As the tide recedes, the silhouette of the Ghost Island begins to appear. Various factions, including the City Lord's mansion, the Qian family, the Su family, and many external forces, are poised and ready. When the island is fully revealed, countless spirit tamers, riding various spirit beasts, swarm towards this mysterious land like locusts. Chu Yang and his companions heeded Su Ming's warning and deliberately maintained high-altitude flight to avoid attacks from sea beasts. However, not everyone was so cautious. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the sky. Chu Yang looked towards the sound and saw a water column, glowing with blue light, shooting up from the sea like a sword, instantly piercing through an unsuspecting spirit beast. This was the power of the water element, indicating a 6th-level fierce beast lurking in the ocean. This scene made Chu Yang's heart tighten, and he quickly signaled Qin Luoxue to ascend further. Looking at the turbulent sea below, his deep-sea phobia began to surface again. "Little turtle, when will you take me to conquer the sea?" Chu Yang thought to himself, clenching his fist with anticipation. Meanwhile, within Chu Yang's spiritual domain, Little Turtle seemed to sense its master's emotions and began to train vigorously in the lake. Thanks to the rich spiritual materials in the domain, Little Turtle's training speed was beyond ordinary imagination. Compared to the spirit-poor Luotian city, this place was like a training paradise. Chu Yang calculated that it wouldn't be long before Little Turtle reached the peak of the 2nd level, bringing him one step closer to his dream of conquering the sea. Qin Luoxue's Azure Rock, as a wind attribute spirit beast, was incredibly fast. Each beat of its massive blue wings propelled the 3 of them through the sky with breathtaking speed. Su Ming and his team followed closely, marveling at the imposing 5th-level Azure Rock. Who would have thought the seemingly delicate young girl was actually a 5th-level spirit tamer? Only Su Ming rejoiced inwardly, knowing he had chosen the right people. Not only did he have the 6th-level Chu Yang, but he also unexpectedly gained 2 5th-level powerhouses, making it a significant gain. Chu Yang couldn't help but envy the Azure Rock's speed, considering whether he should also acquire a wind attribute spirit beast. Although his spirit beast could fly, it wasn't known for its speed. In the future, if he needed to chase enemies or make a quick escape, a speed-oriented spirit beast would be invaluable. As they continued onward, cries of pain echoed from below. Occasionally, spirit beasts were struck down by lurking sea beasts, their massive bodies falling into the sea, only to be swiftly devoured by the swarming sea creatures, creating a horrific scene. After about 15 minutes of flying, they finally reached the skies above the Ghost Island. Suddenly, a spirit tamer from the Su family excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, do you guys think this island looks like a giant turtle? I had this feeling last time, and it's stronger now. Could it really be a turtle?" Su Ming immediately shot him a glare and retorted, "Shut up, will you? There's no such thing as a turtle that big." Other members of the Su family joined in the teasing. "Yeah, if this is a turtle, I'll stand on my head and pee." Indeed, the scale of the island was astonishing, even larger than the entire Linhai city. It resembled a continent floating on the sea, and even a 10th-level Emperor-class spirit beast couldn't possibly have such an enormous size. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Luoxue couldn't help but remark, "You know, this island really does look a bit like a turtle." From a bird's eye view, the entire island indeed resembles a giant turtle lurking on the sea's surface. The largest central island connects with 5 smaller surrounding islands, resembling the limbs and head of a turtle. "Miss Qin, your analogy is certainly interesting." Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "The shape does bear some resemblance, but do you really think that's possible? If it were truly a turtle, what level would it be? Beyond the Emperor level." He continued to explain, "Moreover, this island shows no signs of life. Even if it were a turtle, it would have to be dead. But who could possibly have the power to kill such a colossal creature? It's simply impossible." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, suggesting it's a turtle is quite far-fetched. No creature on Earth should be able to reach such a size. Then, under Su Ming's lead, the group began descending towards the ghost island. He pointed eastward and said, "We'll enter from that direction, first helping Brother Chu find a ghost attribute spirit beast. As for the rule stone the Su family seeks, its location is uncertain, so we'll search as we go. Everyone, stay together and don't get separated." Su Ming loudly reminded the members of the Su family. "We suffered heavy losses last year, and we can't afford any casualties this year, or our family spirit masters will face a gap." "Yes." All the Su family spirit masters responded in unison, putting away their playful demeanor and following closely behind Su Ming. Meanwhile, spirit masters of the 7th level and above were flying towards Kunlun Mountain. Qin Luojiao curiously asked, "Why aren't there any spirit masters above the 7th level entering Ghost Island?" Su Ming explained, they're just mixed in with the crowd and not easily spotted. There are so many spirit masters coming to Ghost Island. The sky is filled with flying spirit beasts, making it hard to distinguish the 7th level ones." Chu Yang frowned. 7th level spirit masters? Doesn't that mean those of us below the 7th level stand little chance? Su Ming laughed. "Don't worry, Brother Chu. On this island, even spirit masters above the 7th level will have their abilities suppressed to below the 7th level. This includes the spirit beasts. Everyone's spirit power is limited. But this also makes it dangerous," he added, "since the native fierce beasts on the island aren't restricted, putting us at a disadvantage." Chu Yang listened, growing more perplexed. This island is truly full of strange phenomena. The suppression of power above the 7th level, spirit power extending only a few feet. It's all so odd. At this moment, Qin Luoshua looked at the strong ones flying towards Kunlun Mountain and asked, "What exactly is the allure within Kunlun Mountain? Why are so many strong individuals drawn to it?" Su Ming answered, "Besides various high-grade herbs, it said there's a spirit beast within Kunlun Mountain that surpasses the king quality, which is enough to drive all spirit masters to risk everything." "Surpassing king quality?" Chu Yang and the others exclaimed. "Isn't the quality above king supposed to be divine? Could there really be such spirit beasts within Kunlun Mountain?" Su Ming replied, "That's just a legend. Its truth unknown. Who knows if there's a quality beyond king?" With their conversation, the group finally landed on Ghost Island, ready to embark on their adventure. As Su Ming had mentioned earlier, Ghost Island was shrouded in thick fog, impenetrable even by the rays of the sun. As Chu Yang and his companions set foot on the damp ground, their visibility was limited to just a few meters around them. Chu Yang immediately sensed that his soul power was severely suppressed. What once could envelop the entire city of Linhai was now struggling to extend. The island was scattered with puddles of varying sizes, and before the group could fully take in their surroundings, a fierce attack suddenly came from ahead. They were startled, thinking they were under ambush. Qin Luoshua reacted swiftly. Her azure rock spread its massive wings, unleashing sharp wind blades. Not to be outdone, Chu Yang and the others summoned their spirit beasts, ready for battle. However, Chu Yang quickly realized the truth. Sitting cross-legged between Huang's dragon horns, he calmly analyzed. It's not an ambush. Someone ahead is engaged in a fierce battle, and the aftermath has reached us. The Qin sisters each summoned 2 nine-tailed foxes, as powerful as fire dragons and ice phoenixes. The Su family members also called forth their spirit beasts and cautiously moved forward. With a treasure at stake, they were not about to miss out. As they drew closer, powerful energies exploded on the ground, sending waves of dust into the air. Through the mist, they finally saw the scene ahead. 2 groups were locked in fierce combat, with dozens of spirit beasts between them. Their prize was a plant emitting a ghostly blue light. A diamond-grade spirit herb, the Xianyu flower. Chu Yang exclaimed, recognizing the rare herb from the Wan Yao record in Wang Xianyu's secret chamber. His words shocked everyone. To find such a precious item at the edge of Ghost Island explained why the 2 groups were fighting so desperately. The battling parties also noticed Chu Yang's group's arrival. One person shouted fiercely, "Who dares intrude? Leave at once, or face our wrath." Chu Yang chuckled at this. "We haven't even made a move, and you're already barking orders?" If that's the case, before he finished speaking, his intent activated, and Huang's massive form soared into the air. To everyone's astonishment, Huang's dragon claw accurately uprooted the entire Xianyu flower along with the surrounding soil, and secured it within Chu Yang's spirit domain. Everyone present was stunned. After fighting tooth and nail, with many spirit beasts injured, they watched helplessly as the treasure was effortlessly taken away. "Damn it, you're courting death." Both sides erupted in fury, halting their battle to rush at Chu Yang. In an instant, lightning, fire, wind blades, ice blades, and a barrage of attacks rained down like a storm, creating an intimidating spectacle. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Huang was unfazed, letting out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The sound wave, infused with immense soul power, swept through the incoming attacks like a dark tide. A more intense battle was on the verge of breaking out. Boom. Endless energy collided and exploded in the air, with brilliant lights bursting like fireworks, dispelling the surrounding mist. Chu Yang scoffed disdainfully. "Humph. A bunch of people who haven't even reached the 5th tier dare to act arrogant in front of me." As his words fell, a powerful wave of energy erupted, blasting dozens of massive spirit beasts away like ragdolls for tens of meters. Blood rained down from the sky, creating a scene of extreme carnage. Everyone, attack together. Tear him apart, someone shouted with bloodshot eyes. Although their spirit beasts were not as powerful as Chu Yang's, they believed in strength in numbers. Even ants can bring down an elephant if there are enough of them. In an instant, all the spirit beasts launched a fierce assault on Chu Yang like a tidal wave. At that moment, Su Ming sneered, "Huh, do you think we're just decorations?" He immediately commanded his main spirit beast, the golden armored bear, to charge into the enemy ranks. Simultaneously, the Qin sisters joined the fray, their nine-tailed foxes unleashing scorching flames and bone-chilling cold, attacking the enemies with ferocity. Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel at these formidable spirit beasts, wondering where his extraordinarily capable mother-in-law had found such divine creatures for the two women. Other disciples of the Su family also joined the battle, and a massive, earth-shattering melee erupted at the island's edge. As more people arrived and heard of Chu Yang's acquisition of a diamond-quality spiritual herb, even more covetous individuals swarmed in, making the already chaotic battle increasingly uncontrollable. Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the sky. "Boy, leave the herb, and I'll spare your life." A bald, burly man riding a fire-eyed beast charged directly at Chu Yang. This fire-eyed beast resembled a lion-tiger hybrid, with a pair of fleshy wings covered in scales and eyes that burned like lanterns of blazing fire. Chu Yang recognized it as a rare spirit beast he had seen with Wang Qianhua. "If you have the guts, come and take it." Chu Yang retorted without backing down, immediately commanding Huang to confront the bald man. He keenly sensed the faint flow of law power on the fire-eyed beast, indicating it was a powerful spirit beast steeped in the peak of the 5th tier. Among all the spirit beasts present, including Su Ming's, only Chu Yang's Huang and the Qin sisters' companion beasts had touched the realm of law power. On this ghostly island, securing treasures depended entirely on strength, and there was no mercy for enemies. "Kill," commanded the bald man, and the fire-eyed beast lunged like an arrow, evidently skilled in close combat. However, Huang did not flinch. Its dragon claws quickly gathered a dark force, forming a massive claw-shaped energy gauntlet, which it fiercely and unstoppably swung at the fire-eyed beast. "Huang Dragon Claw!" Chu Yang shouted. The Huang Dragon Claw shimmered with black light, the flow of law power evident. The fire-eyed beast, undaunted, with flames in its eyes like burning torches and fire law coursing through its body, raised its flaming giant beast claw to meet Huang's Huang Dragon Claw with a fierce clash. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore the sky asunder. The dull sound of impact echoed through the clouds, and others could even feel the air violently shaking, causing their hearts to pound. Black and red lights intertwined and burst forth, creating a dazzling spectacle. The energies imbued with law clashed, intertwined, and eroded each other. The power of law far exceeded ordinary energy, with its destructive force being terrifyingly immense. The mere aftermath of their exchange forced all the combatants below to retreat in unison. Suddenly, the bald man's expression changed drastically. The enormous, dark Huang Dragon Claw breached the fire-eyed beast's flame law energy barrier and struck it heavily. "How is this possible? His law is stronger than my flame law," the bald man thought in shock. Accompanied by the fire-eyed beast's agonized scream, its massive body was struck by the Huang Dragon Claw and plummeted to the ground like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust. Chu Yang pondered silently. At the level of law, the more powerful the law, the harder it is to comprehend, but once mastered, its combat strength becomes terrifyingly formidable. Moreover, he had a vague sense that once Huang broke through to the 6th tier, all its attributes would undergo a dramatic transformation. The reason for this, however, remained unknown to Chu Yang at present. With a single strike, Huang injured the fire-eyed beast, which had grasped some elemental laws, leaving everyone around in shock. Many of the spirit tamers, realizing the danger, fled deeper into the island. They knew well that this was merely the outer edge, and there was no point in risking their lives here. As some began to retreat, others lost their fighting spirit and scrambled to escape. The bald man had already vanished into the crowd amid the chaos. Chu Yang couldn't be bothered to chase after them, as there was no deep-seated grudge between them. Finding treasures was the priority now. "Let's go. We need to get inside quickly, or all the good stuff will be gone," Su Ming urged. Although the island was vast, the sheer number of spirit tamers made resources scarce for each individual. The group continued to venture deeper into the island, leaving behind only the corpses and remains of spirit beasts. Su Ming pulled out a map, which was drawn by the Su family after multiple explorations. It marked various locations. We're here right now, he pointed on the map, and the ghost attribute spirit beast Chu is looking for is at the center of the island. We still have quite a distance to cover. They were currently on what resembled the forepaw of this turtle-shaped island, with a long way to go to reach their destination. As they moved towards the center, they stumbled upon numerous corpses of spirit tamers and beasts, painting a gruesome picture. Ghost Island was destined to be a bloody battleground where people would stop at nothing for resources. Despite the grim sight of corpses, the island's scenery was quite beautiful. Two women collected many coral-like plants and glowing pearls. These were once rare treasures owned only by royalty, yet now they were almost ignored. Hey, Qin Luoxues suddenly exclaimed, discovering a fist-sized stone beneath the root of an ice coral. What is this? It seems to have a faint soul energy wave. Chu Yang asked curiously. This is a soul stone, Qin Luoxues said in surprise. The kind used by spirit tamers to construct spirit realms? Chu Yang had heard of these stones and knew they were essential for spirit tamers to break through to the 6th level, forming the basic 5 elements with yin and yang. Qin Luoxues shook her head and explained, constructing spirit realms is just one use for soul stones. Another use is in crafting soul artifacts. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. His soul artifacts, like the Holy Spirit Tower and Night Shadow Needle, were made using soul stones. Similarly, spirit treasures for beasts required spirit materials. Of course, to craft a finished soul artifact, other materials need to be added. Qin Luoxues added. She had some knowledge of crafting soul artifacts, but lacked a fire attribute spirit beast to put it into practice. Adding other materials to craft a soul artifact? Chu Yang muttered to himself. He suddenly thought about the evolution pill he wanted to create in the future. Could it be similar, requiring a main material combined with other auxiliary materials? Just as they were feeling excited over this unexpected find, a beam of energy shot out from the mist, heading straight for Qin Luoxues. Clearly, someone had seen the soul stone in her hand and intended to steal it. With so many people around, it would be odd if the attacker succeeded. Huang raised his dragon claw and shattered the incoming energy attack with a single strike. Chu Yang's gaze turned icy, and anger surged within him. Someone dared to ambush his wife? How could he tolerate that? With a wave of his arm, a shadow silently slipped towards the source of the attack. Above Ghost Island, thick fog veiled the sunlight, providing Yi, the dark attribute spirit beast, an excellent environment for combat. A sigh echoed through the fog. It's a pity she has others with her. Otherwise, before the words were finished, a sudden ripping sound filled the air. The attacker looked down, only to find a pitch-black long blade had pierced through his heart from behind. The blade shattered instantly, turning into swirling black mist, within which a faint silhouette could be seen. Intense pain surged like a tide, causing the attacker to vomit blood. He couldn't believe a spirit beast could approach silently and deliver a fatal blow. However, the soul power of a spirit master was formidable, and even with a pierced heart, he didn't die immediately. But in the next instant, the mysterious shadow swung its arm, and the dense black mist reformed into a blade, sweeping across his neck. He even witnessed the bizarre scene of his head separating from his body, an image that became his last. Yi acted like a ruthless hunter, striking decisively and giving the opponent no chance to retaliate, ending his life immediately. After the kill, Ye's form turned into a wisp of black smoke and quietly returned to Chu Yang's side. Throughout the process, not a sound of struggle was heard. Meanwhile, as Qin Luoxues found his soul stone, the other members of the Su family grew interested, meticulously searching the area. Sure enough, Su Wei soon discovered something unusual, a handful of sand-like material, different from a soul stone, emitting a faint spiritual energy. This might be some material for crafting spiritual treasures, Qin Luoxues speculated, though they couldn't be certain. Su Wei's face lit up with excitement. She had been so low-key along the journey that she was almost overlooked. Perhaps feeling some pressure from the other two women, she spoke little and occasionally stole glances at Chu Yang. Yi quietly returned to Chu Yang's shadow, unnoticed by anyone else. Such was the terrifying nature of dark attribute spirit beasts, known as assassins in the spirit beast world for good reason. Seeing their young lady's success, the other Su family members were unwilling to be outdone, searching every inch of the vicinity meticulously. If not for Su Ming's timely intervention, they might have searched for hours. Simultaneously, the Qian family, the city lord's mansion, and other factions were also scouring for treasures. Zhong Yu searched while secretly looking for those disciples from the sea-covering Holy Land who had embarrassed him at the auction and shamed the Wanling Holy Land. Upon entering Ghost Island, Zhong Yu parted ways with the Qian family and others. With such burdens, how could he quickly find treasures? For Qian Shaoyan, Zhong Yu's departure was welcome. Otherwise, if they found treasures, with Zhong Yu's character, the Qian family might not even get a taste. Night soon fell, and everyone found a cave to rest in. The spiritual domain was a private space for spirit masters, so Chu Yang couldn't casually let outsiders enter. His true self stayed in the cave with the Su family. Naturally, his two young ladies were already cuddled up with the giant panda, asleep. Ah, envious of the panda for the second time. Chu Yang thought to himself. In the middle of the night, the system's cold voice echoed. Today's blind box is opening. Suddenly, an item appeared in the blind box space. What the heck, it's actually that. Chu Yang exclaimed. Chu Yang was stunned. A system notification rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Monkey King set. He blinked and examined the item details on the system interface. Item name, Monkey King set. Item note, Divine Combination set. Includes Phoenix Feathered Cap, Golden Chainmail, Cloudwalking Shoes, and Rui Jingu Bang. Chu Yang's heart raced with excitement over this divine equipment he had drawn from a blind box. He thought to himself, this must be of the spiritual treasure level, right? But then he hesitated. But does this world have spirit beasts that wear clothes? It seems not. Dressing a spirit beast in a set of clothes feels a bit odd. However, as someone from a technologically advanced Earth, this idea wasn't too hard for Chu Yang to accept. He suddenly realized, this is pushing me to contract a monkey. Isn't the Monkey King set meant for a monkey? Chu Yang couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling that his contract slots were running out. There were too many spirit beasts he wanted to contract, but only so many slots. He resolved to carefully plan the attributes of the spirit beasts he would need in the future to avoid any regrets later on. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on everyone as they continued toward the center of the island. The island was quite large, and even with flying spirit beasts, it would take a long time to traverse. But here, they dared not fly recklessly. Spirit power could only cover a few feet around them, and flying too fast could easily lead to unexpected attacks. Moreover, the island was full of rare materials, and it would be a shame to miss them while rushing. Before setting foot on the island, Chu Yang had made an agreement with Su Ming. All spirit herbs they encountered would belong to Chu Yang, while other items would go to whoever found them first. If they found a lost stone, the first one, regardless of size, would belong to the Su family. As they journeyed, Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. The number of herbs on the island was astonishing, as if some magical black soil was nurturing them. He carefully collected each rare spirit herb, afraid of missing any. Suddenly, a sharp clash sounded behind Chu Yang, startling everyone who was searching for treasures. They turned to see a giant skeletal wolf with glowing green soul fire in its eyes, staring intently at Chu Yang. Its bony claws were locked in combat, with a dark claw emerging from a black mist behind Chu Yang. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Yang's forehead. His soul power hadn't detected the presence of this ghost wolf. If not for Ye's presence, that attack could have been disastrous. Be careful, ghost attribute beasts are as elusive as ghosts, and their speed is naturally fast. Coupled with the uniqueness of this island, spirit masters find it hard to track them. Su Ming warned, but his gaze was fixed on the black mist behind Chu Yang. And dark attribute spirit beast? Su Ming was quite surprised. All this time, he hadn't realized there was a dark attribute spirit beast hiding so close. This was Ye's skill Shadow Melt. In this state, Ye completely merged into shadows, making it nearly impossible for even spirit masters to detect its presence. After its initial attack failed, the ghost wolf launched another fierce assault. But Huang had already intervened. His dark dragon claw struck the wolf, sending it flying back. Huang's attack used only his own strength, without invoking any laws. Chu Yang wanted to see for himself if the ghost attribute was as the legend said, that as long as the soul fire remained, it truly couldn't die. Boom! The ghost wolf's body crashed heavily against the hard rocks, making a clattering sound as the bones in its body began to break at the joints and scatter on the ground. Chu Yang witnessed an astonishing scene. The ghost wolf began to pick up the scattered bones and reassemble itself. Chu Yang exclaimed, "Wow, it can put itself back together." Su Ming calmly explained, "That's just a basic ability of ghost attribute spirit beasts." Huang struck again, this time shattering one of the ghost wolf's bone claws. Chu Yang thought, "Let's see how you reassemble now." However, what happened next completely overturned his understanding. The shattered bone fragments turned into powder and drifted towards the ghost wolf. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the broken bone claw regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye, restoring itself in an instant. Chu Yang was puzzled. How does this work? Qin Luoxua explained, "It's energy recycling. The broken bones turn back into energy and return to the body, which is the terrifying aspect of the ghost attribute." She reiterated her earlier point. As long as the soul fire isn't extinguished, the spirit beast truly won't die, because the energy of the lost bones will return to the body. This discovery further solidified Chu Yang's resolve to find a ghost attribute spirit beast. He immediately took action, transforming his peak 6th tier soul power into 2 long swords, executing a golden quality soul technique from Wang Qianyue's secret chamber double sword slash. 2 silver sword lights sliced through the thick fog like lightning, targeting the soul fire within the ghost wolf's head. Despite the ghost wolf's quick reaction, its 5th tier beast strength couldn't withstand Chu Yang's peak 6th tier soul power. A mournful howl echoed as the green soul fire in the ghost wolf's eye sockets extinguished instantly. Without the support of soul power, the ghost wolf's bones scattered to the ground. Chu Yang keenly sensed that the soul power of the ghost attribute seemed slightly weaker than other spirit beasts of the same tier. He speculated that this might be because its special abilities were too strong, and the heavens had weakened it in other aspects to maintain balance. It seems that ghost attribute spirit beasts need a defensive soul tool in the future, Chu Yang mused. Having witnessed the peculiar abilities of ghost attribute spirit beasts, Chu Yang and his companions quickened their pace toward the island's center. They knew that Ghost Island only appeared for half a month each time, so they had to make every second count. After about half a day of travel, the fog ahead suddenly churned violently. A dark streak shot out from the mist, heading straight for Chu Yang. What is it? Chu Yang frowned, signaling Huang to intercept it. A lost stone, Su Ming exclaimed, and the Su family disciples behind him widened their eyes. They had been searching for a lost stone, and unexpectedly it came to them voluntarily, and it was the size of an adult's fist. Everyone's breath quickened. At that moment, a bloodied figure riding an equally bloodied spirit beast emerged from the mist. The person shouted, Kid, I'll give you this lost stone if you help me stop that guy behind. With that, he disappeared into the mist. Before Chu Yang could react, another figure darted out of the mist, eyes coldly fixed on the direction the previous person had left, then turned to the lost stone in Chu Yang's hand. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the lost stone, the person said coldly. Suddenly, he recognized Chu Yang and exclaimed in surprise, Chu Yang? Who are you? Chu Yang asked warily, his eyes fixed on the stranger before him. The newcomer was short, with sharp features and a pointed face, but left no impression in Chu Yang's memory. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by a burst of wild laughter. Ha! The man exclaimed triumphantly. I, Zhongyu, am truly fortunate today. Not only have I found a lost stone, but I can also bring back 2 stunning beauties for the Holy Sun. What a stroke of luck. It was worth the detour to Linhai City. Zhongyu was secretly elated. He had been searching for some people from the overturning sea sanctuary when he unexpectedly stumbled upon someone who had just found a lost stone. Thinking of his fellow disciples who worked hard on missions just to earn a bit of law liquid, Zhongyu's heart burned with desire. This lost stone could be turned into a substantial amount of law liquid, so he didn't hesitate to make a move and seize it. However, his opponent was tenacious. Even with a severely injured spirit beast, they clung tightly to the lost stone. In the end, the person fled with their injured spirit beast. Upon seeing Chu Yang and his companions, they threw the lost stone to them to divert attention. As Zhongyu and Chu Yang faced off, a figure quietly returned through the mist, hiding in the shadows, observing every move of both parties. The observer mused, with such a valuable item as a lost stone, the possessor would surely kill to keep it secret. It would be best if these people destroyed each other, perhaps even with a spirit beast self-destruction, taking both sides down. But then, reconsidering, he realized that was unlikely. Chu Yang and his group were too young, and probably couldn't match their opponent. He only hoped they could inflict some damage, giving him a chance to reclaim the lost stone and slip away unnoticed. Chu Yang's expression darkened as he realized that the 2 stunning beauties Zhongyu mentioned referred to the 2 women beside him. Suddenly, he recalled, I recognize your voice. You're a disciple of the myriad spirit sanctuary, toyed with by those from the overturning sea sanctuary. Although he didn't remember Zhongyu's face, his voice reminded Chu Yang of past encounters. The hidden observer in the mist was taken aback. A disciple of the myriad spirits sanctuary? If that were true, even if he had the power to kill him, he wouldn't dare act rashly. The sanctuary's reputation for fiercely protecting its own was well known. Killing one disciple could provoke a group attack. He sighed inwardly, realizing the lost stone was out of reach. Zhongyu's face changed upon hearing this, and he shouted angrily, Shut up! Those bastards from the overturning sea sanctuary. I'll wipe them out sooner or later. Then, glaring at Chu Yang, he arrogantly said, Kid, since you know I'm a sanctuary disciple, hand over the lost stone and these 2 beauties beside you to take back to the Holy Sun. That way, you can avoid unnecessary pain. His tone was filled with the pride of being a sanctuary disciple, especially since he was among the best. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold, his voice icy. I won't give you the lost stone. As for these 2 beauties, they are my wives. Go back and tell your so-called Holy Son not to bother us again, or I'll break his 3rd leg. Zhongyu laughed wildly instead of getting angry, saying, That's not up to you. Let me tell you, our Holy Son loves other people's wives. So, your 2 ladies will definitely meet his standards. Interested in someone else's daughter? Does your family saint have the last name Chao? Chu Yang's voice dripped with sarcasm and anger. Oh, you know our saint? Zhongyu asked in surprise, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. I know his ancestors. Chu Yang erupted, his eyes almost blazing with fury. He leapt forward, launching an attack on Zhongyu with sharp claws slicing through the air like a cold flash. That so-called saint not only has the last name Chao, but also inherited that notorious tradition. The phrase, your wife and daughters, I'll take care of them, has been passed down through the ages. Chu Yang growled through clenched teeth as he attacked, each word forced out with venom. Zhong Yu's face changed suddenly. He hadn't expected such disrespect towards the saint. How dare you attack a disciple of the sacred land? You must have a death wish, he shouted, trying to intimidate with the name of the sacred land. However, Chu Yang was unfazed, attacking even more fiercely. Zhong Yu suddenly realized that the name of the sacred land didn't seem as effective lately. He quickly summoned his spirit beast, the eight-armed stone man. A gigantic stone figure, over 10 meters tall, appeared out of thin air. Its humanoid body had 8 thick arms, and its terrifying fifth-tier peak aura instantly emanated from its form, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Kid, I'll kill you, Zhong Yu roared, and the eight-armed stone man charged at Huang. Do you think I'm afraid? Chu Yang sneered, and Huang fearlessly met the attack head-on. Boom. In an instant, Huang and the eight-armed stone man clashed. Both were at the peak of the 5th tier, both understanding some laws, and their battle was terrifying, causing the surrounding mountains and rocks to crumble and dust to fly. The disciples of the Su family watched in shock, retreating quickly. Su Ming sighed, unable to comprehend why Chu Yang had such a violent reaction upon learning the saint's surname was Chao, not even giving him a chance to intervene before attacking. The battle intensified, spiritual energies surged through the air, and the power of laws collided. The petrification power of the eight-armed stone man was rendered ineffective against Huang's force, instantly turning to dust and dissipating. Huang's dragon claw clenched, and dark law energy spread as it swung fiercely at the head of the eight-armed stone man. The stone man advanced instead of retreating, its 8 massive arms swinging like the wind, creating afterimages as they met the attack. Boom. The sound of the clash was deafening, scattering the surrounding mist and reducing countless rocks to powder under the impact of the loss. With its numerical advantage, the eight-armed stone man gained the upper hand in close combat, and its stone body was indestructible under the power of the loss. Seeing this, Huang leapt into the air, energy gathering in its mouth, unleashing a beam of dark energy mixed with light nether Huang dragon breath. The eight-armed stone man didn't dare to be careless, letting out a low roar as brown law energy surged. The ground trembled, and 3 thick stone walls rose, flowing with the laws of stone, seemingly ready to block everything. Retreat now. Su Ming's face changed as he quickly led the Su family members away from the battlefield. The clash of 5th-tier peak spirit beasts was too dangerous for them to stay. Boom. The violent impact made the ground shake, and countless fragments of stone flew like raindrops. However, these stones were quickly eroded by Huang's power and turned to dust, scattering in the air. Crash. The 3 stone walls shattered instantly, and the nether Huang dragon breath continued its trajectory towards the 8-armed stone man. Zhong Yu's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected the opponent's spirit beast to be so powerful. Not daring to underestimate it any longer, he quickly formed a hand seal, and 2 more summoning arrays appeared around him. It was a metallic silver wolf and a water-attributed azure-scaled beast. Their bodies exuded the powerful aura of peak 5th-order strength, with muscles taut, ready to pounce at any moment. Chu Yang was secretly cautious, fully aware that the comprehension of laws between the 5th and 6th orders was a significant barrier, often hindering many spirit beasts for decades or even centuries. Zhong Yu summoned 2 more peak 5th-order spirit beasts, and the 3 beasts advanced towards Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang remained unfazed, sensing that the power of rare attribute spirit beast laws was beginning to manifest through his cultivation. To his surprise, Huang's overall capabilities seemed to have grown even more formidable. Roar! A deep dragon's roar emanated from Huang's mouth, resonating through the surroundings. Its aura instantly became overwhelmingly imposing, like a moving mountain. Attack! Zhong Yu commanded, and the 3 spirit beasts shot towards Huang like arrows, encircling it in an instant. Chu Yang watched Zhong Yu coldly, thinking to himself, if not for the soul power being compressed to a few meters around him on this island, he would have delivered a double sword strike to the opponent. He also realized the urgency of nurturing other spirit beasts. At this moment, Huang faced the 3 adversaries alone. At the same level of cultivation, the strength of the laws began to show its effects. The dark power of Huang emanated from its body, interspersed with the shining brilliance of law power, resembling a suspended galaxy. Confronted with the advancing spirit beasts, Huang let out another soul-stirring roar. Roar! The dragon's roar erupted, and its formidable soul power surged forward like a monstrous wave, penetrating the soul sea of the 3 spirit beasts through sound waves. The 8-armed stone man and the other 2 spirit beasts, though at the peak of the 5th order, had soul power only at the mid-5th order level. In an instant, they were shaken and disoriented, their movements slowed. Damn! Soul power attack! Zhong Yu's face turned grim. He hadn't expected the opponent's spirit beast to possess such a means. Unlike Wang Qian, He couldn't afford to equip each spirit beast with spirit treasures. Seizing this opportunity, Huang launched an attack on the silver wolf with a move called Huang's Spiral. Its body accelerated abruptly, spiraling around the silver wolf. Through this high-speed motion, Huang's dragon claws left several meters-long gruesome wounds on the opponent, infused with the laws of Huang's power, making the wounds difficult to heal. The intense pain brought the silver wolf back to its senses. It twisted its body, and sharp force emanated from its massive wolf claws, forming a golden long blade shadow, slashing down towards Huang's tail. However, after executing the spiral, Huang's speed didn't diminish. With a slight flick of its tail, it easily dodged the deadly strike. Clang! The massive golden blade struck a nearby giant rock with a diameter of several meters, cleaving it in two, showcasing the terrifying power of the sharp metal force. Not willing to concede, the silver wolf quickly gathered golden energy in its mouth. A golden energy beam, imbued with sharp force and traces of metal laws, howled as it shot towards Huang, who had turned around. Huang stood his ground fearlessly, gathering energy in his mouth and unleashing a dark, destructive breath imbued with the laws of the desolate wilderness. At the same time, the silvered song wolf on the opposite side projected a beam of golden energy. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, and with a thunderous roar, the golden and black energies intertwined, dispelling the surrounding fog and revealing a clear area. The vibrations awakened the eight-armed stone man and the azure-scaled beast from their stupor. They opened their eyes just in time to see the golden energy dissipate in an instant, while the dark breath surged towards the silver song wolf like a mighty flood. With a loud crash, the massive body of the silver song wolf was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing heavily into a small hill several meters away. The spirit master, who had secretly returned, was left dumbfounded by the scene, involuntarily swallowing hard. He thought to himself, where on earth does this guy come from? How can someone so young be stronger than the disciples of the Holy Land? Could he also belong to a Holy Land? He quickly realized that his lost stone was probably lost forever. Not only him, but even the members of the Su family, except for Su Ming and his sister, were also wide-eyed, watching in disbelief. A question surged in their minds. How could someone younger than them be so powerful? On the other side, Zhong Yu watched the severely injured silver song wolf on the ground and felt a sinking feeling. He couldn't understand it. Even if his spirit beast's law is stronger than mine, it shouldn't be so overwhelming. In his understanding, the laws comprehended at this stage shouldn't differ so greatly, so why was there such a vast disparity? Chu Yang himself was puzzled. He recalled Huang's previous battle with the lunar python, which didn't seem as overpowering. Just as he was wondering, Qin Luoxue's soul voice reached him. Don't be surprised, because Huang is a supreme spirit beast. With each new stage, its abilities increase dramatically. Now, Huang is transitioning to a new stage, so its combat power far exceeds before. Supreme spirit beast? This term piqued Chu Yang's interest, vaguely recalling that Wang Qianyue had mentioned it before. But he had no time to delve deeper, as the eight-armed stone man and the azure-scaled beast were already launching an attack on Huang. The battle erupted once more, and Chu Yang continued to summon only one spirit beast. Zhong Yu speculated inwardly. Is it because he's focused all his resources on a single spirit beast? He had to admit that faced with such a formidable opponent, he might do the same. Zhong Yu decided to summon another spirit beast, although it wasn't his main one and hadn't reached the peak of the fifth stage. However, his expression changed dramatically at that moment. He rushed to the silver song wolf's side, horrified to find its body withering at a visible rate. The once powerful body was shriveling, and its silver fur had lost its luster. Zhong Yu quickly identified the problem. The wound on the silvered song wolf was being invaded by a black, glowing law power, and the wolf couldn't expel it. Helplessly, Zhong Yu had to retract the silvered song wolf back into his spirit domain. As a mid-sixth stage spirit master, his spirit domain had long transformed into a real spirit realm, though it was small and incomplete in laws. Then, Zhong Yu began to mobilize the power of his spirit domain's laws, striving to eradicate the desolate law from the silvered song wolf. In the spirit domain, which belonged to the spirit master, the desolate law on the silvered song wolf was quickly eliminated. However, seeing the opponent in such a state, Zhong Yu knew he would need a long period of recovery. His gaze then shifted to the intense battle among the three spirit beasts, his eyes narrowing slightly. Even with two spirit beasts joining forces, they couldn't suppress their formidable opponent. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed around them, causing Zhong Yu's mouth to twitch. Is it that soul-powered attack again? He thought to himself. But being too far from the two spirit beasts, he couldn't intervene in time. Sure enough, the eight-armed stone man and the jade-scaled beast were hit once more, their movements suddenly halting. Huang's figure shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, with his dragon horns emitting a menacing black glow. The surging power of Huang gathered around the dragon horns, forming a terrifying energy sphere. Heaven's silent desolation dragon jade. Zhong Yu's face changed drastically, fully aware of the terrifying power of this move. He feared his two spirit beasts wouldn't withstand such a powerful attack. However, as a spirit master, he knew well the taboo of recalling spirit beasts during battle. He could only retrieve the silvered song wolf previously because it was already out of combat. Acting rashly now could lead the opponent to track the location of his spirit domain, with disastrous consequences. Then I'll target the spirit master directly. Zhong Yu thought, activating the summoning array again. A dazzling green light burst from the array, transforming into a swift shadow that darted towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't even have time to see the new spirit beast's appearance, only a series of afterimages streaking across the sky as fast as lightning. Heh. Zhong Yu sneered. Once the spirit master is dead, what use are strong spirit beasts? However, his smile froze like snow in the sun. Looking down, he saw a claw formed from black mist tightly gripping a still-beating crimson heart. Is this my heart? Zhong Yu turned his head with difficulty, seeing a figure shrouded in black mist silently standing behind him. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Zhong Yu's mouth. Only then did he realize, while he had been foolishly plotting to take out the opponent's spirit master directly, the other side had already set a deadly trap right beside him. Any rash movement would trigger the concealed spirit beast to strike lethally. Zhong Yu looked at Chu Yang with difficulty, the latter's gaze cold as a blade. I'm a disciple of the Holy Land. He struggled to utter his last words, as if this identity could serve as his shield. Yet, before he could finish, a hand formed from black mist sliced across his neck. Zhong Yu's head fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and death. He couldn't fathom how, even knowing his identity, the opponent dared to act so decisively. Did they not fear the Holy Land's wrath? With the fall of the Spirit Master, the three spirit beasts instantly suffered a severe backlash, going berserk. But Huang remained unfazed, seizing the rare opportunity to swiftly eliminate the eight-armed stone man and the jade-scaled beast. The green figure charging at Chu Yang was swiftly shattered by Chu Yang's soul power as the backlash struck. Chu Yang looked down at the small figure lying on the ground. The spirit beast, only 2 feet tall, had lost all threat by now. A wind attribute gale mantis? He murmured, a hint of surprise and contemplation in his eyes. This is a wind element spirit beast, known for its incredible speed. Despite its small size, its attack power is formidable. Spirit masters often use it as an assassin to deliver a fatal blow to enemies at crucial moments. Chu Yang sneered, thinking to himself, foolish. This type of spirit beast is best suited for ambushing from the shadows. Summoning it in front of me is practically a death wish. Just as Zhong Yu was about to activate the summoning circle, a shadow flickered. It turned out that Chu Yang's spirit beast, Night, had been lurking by Zhong Yu's side, waiting for the perfect moment. When Zhong Yu attempted to summon his beast to eliminate Chu Yang, Night acted swiftly, ending Zhong Yu's life in an instant. This scene left Su Ming, who was present, utterly shocked. Chu, you actually killed a disciple of the Holy Land? Su Ming sighed. You shouldn't have been so impulsive. This will cause a lot of trouble. In fact, Chu Yang acted without any warning, leaving Su Ming no chance to intervene. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Chu Yang to kill Zhong Yu, as it would only invite retaliation from the Holy Land. Chu Yang, however, laughed it off, saying, no worries, I'll take responsibility for my actions and won't involve your Su family. As he spoke, he tossed a law stone to Su Ming. Su Ming caught the stone, his enthusiasm waning, and said helplessly, it's not about involving us. It's about you facing endless retribution from the Holy Land. They are notorious for protecting their own. They won't let anyone challenge their authority. What you've done is a provocation in their eyes. Su Ming regretted not explaining the seriousness of the situation earlier, which might have prevented Chu Yang from jumping into the fire pit. Chu Yang remained indifferent. Don't worry. It's fine. On Ghost Island, there's no limit to killing. What's done is done, no big deal. If someone dares to target my woman, why spare them? Even if their so-called Holy Sun Chao were to come, I wouldn't show mercy if necessary. Su Wei sighed. Chu, you're underestimating the power of the Holy Land. They've been dominant since spirit masters emerged, and their strength is unfathomable. After leaving Linhai City, you should find a remote place to hide for a while, or you'll struggle to escape their pursuit. Chu Yang calmly replied, haha, don't worry, Su Wei. If the Holy Land dares to come after me, I'll make sure they don't return. The Su siblings shook their heads, thinking Chu Yang was too overconfident. Seeing their worried expressions, Chu Yang smiled and asked, so, will you still guide me, or can I at least have the map? Su Ming answered decisively, of course, we'll guide you. We've made an agreement, and I, Su Ming, am not someone who breaks promises. Despite the trouble Chu Yang was in, Su Ming remained true to his word. A nearby member of the Su family expressed concern. Young master, won't this bring trouble to our family? Su Ming reassured them. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to the clan leader and the elders. At that moment, Chu Yang was suddenly stunned. After Zhong Yu's death, his spirit domain shattered, and everything within it fell out. The scene was reminiscent of a game Chu Yang had played in his previous life, where defeating a boss would yield treasures. Everything from Zhong Yu's spirit domain, including lands, plants, mountains, and rivers, appeared on the island as if a hidden world had suddenly materialized. Is this even possible? Chu Yang was amazed, reminiscing about the thrill of looting a boss. He bent down to pick up an ancient lamp that had first appeared at an auction, thinking, I never expected this soul artifact to end up in my hands. At the time, Zhong Yu had fiercely competed with people from the overturning sea Holy Land for it. Even this expedition was to find them first and avenge the humiliation at the auction. Ultimately, he ran into Chu Yang because of the lost stone. Fate works in mysterious ways. Qin Luoxued disdainfully remarked, a Holy Land disciple, yet his spirit domain is so poor. The laws are thin and severely lacking. When Zhong Yu's spirit domain emerged, people could sense its basic state. Compared to Chu Yang's spirit domain, Zhong Yu's was significantly inferior, with very few types of laws. The foundational forces of a spirit domain are the 5 elements combined with yin and yang. Beyond these 7 forces, the domain can be enhanced with additional elements like thunder or wind soulstones to strengthen its foundation. This is why Yun Lifei didn't allow Qin Shufeng and Qin Luoxue to advance to the 6th level. They weren't adequately prepared. In a shattered domain of Zhong Yu, Chu Yang stumbled upon a surprise inside a room. The room was neatly lined with dozens of crystal-clear bottles, resembling the rule liquid that Qian Xiaoyun had once given to his 2 female companions. Rule liquid? Chu Yang exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. He hadn't expected Zhong Yu to possess such a large quantity of rule liquid, and after carefully counting, he found over 60 bottles. In fact, Chu Yang was unaware of the origin of these rule liquids. Zhong Yu had once acquired an ancient soul lamp at the high price of 80 bottles of rule liquid, but only paid a fraction of that cost due to his status as a holy son. Of course, the 20 bottles borrowed from Qian Xiaoyun were never intended to be returned. We've struck gold. Chu Yang's heart raced with excitement. He quickly decided that these rule liquids would not be used for trade, but rather for Huang. Once Huang broke through to the 6th tier, combined with the previously obtained elixirs, they could truly walk with confidence in the future. Chu Yang trusted that Zhong Yu wouldn't have tampered with these rule liquids, given their sheer quantity. Without hesitation, he took out 10 bottles and tossed them to Huang. The rule liquid could be consumed directly, offering a more immediate and effective result than solely comprehending rule stones. Subsequently, Chu Yang offered some rule liquid to his 2 female companions, but they politely declined. Qin Luoxue explained, let Huang break through first. Its attribute is very rare, making the path to the 6th tier even more challenging. They believed that while 60 bottles might suffice for spiritual beasts with common attributes, it might still be insufficient for a rare attribute like Huang's, so they hoped Huang could advance further. As for Su Ming and the others, they naturally didn't dare to accept these rule liquids. Despite Zhong Yu's death, these were still the belongings of a disciple of the Wanling Holy Land, and they dared not entertain any covetous thoughts. Chu Yang looked at their timid expressions and shook his head helplessly. The dominance of Wanling Holy Land was deeply ingrained in their minds, unlikely to change anytime soon. Meanwhile, the spirit master who had returned to the mist realized the gravity of the situation. His legs trembled with fear as he thought, heavens, a disciple of Wanling Holy Land has been killed. This hasn't happened in decades. Although internal competition in the Holy Land was fierce, and deaths were not uncommon, they would never allow a disciple to be killed by outsiders. Without a second thought, the spirit master sprinted away with his long legs, not daring to look back. Watching Chu Yang continue to venture deeper into the island, Su Ming couldn't help but advise, Brother Chu, I think you should leave Linhai City quickly and find a remote place to hide for a while. In Su Ming's view, Chu Yang seemed completely unaware of the terrifying power of the Holy Land. Having stood for centuries and dominated the region, Wanling Holy Land's foundation was unmatched by ordinary family forces. However, Chu Yang calmly replied, it's okay, no need to worry. Hearing this, Su Ming and his sister sighed softly. They thought to themselves that Brother Chu's courage was truly astounding. As they continued deeper into the island, the news of Chu Yang killing Zhong Yu suddenly spread. However, people's focus wasn't on Zhong Yu himself, but on the formidable force behind him, the fearsome Wanling Holy Land. What? Brother Zhong has been killed. Qian Xiaoyun sprang up from the rock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had his reservations about Zhong Yu's character, the fact remained that Zhong was a favored aide of the Holy Sun. Now, to hear that he had met his end? The middle-aged man beside him narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low as he asked, are you saying that the one named Chu Yang obtained a lost stone? With that, he slowly rose, his expression serious. Qian Xiaoyun, impatient, urged, yes, exactly. Mr. Zhang, it would be best if you went personally. Make sure to eliminate this person and also bring back the 2 women with him. He calculated in his mind. Zhong Yu, despite his average appearance, had mastered the art of flattery and was invaluable to the Holy Sun. More importantly, he understood the Holy Sun's nature and handled many unsavory tasks behind the scenes. Therefore, Zhongyu held an extraordinary position by the Holy Sun's side. Now that he had perished on Ghost Island, it would undoubtedly provoke the Holy Sun's wrath. As one of the major forces on Ghost Island, the Qian family would face the Holy Sun's wrath if they failed to protect Zhongyu. This would be detrimental to their development. The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, kidnapping women? That's not something he was willing to do. He was only interested in the Lost Stone. As a dignified 7th-rank spirit master, he still didn't have a single 6th-rank spirit beast, which was somewhat embarrassing to admit. Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian and the others from the overturning sea sanctuary were also stunned. They knew well the domineering nature of the myriad spirit sanctuary, and yet someone dared to kill their disciple within their jurisdiction? Yi Qingtian couldn't help but ask, who exactly is this Chu Yang? An elder beside him replied. It said he's the one who got 3 bottles of law liquid from Qian Shaoyan at the auction without paying. Yi Qingtian suddenly realized, exclaiming, it's him? He then sighed, what a pity. Provoking the sanctuary likely means he won't live much longer. Elsewhere, Chu Yang and his group continued their search for treasures. The island's resources were indeed abundant. As they traveled, they found a wide variety of herbs and materials, yielding significant gains. Although the auction hadn't gone as planned, their findings on the island were more than satisfying. Chu Yang, feeling pleased, looked at the various herbs growing in the black soil with a satisfied smile. In addition, they collected many unknown materials. Su Ming and the others shook their heads in resignation, thinking how this person felt no pressure at all. Qin Luojiao frowned and said, have you noticed that the sense of oppression is getting stronger as we go deeper? Previously, our soul power could extend several feet, but now the range is shrinking. Chu Yang nodded, aware of the change. Could there be something at the center of this island? He mused, then asked Su Ming. How far are we from the center? Not far. We should reach it today, Su Ming replied. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed ahead, signaling intense fighting. The group brightened, wondering if another treasure awaited. On this island, battles between spirit masters were usually over some coveted item. Chu Yang and his companions had encountered such situations several times. As they pushed through the mist, the scene before them was astonishing. Dozens of ghostly spirit beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. They came in various forms: tigers, leopards, wolves, bears, birds, and even humanoid figures. The sight of skeletal warriors was chilling, as if they had entered the underworld. What's happening here? Chu Yang asked in confusion, observing the ghostly skeletal creatures fighting. These ghostly beasts tore at each other, bones breaking and shattering. Yet because they were undead, the bones reformed and rejoined their bodies, creating an eerie spectacle. Su Ming explained, this happens from time to time. It's said they get bored, unable to die, so they fight to pass the time. It's the best way to release their energy. Chu Yang's mouth twitched, wondering what kind of reason that was. Were these ghostly beasts courting death? Su Ming added, of course, there's another theory that these ghostly spirit beasts might be fighting for supreme dominance. Chu Yang gazed at the fearless ghostly beasts in front of him, inwardly admiring their reckless bravery. Suddenly, an unusual sight caught his attention. A human-shaped skeleton soldier, standing only about 5 feet tall, was greedily devouring the bones dropped by other ghostly beasts. Its entire frame was gray and pitted, appearing worn and battered, yet after consuming a large number of ghostly bones, the skull's cap became smooth and shiny. Chu Yang was taken aback and turned to ask Su Ming, who shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Qin Luoshua speculated, perhaps this beast has mastered some kind of devouring skill. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he grinned. I want this skeleton soldier. Observing the other ghostly beasts engaged in battle, Chu Yang noticed they didn't have this ability, which piqued his interest even more. He resolved to study this first-level skeleton soldier carefully before deciding whether to form a contract with it. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared within the skeleton soldier's shadow. It was Ye's newly mastered skill Shadow Leap, which allowed him to jump freely between connected dark shadows. This skill was especially powerful in the sunless environment of Ghost Island, possessing some spatial ability traits, albeit with limitations. Yi quickly grabbed the skeleton soldier's skull and vanished into the darkness. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how smoothly things had gone. Su Ming remarked, only someone with a dark attribute spirit beast as powerful as Chu could pull this off. Anyone else would have been detected by these beasts. Ghostly beasts are inherently reckless, emboldened by their indestructible nature. They fear nothing and always charge headlong into confrontations, indifferent to life or death. If this group of brutes had discovered Chu Yang and his companions, it would have led to a fierce battle. The last time Ghost Island opened, many of the Su family members were brutally killed by these ghosts. Chu Yang stored the skeleton soldier in his spirit domain, planning to study it thoroughly later. With this, his main objective for this trip was perfectly achieved. In the following days, before the tide rose, Chu Yang decided to explore the island's depths in search of various herbs. The deeper into the island they ventured, the stronger the ghostly beasts became. However, the quantity and quality of herbs and other materials also increased. Qin Luoxue and her companions discovered several soul stones of different attributes, greatly aiding in constructing a more perfect spirit domain. The Su family members also had bountiful harvests, more than ever before. At this moment, a Su family member excitedly discovered a lost stone the size of an eyeball. His shout of excitement inadvertently attracted several 7th-level ghostly beasts, instantly pushing the situation to the brink of danger. Chu Yang's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on the 3 skeletal beasts before him, each taking the form of a tiger, a giant serpent, and a colossal eagle. The most astonishing was the skeletal eagle, which was somehow capable of flight. Chu Yang marveled at the vast and mysterious world that held such wonders. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yang realized that the eagle was the most formidable, possessing a cultivation level at the peak of the 7th tier. This was what he feared the most. Typically, the soul power of ghostly beasts is 3 levels lower than their cultivation, meaning this eagle's soul power was at the early 7th tier, surpassing Chu Yang's peak 6th tier. The Su family members were filled with regret, realizing that their cries had attracted these powerful beasts. Su Ming, with a serious expression, said to Chu Yang, "Brother Chu, it's our fault for involving you in this. We'll hold them off to buy you some time." He handed 2 law stones to Chu Yang, hoping he could deliver them to the Su family. Chu Yang, however, remained calm and replied, "Why the rush? We're not at the point of life and death yet." He scrutinized the 3 beasts, calculating his strategy. The tiger and the serpent were not a concern for him. Their soul power, though at the peak of the 6th tier like his, didn't intimidate him. He was confident in his soul techniques and soul artifacts. The real threat was the eagle with its early 7th tier soul power. A fleeting thought of escaping with Qin Luoxue's Tianqing Peng crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Tianqing Peng was only at the peak of the 5th tier and had not yet touched the laws, making it impossible to escape from the 7th tier eagle. Worse still, his father-in-law's spirit beast was also ineffective in this oppressive and strange environment, where any outsider would be suppressed below the 7th tier. As Chu Yang pondered his strategy, the 3 ghostly beasts launched their attack without hesitation. Towering over 20 meters, their pure golden skeletons exuded a powerful and oppressive aura. Acting decisively, Chu Yang unleashed 2 golden-quality soul techniques in quick succession. Double sword slash. Spirit transformation technique, he shouted. 2 silver swords, intertwining like dragons, aimed straight for the soul flame within the serpent's skull. Simultaneously, a silver dragon resembling the holy dragon of the Netherworld emerged, ferociously attacking the tiger. In an instant, the 2 beasts let out piercing screams as the ghostly green soul flames within their skulls flickered violently, on the verge of extinguishing. Chu Yang's soul techniques had directly harmed their souls, showcasing the powerful combat abilities of a spirit master. Yet, Chu Yang knew this advantage only applied to beasts without soul treasures. Against other spirit masters, battles would become contests of soul power. Not to mention, some spirit beasts equipped with soul treasures and those with bizarre soul attributes could pose significant challenges to spirit masters, even easily overwhelming those of the same level. Faced with the current situation, Chu Yang dared not relax for a moment, remaining fully focused on navigating the perilous battle. Chu Yang was fully focused on fending off 2 fierce beasts when suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky at an astonishing speed. It was a giant eagle, wingless yet swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws had torn a 4th-level spirit beast in half. With a muffled sound, a member of the Su family spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. He was the spirit master of the torn beast, and the eagle's speed left him no chance to react. The power of the giant eagle was terrifying, slaughtering 4th-level spirit beasts as easily as pigs or dogs. It didn't give the crowd a moment to breathe, immediately targeting its next prey. Su Wei. "Sis, get out of the way," Su Ming shouted, instantly unleashing the primal power within him. In a few quick strides, he rushed forward and pushed Su Wei aside. "No!" Su Wei screamed with heart-wrenching despair as she watched Su Ming about to be attacked by the giant eagle. As the young clan leader and future heir, the Su family could do without her, but they could not lose Su Ming. At the critical moment, Chu Yang quickly formed a seal, and his soul weapon, the Night Shadow Needle, flew out from his soul sea, aiming straight for the giant eagle's soul fire. The eagle let out a sharp screech, its ghostly green soul fire flickering violently, causing its body to hesitate slightly. "Go!" Chu Yang shouted, prompting everyone to immediately mount their flying spirit beasts and rapidly escape to the side. Su Ming panted heavily, finally realizing the terrifying nature of a 7th-level fierce beast, grateful to have escaped death. He quickly called the Su family members, taking advantage of the gap between the three beasts to flee. Just as Chu Yang settled onto the back of the sky blue rock, the giant eagle regained its senses, its soul fire stabilizing as it launched another attack. As expected, my peak 6th level soul power can only stall it for a moment, unable to inflict substantial damage, Chu Yang thought to himself. But this brief pause had already bought the group precious time to escape. He released the Night Shadow Needle again towards the eagle, causing another momentary halt. Repeating this process several times, although the eagle closely pursued them, Chu Yang's interference prevented it from launching effective attacks. For the time being, a stalemate formed between the two sides. On the back of the sky blue rock, Qin Luoxue frowned and said, "It seems like we're heading toward the center of the island." Hearing this, the rushing Su family members were taken aback. Su Ming's face changed dramatically, and he said regretfully, "Careless." It turned out that since the giant eagle had blocked their path earlier, they had no choice but to flee in this direction, unwittingly venturing deeper into the island's heart. Chu Yang's brow furrowed, unable to spare a thought for a new plan. The giant tiger and giant python, after a brief pain from the soul fire, were once again relentlessly pursuing them. These ghost attribute beasts were indeed reckless. Unlike other beasts that would have fled from such soul power attacks, they seemed to know no fear and charged again. At this moment, the giant eagle let out a piercing screech and dove from the sky. Despite its reckless nature, it knew to eliminate the greatest threat Chu Yang. The crisis loomed once more, further complicating the group's precarious situation. Chu Yang frowned, feeling a sense of urgency as the situation unfolded before him. Three ferocious beasts charged at him from different directions like sharp swords, and any mistake could lead to his demise. Worse still, the oppressive suppression of soul power in this place severely limited his attack range. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed inwardly. If it comes to it, I'll have to enter the spirit realm. Yet he hesitated. The dense spiritual essence and the power of laws within the spirit realm, along with precious treasures like black soil, would inevitably bring endless trouble if exposed. He was reluctant to open his spirit realm to too many people. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind, interrupting Chu Yang's thoughts. "Boy, I've finally found you. Hand over the rule stone, and I'll spare your life." As soon as the words fell, the mist cleared, revealing a large flying spirit beast descending. Standing proudly on its back was a middle-aged man with bright, piercing eyes, staring excitedly at Chu Yang. Clad in a blue robe, his square face carried a scholarly air. He was Chun Ling, a 7th-level beastmaster who had rushed over from Qian Shaoyan. Not daring to waste time, Chu Yang swiftly released the Night Shadow Needle to fend off the oncoming giant eagle, and followed up with 2 soul techniques, causing the giant tiger and python to cry out in pain. Then, he cautiously turned his gaze to the suddenly appearing middle-aged man. At that moment, Chun Ling's soul power resonated again. "Boy, if you hand over the rule stone, I'll help you drive away these 3 beasts." Chu Yang's eyes flickered as he looked at Chun Ling, then at the Su family members. Su Ming, full of guilt, spoke up. "Brother Chu, you should go. We've already caused you enough trouble." After all, this disaster began because they found a rule stone. After weighing his options, Chu Yang said to the middle-aged man, "If you can take them away safely, I am willing to give you the rule stone." After all, the Su family had ventured into danger to guide him, and he felt responsible. However, Chun Ling shook his head, refusing. "No, there are too many of them. Taking them would make us easy targets for the beasts." Chu Yang's eyes brightened with an idea. "That's easy to solve. You can take them into your spirit realm, and I'll distract the beasts for you." He then used soul power to communicate the plan to Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming agreed. "As long as you can take us away, I'm willing to give up the rule stone." He presented an eye-sized rule stone. Chun Ling's eyes lit up, and his breath quickened. It really is a rule stone. He rejoiced inwardly, knowing that with this stone, his spirit beast could quickly advance to the 6th level. Although beast masters themselves possessed considerable combat strength, their most powerful attacks came from their spirit beasts. Even if a beast master's soul power was stronger than many spirit beasts of the same level, without defensive soul artifacts, they would be vulnerable to soul attribute beasts. Thus, the true strength of a beast master lay in their beasts, while they primarily played a supportive role. Chun Ling smirked. "Do you trust me so easily? Aren't you afraid I'll rob you once you're in my spirit realm?" He thought to himself that once they were inside, they would be at his mercy. Su Ming smiled wryly. "You've seen our situation. What is there to worry about now? At worst, it's just death." Chu Yang directly added. "As long as you safely escort them out, I promise to reward you handsomely when I return." He presented several bottles of rule liquid. Chun Ling's eyes burned with desire, his body trembling with excitement. "Deal," he agreed eagerly. "But I want 20 bottles of rule liquid along with the rule stone." His demand was indeed exorbitant. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yang agreed. Ultimately, the rule liquid would come from another rule stone owned by Su Ming. He wouldn't take a loss in this transaction. "All right, I'll wait for you in Linhai City. Chunling's voice was firm and powerful. He then turned to the Su family and others, saying, all of you, enter my spiritual domain. Su Ming was about to speak when Chu Yang interrupted him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chu Yang's tone was filled with undeniable determination. With tearful eyes, Su Wei looked at Chu Yang, her voice full of concern. Brother Chu. Go. Chu Yang commanded coldly. Staying here will only hold me back. Before he finished speaking, he was already forming seals with his hands, launching attacks at the giant eagles soaring towards them. Chunling squinted his eyes, his tone threatening. Kid, I'll be waiting in Linhai City, and if you don't come, well. His gaze swept over Chu Yang, hinting at the existence of those 20 bottles of law essence. He then frowned at the two women on the back of the azure eagle, contemplating. Since ancient times, beauty has been the root of trouble. No wonder Qian Shaoyan asked me to take these two women away. Despite this, Chunling ultimately did not lay a hand on the two women. He couldn't bring himself to abduct someone's wife. After all, if word got out, how could he face others? Moreover, many people around him were already married. Besides, his cooperation with the Qian family was merely temporary, aimed at obtaining the Law Stone. Otherwise, why would he auction off his golden grade cultivation method at the auction? As the large group vanished, the three fierce beasts roared in anger and charged at Chunling. You call them brainless, but they still have brains. Chu Yang sneered. Kid, hold them off. Chunling shouted. Although he was a 7th-tier spirit master, on Ghost Island, he could only exert the peak power of the 6th tier, on par with Chu Yang. Chu Yang acted decisively, using soul power to restrain the three fierce beasts until Chunling and his spirit beasts disappeared into the mist. Relieved, he then channeled his soul power again, casting soul techniques to induce a brief stupor in the three spirit beasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yang swiftly took the two women into his spiritual domain. When the three beasts regained their senses and found no one around, they roared in unison. They then resumed their usual mindless brawling with each other. Within the spiritual domain, Chu Yang once again envied the giant panda. He mused to himself. Once my mother-in-law wakes up, it will be time to deal with you properly. After fully recovering the soul power consumed in battle, Chu Yang stepped out of the spiritual domain. By then, it was already the next day, and the three fierce beasts were long gone, leaving behind a scene of chaos. System, open today's blind box. Chu Yang commanded. A flash of black light, and the system's voice followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver-grade revival pill formula. Chu Yang's eyes widened, his heart racing. This was exactly what he needed. To refine a pill, one must first understand the steps of alchemy, and then determine the pill's effects and required materials. Eagerly, he opened the formula, which described the revival pill as a medicine for restoring a spirit beast's power. Excitement gleamed in Chu Yang's eyes. This silver-grade formula was undoubtedly a huge surprise. The best choice for alchemy is soul fire, with beast fire being second. Chu Yang frowned, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. What exactly is soul fire? He recalled Qin Luoxua mentioning a green, ghostly flame inside ghost-type spirit beasts' heads, known as soul fire. But clearly, the elixir didn't refer to this kind of soul fire. Examining the recipe closely, he was shocked to find that the potion required over a dozen different ingredients, all of silver-quality herbs, and each in varying amounts. Chu Yang felt a headache coming on, thinking, if a mere silver-quality pill is this complex, the evolution pill I want to make must be even more challenging. He took a deep breath, silently lamenting. There's a long way to go. Putting away the recipe, Chu Yang reminded himself that now wasn't the time to delve into these matters. After all, he didn't even have all the herbs mentioned in the recipe. However, he quickly perked up because in a few days, he'd have the chance for a 5-time draw. The thought excited him, as past experiences had shown that good things often came from 5-time draws. What would he get this time? He was filled with anticipation. Surveying the devastated surroundings, Chu Yang suddenly realized an unsettling fact. He was lost. The area was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to discern the direction from which they had come. He tried to calm himself, thinking of a strategy. Since they were on an island, theoretically, walking in any direction should eventually lead to the sea, right? With this thought, Chu Yang decisively chose a direction and began to move forward. At that moment, the emergence of Ghost Island had attracted countless spirit masters. Despite the time passing, more people continued to arrive. However, this mysterious island also became the grave for many. As the tide rose, the unfortunate ones' bodies would sink with the island, becoming meals for ferocious sea beasts. As Chu Yang continued walking, he realized he was moving towards the island's center. He could distinctly feel the increasing pressure on his soul power, to the point where his soul power could only extend a few meters beyond his body. Reluctantly, he had to let Yi scout ahead for him. Suddenly, Yi sent a warning. There was an abyss ahead. Chu Yang frowned. Should he take a detour? More surprisingly, from Ye's message, he realized that the oppressive aura on his soul power was emanating from the abyss. Could the legendary treasure be within that abyss? This thought sparked Chu Yang's interest. Remembering his past experience of finding treasures like lost stones and black earth in the panda and golden tiger's lairs, Chu Yang was deeply intrigued by treasure hunting. He encouraged himself, take a chance, and you might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Clenching his teeth, Chu Yang decided to head towards the abyss. Half an hour later, he reached the edge of the abyss. It was like a natural chasm, with no end in sight. Below was pitch black, and the howling wind sounded like the roar of a beast, intimidating anyone who dared to look. The overwhelming aura from the abyss was so strong that Chu Yang's soul power couldn't extend beyond his body. Just then, a crescent-shaped blade of wind suddenly shot up from below, violently striking the cliffside. With a crack, a large piece of the rock wall was sliced off and fell into the dark abyss. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. There was a battle with spirit beasts below. That azure wind blade was clearly an attack from a wind-type spirit beast. This discovery made Chu Yang more certain that there must be a treasure below. Otherwise, why would anyone fight in such a perilous place? His emotions were a mix of excitement and anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang decisively summoned Huang, standing steadily on its back. He didn't descend where the wind blade had struck, but instead chose a different spot to enter the abyss. As he went deeper, he sensed the intensifying battle. Chu Yang quickly realized that there were more than two participants in the fight. Moreover, the power of the spirit beast's attacks contained a dense force of law, stronger than Huang. This meant that the combatants were undoubtedly 6th-level spirit beasts. Alarm bells rang in Chu Yang's mind. He knew that only high-level spirit masters could reach such a place, and the current situation was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Chu Yang held his breath and cautiously descended into the abyss. In the dim environment, he carefully avoided the obstacles around him, fearing he might alert the spirit masters ahead. Fortunately, the soul power here was suppressed, preventing them from sensing Chu Yang's presence. The bottom of the abyss was like a chaotic rocky terrain, winding and twisting. Although the mist still lingered, visibility was much better than above. Chu Yang quickly stored Huang into his spirit domain to prevent its large form from revealing his position. When he looked ahead, he was taken aback. He had initially thought the spirit masters were fighting fiercely over some treasure, but that wasn't the case. 4 spirit masters stood side by side, each summoning a spirit beast, ferociously attacking a massive beast in front of them. The beast was a gigantic turtle, resembling a small mountain. Its deep shell was like a thick, divine mountain, seemingly indestructible. Despite the spirit master's frantic attacks, they couldn't inflict any damage. Chu Yang was puzzled. Since arriving on Ghost Island, he had only encountered ghost attribute beasts, yet this turtle was different, with flesh and blood like ordinary beasts. Damn it, if our spirit beasts weren't suppressed to the 6th tier, how could this mere mid-7th tier turtle block our path? One spirit master said with a grim expression. Their spirit beasts were originally at the peak of the 7th tier, but now they couldn't handle a mid-7th tier beast. The 4 of them gazed eagerly at something behind the turtle, something that seemed to captivate them. Following their gaze, Chu Yang saw a fist-sized drop of golden blood hovering in the air, spinning like a golden divine pearl. The brilliant golden light emanating from the blood illuminated the surrounding canyon, making it appear like a golden sanctuary. Chu Yang was stunned. This drop of blood was extraordinary, emitting a unique energy wave that seemed more mysterious, profound, and vast than the power of laws. He couldn't help but wonder, was this the blood of some powerful beast or spirit beast? Beasts and spirit beasts above the 6th tier naturally had the power of laws in their blood, but this power surpassed even that. So, what level was the source of this blood? 10th tier emperor level, or even higher? One thing was clear. This drop of blood didn't belong to the turtle before them. If we could obtain this drop of blood, it would be enough for our 4 spirit beasts to break through to the peak of the 8th tier, one spirit master said eagerly. As for the 9th tier, that's impossible. Our spirit beasts don't have the king's quality, another added. Not just that, someone shook their head. I think it could help more of our spirit beasts reach higher realms. This drop of blood might be countless times more effective than the law liquid. The other 3 nodded in agreement. This drop of blood was too extraordinary, like the blood of a deity, possessing supreme power. The golden light from the blood illuminated the area, making it look like a golden sanctuary. However, in front of this miraculous blood, the turtle, like a divine mountain, remained unmoved, blocking the 4 spirit masters from advancing. It stood like a loyal guardian, vigilantly protecting the drop of golden blood, allowing no one to approach. The 4 spirit masters were helpless in this situation, their spiritual power suppressed by an invisible force, unable to launch any soul attacks. Chu Yang stood at the back, silently observing everything. He frowned slightly, keenly sensing that the source of suppression on the spirit master's power did not originate from the drop of golden blood, but rather from deep within the cracked earth. Initially, he had mistaken the golden blood for the legendary treasure, but upon closer inspection, he realized this was not the case. Although the blood exuded a mighty force, it lacked the ability to suppress the spirit master's power. Instead, it seemed to emit a subtle force that suppressed the cultivation of spirit beasts. Chu Yang pondered whether the reason foreign spirit beasts were suppressed below the 7th tier was due to this blood. Since he himself did not possess a spirit beast above the 6th tier, he did not feel this effect deeply. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Chu Yang's desire for the golden blood. He recalled the earlier discussion among the group, who speculated that the effects of this blood might surpass those of the rule liquid. As someone in urgent need of such auxiliary items, Chu Yang's heart burned with a strong desire. However, a tricky problem lay ahead: how to obtain the drop of blood. More importantly, once acquired, how could he escape from the 4 7th-tier spirit masters and the fierce turtle beast? Chu Yang realized that this task might have to rely on Yi to accomplish. At that moment, a stir suddenly came from Chu Yang's spirit domain. The Tsung blood Jiao dragon, which had not yet hatched, finally showed a reaction. Since acquiring this spirit beast, Chu Yang had provided it with ample nourishment. First, the blood of the golden giant tiger, followed by the capture and absorption of numerous 5th-tier fierce beasts. With this nurturing, the originally small blood egg had now expanded to 5 or 6 meters, resembling a giant stone rooted in the spiritual vein. Now, the entire blood egg appeared vibrant and delicate, emitting a faint red glow. With a slight tremor, cracks began to appear on its surface, and a dazzling crimson light burst forth from the fissures, illuminating the area around the spiritual vein in a blood-red hue. This peculiar spectacle immediately caught the attention of Qin Luoxue and her sister, who were in the spirit domain. Qin Luojiao exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, Chu Yang's blood Jiao dragon is about to hatch." They both remembered Chu Yang mentioning that this spirit beast was of king quality. Witnessing the birth of a king-quality spirit beast was indeed a rare event. Qin Luoxue nodded in agreement, also filled with anticipation at the prospect of witnessing the birth of a king-quality spirit beast. As the sound of cracking resonated from the blood egg, the blood-red light from the shell's cracks painted the surroundings in a hellish blood-red scene. Qin Luojiao eagerly remarked, "I've never seen a blood-attributed spirit beast before. I wonder what it looks like." Mother once said that blood-attributed spirit beasts are the most adept at fighting, becoming braver with each battle, and it is a rather rare attribute. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the entire blood egg exploded. A resounding dragon roar echoed, and a blood-red Jiao dragon shot into the sky like a streak of blood. The two sisters were stunned by the sight. What a formidable figure it was. The Jiao dragon was entirely blood-red, from its scales to its horns, from its claws to its eyes, without a hint of other colors. Its appearance seemed to dye the entire world in blood, giving the illusion of being submerged in a vast sea of blood. It had twin horns on its head, 2 claws on its belly, and 2 dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind, exuding an imposing aura. Compared to Huang, this Jiao dragon lacked 2 dragon claws, and the mane extending from its neck to its tail, giving it a slightly less majestic appearance. Nevertheless, Chu Yang was still very satisfied with this newly born peak 5th-tier spirit beast. The azure blood Jiao dragon emerged from its blood egg, its body shimmering with a mysterious blue light, while faint traces of blood coursed through its scales. Chu Yang gazed at this creature, sealed away for countless ages, feeling secretly relieved that he had nourished it with the blood of fierce beasts, particularly the blood of the 7th-tier golden giant tiger, which contained a rich power of laws, allowing this newborn dragon to grasp a trace of the blood law. Chu Yang felt a tinge of regret. If I had known that blood imbued with the power of laws could help you comprehend them, I would have hunted more beasts above the 6th tier. He suddenly remembered his father-in-law's powerful spirit beast still in the spirit domain. It could easily hunt a few 6th-tier beasts. If I had prepared earlier, the azure blood Jiao dragon's understanding of the blood law could have progressed further. The azure blood Jiao dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, as if celebrating its birth. However, just as its jubilant cry subsided, a commanding roar echoed from a nearby peak. The power within that roar seemed to disrupt the dragon's comprehension of the laws, leaving it displeased. The dragon paused, scanning below. Upon seeing the source of the sound, its proud demeanor vanished, replaced by a sycophantic expression. It swiftly descended, landing beside Huang, and unceremoniously licked Huang's dragon claw with its blood-red tongue. This scene left the two women present utterly stunned, and Chu Yang was also taken aback. "Why have you suddenly turned into a sycophant?" he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, he sensed a deep admiration in the dragon's emotions. Chu Yang pondered whether this admiration stemmed from Huang's true dragon form or its saintly quality. He leaned towards the latter, recalling similar occurrences with the spirit beasts accompanying Qin Luoxue and her sister. "I've heard that the blood attribute is best for combat, so I'll name you Zhan Yi," Chu Yang decided, naming the newly born azure blood Jiao dragon. He silently noted Zhan Yi's attributes: king quality, peak of the 5th tier, blood attribute, and mastery of skills like blood control, blood essence armor, Bloodburst, and Blood Shadow Clone. At that moment, Zhang Yi conveyed a message to Chu Yang, its eyes revealing a longing for a drop of golden blood. Chu Yang understood that Zhang Yi's appearance at this precise moment was likely due to this blood drop. He recalled what other spirit tamers had said before. This drop of blood was more effective than law elixirs, making it an ideal auxiliary material for Zhang Yi, who had already grasped a trace of the law. It seems I must obtain this drop of blood, Chu Yang calculated inwardly. Initially, he intended it for Huang to help it comprehend the law faster, but now it was evidently more suitable for the blood-attributed Zhang Yi. Chu Yang's gaze swept over the four spirit tamers ahead. In the unique environment of Ghost Island, their soul power was suppressed, unable to be unleashed, leading Chu Yang to estimate their strength at the peak of the 6th tier. After all, outsiders on Ghost Island were all suppressed below the 7th tier in terms of soul power. Chu Yang's eye sharpened as he began contemplating how to seize the precious drop of golden blood in such circumstances. On Ghost Island, Chu Yang feared no one. However, facing the threat of 4 peak 6th tier spirit beasts, his soul power was stretched to its limits. Worse still, if any of these beasts were equipped with a defensive spirit treasure, he would be at a severe disadvantage. At this moment, Chu Yang pinned all his hopes on Yi, whose shadow leap skill was his only chance to obtain the precious drop of blood. Following Chu Yang's signal, Yi appeared like a phantom behind the turtle. The mist at the bottom of the abyss was thin, but the sunlight still couldn't penetrate it, providing an ideal environment for Yi's shadow leap. The 4 peak 6th tier spirit beasts continued to fiercely attack the turtle, oblivious to the looming threat. Yi's successful infiltration allowed Chu Yang to breathe a slight sigh of relief. In the next moment, black mist surged around Yi, transforming into a giant black hand that lunged towards the golden blood. Just then, the drop of golden blood seemed to be stimulated, suddenly bursting with dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire abyss like a miniature sun. The golden light shot skyward, immediately drawing the attention of all spirit masters on the island, and even people as far away as Linhai City could faintly see this towering golden pillar. This unprecedented phenomenon shook everyone to their core, speculating whether the legendary treasure was about to appear. The island erupted into chaos. Countless spirit masters rushed to the island's center, and even the practitioners from Linhai City, who had previously been reluctant to set foot on Ghost Island, joined the frenzied scramble. Who could resist the allure of a treasure that could suppress all spirit masters' cultivation? Chen Ling, sitting on the back of a Qingyun crane, looked at the dazzling island, sighed, and turned to fly towards Linhai City. His spirit beast cultivation was too low to stand a chance in this melee. However, he wasn't concerned, as the rule stone and rule liquid in his possession were enough to quickly elevate his spirit beast to the 6th tier. Before leaving, he muttered to himself, "Kid, you still owe me that rule liquid. You better come out alive, or else, humph." The situation on the island spiraled out of control. Qian Xiaoyan from the Qian family, Yi Qingtian from the overturning sea sanctuary, and others led their teams to the island's center. As the number of spirit masters increased, the battles became more intense. Incidents of treasure snatching and underhanded tactics were rampant, and even a 7th-tier spirit master had fallen. The death of a 7th-tier spirit master sparked a new wave of frantic competition, as their fallen spirit domain became a new prize. The battles were already fierce, and with a group of reckless skeleton warriors joining in, Ghost Island quickly turned into a bloody battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers, spilling into the sea and staining the surrounding waters crimson. The strong scent of blood attracted a horde of fierce sea beasts, leading many spirit masters flying towards the island to meet their demise in the mouths of these marine predators. Chu Yang's heart raced. The moment the drop of blood burst into blinding light, he sensed trouble. The chaotic situation far exceeded his expectations, and an unprecedented massive battle was about to erupt. As night returned, a turtle that had been lurking inside its shell suddenly extended its head, revealing a pair of golden eyes that scanned the surroundings sharply. Shortly after, another head emerged from the shell's rear, its majestic golden gaze fixed on a floating drop of golden blood. A two-headed turtle, the 4 spirit masters exclaimed in unison. Although they hadn't noticed the presence of night or understood why the blood drop caused such a startling phenomenon, the true nature of this turtle left them in shock. They had been attacking for so long without realizing it was a two-headed turtle. A single mistake could have resulted in dire consequences. Seemingly provoked by the phenomenon caused by the blood drop, a trace of cold light flashed through the two-headed turtle's golden eyes. Its limbs, like towering pillars, slowly lifted its massive, mountain-like body. The ground trembled violently, and debris from the abyss above crumbled and fell. In the next moment, the enormous body of the two-headed turtle advanced towards the 4 spirit beasts, crushing everything in its path. With each step, the ground shook intensely. Its towering figure, over 20 meters high, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite the frenzied attacks from the 4 spirit beasts, the two-headed turtle stood firm, allowing the assaults to land on its indestructible shell without a scratch. You three, hold it down, I'll attack from the other side, one of the spirit masters commanded decisively. Without waiting for a response, he summoned a flying spirit beast and soared over the two-headed turtle, heading straight for the drop of golden blood. Chu Yang, don't you dare hog it all, came an angry shout from behind, as another spirit master quickly summoned a flying spirit beast to follow. The remaining two exchanged glances, unwilling to fall behind, and joined the pursuit. Chu Yang's eyes gleamed with golden light as he neared the drop of golden blood, his excitement palpable. Haha, I'll gladly accept this treasure, he laughed, commanding his primary spirit beast to diamond-grade silver Buddha charge forward. The silver Buddha, entirely silver in appearance and shaped like a Buddha with 3 heads and 6 arms, opened its mouth wide and lunged at the radiant drop of golden blood. Chu Yang, how dare you? Came the furious cries of the three behind. Meanwhile, the two-headed turtle let out a thunderous roar, swinging its claws at the silver Buddha. Unfortunately, despite its incredible defense, the turtle's attack was relatively slow, allowing the silver Buddha to easily evade. The three behind looked grim as they saw the treasure about to be snatched away. However, before Chu Yang's laughter could end, his expression abruptly changed. No, no, spit it out, quickly, he shouted desperately at the silver Buddha, but it was too late. The silver Buddha's body began to expand rapidly, like an inflating balloon, soon covered with cracks like a fragile ceramic jar about to shatter. Crimson blood gushed from the fissures. No, Chu Yang's eyes widened in despair, his roar filled with helplessness. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion echoed through the abyss as the massive body of the silver Buddha disintegrated into dust. The terrifying blast wave swept through the depths like a catastrophic tornado, tossing massive boulders, several meters in diameter, like leaves in the wind. At the moment Chu Yang was backfired, a powerful shockwave swept through. His body was flung dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a hard stone wall, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the three advancing companions were not spared either, being thrown by the force. Fortunately, their spirit beasts protected them from harm. Although Chu Yang was at a distance, he was still forced to retreat several steps by the residual impact, barely managing to steady himself. The only creature seemingly unscathed was the two-headed turtle, though it instinctively retracted its heads into its sturdy shell. The explosion was akin to a spirit beast self-destructing, and considering the silver-bodied Buddha that triggered it had a 7th-tier peak cultivation, the power was immense. A violent tornado erupted from the abyss's depths, carrying a suffocating aura skyward. This sudden phenomenon caught the attention of nearby spirit masters. They frowned at the abyss, filled with curiosity. First, there was a burst of golden light, and then a tornado shot into the sky. What secrets did this abyss hold? Many spirit masters, initially planning to descend, hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. At the bottom of the abyss, the energy storm took a long time to subside. The original landscape was unrecognizable, with a massive crater now marking the explosion's center. Zhao Qing sneered, showing no pity. Huh, daring to let a spirit beast swallow that blood drop directly. Now it's burst, right? That drop of blood was evidently extraordinary. A lower-tier spirit beast couldn't handle the immense energy it contained, inevitably bursting. Zhao Qing broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if Chu Yang hadn't tested the waters first, he might have been the unlucky one. Taking advantage of the storm not yet fully subsided, Zhao Qing swiftly approached the golden blood drop, his eyes glinting with greed. He believed such a treasure should be directly absorbed into his spirit realm. Zhao Qing secretly mocked Chu Yang's foolishness, then opened the spirit realm channel to collect the golden blood drop. This way it won't burst, right? Zhao Qing had just smirked when his face turned ashen, showing extreme fear, a look even Chu Yang hadn't shown before. My spirit realm. Zhao Qing cried out in terror. What followed was a scene Chu Yang would never forget. A point of golden light emerged from Zhao Qing's forehead, and then Zhao Qing's head exploded, revealing a large spirit realm that descended into the abyss. The spirit realm began to expand rapidly, with cracks spreading like a spider web. Not good. Almost simultaneously, Chu Yang and the other two spirit masters' expressions changed drastically, quickly retreating into their own spirit realms. Although Zhao Qing had perished, his spirit realm couldn't withstand the terrifying energy of the golden blood drop and was about to explode. A spirit realm is essentially a small world, and its explosion equates to a cataclysmic event. Not even 6th or 7th tier practitioners, let alone a 10th tier emperor-level spirit beast, could escape unscathed. Boom. The energy was beyond powerful and apocalyptic force. From the abyss's center, a deathly aura erupted, sweeping every corner in an instant. All the spirit masters' faces changed drastically, completely at a loss. Hurry, follow me into the spirit realm, a spirit master shouted, urgently opening his spirit realm to bring in close kin from nearby. Boom. An immense, Terrifying wave burst from the abyss's depths, instantly sweeping across large portions of the island. The ground was torn up, ancient trees uprooted, and massive boulders soared into the sky, only to be shredded to dust by the energy. Everything in the path of this destructive force was obliterated. Spirit beasts, fierce beasts, and spirit masters vanished like snow in the sun. In the center of Ghost Island, a cataclysmic energy suddenly erupted, like an ancient beast awakening from a long slumber, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Everyone on the island was left dumbfounded by this unprecedented spectacle. The energy emanating from the island's core instilled a deep-seated fear in everyone, as if they were facing the end of the world. The mist was dispersed by this energy, revealing the terrifying scene of the explosion. People stood frozen, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. An elderly spirit master, with hair as white as snow, frowned in thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Judging by the scale of this explosion, it resembles a spirit domain explosion. A spirit domain explosion? The lower-ranking spirit masters exchanged confused glances. The old man explained, when a spirit domain holds more energy than it can contain, such an explosion occurs. I once witnessed it myself in a perilous place, when a spirit master attempted to place a highly energetic artifact into their spirit domain. With that, the old man turned and left Ghost Island, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Clearly, this artifact was not something they could claim, and forcibly taking it would lead to the same fate as the spirit master whose domain exploded. However, many spirit masters grew increasingly curious, whispering among themselves, what kind of artifact could contain such immense energy? Let's go have a look, just one glance, we won't touch it. Unable to curb their curiosity, a group of spirit masters waited for the explosion to subside before venturing to investigate. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had entered the spirit domain. Although he avoided the blast, he found himself in a dilemma. He stared at the drop of golden blood, his brow furrowed, muttering to himself. This drop of golden blood is troublesome. It can't be consumed by a spirit beast or stored in the spirit domain. What should I do? Chu Yang was well aware of the blood's value. If used to comprehend the laws of blood, it would be an unparalleled treasure. Unfortunately, its quality was too high, and using it directly might lead to catastrophic consequences. If only there was something to suppress it, to prevent it from causing an explosion within the spirit domain. Chu Yang mused, suddenly struck by inspiration. Suppress? Suppress. I've got it. A bold idea formed in his mind, and he exited the spirit domain. The area beneath the rift had become vast and empty, the two-headed turtle nowhere in sight, leaving only the drop of golden blood suspended in the air, still emitting a dazzling light. Chu Yang decisively summoned Zhang Yi, realizing that it had to be relied upon. He instructed Zhang Yi, use your blood control technique to manage this drop of blood as much as possible. Don't let it experience intense fluctuations. The blood control technique was a skill Zhang Yi had mastered, allowing it to manipulate blood. However, with its current peak 5th-tier cultivation, fully controlling the mysterious drop of golden blood was challenging. Yet, for the sake of its future, Zhang Yi was willing to take the risk. Zhang Yi swayed its massive crimson body, approaching the blood. It opened its enormous maw and swallowed the entire drop, but did not ingest it. Chu Yang had no intention of repeating the fate of that silver-bodied Buddha. At this moment, Zhang Yi closed its large eyes, fully concentrating on using the blood control technique to attempt to manage the drop of blood. How effective could it be? It was a matter of doing its utmost. The goal of the blood control technique was to delay the time before the blood's violent reaction, giving Chu Yang more room to maneuver. After a long time, Zhang Yi finally sent back a message. Chu Yang took a deep breath, his heart racing, thinking, this is it. If I fail, I might end up like Zhao Qing. Just at this critical moment, the two spirit masters who had previously hidden in their own spirit domains also appeared in the abyss. As they opened their eyes, they saw Chu Yang commanding his spirit beast to swallow the drop of blood, their eyes widening in astonishment. The two 7th-level spirit masters stood frozen, their faces a mix of shock and disdain. They had just witnessed a heart-stopping scene. A young spirit master had sent a drop of golden blood along with his spirit beast into the spirit domain, and then followed them himself. Is this kid out of his mind? One muttered through gritted teeth. We all remember Cheng Liang's disaster vividly. Is he blind? Both instinctively prepared to flee, fearing the explosion of the spirit domain at any moment. However, the anticipated catastrophe never occurred. All they heard was the howling wind, as if nothing had changed. What's going on? The other pondered with a frown. Could it be that his spirit domain hasn't exploded? After a brief discussion, they speculated that the young spirit master might be a disciple from some sacred place, carrying a treasure capable of subduing the golden blood. This thought sparked a glint of greed in their eyes. Wait, they exclaimed simultaneously. As 7th-level spirit masters, they were rarely challenged on Earth. If they could obtain that drop of blood, their spirit beasts might break through to the 8th level. At that point, who could stand against them, apart from a few old masters? Meanwhile, inside the spirit domain, Chu Yang was facing a life-or-death challenge. He quickly transferred Zhang Yi and the drop of blood into the soul artifact, the Holy Spirit Tower, hoping the artifact could suppress the blood's agitation. The moment Zhang Yi entered the Holy Spirit Tower, it spat out the blood. The golden drop, shaken by the teleportation, began to stir restlessly. Chu Yang immediately withdrew Zhang Yi from the tower, knowing it was no longer a safe place. Clenching his fists, Chu Yang kept his eyes fixed on the Holy Spirit Tower, sweat beading on his forehead. He was anxious, uncertain if the tower could truly suppress the mysterious blood. If it failed, suddenly, golden light erupted from within the tower, illuminating the entire first floor. The light pierced through the tower's walls, spreading across the spirit domain. Chu Yang's heart raced, a cold sweat dripping down his face. Could it be that the Holy Spirit Tower really can't suppress the blood? A golden light spread out, causing Chu Yang's hands to tremble uncontrollably. Images of Zhao Qing's tragic end flashed through his mind, his head exploding like a watermelon, followed by the descent of the spiritual realm onto Ghost Island, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. A chill ran up his spine as Chu Yang gritted his teeth and resolved silently. No, I must get Luo Shui and the others out of the spiritual realm. At this critical moment, the earth-shattering roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix suddenly echoed, followed by the roars of countless spirit beasts. Chu Yang looked up sharply to see the Holy Spirit Tower seemingly stimulated by some force. A radiant multicolored light burst from the tower, illuminating the entire spiritual realm like a divine miracle. Meanwhile, two women who had been leisurely playing with a giant panda inside a grand villa were startled by this phenomenon. They hurried outside to witness the dazzling multicolored glow that transformed the entire spiritual realm into a fairyland. At the source of the glow, a towering nine-story glazed pagoda was slowly rotating, spewing golden light from within. The two women exchanged astonished glances. Although they were not very experienced, the legends they had heard from their mother, Yin Lifan, made them immediately realize this was no ordinary soul artifact. As they were still in shock, an even stranger sight unfolded. The various spirit beast runes originally imprinted on the tower's surface seemed to come alive, moving across the tower. In an instant, these runes detached from the tower, transforming into countless miniature spirit beasts that circled and danced around the glazed pagoda. True dragons, divine phoenixes, qilin, white tigers, black tortoises, vermilion birds, giant kuan, along with other extraordinary creatures like flame spirits, thunder spirits, and rock giants, all appeared. The two women were so shocked they covered their mouths, as even the artifacts their mother had mentioned had never exhibited such phenomena. However, Chu Yang's attention was not drawn to these extraordinary sights. Having witnessed a similar scene once before, he was more concerned about whether the Holy Spirit Tower could suppress that mysterious drop of blood. As the myriad spirit beast runes transformed into miniature spirit beasts, the golden light that had pierced through the Holy Spirit Tower was finally suppressed back inside. Seeing this, Chu Yang exhaled deeply, only then realizing he was drenched in sweat. He inwardly lamented, "My cultivation is still too low. If I could actively control the Holy Spirit Tower, it wouldn't be so perilous. Now, relying solely on its passive defense, such crises arise." With no other options, Chu Yang could only hope to find a diamond-quality cultivation method from a blind box or make discoveries in the ancient secret realm upon returning to Luotian City. At this moment, the two women approached Chu Yang, and seeing him drenched in sweat, Qin Luo gently took out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Although Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao were unsure of what had transpired, they could infer from Chu Yang's state that the situation had been extremely perilous. Chu Yang took a deep breath, pulling the two women into his embrace. Feeling their warmth and a surge of relief washed over him. "It's all right now, it's all right," Chu Yang murmured softly, his voice still carrying a slight tremor. His hands shook slightly, evidence of the deathly danger he had just faced. Qin Luoxue grasped Chu Yang's trembling hand, resting her cheek against his chest, and whispered gently, "No matter what happens, we'll always be by your side." As he looked at the two beauties nestled against him, Chu Yang felt warmth in his heart and planted a gentle kiss on their foreheads. Gradually, his expression started to relax. Chu Yang led the two women into the Holy Spirit Tower. The energy unleashed by the drop of golden blood had calmed, lying dormant like a sleeping lion, unlikely to react unless provoked by external forces. "Is this a drop of blood?" Qin Luojiao asked in astonishment, her eyes alight with curiosity. Qin Luoxue was equally amazed. How could such a thing exist on Ghost Island? "The aura from this blood is even stronger than my mother's spirit beast." Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Chu Yang remarked, "The strongest on Earth today doesn't exceed the 9th tier, so it's impossible for something of this level to appear. This island might be more than it seems." He recalled what the Su family members had said before they entered the island, likening it to a giant turtle. Chu Yang shook his head, finding it hard to believe that such a massive beast or spirit creature could exist. Yet, he remembered the earlier encounter when the two-headed turtle attacked four spirit beasts, its sharp claws slicing through the outer rock wall like tofu, undeterred. But when it struck the inner rock layer, sparks flew, and its claws couldn't make a dent. Even the subsequent explosion in the spirit realm couldn't destroy the abyss. Chu Yang mused that there must be something extraordinary within the abyss, perhaps high-quality materials. It wouldn't be surprising if this magical island could produce soul stones or spirit objects. Jean also entered the Holy Spirit Tower, settling beside the drop of blood to comprehend the laws of blood. Chu Yang didn't leave immediately, aware that the lack of disturbance in his spirit realm might have alerted the two spirit masters. He needed a foolproof plan. At present, Chu Yang was refining a diamond-grade defensive soul artifact palace he acquired from Wang Qinyu. Since the Holy Spirit Tower was currently suppressing the drop of blood within his spirit realm and couldn't return to the Soul Sea, he needed another soul artifact to guard against spirit master attacks. Time passed slowly as the two 7th-tier spirit masters waited patiently in the abyss for Chu Yang to emerge. The other side must have sensed us, one of them remarked with a frown. The other responded calmly, let's keep waiting. I don't believe he won't appear before the tide rises. They knew that the young man possessed at least two treasures, the drop of blood and the artifact capable of suppressing it. Either one would significantly enhance their power, so they were patient. The significant phenomena on Ghost Island even drew some powerful individuals heading to Kunlun Mountain, leading to the appearance of 7th-tier spirit masters on the island. Of course, their strength was also suppressed to the peak of the 6th tier. Even they dared not act recklessly on the island, especially near the island's center, where ghostly beasts that had been obliterated in the earlier spirit realm explosion were now full of life again, charging once more at the spirit masters venturing into the island's heart. Once again, battles erupted. In the spiritual realm, Chu Yang opened his eyes and realized that 2 days had passed. He cautiously peeked outside, hoping the people had left. However, as soon as he stepped out of the realm, he saw 2 spirit masters glaring at him angrily. Oh crap, Chu Yang exclaimed, instinctively darting back into the spiritual realm. Kid, if you've got the guts, never come out again, one of the spirit masters shouted, his voice filled with frustration and anger. For the past 2 days, the 2 spirit masters had been waiting there, but they didn't expect Chu Yang to be quicker than them and retreat back into the realm. The other spirit master took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and said, we'll keep waiting. There's still a few days until the tide rises. I'll wait him out. Inside the spiritual realm, Chu Yang's face was grim. Those 2 7th-tier spirit masters were indeed lying in wait for him, and he was glad he had been cautious. He glanced at the spirit beast left by his father-in-law, feeling a bit regretful. Unfortunately, on Ghost Island, any foreign spirit beast's power is suppressed below the 7th tier, otherwise, it might have been useful. Never mind, let's wait a bit longer, Chu Yang muttered to himself, then moved to the area with the black soil and began to focus on studying the herbs. 2 days later, Chu Yang's previously calm mood grew restless again. It was time for the 5 consecutive draws. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly said, System, give me some luck. He secretly hoped to draw something like an escape talisman. System, open the blind box. Chu Yang resolved and began the draw. Congratulations, host. You've received a bottle of black dog blood. Chu Yang was stunned. Black dog blood? What the heck am I supposed to do with black dog blood? Open another one, he continued, unwilling to give up. Congratulations, host. You've received a pair of New Year couplets. Chu Yang's face turned dark. New Year couplets? Is it New Year's already? What am I supposed to do with New Year couplets? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang tried again. Open another one. Congratulations, host. You've received a Christmas reindeer-themed lingerie set. Chu Yang's eyebrow twitched, nearly collapsing internally. What the heck are these items? Although he found some of them interesting, they were utterly useless for enhancing his power. Couldn't you at least give me a beast cultivation pill? Chu Yang couldn't help but shout. 3 times, 3 whole times. Black dog blood, New Year couplets, Christmas reindeer set. What use are these? System, open another. Chu Yang clenched his fists, praying silently. Congratulations, host. You've received a peachwood sword. Chu Yang almost spat blood. Black dog blood and a peachwood sword. Are you trying to turn me into a monster hunter? Chu Yang relaxed, having lost hope. He thought the chance of drawing something good with 5 consecutive draws would be higher, but it turned out to be so disappointing. Not a single item to enhance his power. He had opened 4 out of 5 blind boxes, and now he felt there was little hope left. Picking one randomly from the remaining 6, Chu Yang said helplessly, let's just open this one. A flash of black light, and an elegant spirit beast appeared in the blind box space. Chu Yang's eyes lit up cold. This finally be something valuable and meaningful? It was a breathtakingly beautiful spirit beast. It had a pair of graceful butterfly wings and a head as noble as a phoenix. Behind it, 9 long tails, like colorful ribbons, swayed up and down like waves, exuding elegance. Its entire body seemed to be made of gold and silver, with a silver sheen and gentle silver glow, while the 9 long butterfly tails behind it were golden, radiating a dazzling golden light. This spirit beast was not only elegant, but also exuded an air of royal majesty. Then, a voice that made Chu Yang jump with excitement echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained the sacred grade spirit beast, the 9-tailed Emperor Phoenix butterfly." Sacred grade? The same quality as the Netherworld holy dragon. Chu Yang breathed heavily, staring in disbelief at the beautiful spirit beast, his heart filled with boundless anticipation. Although Chu Yang wasn't sure about the exact quality of the sacred grade beast, he knew it was extraordinary. However, when he saw the attributes of this spirit beast, he was utterly stunned. The 9-tailed Imperial Phoenix butterfly, sacred grade, initial stage of the first tier, with time and space attributes. Time and space attributes? Chu Yang exclaimed. He recalled how envious he was of Wang Qianyu's space-attributed ethereal bat, and now he had opened a blind box to find the 9-tailed Imperial Phoenix butterfly, which embodied both time and space. As a transmigrator, he understood the principle of time is supreme, space is king. At this moment, possessing both of these supreme powers filled him with excitement. Without hesitation, Chu Yang immediately formed a contract with the 9-tailed Imperial Phoenix butterfly. The elegant creature opened its eyes and danced around him like a little sprite. After playing with it for a moment, Chu Yang began to contemplate his escape plan. Ultimately, he pinned his hopes on his father-in-law's spirit beast. Although he couldn't communicate with it telepathically, it was still a glimmer of hope. Chu Yang silently prayed that the two pursuers outside didn't have flying spirit beasts above the 7th tier. As long as they couldn't catch up with his father-in-law's spirit beast, there was still a chance. If the 9-tailed Imperial Phoenix butterfly's rank were higher, he wouldn't even consider the opponents a threat. Chu Yang informed the massive creature cultivating on the spiritual vein, and then turned to leave the spiritual domain. As soon as he stepped out, a powerful shockwave nearly knocked him over. However, when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The two-headed turtle had reappeared from somewhere, fiercely attacking the surrounding spirit masters. Moreover, a large number of massive turtle-like fierce beasts were emerging from the abyss, engaging in intense battles with the intruding spirit masters. These beasts seemed to have gone completely berserk due to the disappearance of that drop of blood, their golden eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Their attacks were slow, but each strike was earth-shattering. In contrast, the spirit master's spirit beasts struggled to inflict any damage on them. Meanwhile, the two spirit masters who had been watching Chu Yang remained in place, still facing the two-headed turtle. Clearly, even now, they were unwilling to give up on Chu Yang, the treasure boy. At this moment, their attention was entirely on the two-headed turtle, oblivious to Chu Yang's presence behind them. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yang quickly summoned his father-in-law Qin Shufeng's massive spirit Beasta colossal four-winged phoenix-crested bird with a wingspan of over 20 meters. The powerful gust from its wings instantly knocked the two unsuspecting spirit masters to the ground. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed. One of the spirit masters, flung by the four-winged phoenix-crested bird, was struck by the two-headed turtle, instantly turning into a mound of flesh. Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an outcome. He then let out a cold chuckle and mounted the phoenix-crested bird, soaring into the sky and quickly disappearing into the mist. "You won't escape, kid," the other spirit master shouted angrily. He quickly regained his footing, evaded the two-headed turtle's attack, and summoned his flying spirit beast to pursue Chu Yang. Having waited here for so long, he couldn't let the target slip away easily. As for his companion's death, he was indifferent. They weren't close anyway. Sitting atop the four-winged Fengguan bird, Chu Yang gazed at the distant spiritual realm and sighed. What a pity. There must be a lot of good stuff in a 7th-level spirit master's domain. However, a smile crept up on his lips. He silently thanked the two-headed turtle. If it hadn't distracted the two opponents, he wouldn't have escaped so smoothly. The four-winged Fengguan bird darted through the mist, speeding towards the edge of the island. Chu Yang recalled Su Ming's warning about the imminent possibility of a tide. Without hesitation, he rode his spirit beast away from the island, heading straight for Linhai City. As he neared his destination, Chu Yang cautiously switched to Qin Luoxue's Tianqing Peng. The four-winged Fengguan bird was his trump card and couldn't be exposed lightly. Just as they were about to reach Linhai City, a thunderous roar erupted from Mount Kunlun. The sound, a mix between a human scream and a beast's roar, was deafening and shook the heavens and earth. Even from a distance, the Tianqing Peng shuddered, almost plunging into the sea. Chu Yang's heart tightened. Is the tide about to rise? He recalled Su Ming's warning. This sound was indeed a precursor to the tide. At that moment, a golden light shot up from the depths of the sea behind Mount Kunlun. The roar from within the mountain grew more furious, filled with endless rage and murderous intent. The roar carried waves of soul power, spreading out from Mount Kunlun in all directions. The spirit masters on Ghost Island prepared to return, but waited for the sound to fade. As the roar intensified, a shocking scene unfolded. The sea, affected by the roar, boiled like a cauldron, sending countless water droplets soaring into the sky. How is this possible? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. The roar contained no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet the soul power alone caused such a spectacle? This completely overturned the spirit master's understanding. Soul power was supposed to only cause mental disruptions, yet it was now triggering tangible physical changes. What? What kind of beast is this? Chu Yang muttered. Qin Luoxue and her sister were equally stunned, never having heard of soul power causing physical damage. The roar lasted several minutes before gradually fading away, finally disappearing as if exhausted. Qin Luojiao analyzed. Such powerful soul power can only belong to a soul attribute spirit beast. She explained that at the same level, a spirit master's soul power is usually stronger than most spirit beasts, but soul attribute spirit beasts are exceptions. Although their bodies are weaker, their soul power far exceeds that of spirit masters of the same level and can even kill opponents instantly without soul artifacts. Qin Luoxue added. But even for a soul attribute spirit beast, it shouldn't be able to cause physical damage. Whether it's a spirit master or a soul attribute spirit beast, pure soul power attacks can only damage the mental realm. This is a well-known fact. Chu Yang furrowed his brow and, after pondering for a moment, said, could it be that the fierce beast from Mount Kunlun possesses a special soul weapon that caused the sea to boil with its power? Although I'm not certain, this seems to be the only reasonable explanation. The group remained silent, and then began their return to Linhai City. The tide was about to rise, and Ghost Island would soon submerge again. Chu Yang took one last look around, his gaze sweeping over Ghost Island, Mount Kunlun, and the mysterious golden light emanating from the seabed behind it. He sighed inwardly, realizing there were too many secrets hidden here, but with his current strength, he couldn't explore them, let alone uncover their mysteries. Linhai City was as bustling as ever. As soon as Chu Yang arrived at the city gates, he saw Chunling leisurely waiting while seated on the back of a Qingyun crane. Chunling teased, kid, I thought you weren't coming back. Chu Yang knew what he was really after the 20 bottles of law liquid he owed. With a helpless smile, Chu Yang tossed the 20 bottles to Chunling, thinking he'd get them back from Su Ming later. Where are they? Chu Yang asked. Chunling casually replied. They've already returned to the Su family. Chu Yang immediately felt he'd been played. Chunling put away the law liquid but suddenly turned serious and warned. Since ancient times, beauty has been a source of trouble. Be wary of the Qin family. With that, he flew into Linhai City on the Qingyun crane, leaving Chu Yang deep in thought. Chu Yang stroked his chin, pondering, is the Qin family planning to act against me? Or is it because of my two ladies? He then considered that Qian Shaoyun and Zhongyu both serve the holy land of myriad spirits, likely under the command of the holy son named Chao. He chuckled coldly. They better not provoke me, or else, haha. He wouldn't show mercy just because of the myriad spirits' holy land. Chu Yang then headed straight to the Su family and directly said to Su Ming, start helping me purchase various herbs. Also, I advanced you 20 bottles of law liquid. Su Ming gave an awkward smile, knowing that without Chu Yang's help, they wouldn't have obtained the law stone. If not for Qinling, the Su family might have suffered significant losses. However, with that fist-sized law stone, 20 bottles of law liquid were just a small matter. Chu Yang wasn't concerned about how they used the law stone. He just wanted his 20 bottles back. He could feel that Huang was about to break through within the next few days. By then, he wouldn't care about any holy lands. Chu Yang handed over the treasures he obtained from the Fu and Wang families to Su Ming, asking him to help purchase various herbs. Meanwhile, people from all sides were arriving in Linhai City, and discussions about the roar from Mount Kunlun were rampant. The most popular theory was that it was the sound of a beast whose quality surpassed that of a king, which caused such a startling effect. This reinforced the belief that a legendary divine beast resided within Mount Kunlun. Spirit masters of the 7th rank and above had already decided to explore Mount Kunlun next year when the tide receded to find out the truth. After most spirit masters returned to Linhai City, a free trade fair quietly began. This trade fair primarily involved bartering, with high-quality items also exchanged for law liquid. The most sought-after items were water and ghost attribute soul stones, as they could be used to forge soul weapons and construct spirit domains, making their demand immense. At the trade fair, Chu Yang only managed to acquire a few spiritual herbs. Nothing else caught his eye. To him, these trade items were not worthy of much attention. The area of fertile black soil was starting to become insufficient. Chu Yang stood in front of his herb garden, a slight frown on his face. With the constant increase in various medicinal herbs, the once spacious black soil now appeared overcrowded. His gaze shifted to the nearby spiritual vein, and a thought sparked in his mind. In that case, why not make use of what's available? Chu Yang murmured softly to himself. He then cleared a new patch of land on the spiritual vein, specifically dedicated to planting low-tier spiritual herbs. His fingers lightly brushed over the freshly prepared soil, sensing the rich spiritual energy contained within. Meanwhile, the Su family was busily gathering various spiritual herbs. They didn't limit themselves by grade. The only requirement was that the herbs must be alive. The entire Su family estate was bustling with activity, with everyone holding different types of herbal seedlings. While Chu Yang was busy expanding his herb garden, the Qian family estate received an important visitor. The lord of the city lord's mansion in Linhai City made a personal visit, causing a stir among the Qian family. Standing before the head of the Qian family, the city lord maintained his usual air of authority. Patriarch Qian, as in previous years, he began, his voice deep and resonant. The rule essence obtained from this year's Linhai City auction is entrusted to the Qian family to deliver to the sacred land. With that, he retrieved several large boxes from his spiritual domain, each emitting a faint glow. Patriarch Qian's eyes widened slightly. Even for a 7th-rank spirit master like him, the sight of so much rule essence was enough to quicken his heartbeat. The city lord did not stop there. He took out 15 bottles of crystal-clear rule essence and handed them to Qian Xiannan. These 15 bottles are a gift from the city lord's mansion for Mr. Qian's birthday celebration. He then took out 5 more bottles. Consider these 5 bottles a small token of my personal appreciation. I hope you won't find them lacking. Qian Xiannan accepted these precious gifts with respect, feeling both delighted and apprehensive. He understood well that each year, the Qian family was responsible for traveling to the sacred land to celebrate their ancestor's birthday, and the city lord's mansion would prepare the annual tribute items, entrusting them to the Qian family for delivery. This was not only a sign of trust, but also a responsibility. Despite the temptation of such a large quantity of rule essence, neither Qian Xiannan nor the entire Qian family dared to harbor any greed. They knew too well that if the sacred land discovered any tampering, not even their ancestor could save them. Rest assured, City Lord, I will not fail in my duty. Qian Xiannan promised solemnly. The City Lord nodded, and then took out an exquisite box from his robe. This is for the Holy Sun, he said, handing the box to Qian Xiannan. The box vibrated slightly, indicating it contained a living creature. Qian Xiannan carefully accepted it, hearing the City Lord whisper, "It's a water-tributed Songhai Jiao." Not long after the City Lord's departure, an elder who had just returned from the sacred land hurried over. Qian Xiannan eagerly asked, "What did our ancestor say?" The elder took a deep breath and slowly relayed the ancestor's words. The ancestor said that the mere Luodian city is not worth worrying about, and we should proceed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, a gleam flashed in Qian Xiannan's eyes. He nodded slightly. In that case, let's act while celebrating the ancestor's birthday. Yes, the elder responded, exchanging a meaningful glance with Qian Xiannan. Meanwhile, Chu Yang lost interest after a brief round at the free trade fair. His mind was focused entirely on the imminent breakthrough of Huang. Returning to his residence, he administered all the rule essence he had to Huang and concentrated on mobilizing the laws of his spiritual domain to assist Huang in comprehending the laws. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chu Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the heaven and earth treasure, the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus. Chu Yang paused, halting his assistance to Huang. Why did something strange appear today? A heaven and earth treasure, he muttered to himself. I've never heard of this before. His gaze turned to the blind box space, where a magnificent lotus was slowly rotating, emitting a dazzling 7-colored glow. As Chu Yang focused on it, the system's description appeared. Item name: 7-colored heavenly heart lotus. Item note: this is a heaven and earth treasure capable of refining soul power. Refining soul power. Chu Yang's expression was peculiar. In his understanding, regardless of the quality of cultivation techniques, the resulting soul power was always of the same silver quality. He had never heard of refining soul power. Although somewhat dismissive, Chu Yang still proceeded to refine the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus. Once refined, the lotus took root in his soul sea, spinning gently. However, Chu Yang frowned, unable to perceive any changes in his soul sea. Never mind, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't cause any problems. Chu Yang shook his head and refocused on helping Huang with the breakthrough. Little did he know that this seemingly useless 7-colored heavenly heart lotus would play a crucial role in his journey to the highest realms. The gears of fate had already begun to turn, and Chu Yang was standing at a pivotal point he had yet to realize. A few days later, within the spiritual realm, an astonishing transformation was unfolding. Huang's body suddenly erupted with intense black light, as the powerful laws of Huang permeated his entire being. This aura far surpassed the pinnacle of the 5th tier, shaking the entire realm. Chu Yang trembled with excitement, knowing that this moment had finally arrived. After prolonged efforts, the laws of Huang in the realm, combined with the basin-sized law stone and over 60 bottles of law liquid, had finally propelled Huang to the 6th tier. After the breakthrough, Huang's body extended nearly 20 meters. Though it hadn't yet been tested in battle, Chu Yang could clearly sense the significant enhancement in Huang's attributes. Is this what Luo Shui and the others referred to as the supreme spirit beast characteristic? Chu Yang pondered. Before reaching the 6th tier, the rare attribute Tying Dragon Python could still be a match for Huang, but beyond the 6th tier, it would no longer stand a chance. The leap from the pinnacle of the 5th tier to the 6th tier was a qualitative change in the laws, allowing Huang to overpower other spirit beasts in all aspects. With this in mind, Chu Yang decided it was time to use that precious elixir. A golden pill materialized in Chu Yang's hand, its rich spiritual essence swirling and emitting a dazzling golden glow. This was the miraculous elixir he had obtained from a blind box after returning from the city lord's mansion. The elixir had a specific condition for use. The spirit beast must have reached the 6th tier, otherwise it would be ineffective. Now, after a long wait, Huang finally met the requirement. Upon ingestion, the spiritual essence within the realm surged towards Huang like rivers converging into the sea. Countless snowflake-like spiritual essences enveloped Huang, forming a massive black cocoon-like structure. At this moment, the spiritual essence of the entire realm seemed to be drained. Even the rate at which the king-quality spiritual veins emitted essence struggled to keep up. Fortunately, this didn't affect the overall situation, but it meant that, aside from Zhan, who was comprehending the laws of blood, other spirit beasts had to pause their training. Chu Yang felt relieved that all this was happening within the spiritual realm. Had it occurred in the outside world, even the sacred ground's concentration of spiritual essence might not have supported Huang's breakthrough. The effect of that elixir was truly terrifying. Judging by the situation, Huang's breakthrough would take several more days. Just then, Chu Yang's attention was drawn to another change. He swiftly moved to Di Huang's side and was astonished to discover that it had reached the pinnacle of the 1st tier in just a few days. Such rapid progress was astounding. Through their bond, Chu Yang learned that Di Huang had mastered an incredible skill time acceleration. It could control the flow of time in a certain area, making it different from the normal passage of time. No wonder Di Huang progressed so quickly. It had been training under time acceleration. Chu Yang stroked his chin, his heart racing. This discovery opened new avenues for him, seemingly providing a solution to the slow training speed of other spirit beasts. In the following days, the Su family gathered a large amount of medicinal herbs for Chu Yang, including many precious ones from their own herb garden. Upon learning that Chu Yang planned to leave, Su Ming warned him again. Brother Chu, you should find a place to hide. Or, you could change your appearance entirely. We've discovered that Zhong Yu is no ordinary person. He's someone close to the Holy Sun. So, it's not just about what the sacred grounds will do. The Holy Sun won't let you off easily. Chu Yang accepted the herbs, a calm smile on his face. No worries. If they really don't know their place, then I'll just have to send them to meet Yama. His tone was unusually calm, with not a hint of disturbance, as if he truly didn't see the sacred grounds as a threat. Su Ming's attempts to persuade were like stones dropped into the sea, as Chu Yang continued to act on his own will. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Chu Yang, accompanied by Qin Luoxue and Qin Luojiao, boldly flew towards Luotian City on a Tianqing Peng. Meanwhile, several high-ranking members of the Qian family quietly set out, intending to visit the sacred land to celebrate their ancestor's birthday. Chu Yang keenly sensed the presence of pursuers behind him and smirked with amusement. More people coming to deliver resources? How eager they are, he thought to himself, continuing on his way at a leisurely pace. Qin Luoxue, filled with concern, asked, "Are you sure it's okay? I'm worried the Qian family might have some hidden tricks." She and Qin Luojiao had been busy purchasing herbs for Chu Yang over the past few days, unaware of the events unfolding in his spiritual domain. Chu Yang gently patted Qin Luoxue's hand, confidently reassuring her, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine." Qin Luojiao rolled her eyes, thinking that if he was so confident, there probably wasn't much to worry about. A day later, at a location sufficiently far from Linhai City, the Qian family finally dropped their pretense. The sound of rushing wind filled the air from all directions as flying spirit beasts emerged, surrounding Chu Yang and his companions. Several high-ranking members simultaneously took action, maneuvering their beasts to encircle the trio, aiming for a swift resolution to avoid tarnishing the Qian family's reputation. Qian Xianan stood tall on the back of a hurricane eagle, arms crossed, looking down at Chu Yang. His voice, imbued with the powerful soul force of a mid-6th rank cultivator, reverberated around them. "Bold criminal, how dare you kill a disciple of the sacred land? Surrender at once." Chu Yang sneered, unfazed by Qian Xinnan's soul force. He impatiently cleared his ear, mocking, "A sacred land disciple died, so what? Is all this shouting necessary? It's deafeningly annoying." Qian Xiaoyun, infuriated, stepped forward and shouted harshly. "Such arrogance. Whether it's Linhai City or Luotian City, they all fall under the sacred land's jurisdiction. The fate of a city is but a word from the sacred land. Do you intend to erase Luotian City from the map by defying us?" Chu Yang remained indifferent, retorting, "Is that so? In that case, Luotian City is mine from now on. Go tell the Wanling Sacred Land to stay out of Luotian City's affairs, or else I won't agree. Qian Xiannan became furious, but restrained his anger, speaking coldly. I see you're young, so I'll overlook what you just said. Hand over the two ladies by your side to the son of the sacred land, and I'll let you die with your body intact. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's expression instantly turned icy. He stared at Qian Xiannan, warning in his tone. I'll give you one more chance to rethink your words. Don't make a mistake you can't undo. You insolent brat, courting death. Qian Xiannan was completely enraged. With a wave of his hand, several elders charged forward on their spirit beasts from all directions. Chu Yang snorted coldly, forming hand seals. In an instant, the figure of a four-winged phoenix-crowned bird appeared, releasing its formidable aura without reservation. Originally, Chu Yang didn't want to reveal this card, preferring to let Huang take action, but he reconsidered, deciding to save his strongest weapon for last. Boom. A massive pressure suddenly descended upon the approaching Qian family elders. The terrifying force caused them and their spirit beasts to plummet as if an invisible giant hand had slammed them down. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Qian Xiannan's expression changed dramatically. An eighth-tier spirit beast? How is this possible? His mind was in turmoil. How could this young man from a small place like Luotian City possess such a powerful spirit beast? Before he could recover from his shock, the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird in the sky launched its attack. Its enormous wings flapped, sending countless sharp wind blades raining down like a storm. Screams echoed across the battlefield as chaos ensued. Against this casual strike from the eighth-tier spirit beast, the elders of the Qian family were as fragile as paper, unable to resist at all. One by one, they fell from the sky like kites with broken strings. Qian Shaoyan witnessed this scene with wide eyes and a blank mind. How could a bumpkin from a small place possess such terrifying power? Watching the elders around him fall one after another, he was utterly bewildered. Qian Xiannan's eyes were bloodshot, understanding that the Qian family was doomed today. It was clear that the opponent had deliberately hidden their strength to lure them in. With so many elders lost at once, it would take the Qian family a long time to recover. You beast! Our Qian family is backed by the Holy Land, and you dare to attack us. Qian Xiannan roared in anger, his voice filled with resentment and fury. Ha! A burst of laughter rang out. Your words are truly laughable. I dare to kill even disciples of the Holy Land, let alone your Qian family. Before the words had fully settled, the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird let out a deafening cry. Immediately, a massive tornado burst from its mouth, heading straight for Qian Xiannan. Run! Qian Xiannan's face changed dramatically as he grabbed Qian Shaoyan beside him, attempting to flee. But how could they outrun the speed of an eighth-tier wind-element spirit beast? If you dare kill me, my Qian family will never rest until we destroy all of Luotian City. Qian Xiannan shouted his final threat in despair. Heh, with just your Qian family? Or perhaps your ancestor? Or the Holy Land behind you? Let me tell you, if the Holy Land dares to come, Luotian City will become their grave. As soon as the words were spoken, the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird's talons descended like lightning. Ah, Zhongyu, you treacherous dog! You've doomed my entire family. Qian Shaoyan cried out with tears streaming down his face. Even in death, I'll haunt you as a ghost, never resting until we are both destroyed. He was filled with regret. Initially, he had no intention of provoking Chu Yang, only feeling a twinge of jealousy. But ever since Zhongyu arrived, everything changed. First, Zhongyu caused a rift between him and Chu Yang, and then, due to Zhongyu's constant temptations, he revealed his plan to seize the two women to his family. If not for this, today's disaster would never have occurred. However, under the talons of the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird, no amount of regret could alter his fate. The eighth-tier spirit beast's attack was almost a one-sided massacre. None of the Qian family members who had come survived. Chu Yang pondered to himself, wondering what treasures might be revealed this time. The Qian family was quite influential, boasting several sixth-tier spirit masters. He was eager to see what treasures might be hidden within the spirit domains of these sixth-tier spirit masters. After Qian Xiannan's death, his spirit domain fell to the ground, merging with the real world. Naturally, Chu Yang first checked his spirit domain, as he was the clan leader. What he saw left him stunned. Goodness, there were several large boxes of law elixirs in his spirit domain. How wealthy was the Qian family? There were at least several hundred bottles of law elixirs, likely accumulated over many years. Chu Yang didn't know that this was actually the annual tribute from the city lord's mansion to the Holy Land of 10,000 spirits. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The Qian family certainly has no shortage of good things. No wonder they are called the Qian family. Chu Yang was delighted to find not only law elixirs, but also numerous high-grade herbs of excellent quality. Various soul stones were plentiful, and there was even a law stone the size of a child's fist. This discovery filled Chu Yang with joy, as if he had uncovered an endless treasure trove. With these law essence fluids, Zhan's breakthrough to the 6th tier is just around the corner. At that moment, a blue figure darted away like lightning, but was swiftly caught by Tianqing Peng. It was the Canghai Jiao, pre-selected by the Holy Sun. Qin Luoshue's eyes flickered with surprise. The Canghai Jiao struggled under the sharp claws of Tianqing Peng, but couldn't break free. Keep it, Chu Yang said calmly. It'll be good to take back to Su Sheng and the others. A beast of diamond quality wasn't impressive to the two sisters, whose standards were at least king quality. This meant they had only contracted 2 or 3 spirit beasts so far. Chu Yang himself didn't lack water attribute spirit beasts, so he could only save it for another use. Afterwards, Chu Yang checked the spirit domains where other elders had fallen, but his gains were far less than Qian Xiannan's. Let's go. It's time to return to Luotian City. Just as Chu Yang was about to leave, an unexpected change occurred. 2 groups charged in from afar like a storm. Leading one group was a young man in his 20s, standing straight on the back of a spirit beast like an unsheathed sword, exuding a sharp aura. Behind him were an old man and a little girl. The leader of the other group was a bent-over elderly man, his face covered in wrinkles, eyelids drooping, looking half asleep. Ha! The young man laughed from atop his spirit beast. I didn't expect to follow the Qian family here, only to be beaten to the punch by someone else. Chu Yang recognized the voice immediately. It was Yi Qingtian from the Fu Hai Sanctuary. Since the Canghai Jiao had been auctioned off to the Qian family, he had been tracking their movements. On Ghost Island, they had followed Qian Xiaoyun and others into the island, but lost them due to the mist and soul power suppression effect. Helpless, they returned to Linhai City to regroup, finally trailing them here today. The old man on the other side spoke in a weak but distinctive voice. This Canghai Jiao is mine. Chu Yang frowned, recalling the old man. He was the one who bid against the Qian family, claiming to have entered a dangerous land and acquired some lost stones. Initially, Chu Yang thought it was Kunlun Mountain, but later realized it must be elsewhere, as even 7th-tier spirit masters admitted they dared not enter that place. So, you're both after the Canghai Jiao? Chu Yang sneered. Too bad, I won't hand it over. Whether the Canghai Jiao was useful or not, it was his now, and he wouldn't give it away. It's not up to you, the old man said, glancing at the fallen spirit domains and the bodies of the Qian family head and several elders, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. The Qian family head was a 6th-tier spirit master, yet he died here. This young man was no ordinary person. The old man behind Yi Qingtian also noticed the unusual situation, and for a moment, neither side dared to make a move. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll be leaving, Chu Yang said, preparing to turn and leave. Did I say you could leave? Yi Qingtian snorted coldly, a complex expression in his eyes. While he admired Chu Yang's boldness in the auction, where he snagged the lost stones, the Canghai Jiao was something he couldn't let go. In an instant, Chu Yang's vision blurred as the opponent rapidly formed hand seals, and a powerful soul force swiftly condensed into an exquisite bronze bell, pressing down towards him. This was not an ordinary soul weapon, but a more profound soul technique. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold, and his fingers flicked rapidly to form a seal. In a flash, 2 long swords shimmering with silver light whistled out from his soul sea, slicing through the air straight toward the bronze bell. Twin sword slash. Boom. A massive energy wave swept through the surroundings. To Chu Yang's shock, his proud twin sword slash was shattered in an instant, turning into specks of silver light and dissipating. The bronze bell continued its unstoppable advance, pressing down on his soul sea. Chu Yang was startled, pondering silently. The opponent's cultivation is clearly on par with mine, so even the power of their soul technique should be comparable. Why is my soul technique so powerless against theirs? At that moment, Qin Luoshue's voice sounded in his ear, with a hint of tension. Chu Yang, be careful. The opponent possesses mutated soul power. Mutated soul power. Chu Yang was taken aback upon hearing this, and he carefully observed the bronze bell formed by soul power. It was a bizarre green color, starkly different from the usual silver soul power. You two ladies have sharp eyes, recognizing mutated soul power. Yi Qingtian smirked with pride. Before his words finished, the soul power from his soul sea surged like a tide, continuously enhancing the green bell, making it even more formidable as it pressed down on Chu Yang's soul sea. At the critical moment, the soul power within Chu Yang's soul sea suddenly boiled, and a golden, radiant treasure pavilion appeared out of nowhere at his brow. It was the defensive soul weapon he had refined in Linhai City. Clang! A clear, melodious bell sound resonated all around. The moment the green bell collided with the golden pavilion, it burst like a bubble. Curse it, a defensive soul weapon. Yi Qingtian's face darkened, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The quality of that treasure pavilion soul weapon clearly exceeded his expectations, easily withstanding his prized soul technique, the soul-suppressing bell. With just one exchange, Chu Yang clearly felt the vast difference between their soul powers. That green soul power was extraordinary, its destructive force far surpassing ordinary silver soul power. Yet, Chu Yang was not discouraged. He once again used the soul transformation technique, and a shimmering silver dragon roared towards Yi Qingtian. The latter sneered, once again summoning the soul-suppressing bell. Bang! The silver dragon formed by soul power instantly shattered, disappearing into specks of silver light. The soul-suppressing bell continued its unstoppable trajectory, once more crashing heavily against the treasure pavilion soul weapon. Chu Yang marveled inwardly at the realization. Even at the same level, his soul power was completely outmatched. He deeply felt the disparity in their strength. Yi Qingtian turned to the elder behind him and said, "He has a soul weapon guarding his soul sea. My soul power can't penetrate. I'll leave the rest to you, Uncle Lu." The elder, surnamed Lu, calmly replied, "No rush. Let the old man test the waters first." With that, his gaze fell on another elder ahead, who was controlling a spirit beast to attack Chu Yang. Seeing this, Chu Yang sneered disdainfully. "I may not match his soul power, but do you think I'll fear your spirit beast?" With that, he swiftly formed a summoning seal. As a complex summoning array appeared in the air, a massive, pitch-black dragon claw emerged, exuding a chilling black light. A powerful force of law instantly permeated the surroundings. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, causing the elder controlling the spirit beast to pale, as he clearly sensed an overwhelming, suffocating aura. Bang! The dragon claw descended like a force of nature, striking the 7th-level spirit beast beneath the elder. The majestic golden-feathered bird tiger let out a terrified screech, instinctively wanting to flee from such a formidable presence. But it was too late, being too close. In a moment of desperation, the golden-feathered bird tiger, unwilling to submit, raised its razor-sharp claws, as if forged from gold, to fiercely strike the unknown black object. These claws were its hardest part, usually unstoppable. Meanwhile, the elder did not sit idly by. He quickly formed a seal, unleashing a powerful 7th-level soul force like an arrow towards Chu Yang's soul sea, hoping to halt his attack. However, Chu Yang's defense was impenetrable. The treasure pavilion soul weapon reappeared at his brow, effortlessly blocking the opponent's soul force attack. In the blink of an eye, the two spirit beasts finally clashed. Boom! With a loud crash and a piercing wail, crimson blood rained down from the sky. The massive body of the golden-feathered bird tiger was sent flying, then shattered in midair, meeting its end on the spot. With a muffled thud, the elder on the back suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid tracing an arc through the air. The intense backlash left him pale, but in the face of danger, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He immediately summoned another flying spirit beast. This was a wind-type beast, its wings like blades, swiftly carrying the elder out of Chu Yang's attack range. The elder looked at Chu Yang in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. In all his centuries of experience in the martial world, he had never encountered such a terrifying spirit beast. More frightening was the fact that the opponent had caused such a formidable impact with just a single finger. Not far away, another elder, surnamed Lu, sensed danger the moment the black dragon finger appeared. He hastily retreated with Yi Qingtian and the stunned young girl beside him. "This is a great terror. A great terror." Elder Lu trembled all over, his heart filled with fear. What kind of spirit beast is this, that a single finger can emit an aura only a few of the great ancestors' beasts possess? Elder Lu's heart raced like a drum, and he nearly thought an ancestor from a sacred land had descended, almost scaring him to the point of losing control. When he realized it was just a finger of a spirit beast, his urge to flee subsided instantly. "Young master, we must leave immediately. Staying here will bring disaster upon us." Without hesitation, Elder Lu grabbed Yi Qingtian and the young girl, throwing them onto the spirit beast's back, and flew away without looking back. As they flew, Elder Lu prayed silently. "Let's hope we don't bring great trouble to the sacred land." He pondered that if a single finger could emit an aura comparable to several ancestors, then the opponent might have reached the legendary emperor level. This thought sent a chill down his spine. After all, no spirit beast on Earth had reached that level. If this one sought trouble with the sacred land, they might have no choice but to submit. Yi Qingtian finally snapped back to reality, feeling his back drenched with sweat. He realized he might have gotten into serious trouble, his voice tinged with unprecedented panic. "Uncle Lu, what should we do?" This sense of helplessness was something he had never experienced, not even when facing the holy son of the all-spirit sacred land. Elder Lu took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. "First, we return and report this matter truthfully to the Holy Master and let him decide. Although we did engage in a fight, we didn't actually cause any harm to the other side, so maybe they won't hold it against us." He sighed. "Let's just hope they don't cause trouble for the sacred land." The situation at the overturning sea sacred land isn't great either. The place they're suppressing frequently erupts, leaving the great ancestors feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Chu Yang looked down coldly at the elders fleeing in panic, his gaze filled with disdain and authority. The old man looked desolate, despair written all over his face. He had only tried to snatch a spirit beast, never expecting to provoke such a powerful figure. Chu Yang spoke coldly, his voice as sharp as a blade. I'll give you a chance to live. Answer my question. The old man was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a bitter smile. He knew he had no choice, being at the mercy of someone so powerful. What can I do? Ask your question. Chu Yang's gaze was intense as he stared at the old man. I heard you mention a perilous place at the auction. Where is it? The old man pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. You must be referring to the ancient battlefield. Tell me about it, Chu Yang ordered. The old man took a deep breath and began. It's an ancient battleground that appeared since the Earth's revival. It's filled with the remains of countless spirit beasts, and a terrifying aura of hostility permeates the place. This aura can invade a spirit beast's body, causing it to decay, and can even erode a spirit master's soul sea, driving them insane. No matter how strong one's cultivation, it's hard to resist the malevolent energy there. He paused, then continued. But the treasures there are countless. Soul stones, law stones, various herbs, and even ancient soul weapons and spirit treasures. For many who are desperate, it's a place where they can change their fate. A day later, the two women hurried back to the Lord's mansion, only to find that Yun Lifan had not yet awakened. Qin Luo was distraught, muttering to herself. How can this be? She should have woken up by now. Qin Shufeng reassured them, don't worry. Your mother could have woken up already, but she feels her soul sea might recover to the peak of the second stage, so she's not in a rush. Yun Lifan's soul sea was severely injured, and the healing process was delayed for too long, so recovery is very slow. Hearing this, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she would wake up, it was fine. Chu Yang did not enter the room. He was a bit surprised to learn that his mother-in-law hadn't woken up yet. He recalled how Su Zhen had shown immediate effects after taking the soul-healing pill. Watching the father and daughter trio emerge, he couldn't help but ask, how did Aunt get so severely injured? Which sacred land was responsible? Qin Shufeng snorted disdainfully. Sacred land? They aren't even qualified to hurt my wife. Chu Yang was slightly surprised, thinking that his father-in-law had quite a high opinion of himself, dismissing the sacred lands just like that, much like himself. However, he noticed that Qin Shufeng didn't reveal who had dealt such a heavy blow. Finally, Chu Yang and the two women agreed to explore the ancient secret realm together in 2 days, as this matter had been delayed long enough. Returning to his courtyard, Chu Yang saw Su Yua practicing combat with the flying wolf alongside Su Sheng. Young master is finally back, Su Yua exclaimed with delight. Chu Yang noticed the aura emanating from Su Yua and asked, have you become a spirit master? Su Yua nodded, a proud smile on her face. I've come of age. I just made my contract a few days ago. Chu Yang understood. At the age of 16, there is a period when everyone's soul power becomes particularly active. This is also the best time to form a contract with a spirit beast. If one's soul power cannot support the contract during this time, it becomes nearly impossible to become a spirit master later. The original owner of Chu Yang's body had experienced this. He then instructed Su Sheng to gather the others as he had important matters to discuss. A moment later, Su Sheng assembled the group in front of Chu Yang, including Su Zhen and Su Yura. They all greeted him in unison. Greetings, master. Chu Yang looked serious as he addressed them. I have something important to clarify. Our place will be very dangerous in the coming period because I've killed a disciple from the Wanling sacred land. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. To them, Wanling's sacred land was like a distant legend, a force above all spirit masters. Just one word from them could easily wipe out a city. Now that their master had killed a disciple from the sacred land, the consequences were unimaginable. Su Zhen and his grandson clenched their fists, their bodies trembling slightly. Chu Yang had already suspected that the Wanling sacred land was behind the destruction of the Xingyue dynasty. They must have learned of the dynasty's possession of a king-quality spirit beast, leading to the subsequent events. Chu Yang continued. The consequences of killing a sacred land disciple are evident even without me explaining. It will certainly bring fierce retaliation from the sacred land. So, leaving now might spare you from being implicated. But if they find out later, it will be too late. I'm giving you the choice now. Whether to stay or leave is entirely up to you. He wanted to use this incident to identify a few loyal and reliable individuals. It's hard to see through people's hearts in ordinary times, but when disaster strikes, it's the best time to discern someone's true nature. However, it turned out that Su Zhen's judgment was indeed excellent. None of the 7 people chose to leave. Zhao Mu, a short and seemingly frail man, chuckled and said, Master, with our strength, no one would want us elsewhere anyway. Besides, what's the big deal about the sacred land? We can always hide, right? In some ways, their faith in Chu Yang stemmed from Su Zhen. Su Zhen had encountered descriptions of a black divine dragon in ancient ruins and conveyed an inspiring message to them. Given enough time, the master's future was beyond imagination, possibly even surpassing the sanctuaries. These words fueled their determination to follow Chu Yang. both to witness this potential firsthand and to seize the opportunity to become his followers before he truly rose to power. Chu Yang understood their intentions, but didn't mind. With a slight smile, he announced an important decision. From today onwards, your spirit beasts can enter my spiritual domain to train. This privilege was something even Su Ming and others had not enjoyed, highlighting Chu Yang's regard for them. As Su Zhen and the others stepped into the spiritual domain, they were utterly amazed. The rich spiritual essence overwhelmed them, far exceeding what they had experienced in the sanctuaries. Su Zhen stroked his beard, suddenly realizing. So the master's spiritual domain contains a high-quality spiritual vein. This is truly a sanctuary. Soon after, Chu Yang appeared before them, holding several silver-quality spirit beasts. He handed these precious spirit beasts, purchased from Linhai City, to each of them. Su Sheng and the others were so excited they jumped in place, as even Su Sheng, the most advanced among them, had never owned such high-quality spirit beasts. As for the diamond-quality Canghai Jiao, coveted even by the sanctuary's holy son, Chu Yang had not yet allocated it, intending to save it as a future reward. Chu Yang organized the law elixirs and gave a few bottles to Zhang Yi. He estimated that these elixirs would be enough to cultivate several 6th-tier spirit beasts. At this time, Ye's cultivation had reached the late 5th tier, on the verge of crossing into the 6th tier. Both Wushuang and Little Turtle were progressing rapidly, and under the nourishment of the dense spiritual essence in the domain, their breakthrough speed would significantly increase. Chu Yang planned to find a time to take these two spirit beasts out for actual combat. As for the young panda still in its infancy, Chu Yang decided to let it peacefully pass through its early stage. Meanwhile, the cultivation speed of Di Huang was astonishing, almost changing daily, and it was expected to soon surpass both Wushuang and Little Turtle. 2 days later, 2 women arrived as scheduled. The information obtained from Wang Qianyue had sparked their intense interest in the ancient secret realm they were about to explore. Chu Yang was slightly worried, fearing that the old man might have already emptied the secret realm. The 3 of them began searching for the secret realm's location according to the map. Suddenly, Qin Luojiao looked at the map, her brows furrowing. This place seems somewhat familiar. She tried to recall, but couldn't quite grasp it. At that moment, Qin Luoxiue's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Why does this place seem like the terrain near the spiritual vein controlled by our city's lord's mansion?" This statement instantly triggered her sister Qin Luojiao's memory. Yes. I remember now, it's that place." Chu Yang exclaimed with excitement in his eyes. Qin Shufeng's spirit beast reaching the 8th level is all thanks to that spiritual vein. The spiritual resources in Luotian City are simply insufficient to support any spirit beast reaching such a level. The 3 wasted no time and immediately set off on a Tianqing Peng towards their destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at a rugged terrain. Dense forests covered the entire area, with towering mountains all around. One peak stood out, exceptionally tall, reaching about 10,000 feet into the sky, exuding a majestic aura. On the side of the peak, a deep gorge lay hidden. The lush vegetation on both sides of the gorge sharply contrasted with the surroundings. A faint spiritual essence drifted like a gossamer from the bottom of the gorge, nourishing the surrounding flora. "If it weren't for you leading the way, it would have been quite difficult to find this place," Chu Yang remarked. "The terrain is too treacherous, and ancient maps inevitably have some discrepancies." At the gorge's entrance, 2 6th-level fierce beasts lay prostrate, greedily absorbing the spiritual essence. Qin Luoxue explained in a low voice, "The spiritual vein is beneath the gorge. One of my father's spirit beasts is cultivating there. However, according to the map, we should head towards the summit of the main peak." The trio carefully avoided the fierce beasts and flew directly towards the majestic mountain peak. Upon landing, Chu Yang immediately released his soul power to survey the surroundings, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "What's up?" Qin Luo Jiao asked curiously. "Nothing, just a few clowns," Chu Yang replied indifferently. He had already sensed someone lurking in the shadows, undoubtedly Wang Qianyue. However, this made Chu Yang secretly pleased, as it indicated there were still things worth exploring in the secret realm. "How do we open the secret realm?" Chu Yang had no idea. "You should inject soul power into it." Although the 2 women had never seen such a thing, they decided to give it a try. Fortunately, their guess was correct. As soul power was infused into the stone mirror, a gray light began to flicker. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void, and a large door shimmering with silver light manifested out of thin air. "Is this the entrance?" Chu Yang asked, surprised. The 2 women nodded excitedly in confirmation. How did people in ancient times create something like this in the air? Chu Yang marveled. Qin Luoxue explained. "It said that when a spirit master reaches a certain level of power, they can carve out a space in the void. This must be a space created by the ancients. Can you create a space if your power is high enough?" Chu Yang was astonished. Since the journey to Ghost Island, especially after Huang's breakthrough, he realized that the limits of a spirit master go beyond the 10th emperor level. Even Huang, after his breakthrough, couldn't suppress that mysterious drop of blood, let alone create a space. What realms exist beyond the 10th level? Chu Yang inquired further. The sisters shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Mother only told us to be grounded and not aim too high, so we aren't sure. All right, I'll ask my mother-in-law when I get the chance, Chu Yang said with resignation. Then, the three of them rode the spirit beast towards the mysterious silver portal. At that moment, the shadow hidden in the mountain peak began to stir. Elder Wang was right. They would eventually enter this ancient secret realm. The person murmured to themselves, a gleam in their eyes. In the ancient secret realm, Chu Yang, Qin Luojiao, and Qin Luoxue gazed at the dim sky and the space filled with a decaying aura. Chu Yang glanced around, thinking to himself that this secret realm was not much different from the outside world. Qin Luojiao softly remarked, apart from the absence of the sun, everything else is indeed similar to the outside. That decaying smell might be due to long-term isolation from the outside world, causing the air to stagnate. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Luoxue eagerly said, let's go and find the inheritance. The three of them rode on spirit beasts, discovering that the secret realm was lush with vegetation and rich in spiritual energy. Chu Yang recalled how Wang Qianyue had once trained his spirit beast to the peak of the 5th tier here, and he couldn't help but marvel. With the concentration of spiritual energy here, it's enough to train a spirit beast to the peak of the 6th tier. There must be at least one golden quality spiritual vein here. Sitting on the back of the spirit beast, Chu Yang mischievously wrapped his hands around the slender waists of the two women, occasionally exploring. Qin Luoxue slapped his hand away with a smack, only to have it caught by him. Before long, a ruined site came into view. The buildings were decayed, crumbling into ash at a touch. After careful observation, Qin Luoxue said, judging by the layout, this should be the site of an ancient sect. Although most of the structures have turned to ash, the foundations remain, covered by green vines and weeds, yet still discernible. The trio ventured to the deepest part of the ruins, presumably the core area of the past. Amidst the thick dust and weeds, a stone mirror floated silently. Chu Yang was astonished. Is this a soul artifact? They approached for a closer look, finding the stone mirror entirely gray, weathered by time, yet still exuding a simple grandeur. The edges of the circular mirror were engraved with flame-like patterns. Chu Yang reached out to grasp it, only to find the stone mirror immovable. Qin Luoxue suggested, why not try using the soul power to activate the key that opens the secret realm? Following her advice, Chu Yang did so, and suddenly, a gray light shot out from the top of the stone mirror, enveloping the three of them. Before they could react, they were pulled into a strange space. Chu Yang was startled to find himself in a spacious, bright chamber, with no sign of the two women. He reassured himself, there shouldn't be any danger. If Wang Qianyue could come out unscathed, they should be fine. As he was surveying his surroundings, a roar suddenly erupted. A mysterious creature appeared out of nowhere, lunging at him. Chu Yang was taken aback, observing that the creature looked terrifying, neither human nor beast, covered in menacing black scales, exuding a dark mist. Its fangs dripped with nauseating slime, and its claws glinted with a chilling light. What is this? Chu Yang wondered to himself. This thing is disgusting. It looks a bit like an alien from those movies I watched in my past life. He quickly regained his composure. But it's weak, only at the peak of the 1st tier. Chu Yang swiftly summoned Wu Shuang, whose sword emitted a brilliant light, effortlessly vanquishing the creature. Shortly after, 2 more 1st-tier creatures appeared, only to be easily dispatched as well. The first wave consisted of 3 1st-tier monsters, followed by 4, and so on, until 9 1st-tier monsters. The number of monsters increased with each wave, creating an increasingly spectacular scene. Wu Shuang's sword flashed brilliantly, effortlessly cutting down these low-level creatures. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Examiner, would you like to proceed to the next stage? Chu Yang glanced around, a slight smile playing at his lips. Quite intelligent, like those dungeon raids in my previous life. After pondering for a moment, he mused. But where's the 1st-tier boss? Could it be that more rewards come with more stages? With that thought, he answered without hesitation. Proceed to the next stage. He thought to himself, if even Wang Qian's mediocre strength could earn him considerable benefits, then with his own superior abilities, he was bound to reap even more rewards. The second batch of monsters appeared a single 2nd-tier creature. These monsters resembled primitive beasts, vicious and brutal, attacking without hesitation. Wu Shuang remained unfazed, as the 2nd-tier monsters posed no real threat. Wu Shuang wielded a sword in each hand, with 3 golden swords standing upright behind him, exuding a sharp aura. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by a crisp sound from the 3 swords. Chu Yang couldn't help but admire that in terms of appearance alone, Wu Shuang would undoubtedly rank among the top of all spirit beasts. As the number of 2nd-tier monsters increased, the 3 swords behind Wu Shuang were no longer mere decoration. They transformed into flying swords, slicing through the monsters. This was Wushuang's skill, the art of sword control. However, he could only control the 3 golden swords behind him. The flying swords cut through the air, leaving trails of golden afterimages, shattering the monsters into pieces as they passed. The third stage began, and Wushuang finally met a challenge. After all, he was only at the mid-third tier, while these unknown monsters were at the peak of the 3rd tier. Chu Yang quickly summoned Xiao Gui, seeing it as an excellent opportunity for spirit beast training. Although Xiao Gui's attack power wasn't as sharp as Wushuang's, its support and defense abilities were exceptional. Also mid-3rd tier, Xiao Gui's tough shell easily withstood the attacks from the peak 3rd tier monsters without a scratch. Misty water vapor began to emanate from Xiao Gui, enveloping the 3rd tier monsters. This was its skill mist envelopment. Although the mist itself was harmless, it visibly started to freeze upon the monsters, slowing and stiffening their movements. Next, Xiao Gui unleashed another skill, Frozen Miles. Although it hadn't reached the terrifying extent of truly freezing Miles, it was only a matter of time as its power increased. Chu Yang nodded approvingly. These two skills work well together. As for Xiao Gui's 3rd skill, Child of Destiny, Chu Yang had yet to grasp its precise function. He speculated that it might increase his own fortune, but such an abstract concept was hard to pin down. Still, as a transmigrator, having a bit of luck never hurt. At that moment, a dazzling golden sword light flared. Wushuang's dual swords slashed in a cross, leaving massive wounds on several peak 3rd tier monsters along the way. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Cross sword slash. He thought with delight. Indeed, battle is the best way to train spirit beasts. It hasn't been long, and Wushuang has already mastered a new skill. The opponents we've faced before were too strong, so most of the attention was on Huang. It's time to train the other spirit beasts more. With the combined efforts of Wushuang and Xiao Gui, they finally cleared the 3rd tier monsters. However, when the 4th tier monsters appeared, these two spirit beasts could no longer cope, leaving the task to Zhang Yi. This would be Zhang Yi's debut, and Chu Yang was quite eager. He was excited and curious to witness the blood attribute spirit beast in action. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the spacious room, deafeningly loud. Zhang Yi's massive figure emerged from the spiritual realm, its body, over 10 meters long, exuding a powerful aura. Simultaneously, Yi silently slipped into Chu Yang's shadow as a precaution. Direct confrontations were not Yi's forte, so it chose to remain inactive for the moment. Zhang Yi let out a thunderous roar, its enormous form charging towards a group of peak 4th tier monsters like an out-of-control truck. Its size advantage was fully utilized, sending monsters flying and crushing them like paper. With the strength of a peak 5th tier, Zhang Yi moved through the group of 4th tier monsters with ease and grace. However, Chu Yang's attention wasn't on this one-sided battle. He was more concerned about the real challenge Zhang Yi was about to face: a confrontation with 5th tier monsters. As the 5th wave commenced, a horde of 5th tier monsters surged forward. Zhang Yi's fighting style changed instantly. It radiated a dazzling red light, and the blood from the monster corpses scattered on the ground began to rise eerily. This was Zhang Yi's signature skill, blood control. The blood danced in the air, eventually converging on Zhang Yi to form a thick, blood-red armor. This was another of Zhang Yi's specialties, the blood essence armor. It could use the surrounding blood to create an indestructible armor, significantly enhancing its defense. The higher the quality and quantity of blood, the stronger the blood essence armor. This meant that whether the enemy was injured or Zhang Yi itself was wounded, either could be used to bolster its power. With the blood essence armor, Zhang Yi became even more reckless. It roared once more, charging into the group of 5th tier monsters without hesitation. These monsters, though powerful, lacked intelligence, resembling mass-produced machines with no combat awareness. Despite this, their attacks were genuinely at the peak of the 5th tier. Even with the blood essence armor's protection, Zhang Yi wasn't entirely unscathed, facing the assault from 9 monsters. Cracks appeared on the blood-red armor, but fresh blood quickly filled them. As more 5th tier spirit beasts fell, Zhang Yi's blood essence armor grew increasingly impenetrable. Boom! Zhang Yi swung its blood armor dragon claws fiercely at 2 nearby monsters. The blood essence armor's enhancement drastically increased its attack power. The 2 monsters simultaneously spewed black light, striking Zhang Yi's dragon claws with the full force of a peak 5th tier attack. However, Zhang Yi didn't retreat. It charged heat-in against the attack. The blood essence armor shattered under the assault, but was rapidly repaired as more blood gathered. Any other beast would likely choose to dodge such ferocious attacks, but these mindless monsters only knew how to attack relentlessly, resulting in their heads being crushed by Zhang Yi's claws. Chu Yang watched from the rear, secretly marveling. Zhang Yi's fighting style increasingly resembled those brutes from Ghost Island. With the blood essence armor, it no longer considered dodging, only focusing on brute force. Zhang Yi fought with increasing vigor, excitedly signaling Chu Yang that it wanted to continue battling. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and proceeded to initiate the 6th wave. He was curious to see how Zhang Yi would handle a peak 6th tier monster with its peak 5th tier prowess. With the emergence of a sixth-tier monster, Zhang Yi finally started strategizing. Near the monster, the blood from the previously slain fifth-tier monsters began to coalesce into blood-red particles, emitting a faint red glow as they slowly approached the sixth-tier monster. A gleam of determination flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes, indicating it had devised a plan. A sixth-tier monster suddenly appeared and charged at Zhang Yi without hesitation. Chu Yang's heart tightened. Despite Zhang Yi's formidable skills, he couldn't withstand a direct hit from a peak sixth-tier monster. Chu Yang's fingers were already moving, ready to summon Huang to intervene at any moment. The monster's speed was astonishing, and in a blink, it was right beside Zhang Yi. Its massive claws, exuding a black mist, swung viciously at Zhang Yi's head. In that critical moment, the blood particles around Zhang Yi erupted with a series of booming sounds. Blood meteor burst. A dazzling red light shot out from the explosion's center, painting the surrounding space a deep crimson. The sixth-tier monster was instantly blasted away, its body drenched in blood, indistinguishable whether it was its own or from the blood particles. Chu Yang scanned the creature with his soul power and confirmed its life force had significantly weakened, indicating it was severely injured. At this point, Huang was summoned, its enormous form coiling above Chu Yang, observing the battle with indifference. With this powerhouse watching over, Zhang Yi fought with even more abandon. Empowered by the blood essence armor, he charged directly at the wounded peak sixth-tier monster. Zhang Yi's blood-red body emitted a faint red glow, a manifestation of the law of blood. His figure cut through the void, lunging at the opponent. The sixth-tier creature roared in fury, its terrifying black mist boiling, its black scales clattering like the armor of a general. Ignoring its injuries, it rushed to meet the blood-red figure. As the two neared each other, Zhang Yi's figure suddenly split into two, transforming into two blood-colored flood dragons charging at the monster. Chu Yang was slightly surprised. It was his first time witnessing the Blood Shadow clone. He had thought it was merely an illusion to confuse the enemy, but it possessed 80 of Zhang Yi's combat strength. The Blood Shadow dragons were formed from the surrounding blood particles, glowing faintly with the red light of the law. One dragon attacked the monster directly, while Zhang Yi's true body maneuvered around to strike from behind. With a thunderous crash, the monster's attack landed heavily on the Blood Shadow dragon. The dragon only held for 2 breaths before dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, Zhang Yi launched a surprise attack from behind. Bolstered by the blood essence armor, his 2 dragon claws viciously tore into the monster's back, leaving deep, gaping wounds and sending a torrent of blood spraying. Chu Yang nodded to himself. For a 5th-tier peak, to injure a 6th-tier peak was quite an achievement. Whether it was due to the monster's lack of intelligence or Zhang Yi's tactics, Chu Yang was already very satisfied. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, twisting around to counterattack. In that perilous instant, a pitch-black dragon claw descended from the sky, crushing the 6th-tier monster into a pulp. It was Chu Yang who had ordered Huang to act, knowing that Zhang Yi couldn't withstand the monster's deadly strike. Zhang wagged his dragon tail and eagerly approached Huang. He gently nuzzled Huang's massive dragon claw with a look of admiration in his eyes. The once fierce Zhang had transformed into an obedient lapdog. Standing nearby, Chu Yang observed this scene and said to Zhang, "Don't worry. One day, I'll help you become a true dragon." Upon hearing this, Zhang let out an excited and enthusiastic roar, "Aang." For spirit beasts, the promises of a summoner are always taken to heart. Since Chu Yang said he could become a true dragon, it was bound to happen. Zhang then returned to the spirit domain to continue comprehending the laws of blood within the sacred spirit tower. The upcoming battle was left to Huang. 2 6th-tier monsters appeared, launching a fierce attack on Huang. However, Huang merely gave them a disdainful glance, not even bothering to move. To it, the attacks of 6th-tier monsters were insignificant. Chu Yang, seeing this, said helplessly, "All right, stop showing off. Finish the fight quickly so I can see what the reward is." He realized that Huang had become so arrogant, possibly due to Zhang's constant fawning. Ever since Zhang appeared, he would often run to Huang, offering his admiration by nudging its claws and licking its scales. However, Chu Yang thought this change wasn't necessarily bad. His spirit beast should have such a commanding presence. Since the summoner had spoken, Huang decided to stop toying with the monsters. Its body exuded a dark, overwhelming aura of desolation, embodying the profound laws of desolation. In an instant, the 2 attacking monsters began to wither. This was Huang's power to annihilate everything and drain the opponent's life force. Within moments, the 2 monsters were reduced to piles of bones. Huang charged through, from 6th tier to 7th tier, eventually facing 9 monsters of the same tier in an epic battle. This was its first battle after breaking through, and by far its most challenging. Although these monsters lacked intelligence, giving Huang a slight advantage, their mindless aggression made them relentless as they swarmed to attack Huang. Huang was injured, but Chu Yang did not interrupt the trial. Huang's breakthrough was significant. and it needed to endure a tough battle to fully master its newfound power. Opportunities like this were rare, so Chu Yang couldn't let it go to waste. A dark, radiant breath of desolation spewed from Huang's mouth, striking the 9 towering monsters ahead, each dozens of meters tall, making Chu Yang seem as small as an ant in comparison. Roar! One of the monsters bellowed, raising its dark beast claw. A thick black fog transformed into a massive black shield in front of it. Boom! The desolate dragon breath collided with the black shield, spreading terrifying desolation power. In less than a breath, the shield shattered. The dragon breath pierced through the monster's chest, the dark desolation power infiltrating its body, extinguishing its life force. The aftermath of the desolate dragon breath was immensely powerful, its wide-reaching impact sending 2 nearby monsters flying. 5 monsters charged at Chu Yang and Huang like arrows shot from a bow. Although speed was not their forte, in this realm, their movement was astonishingly swift. Chu Yang quickly made a decision. Standing between Huang's dragon horns, he issued a tactical command. Use Huang's dragon wrap. Attack one first. Huang received the command. Its dragon eyes locked onto a monster at the edge. Its tail swung fiercely, transforming into a streak of black light that soared into the sky, spiraling downward. The targeted monster let out a thunderous roar, swinging its claws in defense. Chu Yang initially considered having Huang use the dragon roar, but realizing these monsters lacked intelligence, the sole power effect of the roar would likely be diminished. He swiftly altered the strategy. Huang dove down, its claws charged with the power of desolation, descending like divine retribution. With a crack, the monster's claw was severed. Immediately, Huang's massive body coiled around, all 4 claws striking. With a tear, the monster's scaly body was ripped apart, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the ground for several yards around. Since advancing to the 6th tier, Huang's attributes had undergone a qualitative leap, making it difficult to find equals in its class. As the tearing continued, the power of desolation seeped into the monster's body like a venomous snake. Without timely expulsion of this desolate force, the monster's life force would wither like autumn leaves. However, these mindless creatures were oblivious to this peril. While Huang was entangled with its prey, another monster suddenly launched an attack. A thick, ink-like black mist gathered between its claws, swiftly forming a massive black broadsword. The blade was shrouded in dark energy, exuding a murderous intent. Blood seemed to flow along the edge, with faint, anguished cries echoing from it. The monster swung the broadsword, slashing horizontally at Huang. As the overseer of the battlefield, Chu Yang immediately sensed the lethal threat. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the broadsword, he urgently alerted Huang to dodge. Despite Huang's efforts to twist its body, it was a fraction too slow. The broadsword swept across, unstoppable, leaving a pitch-black fissure in its wake. With a buzz, the broadsword clashed against Huang's dragon scales, sparking a brilliant flare, reminiscent of 2 massive pieces of steel colliding violently. The piercing sound made Chu Yang's heart tighten. After the broadsword passed, a menacing crack appeared on a dragon scale the size of a millstone on Huang's body. Fortunately, it didn't reach the flesh beneath, but it unmistakably marked an injury. If not for Chu Yang's timely warning, prompting Huang to twist in advance, this strike could have caused far more severe damage. Of course, Huang's indestructible dragon scales played a crucial role as well. Huang quickly withdrew from the monster's attack range, its massive form flying to a distance, cold light flickering in its dragon eyes. Chu Yang made a decisive call. Give them a taste of the heavenly, silent, desolate dragon jade. With the command given, Huang shot skyward. To reduce charging time, Chu Yang instructed Huang to start gathering power during flight. This not only saved time, but also enhanced the power of the heavenly, silent, desolate dragon jade. When Huang reached high altitude, at the moment of stillness, a desolate sphere with a diameter of 5 yards had formed. Its terrifying aura radiated from the core, the dense power of desolation emitting a brilliant black light. The void around the sphere seemed unable to withstand such pressure, producing cracking sounds. Pitch-black void fissures spread wildly from the sphere's center in all directions. With Chu Yang's guidance, the Tianji desolate dragon jade quickly amassed energy. A dark, glowing orb formed, emitting a terrifying and unsettling aura. Whoosh! Under Huang's control, the orb shot through the void like a meteor from the heavens, heading straight for the ground. As the orb passed, the void fractured inch by inch, its immense energy astonishing to behold. On the ground, several monsters roared in unison, each employing their own methods to counter the attack. A dense black mist gathered, transforming into a black spear that seemed to imprison countless tortured souls. Chu Yang felt his scalp tingle. The eerie technique exuded a chilling aura, and the anguished cries of the trapped souls were filled with pain and sorrow, enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Other monsters were not to be outdone, some conjuring enormous nets, others forming massive handprints that darkened the sky. All attacks converged on the descending orb. Boom! The terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the chamber, dazzling light erupting from the ground. At the explosion's center, the void continuously collapsed and healed, over and over. The Tianji Desolate Dragon Jade, being Huang's most powerful attack, was unparalleled in its might, and even the combined efforts of the monsters struggled to withstand it. Once the black light dissipated, the void at the explosion's center was still not fully healed. The ground was littered with the incomplete corpses of monsters. However, Chu Yang keenly noticed one survivor monster had used an eerie black mist to form a massive shield, blocking Huang's attack. Kill! With a low shout from Chu Yang, Huang's figure shot down like an arrow, targeting the surviving monster. Just as Chu Yang dispatched the ninth monster, a voice suddenly echoed in the chamber. Congratulations to the challenger for passing all levels. Rewards are being distributed. There's a reward after all. Chu Yang felt a surge of joy, eagerly anticipating the surprise to come. Then, 3 beams of light descended from the top of the chamber, hovering before him. 3 rewards? Chu Yang was surprised to see 3 light clusters floating in front of him. The most striking was a spirit beast egg over a meter in size, radiating a dreamlike color with a hint of soul power fluctuating around it. Could it be a soul attribute spirit beast egg? Chu Yang wondered. Ordinary spirit beast eggs typically exude spiritual power, but this egg clearly emitted a soul energy aura. Chu Yang fell into contemplation. He already had 7 spirit beasts: Huang, Yi, Xiao Gui, Wushuang, Zhan Yi, the giant panda, and the 9-tailed emperor butterfly. And he could only contract 9 spirit beasts, leaving 2 slots. He calculated. With the Monkey King set, I must contract a monkey, and I need to contract light and with attributes too. Suddenly, Chu Yang realized his contract slots might not be enough. But given Wang Qianyu's situation, the quality of spirit beast eggs here was undoubtedly high. After a moment of thought, Chu Yang made a decision. Since I'll need to contract a soul attribute spirit beast eventually, I'll choose you. Having made up his mind, Chu Yang focused on drawing the contract symbol. As the contract succeeded, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the dream-colored spirit beast egg, as if something inside was about to hatch. A moment later, Chu Yang's expression turned peculiar. His gaze fell on the reward before him, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Why is it another butterfly? Do I have some special connection with butterflies?" The butterfly was only the size of a palm, yet it was astonishingly beautiful. It was adorned with vibrant patterns and emitted a dreamlike glow. Chu Yang gazed at it, almost entranced. The quality of this butterfly left him in awe. Dream sky butterfly, of supreme quality, at the initial stage of the first tier. Chu Yang carefully examined the butterfly's attributes: soul attribute skills dream eater, soul power //. He marveled internally, as he had never heard of a supreme quality spirit beast before. Which is higher, supreme quality or divine quality? Chu Yang wondered, filled with curiosity. However, one thing was certain. Both qualities far surpassed the king level. He couldn't help but feel satisfied with his gains, thinking to himself, as expected of an ancient secret realm, the rewards are indeed extraordinary. In addition to the dream sky butterfly, Chu Yang obtained 2 other items that made his heart race. One was a supportive soul technique, the power word formula, which could increase a spirit beast's strength by 30%. The other was a divine level technique, the heavenly soul art, allowing a spirit master to cultivate all the way to the divine level. Chu Yang was overjoyed, his happiness evident on his face. He hadn't been able to cultivate for a long time due to issues with techniques. Although the mystery boxes might yield cultivation pills, that method was too uncertain. Now, with this technique, he could finally enhance himself steadily and securely. After Chu Yang stored away the rewards, he was instantly transported out of the reward space and back into the ancient secret realm. Chu Yang. 2 cheerful voices rang out simultaneously. The Qin sisters, Luo Xue and Luo Jiao, beamed with bright smiles. Clearly they had also gained significantly. Chu Yang immediately stepped forward, concerned, and took the girl's hands, asking, "How was it? You didn't get hurt, did you?" Qin Luo Jiao replied enthusiastically, "Not only did we not get hurt, but our haul was also quite substantial." She playfully asked, "Guess what I got?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment and guessed, "A king quality spirit beast?" "Wrong," Qin Luo Jiao announced triumphantly. "It's a divine quality spirit beast egg." Chu Yang was astonished. "With your abilities, you managed to get a divine quality spirit beast egg?" Qin Luo Jiao explained that because they were spirit beast companions, they received additional rewards after passing the trials. Besides the reward for clearing the 5th-tier challenge king quality spirit beast egg, they also got an extra divine quality spirit beast egg. After hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but reflect. Their rewards were so generous, it seemed less like a mere assessment and more like receiving precious gifts. Perhaps, Chu Yang mused, the purpose of this secret realm is to pass down the heritage of ancient times, ensuring the continuation of the sect's tradition. In ancient times, There was a brilliant civilization of beast tamers whose traces can be found scattered across ancient ruins. The secret realm before them is a masterpiece created by the spirit masters of that era, showcasing power far beyond what exists today. High-quality cultivation techniques, spirit beast eggs, soul artifacts, and other rare treasures are abundant, each telling the story of that era's splendor. Although this civilization eventually vanished, the ancestors seem to have preserved its essence through some grand method, passing down the legacy to the present day. Chu Yang gripped the stone mirror tightly, his muscles tense, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he couldn't move it an inch. Unwilling to give up, he summoned Huang to assist, but the outcome remained disappointing. Qin Luoxua chuckled. Such a level of soul artifact must be refined to work. Refine it? You two go ahead. I already have a soul artifact. Chu Yang waved his hand, calculating in his mind. Once refined, not only would they obtain a high-quality soul artifact, but also the inheritance within. Who knows how many treasures the stone mirror holds? This treasure must be in his grasp. However, with the Holy Spirit Tower, he no longer needed another soul artifact. Letting the two women refine it would enhance their strength. The sisters knew Chu Yang possessed an extraordinary soul artifact, so they didn't refuse. They eventually decided that Qin Luoxua would refine the stone mirror. Chu Yang's attention turned to the refreshed blind box. System, open the blind box, he thought, not expecting anything good since it wasn't time for a 5-draw yet, just hoping to save luck for the next round. A dazzling black light flashed, and an item appeared in the blind box space. Chu Yang's eyes widened as he curiously examined the pulsating object. With each pulse, a simple yet heavy gray mist swirled around it. He eagerly checked the item's attributes, nearly shouting in surprise. Item name, Heart of Chaos. Item note, this is a supreme treasure born from endless chaos, unique throughout eternity. Once refined by a spirit beast, it can change its attribute to chaos. The host must carefully choose which spirit beast to alter, as it must be refined before the beast comprehends any loss. Can change a spirit beast's attribute to chaos? Chu Yang was stunned. Chaos, suppressing all eternity, is undoubtedly a supreme attribute. Being unique means there's only one, so he must carefully decide which spirit beast to use it on. It must be refined before a spirit beast comprehends laws. Chu Yang frowned, pondering. This ruled out Huang and Zhan. Huang was his first thought, but it was no longer an option. Zhan had started comprehending the law of blood and was nearly perfect, close to breaking through to the 6th level. Remaining options included Ye's dark attribute, Little Turtle's icewater dual attribute, Wushuang's metal attribute, Giant Panda's yin-yang attribute, Emperor Phoenix's time-space attribute, and Dreamy Heavenly Butterfly's soul attribute. If he had to pick the weakest attribute, it would likely be Wushuang's metal attribute. Chu Yang gazed at Wushuang, noticing the metallic glow emanating from it, perfectly aligned with its formidable attack power. He resolved not to abandon this synergy. His thoughts shifted as he considered other unbonded spirit beasts, the spectral attribute of the skeleton warrior, the wood attribute of the wood elf, the light attribute of the silver crocodile, and the water attribute of the Songhai Jiao. After careful consideration, Chu Yang decided on the Songhai Jiao. The skeleton warrior and silver crocodile were meticulously chosen as backups, while the wood elf was prepared for healing purposes. The water attribute, Songhai Jiao, seemed the most suitable for transformation with the chaos attribute. With a thought, Chu Yang entered the spirit domain. There, he found that Songhai Jiao frolicking in the river, chasing fish, unaware of the significant change it was about to undergo. Nourished by the dense spiritual essence of the domain, it was on the verge of a second-tier breakthrough. Chu Yang shook his head internally, noting its laid-back nature, contrasting sharply with the already second-tier skeleton warrior and other spirit beasts. It's you, then, Chu Yang decided, forming a bond with the Songhai Jiao. Thanks to the properties of the Heart of Chaos and their bond, the Songhai Jiao's assimilation of the Heart of Chaos was exceptionally smooth, reminiscent of Chu Yang's own experience with the Holy Spirit Tower. Visibly, the Songhai Jiao's scales began to change, shifting from their original water blue hue to a grayish tone. Chu Yang frowned slightly, thinking it looked less impressive than before. But he quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that power was the key, not appearance. Chu Yang then assessed the Songhai Jiao's new status. Spirit Beast, Chaos Song Jiao. Quality, Diamond. Tier, Late First Tier. Attribute, Chaos. Skills, none. Spiritual Treasure, none. Satisfied, Chu Yang gently patted the Chaos Song Jiao's head, advising, your attribute has changed. Make sure to train well from now on. As he spoke, wisps of chaotic energy emanated from the Chaos Song Jiao, effortlessly pulverizing a large rock on the ground. Chu Yang marveled silently, realizing it would need time to adapt to its newfound strength. With that, all of Chu Yang's spirit beast slots were filled. He resolved to intensify his training upon returning, aiming to enhance his strength swiftly. Back in the secret realm, Chu Yang found Qin Luoxua had already returned. Curious, he asked, Did you succeed in refining it so quickly? Qin Luoxue shook her head, looking slightly frustrated. I couldn't refine it. My soul power couldn't penetrate it. As if something was blocking me, she explained, having tried for a long time without success. Spirit masters refine soul artifacts by injecting their soul power to imprint their mark for complete control. However, for some reason, her soul power couldn't seep in, as if a mysterious force was preventing it. Chu Yang comfortingly wrapped an arm around Qin Luoxue's slender waist and spoke softly. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. Once your mother wakes up, we can ask her for guidance. She might know what to do. Although he knew little about his mother-in-law's past, Chu Yang had gleaned some insights from the sisters. That mysterious elder's knowledge was unparalleled. At that moment, a voice filled with ethereal sighs suddenly echoed. My foolish daughter, a divine artifact with a spirit won't easily choose its master. Chu Yang froze, instinctively releasing Qin Luoxue. From a distance, the sound of whistling wind reached them as a four-winged Fengguan bird soared into view, drawing a graceful arc in the sky. On its back stood a man and a woman. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, mother-in-law has arrived. Chu Yang was surprised that his mother-in-law would awaken now and find the secret realm. A four-winged phoenix crown bird descended from the sky, and Yun Lifan and Qin Shufeng slowly stepped down. Mother, Qin Luoxue and her sister spoke in unison, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. They quickly approached, affectionately linking arms with their mother. Yun Lifan was dressed in white, her figure elegant and tall, exuding mature charm. Despite being a mother for decades, her face was as delicate as a girl in her 20s. Chu Yang finally understood why Qin Shufeng stayed by her side constantly. Who wouldn't want to protect such a beauty? Yun Lifan gazed at her daughter's faces and sighed softly. If I had woken up any later, I might have become a grandmother already. The sisters immediately blushed, lowering their heads in silence. As someone with experience, Yun Lifan could easily tell that her daughters were no longer maidens. Qin Shufeng frowned slightly, evidently not grasping the deeper meaning of his wife's words. Chu Yang stepped forward and respectfully greeted. Chu Yang greets uncle and aunt. Yun Lifan looked at the young man and nodded. You must be the Chu Yang who gave me the soul healing pill? Her soul power had awakened, and Qin Shufeng had explained everything to her. It's an honor, aunt. The soul healing pill's purpose is fulfilled with your awakening. Chu Yang replied respectfully. Well, you do have a sweet tongue. Yun Lifan appraised Chu Yang, nodding approvingly. Handsome and well-mannered. No complaints there. But, I'm curious, where exactly did you get that soul healing pill? Chu Yang responded. I retrieved it from an ancient relic site. Yun Lifan's eyes narrowed. You're lying. There's no such thing as a pill in this world. Her vast knowledge from countless ancient texts had never mentioned such a thing. Seeing their mother's change in expression, Qin Luoxue and her sister defended Chu Yang in unison. Mother, Chu Yang isn't lying. If not from a relic, then where else? Could he have made it himself? Yun Lifan, shaken by her daughters, retorted in exasperation. I haven't even mentioned you two yet, hiding the fact you gave away the Destiny Turtle. What? Qin Shufeng was startled, his gaze towards Chu Yang turning less friendly. Kid, you didn't contract that turtle, did you? Chu Yang had to nod, though he thought to himself. It's just a high-quality turtle. What's the big deal? Kid you. Qin Shufeng pointed at Chu Yang, trembling with anger. Yun Lifan addressed Chu Yang. Do you even know what the Destiny Turtle signifies? Seeing Chu Yang shake his head, she sighed. It's part of the dowry I prepared for my daughters. Dowry? Chu Yang was stunned, looking at the blushing, bashful sisters, but he was secretly delighted. This meant that even back then, they had acknowledged him as their husband. No wonder Qin Shufeng was so furious. His daughters had secretly given away their dowry to Chu Yang. Any father would likely be infuriated by such a situation. However, Yun Lianfei showed no trace of anger on her face. Her gaze fell on Chu Yang, scrutinizing the young man. Chu Yang had a handsome appearance and an outstanding demeanor, leaving nothing to be desired. Moreover, due to the soul-reviving pill, Yun Lianfei, who usually had high standards, was quite impressed with Chu Yang. Yun Lianfei sighed softly and began to speak. Actually, I've had this fate turtle for a long time. Initially, I wanted to form a contract with it myself, but unfortunately, I had no available slots at the time. Later, I met your uncle and thought of letting him contract it, but he dismissed turtle-type spirit beasts, calling them cowardly, and refused to do so. As for those two girls, they thought turtles were too ugly and wouldn't contract it either. I never expected it would end up with you. Perhaps this is fate. Recalling the past, Yun Lianfei shook her head with a wry smile. She had been troubled by this for a long time. If the world knew she had the fate turtle, many would come to fight for it. In the end, none of her family would contract it, so she decided to leave it for her future son-in-law. Thus, she sealed the fate turtle, never expecting that it would eventually lead her to Chu Yang. Sensing something unusual, Chu Yang curiously asked, Auntie, is there something special about the fate turtle? Yun Lianfei responded, haven't you noticed the fate turtle's skill? Are you referring to the child of fate? Chu Yang pondered. Yun Lianfei nodded and explained. This skill doesn't appear to have a specific function, but it can bring good fortune to the spirit master, almost like being favored by the heavens. Chu Yang fell into thought. As someone who had crossed over from another world, he was skeptical about the notion of bringing good fortune. However, upon reflection, he realized that after obtaining the Fate Turtle, he indeed experienced continuous good luck. From the Wang family's secret chamber, the Beast Tide's lair, to Ghost Island, and even this secret realm expedition, he had reaped significant rewards each time. Yun Lianfei's voice suddenly turned serious. But remember, the Fate Turtle only appears once in an era, so you mustn't expose it lightly. Until you have fully grown, it's best not to reveal it to the world. She warned Chu Yang. There was once someone who obtained a Fate Turtle, and after being discovered, they were captured along with the turtle, and the outcome was not good. Chu Yang nodded in shock, thinking to himself, only one appears per era. The prestige of this king-quality spirit beast is incredibly high. He realized that this spirit beast status might even surpass his own god tier and supreme quality spirit beasts by far. Yun Lianfei continued. Of course, if the Child of Fate skill truly brings good fortune to a spirit master, it would undoubtedly attract the envy of many. Luck is such an elusive thing. Who wouldn't wish for it? Yun Lianfei's gaze returned to Chu Yang, her tone becoming stern. While I am satisfied with you as a person, we are spirit masters, and we rely on spirit beasts. So, what do you have that can match the spirit beasts of my two daughters? That's the main point. How far a spirit master can go, and how strong they can become, ultimately depends on their spirit beasts. Otherwise, no matter how high a spirit master's cultivation is, they remain vulnerable against other spirit masters of the same level. Of course, she asked this somewhat rhetorically. As a beast master herself and being the mother-in-law, even if Chu Yang didn't have high-quality spirit beasts, she would ensure he acquired some. After all, the situation was already set. Seeing her two daughters' delicate demeanor, she couldn't possibly separate them. Faced with his mother-in-law's question, Chu Yang knew he had to answer truthfully. Chu Yang introduced his lineup of spirit beasts to his mother-in-law, Yun Lifi. He had 4 king-quality spirit beasts: the dark-attributed Night Fury, the metal-attributed Sword King, the Icewater dual-attributed Destiny Turtle, and the blood-attributed Azure Blood Dragon. Yun Lifi nodded slightly, noting that aside from the familiar Destiny Turtle, the attributes of the other 3 spirit beasts were quite impressive. While Yun Lifi was silently assessing this, Chu Yang dropped another bombshell. I also have a divine quality spirit beast. It's the Inyang Wuji beast. This information hit Yun Lifi like a sledgehammer to the heart. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Chu Yang. Could it be that divine quality spirit beasts were already appearing on Earth? According to her calculations, the spiritual material density on Earth shouldn't be high enough to nurture divine quality spirit beasts yet. After all, the spiritual revival in this world had only been occurring for a few hundred years, and the accumulation in various aspects was far from sufficient. Nurturing a divine quality spirit beast should, theoretically, take much longer. Yun Lifi was about to ask for more details when Chu Yang spoke again, with a hint of pride in his voice. Additionally, I have a supreme quality spirit beast. Boom. Yun Lifi felt her mind go blank, her body trembling uncontrollably. She stammered, "What quality did you say?" Supreme quality," Chu Yang replied, seeing the shock on his mother-in-law's face. He had already guessed that supreme quality must be above divine quality and likely quite extraordinary. Yun Lifi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, though her voice still trembled slightly. "Can you show me this supreme quality spirit beast?" Upon her request, Chu Yang immediately obliged. Moments later, a butterfly radiating a dreamy glow appeared before everyone. This spirit beast, named the illusionary sky butterfly, was only the size of a palm but was breathtakingly beautiful. It gently flapped its wings, gracefully circling around Chu Yang twice before settling on his shoulder. Yun Lifi's breathing quickened as she gazed at the illusionary sky butterfly with intense interest. She carefully examined every detail of the spirit beast and concluded, judging by its characteristics, this is indeed the legendary supreme quality spirit beast, and it's an extremely rare soul attribute. Her voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Soul attribute spirit beasts are rare, let alone a supreme quality one, Yun Lifi explained. In the same level of cultivation and without soul tools, a soul attribute spirit beast can easily overpower spirit masters with strong soul power, not to mention other spirit beasts. Qin Shufeng curiously asked, "Madam, is supreme quality very high?" He had never seen Yun Lifi so unsettled, which could only mean this quality was extremely rare. Yun Lifi nodded, her eyes still fixed on the illusionary sky butterfly. "Not just high, it's the highest." She sighed deeply and continued, "Besides the bronze to king qualities you're familiar with, there are 3 more above them." "What? 3 more? I thought there was only divine quality." Qin Luojiao asked in surprise. She remembered Yun Lifi had previously told them that above king quality was only divine quality. How were there now 3 more? Yin Liffey explained. I told you that before because the other 2 qualities are almost impossible to encounter. In reality, above king quality, there are divine, celestial, and the highest, supreme quality. The 3 of them were stunned by this revelation. Qin Shufeng involuntarily swallowed, thinking to himself that he didn't even have a divine quality spirit beast, let alone celestial or supreme quality. While gently stroking the illusionary sky butterfly, Yin Liffey continued, divine quality is already exceedingly rare. Celestial quality spirit beasts are only found in a few major powers, possessing possibly 1 or 2. As for supreme quality, that is reserved for absolute dominant powers, and such spirit beasts are a ancient millennium sight. At this, a glimmer of nostalgia passed through Yun Liffey's eyes before she began recounting a legend about a supreme quality spirit beast. Once, a fully grown supreme quality spirit beast caught the eye of a dominant power. To subdue this formidable creature, dozens of elite spirit tamers gathered, leading to several earth-shattering battles. However, the outcome was unexpected. The supreme spirit beast not only remained untamed, but also inflicted significant losses on the power, leaving it severely weakened. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang and his companions couldn't help but gasp. A single spirit beast capable of challenging a vast power was truly astonishing. Yun Lifan shifted her gaze from the mysterious spirit beast to Chu Yang. She gently pinched his cheek, her tone a mix of envy and warning. You lucky kid, stumbling upon a spirit beast of such quality. But keep your cool, don't do anything reckless. In the future, you will surely stand atop the world. She grew increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law, yet was also concerned about the impulsiveness of youth. She sternly advised, stay calm, don't be rash. If others discover you possess a supreme quality spirit beast, it will bring disaster, not fortune. Chu Yang respectfully replied, I will heed your advice, aunt. Later, when Yin Lifan learned that Chu Yang's supreme spirit beast came from the stone mirror before them, she couldn't resist exploring it herself. However, the results were disappointing. She only obtained a divine quality spirit beast. In contrast, Qin Shufeng, who also ventured inside, was beaming, having finally acquired a divine quality spirit beast. Yin Lifan sighed. Ah, you beat me to it. She had hoped for an immortal quality spirit beast, but ended up with only a divine one. She couldn't help but wonder, when will I be able to contract an immortal quality spirit beast? Though hopeful, she understood that such creatures were rare and could only be chanced upon. As for a supreme spirit beast, that was beyond her wildest dreams. Curious, Chu Yang asked, Aunt, is supreme quality the highest? Is there nothing above it? He pondered internally, considering how to explain his 2 saint quality spirit beasts if supreme was indeed the highest. Yun Lifan nodded affirmatively. Supreme quality is the highest. Nothing surpasses it. Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. He concluded that saint quality must exceed supreme, and that this world likely couldn't produce saint quality, which is why people were unaware of their existence. Chu Yang then inquired about soul fire, which was crucial to his future plans for alchemy, thus piquing his interest. Yun Lifan patiently explained, spirit tamers have 2 types of soul seas. The ordinary soul sea, which is common silver soul power, and the mutated soul power. She elaborated on the various attributes of mutated soul power, such as wind, fire, lightning, and others, noting that these attributes surpass ordinary soul power in damage. Additionally, spirit tamers with innate mutated soul power have a higher affinity for soul substances and faster cultivation rates. Chu Yang recalled his encounter with someone from the overturning sea sanctuary, whose azure soul power was likely wind attribute mutated soul power. Soul fire, formed from fire attribute mutated soul power, was named for its soul sea resembling blazing flames. Can it only be innate? Chu Yang asked, frowning, worried he might never acquire soul fire, which would force him to consider fire spirit beasts for alchemy. Seeing Chu Yang's concern, Yin Lifan clarified, no, mutated soul power can be innate or acquired. However, acquiring soul fire requires the assistance of a strong individual. She added, if you wish to acquire soul fire, I suggest visiting the endless fire domain. There might be fire seeds there. But I don't recommend attempting fusion. Now your soul power can't withstand the fire seed's blaze and might endanger your life. Yin Lifan recalled her past journey through the endless fire domain while searching for high-quality soul elixirs, noting its peculiarities. Her words were filled with concern for Chu Yang, urging him to act cautiously and avoid reckless risks. Unfortunately for Yun Lianfei at that time, those things were of no use. Merging with the fire seed required enduring immense pain, and there was even a risk of death. In her condition, with injuries not yet healed, she couldn't withstand such agony. Otherwise, her soul sea might collapse instantly. Qin Shufeng stood nearby, his soul power emanating from his body, appearing in a rare white color. A chilling aura rushed over, prompting Chu Yang to exclaim in surprise, Ice attribute mutated soul power? Qin Shufeng grinned proudly. If I didn't have some skills, would my wife have noticed me? Yun Lianfei ignored her husband's boasting, her gaze resting on Chu Yang. She recalled the series of coincidences that led to her meeting Qin Shufeng. If she hadn't been severely injured and cared for by him for so long, they might not have developed feelings over time. Given the difference in their status and position, they shouldn't have had a chance to be together. She continued speaking to Chu Yang. Moreover, deep within the endless fire domain, there's an extraordinary beast. Although I haven't seen it myself, its quality must be high. If you can form a contract with it, it would make an excellent spiritual beast for you. Chu Yang's interest was piqued. A beast? What kind of beast? There were too few spiritual beasts worth noting, and each had to be carefully considered. Yun Lianfei explained. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a fire spirit. A fire spirit? Qin Shufeng asked in confusion. Is it a fire elf? Yun Lianfei shook her head. A fire elf is a creature born from flames, whereas a fire spirit is formed when the flame itself gains intelligence. Once you contract with a fire spirit, it's equivalent to controlling the fire itself. Qin Shufeng was immediately frustrated. Wife, why didn't you tell me about such a great spiritual beast? Haven't you already got a fire attribute spiritual beast? I wouldn't mind contracting another high-quality one. His tone carried a hint of jealousy, feeling his wife was a bit biased. Yun Lianfei laughed. You can try, but I feel you might not succeed. Why? If I can't succeed, how can he? Qin Shufeng pointed at Chu Yang in discontent, feeling his wife was siding with someone else. The likelihood isn't high, but it's better than yours. Yun Lianfei explained. Because he is destined. You regretted dismissing that destiny turtle back then. Qin Shufeng was at a loss for words. Watching the couple bicker, Chu Yang and his companions exchanged glances and chuckled quietly. Later, Chu Yang learned quite a bit from Yun Lianfei, such as the concept of supreme spiritual beasts. Supreme spiritual beasts refer to those whose soul power, cultivation, and physical body are at the same level. Unfortunately, supreme spiritual beasts do not mean supreme quality, but rather that their soul power, cultivation, and physique are always at the same level. For the vast majority of spiritual beasts, it's challenging to achieve all three at the same level. Their soul power is usually 2 levels below their cultivation, or their physical strength is 2 levels below their cultivation. For example, among Chu Yang's spiritual beasts, Yi, Little Turtle, Panda, Zhan Yi, Emperor Phoenix, and Chaos Azure Dragon all have soul power 2 levels below their cultivation. Although the Dream Butterfly's soul power is stronger than those of the same level, its physique is 2 levels weaker than most spiritual beasts. Among Chu Yang's numerous spiritual beasts, only Huang and Wushuang have all 3 aspects at the same level, making Huang a supreme spiritual beast. This information gave Chu Yang deeper insight into his spiritual beasts and provided new directions for future development. According to ancient legends, Earth has given rise to 3 supreme mythical creatures, the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin. Yun Lifen stood in front of Chu Yang, her eyes shining with wisdom as she spoke. I haven't seen a qilin myself, but dragons and phoenixes are undoubtedly supreme beings. I've personally investigated the Xin Yui's phoenix and the Xiantian fire dragon, and their power is astonishing. Her voice carried a touch of awe. These 3 supreme creatures on Earth are extraordinary. When they appear, they are certainly of divine caliber. Yun Lifen recalled snippets she had read in ancient texts. Even to someone as well-traveled as I am, such occurrences are extremely rare. Earth seems to be the only planet capable of nurturing such powerful creatures. She frowned slightly. Strangely, these 3 creatures only emerge on Earth, nowhere else. This has made me intensely curious about what kind of planet Earth really is. She sighed. Unfortunately, there are so few records about Earth, as if deliberately hidden by certain people or forces. After listening, Chu Yang was filled with curiosity. Only dragons, phoenixes, and qilins? But Wushuang has reached their level too. He turned to Yun Lifen. Aunt, what about my spirit beast? As he spoke, he summoned Wushuang. Qin Shufeng's eyes lit up. Oh? What a magnificent spirit beast. Although Wushuang was only half-human height, its imposing demeanor perfectly matched Qin Shufeng's aesthetic. Yun Lifen examined Wushuang with surprise. A king of swords of royal quality. She frowned, closely observing this spirit beast that shouldn't exist on Earth. The king of swords is indeed a supreme creature, but it should, like dragons and phoenixes, not appear on Earth. This creature is supposed to be exclusive to the Sword King star. So how did it end up here? She turned to Chu Yang, puzzled. Have you ever been beyond Earth? Chu Yang shook his head. No, I found this spirit beast in Luotian City. Luotian City. Yun Lifen mused. I'll have to visit there when I have the chance. The appearance of the King of Swords piqued her curiosity, leading her to speculate. Could there be others like me who ended up on Earth? Otherwise, how could this spirit beast be here? At that moment, Yun Lifen suddenly frowned. Through Chu Yang's process of summoning the spirit beast, she sensed the aura of his spirit domain. You've already constructed a real spirit domain? Chu Yang nodded in confirmation. Yun Lifen sighed. You're too hasty. Once a spirit domain is constructed, Its basic attributes are hard to change later, which will significantly affect your spirit beast's future strength. She reproached the two girls. Why didn't you stop him? Qin Luo Jiao stammered. He advanced too quickly. We hadn't even reacted before he reached the 6th level. Besides, I feel Chu Yang's spirit domain laws are comprehensive, with nothing seemingly missing. Yun Lifan shook her head. The construction of a spirit domain is far more complex than you imagine. It involves so many factors, and if not handled properly, it will severely impact the spirit beast's strength in the future. She explained that this was why she hadn't allowed Qin Shufeng and the others to advance. Earth's spirit masters have only recently awakened, resources are limited, and various attribute soul stones are lacking. The soul stones they have found are far from sufficient for constructing a perfect spirit domain, and more accumulation is needed. Does the spiritual domain really affect the strength of spirit beasts? Chu Yang asked in surprise, his brows furrowing slightly. Yun Lifan's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance as she glared at Chu Yang. Her voice carried a hint of reproach. What do you think? After reaching the 6th tier, spirit beasts need to use the spiritual domain to comprehend laws, and at even higher levels, they will tap into the power of the spiritual domain to fight. Do you think the spiritual domain is important to spirit beasts or not? Hearing this, Chu Yang lowered his head, realizing his impulsiveness. Yun Lifan sighed, a trace of helplessness in her tone. It's such a waste of a supreme quality spirit beast. Well, there's nothing we can do now but take it one step at a time. First, take me to your spiritual domain and let me see if there's a way to make up for it. All right, Chu Yang agreed, feeling secretly relieved that his mother-in-law cared so much about him. However, he thought to himself that his spiritual domain was constructed from a world stone, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? As Yun Lifan and her group stepped into Chu Yang's spiritual domain, Qin Shufeng exclaimed, such dense spiritual material. His eyes shone with amazement. This is far denser than the spiritual material drifting from the spiritual veins beneath the canyon outside the secret realm. Yun Lifan said calmly, it's a king-quality spiritual vein. However, what truly surprised her was the completeness of the laws within Chu Yang's spiritual domain, which were identical to those of the outside world. How about it, mother? I wasn't lying, was I? Chu Yang said proudly. The laws within my spiritual domain are really comprehensive. Yun Lifan's body trembled slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. This isn't just comprehensive, it's perfect. She turned to Chu Yang, her voice urgent. What materials did you use to construct this spiritual domain? How many types of soul stones does it take to build such a perfect domain? World stone. Chu Yang blurted out. Oh, world stone, huh? Yun Lifan repeated absent-mindedly. Then her voice suddenly sharpened, her eyes wide with shock. World stone? Are you saying you constructed your spiritual domain with a world stone? Chu Yang nodded, not understanding why his mother-in-law was so agitated. Yun Lifan muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? How could such a thing be here? How could such a treasure be here? Beside her, Qin Shufeng noticed something was off and asked with concern, what's wrong, my dear? He had noticed that his wife was acting unusually today, jumping at every little thing, unlike her usual calm demeanor. Even Qin Luoxue and her sister found it strange, exchanging puzzled glances. Their mother seemed like a different person. In the past, they were the ones gasping in surprise during conversations, but today, it was their mother who kept exclaiming. Yun Lifan took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement. Her delicate hand trembled slightly, her voice filled with an undeniable sense of awe. The World Stone is a legendary supreme artifact, the best item for constructing a spiritual domain, bar none. She continued to explain, there's very little written about the World Stone because it has only appeared once in ancient times. Since then, countless powerful spirit masters have scoured the stars hoping to find a World Stone, but it has never appeared again. Who would have thought my clueless son-in-law would end up with one? Yun Lifan's voice carried a hint of reverence. The World Stone can nurture a complete set of world laws, and in the future, it has the potential to grow into a true grand world. Thinking of this, she felt a bit terrified. A true grand world is something no other spiritual domain can ever achieve. She further explained, that's why ordinary spirit masters' domains can only be called domains. No matter how large, they can't be called a world because the laws are incomplete. Who can say how many laws exist in the universe? Take fire laws as an example. They include profound fire, nether fire, celestial fire, ice fire. Yun Lifan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. So, no matter how powerful the backing, it's impossible to gather all the laws. Her eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. But the World Stone is different. A single World Stone encompasses all the laws in the world. Especially in the future, the way it enhances the abilities of spirit beasts is what's truly terrifying. After reaching the 10th level, the spirit beasts empowered by the World Stone exhibit astonishing strength, able to single-handedly defeat several spirit beasts of the same level from other spirit domains. Yun Lifan gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting a complex light, as she murmured to herself, Earth? Oh Earth, what kind of planet are you? Why have you given rise to 2 world stones in succession? Chu Yang, intrigued by her words, couldn't help but ask, Aunt, do you mean that a world stone once appeared on Earth before? Yun Lifan nodded slowly, her gaze filled with reminiscence. It said that during the ancient ages, a world stone appeared on Earth and was obtained by an Earth spirit master. That person once dominated the entire ancient era. Although they later fell for unknown reasons, their legend still circulates to this day. Suddenly, Yin Lifan recalled something a certain elder had once told her, and her expression grew solemn. Earth was originally not called Earth, it was known as Dichio. But with that person's fall, Dichio ceased to exist. This thought struck Yun Lifan like a bolt of lightning, reminding her of what the elder known as Tianjizi, who possessed a spirit beast called the Celestial Turtle, had told her. If you ever have the chance to go there, cherish everything about it. The Celestial Turtle was said to see through the secrets of heaven and know everything under the sky. Yun Lifan's gaze involuntarily turned to her son-in-law, Chu Yang. The Celestial Turtle, supreme quality spirit beasts, the world stone, all these extraordinary elements were linked to Chu Yang, making her sense something unique about him. She wondered, could it be that my son-in-law will become that supreme being in the future? With this thought in mind, Yun Lifan pulled her 2 daughters aside and quietly asked, You've spent quite a bit of time with Chu Yang. Has he ever mentioned any unusual ideas or exhibited any strange behavior? The 2 sisters fell into contemplation. Qin Luoxue suddenly spoke up. Chu Yang once mentioned he wanted to create something called an evolution pill. Evolution pill. Yin Lifan was puzzled. What is that? It's a pill that can enhance the quality of spirit beasts. Qin Luoxue explained. Hearing this, Yin Lifan's body trembled slightly. She had never imagined that someone could enhance the quality of spirit beasts, let alone that such an idea would come from a teenager. Qin Luojiao added, he's already started collecting and studying various herbs, saying that they might be useful for making the evolution pill in the future. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yun Lifan's eyes. If he truly succeeds, it would be an event that could shake the world. He could become a saint or even an ancestor. She grasped her daughter's hands firmly, saying earnestly, You must support and help him, understand? The sisters exchanged a surprised glance. Mother, do you really believe Chu Yang will succeed? Yun Lifan smiled slightly. Perhaps. Besides, as spirit masters, we have long lifespans, so don't worry about others' worldly views. I'm already looking forward to becoming a grandmother soon. Ah, the 2 girls exclaimed in shock, their faces showing disbelief. Why would mother suddenly say something like that? Under Yun Lianfei's guidance, Qin Luoxue began the process of refining the stone mirror soul artifact. Despite the assistance, this process was still going to take quite a bit of time. Yun Lianfei looked around and said to Chu Yang, This secret realm is remarkably well preserved. If you're thinking of establishing a faction, this could be a good place. Although some internal structures have collapsed, the surrounding space barriers are intact. With a little tidying up, it could become an ideal residence. Chu Yang shook his head lightly at her words. I don't have such plans at the moment. Isn't it nice to live a carefree life with 2 lovely ladies? Establishing a faction requires energy and management, why bother? Shortly after Qin Luoxue started refining the stone mirror, a group of unexpected visitors suddenly arrived. A loud, commanding voice echoed from outside the secret realm. Ha! I can't believe it took you this long to open the secret realm. You've kept this old man waiting. A troop of people, riding various spirit beasts, surged into the secret realm. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, Wang Qianwei. He sat atop a fiery red beast, his eyes fixed sharply on Chu Yang. Huh, Elder Wang was right. There's indeed a perfectly preserved ancient secret realm here, one of them exclaimed. This secret realm is indeed in excellent condition, more intact than any we've discovered before, another added. Upon entering, they didn't immediately acknowledge Chu Yang and his companions. Instead, they began to survey the area, as if leisurely strolling through their own backyard. Chu Yang chuckled coldly to himself, thinking, Wang Qianyue? Finally here. He had deliberately left the entrance open after entering the secret realm, waiting for this moment. He knew the opponent had a space attribute spirit beast, and if he didn't completely eliminate the threat, it could pose a significant danger to those around him in the future. Looks like a bunch of small fry has arrived, Chu Yang mused privately. Wang Qianyue rode aggressively toward Chu Yang on the back of the fire-eyed beast. His goal today was clear, to eliminate Chu Yang completely, avenge past grievances, and reclaim the secret realm. Behind him followed dozens of people, including 2 7th-tier spirit masters, with the rest being 6th tier. It was indeed an imposing formation. Wang Qianyue was already well aware of the most valuable assets in this secret realm. He headed straight for the stone mirror, laughing loudly. Ha! Thief Chu Yang, surprised to see me back so soon? This time, I'll tear you to pieces. Chu Yang scrutinized the attire of Wang Qianyue and his followers, his heart sinking. The holy land of myriad spirits. Wang Qianyue has joined them. Hee hee, that's right, I'm now an elder of the holy land. Boy, this time, Just accept your fate. Although Wang Qianyue wore a smile, he wasn't truly happy. To secure a position in the Holy Land, he had not only contributed several spirit treasures, but also disclosed the existence of the secret realm, which pained him greatly. However, the outcome was favorable. The Holy Master appointed him as an elder and granted him a large amount of rule liquid and soul stones, allowing him to reach the 6th tier in a short time. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Chu Yang quietly asked Yin Lianfei, "Auntie, do you have a method to strip someone of their spirit beast?" He had heard that contracted spirit beasts could be stripped, but he didn't know how to do it himself. "What? Which of his spirit beasts caught your eye?" Yun Lifan asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with interest. Chu Yang remained calm, as if he were facing an ordinary person rather than a sacred land elder. He said nonchalantly, "That old guy has a Taiyin attribute dragon python and a space attribute ethereal bat. If I could seize them, they'd make fine spirit beasts." Yun Lifan's eyes lit up. "Oh, Taiyin and space attributes? Those are indeed impressive spirit beasts." She looked at Chu Yang with great interest. "If you can capture him, leave the rest to me. I can almost guarantee a seamless transfer." Just then, Wang Qianyuan noticed Qin Shufeng and the others nearby. His smile widened, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. It's perfect that you're all here. This time, I'll capture every one of you." The group of spirit masters behind Wang Qianyue paid no heed to his words, their eyes fixed intently on the stone mirror, filled with fervor. "Is that the inheritance you mentioned, Elder Wang?" they asked eagerly. Wang Qianyue nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, this stone mirror contains the inheritance. There's also a key required to open it. Once obtained, you can enter the world inside the mirror periodically to gain the inheritance." However, at that moment, an elder noticed Qin Luoxue refining the stone mirror, and his expression turned icy. "Is that little girl refining that soul artifact?" The item highly prized by their sacred land was being contested. He immediately commanded his spirit beasts to attack. Seeing this, Chu Yang wasted no words and directly activated the summoning array. Instantly, a terrifying black dragon claw emerged from the array, reaching straight for Wang Qianyue. Boom! The sacred land elder at the forefront had no time to react before being crushed into a pulp along with his spirit beast by the dragon claw. "Elder Chun!" someone exclaimed from the rear. "How dare you attack a sacred land elder?" Someone shouted angrily, yet no one dared to advance. Wang Qianyue's expression changed drastically, his scalp tingling with fear as he sensed imminent danger. Elder Chun was a 7th tier spirit master, and his main spirit beast was 7th tier as well, now dead just like that. He looked at Chu Yang, only to find the latter staring at him, with that terrifying black claw heading straight for him. Chu Yang spoke softly. "Wang Qianyue, do you know why I left the secret realm's gate open? I was waiting for you to come." Wang Qianyue's heart raced as he finally realized it was a trap aimed at him. Earlier, he had mocked the other for foolishly leaving the secret realm's gate wide open, only to discover it was a lure for him. "Chu Yang, I am an elder of the sacred land. If you attack me, you'll be opposing the entire sacred land." Wang Qianyue shouted, trying to intimidate Chu Yang. At the same time, he summoned the ethereal bat and flew towards the secret realm's entrance. As long as he reached the outside, he was confident he could escape. "Do you really think you can get away?" Chu Yang sneered, pulling out the small stone mirror key and instantly closing the entrance. Wang Qianyue was startled, but his expression remained unchanged. He and the ethereal bat immediately concealed themselves in the void, disappearing from sight. "Haha, boy, I've entered the space rift. Let's see how you find me now." Wang Qianyue breathed a sigh of relief, his mind calming down. Chu Yang coldly replied, "You overestimate yourself." Suddenly, the black glow on the dragon claw intensified, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. The space around the claw shattered instantly, producing a piercing crack sound. Wang Qianyue fell out from the fractured void with a terrified expression, his scream echoing in agony. Yun Lifan stood at the back, her eyes trembling slightly as she whispered, "10th tier Emperor level." "What?" Qin Shufeng looked at Chu Yang in disbelief and asked, "Wasn't that black dragon claw only at the 6th tier before? How did it advance to the 10th tier Emperor level so quickly?" Yun Lifan studied Chu Yang thoughtfully, pondering, "Is this the young man who might become a supreme being in the future?" Reaching the 10th tier Emperor level at 16 is an achievement only possible for those with spirit beast companions in her exalted faction, and even then, it requires abundant resources. As far as she knew, Chu Yang wasn't a spirit beast companion. So what kind of opportunity allowed him to reach this level in less than half a year? Wang Qianyue, who had fallen from the void, was immediately caught by the dragon claw and then tossed to Yun Lifan. Chu Yang politely said, "Thank you, Aunt." Yun Lifan nodded and began the process of separating Wang Qianyue from his 2 spirit beasts in front of everyone. Instantly, Wang Qianyue's screams echoed throughout the secret realm. "Ah, Chu Yang, I was wrong, spare me. I don't want the secret realm anymore. I don't want anything. Ah." The excruciating pain of losing his spirit beasts contorted Wang Qianyue's face, and if he weren't held tightly, he might have frantically rolled on the ground. Qin Luojiao felt uneasy listening and instinctively moved closer to Chu Yang. He held her hand and comforted her. It's okay. Think about the things he made Wang Yuan do to those girls, and you won't feel sorry for him. He gently rested her head against his chest. Qin Shufeng watched this scene with mixed emotions. He sighed and said, Wang Qianyue's willingness to use such despicable means on two girls shows his true nature. Keeping someone like him around would only lead to trouble. Although his wife had agreed to their relationship, he still felt a sense of loss. His daughter, who used to seek comfort in his arms when afraid, now found solace elsewhere. Yun Lifen, while performing the secret technique, added, because they've found someone they can rely on now. Nearby, a group of spirit masters from the Holy Land looked extremely displeased. A seventh-tier elder had already died, and now Wang Qianyue was being separated from his spirit beasts in front of them. As his screams filled the air, one elder stepped forward to warn. Aren't you afraid of making enemies with the Holy Land of all spirits by doing this? Chu Yang responded disdainfully, enemies? Are you worthy? Even if your Holy Land's ancestor came, they wouldn't have the right to be my enemy. The Holy Land elder's face turned red, but he didn't dare to argue. The opponent's spirit beast, with just one claw, made them bow their heads, a feat only possible for a supreme-level powerhouse. Meanwhile, the lunar dragon python and ethereal bat had been completely separated by Yun Lifen, leaving the unconscious Wang Qianyue lying on the ground, ignored. Having undergone forced separation from his spirit beasts, he would either die or be left in a vegetative state. Roar! With the contract broken, the dragon python and ethereal bat began to revert to their feral nature, growling deeply, their eyes glinting with wildness. Yun Lifei acted decisively, separating the two spirit beasts from Wang Qianyu. The beasts, now unbound, lunged at her, their bond still strong. However, Huang's dragon claws struck like lightning, capturing them firmly and pulling them into the spirit realm. Chu Yang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling on the members of the Wanling Sanctuary. I plan to suppress them for a while. What are your thoughts? Although he had conflicts with the sanctuary, he didn't want to generalize. A seventh-rank spirit master stepped forward, voice icy. I hope you can withstand the wrath of our sanctuary. Chu Yang chuckled, huh? Tell your master, if you want revenge, have your ancestors come themselves. I can't be bothered with the rest of you. The spirit master snorted but did not argue, clearly wary of Chu Yang's strength. He turned to leave with several trembling sixth-rank disciples. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, like thunderclaps or a mirror shattering. What was that sound? Chu Yang asked alertly. It's outside the secret realm, someone shouted. Everyone quickly moved outside the secret realm, where Yun Lifei's face had changed dramatically. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly, her breath heavy. A void passage. She pointed to the sky, where a black rift had appeared, with dark mist continuously seeping out. Chu Yang observed intently. It looks like a rift formed from space breaking, but more stable than when Huang breaks space, and it's still expanding. Yun Lifei frowned and explained, this isn't ordinary space breaking. Someone has torn open a stable passage from the other side. If I were at my peak, I could forcefully destroy it, but now. She turned to Chu Yang and the others, her expression serious. Remember, any creature that emerges from this rift must be exterminated without exception. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The seventh-rank elder from the sanctuary turned pale and staggered. A demon lair has appeared here. We must return to the sanctuary immediately. With that, he hurriedly left with the others. Yun Lifei looked at Chu Yang with determination. You should establish your own power. Whether to suppress this rift or to prepare for the future, it's wise to plan ahead. She was aware of the challenges Chu Yang might face and, as his future mother-in-law, felt the need to offer guidance and lay the groundwork. Noticing Yun Lifei's shift in attitude, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, what exactly is behind this void passage? Why must we eliminate every trace? Yun Lifei's expression grew solemn as she revealed a shocking secret. Inside are terrifying demons. I've seen fragments in ancient texts suggesting that the interruption of Earth's spirit master legacy in ancient times might be related to these demons beyond the void passages. Everyone was shocked. The reason for the disappearance of Earth's spirit masters was actually related to these things? Chu Yang's expression turned serious instantly, his brows furrowed. Although he didn't know the exact power of the ancient spirit masters on Earth, he was certain it far surpassed today's standards. At this moment, the rift in the sky was continuously expanding, with inky black gas pouring out incessantly, as if ready to devour the entire world. In this tense atmosphere, Qin Shufeng spoke. It said that hundreds of years ago, the emergence of spirit master legacies was due to these void rifts. Chu Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, Uncle, what is the connection between the spirit master legacies and these void rifts? Qin Shufeng shook his head and admitted, I'm not entirely sure. But you should know about the 9 sacred lands on Earth, right? Chu Yang nodded. thinking to himself, not only do I know, but I recently had a confrontation with the sacred land of all spirits, not to mention my previous conflict with the sacred land of the overturned sea. Qin Shufeng continued. The fundamental purpose of establishing the 9 sacred lands was to suppress the void passages. That era was bloody, with demonic creatures descending from the sky, leaving devastation in their wake, rivers of blood flowing. Everywhere they passed, there was desolation, and all life became their prey. He paused, then continued. But it was precisely because of the appearance of these demonic creatures that some hidden secrets of Earth seemed to be unveiled. The ancient spirit master legacies resurfaced in the world. After a century of hard-fought battles, people finally managed to drive away all the demonic creatures. However, the void rifts still existed, and the creatures continued to emerge. Eventually, a group of strong individuals united to guard the void rifts and fend off these creatures. This force eventually evolved into what we now know as the Sacred Lands. Chu Yang listened, falling into deep thought. He could imagine how people struggled to survive during those dark years. In a world without advanced technology, armed only with cold weapons, how much could humanity resist such fearsome creatures? Without the emergence of the Spirit Master legacies, humanity on Earth might have faced extinction. At this moment, Qin Luo asked curiously, Dad, why is it that only a few hundred years later, hardly anyone mentions these things? Chu Yang interjected, because human nature is inherently forgetful. Once life becomes comfortable, people tend to selectively forget past hardships, even if it's a history of blood and tears revered by their ancestors. Qin Shufeng looked at Chu Yang in surprise, not expecting such profound insight from the young man. Chu Yang had a personal understanding of this. In his previous life, his country was founded less than 100 years prior, and people already began to forget past sufferings. Here, nearly 500 years had passed, and much had been forgotten. Probably only the sacred lands retained detailed records. Yun Liffey looked at the increasingly large void rift, her expression grave. The larger the void passage expands, the more powerful the creatures inside become. Chu Yang, you really should seriously consider establishing a force. After all, the strength of a group is always greater than that of an individual. Chu Yang sighed. He had originally hoped to lead a carefree life with the 2 young ladies, but unexpected changes had occurred. After pondering for a moment, he said, All right, in that case, let's establish a sect here in this secret realm. As for the name, it will be. However, before he could finish, Qin Luo suddenly exclaimed, What is that? Following her voice, Chu Yang looked over and felt a chill down his spine. Within the void rift, a terrifying scene appeared. A giant golden eye suddenly emerged. What kind of eye was it? Cold, ruthless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It seemed like a god from the heavens, indifferent to everything. Under its gaze, all things in the world seemed no more significant than ants. A massive wave of pressure surged over Chu Yang and the others, making it suddenly difficult to breathe. This overwhelming force, capable of traversing the endless void, instilled a deep sense of dread. The golden giant eye didn't directly gaze at Chu Yang and his companions, but slowly turned, finally fixing its sight on the direction of Linhai City. Suddenly, a strange voice emanated from the eye. Although the language was unfamiliar, the soul energy within it conveyed the meaning to everyone present. Though slightly off, it's not far now. Among those present, only Yun Lianfei remained composed, turning her gaze toward the direction the eye was observing. As soon as the voice faded, the golden eye vanished, leaving behind a fully stabilized void passage. Everyone exhaled deeply, realizing their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Chu Yang chuckled wryly, having thought that with the power of Huang, he could roam Earth unchallenged, only to be confronted with such a sobering reality right after defeating Wang Qianhua. Yun Lianfei, still gazing into the distance, softly asked, I remember that should be Kunlun Mountain, right? She keenly sensed that the owner of the golden eye seemed particularly interested in Kunlun Mountain. It seems there are secrets in Kunlun Mountain that we are unaware of, she resolved silently, planning to explore it thoroughly later. At that moment, Chu Yang decisively announced, I've decided to establish a sanctuary here, and I'll call it the Holy Spirit Sect. The immense pressure from that eye made him realize how weak he was alone. Yun Lianfei teased with a smile, Holy Spirit Sect? I thought you might call it something like the Supreme Alliance. After all, Chu Yang had a supreme quality spirit beast, so such a name wouldn't be out of place. But she quickly added, Holy Spirit Sect is good too, keeps things low-key, avoiding unwanted attention. Chu Yang smiled slightly. The name wasn't about being low-key, but was inspired by his 2 saint quality spirit beasts. He was convinced that saint quality was indeed superior to supreme quality. He even suspected that saint quality spirit beasts had never existed in this world, which was why people were unaware of their existence. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the passage, and Chu Yang and the others tensed up, ready for anything. Yun Lianfei, seeing their nervousness, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, the passage isn't large enough yet. It can only let through creatures below the 8th tier. Chu Yang relaxed a bit. Creatures below the 8th tier weren't much of a threat to them. However, Yun Lianfei quickly added, but there are many of them, possibly endless. No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from the passage. A massive creature stepped out. It was humanoid, with beastly claws, covered in pitch-black scales, and surrounded by a swirling black mist. It's one of those creatures from the stone mirror, Qin Luojiao exclaimed in shock. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed, the scene reminding him of a possible connection between ancient Earth and these creatures. Otherwise, why leave such creatures in that sole artifact for future generations to train against? Yun Lianfei calmly explained, that's a black scale demon, a common type of creature. As soon as the black scale demon emerged from the passage, it took a deep breath of Earth's air and instantly looked disgusted. It roared, this world's air is repulsive, better to destroy it soon. Clearly, despite the presence of spiritual and soul matter, the lack of demonic essence made the black scale demon extremely uncomfortable, even feeling its powers suppressed here. However, before it could continue its tirade, it was met with the sharp talons of the four-winged phoenix crown bird. Qin Shufeng had already launched an attack on the unwelcome guest. The majestic four-winged phoenix crown bird of Qin Shufeng, a formidable 8th-tier spirit beast, dominated the battlefield with ease. Its sharp claws effortlessly tore apart the head of a black-scaled demon, sending blood flying, creating a scene that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Having been confined to the city lord's mansion for far too long, Qin Shufeng finally found an opportunity to unleash his pent-up energy. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he commanded all his spirit beasts to join the fray, even summoning the ones deep in the canyon. Go, unleash your fury, he growled, his voice filled with long-suppressed anger. From the void passage, demons poured out like a relentless tide, their sheer numbers daunting. Fortunately, many were low-tier demons, with even first-tier demons making up a significant portion. If they had all been high-tier, even the bravest might have despaired. Chu Yang and Qin Luojiao were not to be outdone, summoning their own spirit beasts to join the battle. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxiue was focused on refining a mysterious stone mirror within a secret realm. This is quite the training ground. Chu Yang chuckled, a glint of determination in his eyes. He called forth his spirit beasts like Little Turtle and Wu Shuang, but wisely had them engage only with demons of similar strength. The more challenging high-tier demons were left to other strong fighters. A mist enveloped the area, quickly solidifying into ice, trapping numerous demons within. Although Yun Lifei had advised against revealing the existence of the Destiny Turtle, on Earth, it wasn't a concern as no one could recognize this unique spirit beast. Beside him, Wu Shuang began its display. 3 golden swords shot through the air, transforming into brilliant streaks of light, precisely striking the icebound demons. Qin Shufeng couldn't help but watch Wu Shuang's every move intently, clearly fascinated by the impressive and powerful spirit beast. Before long, Su Zhan arrived hastily with 4 guards. The massive void rift had naturally drawn their attention. Not just them, but many spirit masters from Luotian City had come as well. However, upon witnessing the endless wave of demons, a chill ran down their spines. Some, too frightened, turned and fled in panic. Expecting to find rare treasures, they were instead greeted by this terrifying sight. What is happening? Asked Yang Hongquan, the head of the Yang family, and Mo Chun, the head of the Mo family, their voices trembling with shock. Creatures from another world. Chu Yang replied succinctly, his tone laced with disdain. Another world? Creatures? The two exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with these concepts. Yun Lifei added, all you need to know is that they feed on spirit beasts and humans. At her words, the 2 family heads went pale. Seizing the moment, Chu Yang proposed, head of the Yang family, head of the Mo family, I plan to establish a sect. Are you interested in joining? Establish a sect? Yang Hongquan hesitated. Brother Chu has grand ambitions, but establishing a sect requires the approval of the Holy Land's powers. Have you obtained their consent? Chu Yang sneered, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Why should I seek anyone's permission to establish a sect? Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun exchanged a worried look. Clearly, Chu Yang hadn't received the Holy Land's approval. Mo Chun cautiously replied, if that's the case, I'm afraid we cannot agree. They understood all too well that angering the Holy Land could spell disaster, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire families. Chu Yang nodded gently, not forcing the issue. He shared his plan to establish the Sacred Spirit sect with Su Zhan, entrusting him with full responsibility for the task. Su Zhan's eyes lit up with excitement as he responded, rest assured, my lord, I will complete the construction of the sect in no time. Despite his concerns about the wrath of the Holy Land, he believed Chu Yang had a strategy to handle it. Subsequently, Su Zhan led a few guards to Luotian City to procure building materials. For today's spirit masters, constructing a sect is not a challenge as long as there's sufficient funding. Chu Yang then turned to the young man beside Su Zhan, Zhou Yun, and instructed, Zhou Yun, Go inform Su Sheng and the others to move directly to the sect. Zhou Yun was one of the 7 guards, standing alongside Li Xian, Tang Hao, and Yang Qi. The other 2 guards staying at the Chu family estate were Zhao Mu and Chen Sang. Notably, Chen Sang, despite being only at the peak of the 2nd tier, possessed a dark attribute spirit beast, the Night Shadow skeleton. Zhou Yun respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement and then led his group back to Luotian City to start preparations. Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun observed all this and shook their heads in disapproval. They thought Chu Yang was too young and reckless, daring to challenge the authority of the Holy Land. They feared this so-called sacred spirit sect might be destroyed by the Holy Land before it was even established. Nonetheless, although they didn't agree to join the sect, they began leading some of their clansmen to hunt down magical creatures. This vast and protracted battle would persist unless the void passage was completely destroyed, as magical creatures would continue to emerge endlessly. According to Yun Lianfei, this passage connected to another world, where the number of magical creatures was immeasurable, making this battle inevitably long-lasting. 2 days later, Qin Luoxue, using the method provided by Yun Lianfei, successfully refined the stone mirror. She excitedly reported to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, this is actually a quasi-immortal artifact. Chu Yang was astonished to hear this. According to spirit beast quality classification, above the king level are divine, immortal, and supreme qualities, and it seems soul artifacts, spiritual treasures, and techniques correspond to these levels. Yun Lianfei nodded in agreement. Very impressive, a quasi-immortal artifact is enough to be the treasure of a sect. Even in my place, the appearance of a quasi-immortal artifact would cause a sensation. Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel at how such a powerful force still met its demise in ancient times. However, what surprised him even more was that this quasi-immortal artifact contained many precious materials from ancient times, sealed within like spirit beast eggs, preserved perfectly to this day. Chu Yang speculated that the ancient predecessors might have foreseen some changes, which is why they sealed these valuable resources in advance for future generations. This undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for the sacred spirit sect. Qin Luoxue also informed Chu Yang that the soul artifact had many wonderful uses, some of which she could already utilize. For instance, with enough soul stones, she could open a space within the soul artifact to test a spirit master's willpower. Although this function seemed unremarkable for a newly established sect, it was an important means of selecting disciples. Chu Yang pondered whether the ancestors hoped for future generations to rebuild their strength. At that moment, he decided to open another blind box. This was his 5th attempt since entering the secret realm, and the previous attempts had yielded good results, including lost stones and soul stones the size of a human head. System, open the blind box. Chu Yang silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a dazzling black light flashed, and the system's voice followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven and earth treasure, Chaos Breath Soil. Chaotic Breath Soil. Chu Yang's body shuddered, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The mere mention of this name was enough to stir one's imagination. A system prompt appeared before him. Chaotic Breath Soil. Note: soil born from chaos, imbued with a chaotic aura, containing the essence of chaos. It can accelerate the growth of any medicinal herbs and enhance the quality of certain herbs. Enhance the quality of herbs. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Having long focused on the study of quality evolution, he was particularly sensitive to these words. Containing the essence of chaos, capable of enhancing quality. Essence, quality. His brain raced, as if he had grasped an important clue, yet he struggled to fully clarify his thoughts. Shaking his head, Chu Yang decided to first assimilate this mysterious soil. He quickly brought the chaotic breath soil into his spiritual domain. To his amazement, the soil, which had been only palm-sized in the system space, now expanded to occupy a third of his spiritual domain, resembling a floating island. The chaos Tsang Jiao, engrossed in cultivation, was immediately drawn to it. The rich chaotic aura excited it immensely, and it flew over the soil without hesitation, as if preparing to settle down. However, when Chu Yang attempted to assimilate the chaotic breath soil, he encountered unprecedented difficulty. The essence contained in this soil must be too powerful, making assimilation so challenging. This realization did not discourage Chu Yang. Instead, it heightened his anticipation. He recalled his mother-in-law's past teachings. After the 10th tier, the spiritual domain greatly enhances the combat power of spirit beasts, and the fundamental measure of a spiritual domain's strength is its size. Previously, when assimilating a lost stone, Chu Yang's spiritual domain had shown slight growth. Now, faced with such a large piece of chaotic breath soil, he couldn't help but anticipate a significant expansion of his spiritual domain. While Chu Yang focused on assimilation, the battle outside grew increasingly fierce. Demonic creatures surged like a tide, and the battle seemed endless. The black-scale demon was just one among many, with numerous other types of demons overwhelming the senses. Mist demons that could transform into eerie fog, and high-level ones could even invade a spirit master's soul sea, turning them into puppets. Mirror demons, whose faces were like mirrors, possessed the uncanny ability to replicate spirit beasts or spirit masters. Along with succubi, eight-armed fiends, six-eyed giants, and many others, they charged like a black wave. To prevent the demons from escaping, Chu Yang led the spirit masters of Luotian City to tightly encircle the Void Rift. They arranged themselves according to their strength, with the strongest spirit beasts in the center and the weaker ones forming the outer defenses. Lightning flashed, flames soared, and sharp wind blades tore through everything. All the spirit masters fought to their limits. However, Chu Yang was acutely aware that this couldn't continue indefinitely. 1 or 2 days might be manageable, but if it persisted for a year or two, at that moment, he deeply understood the hardships of the Holy Land. 2 days later, reinforcements arrived from Linhai City, drawn by the loud noise when the world was torn apart. Chu, my friend, how have you been? Su Ming, along with Su Wei and the Chun Bo whom Chu Yang had once injured, greeted him. Upon learning of the situation, they couldn't help but gasp. These things are actually creatures from another world? And they feed on humans and spirit beasts. Su Ming exclaimed. This is undoubtedly humanity's nemesis. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yang shared his plan to establish a sect and invited them to join. After all, the Holy Spirit sect was severely understaffed. Su Ming pondered for a moment before responding. My sister and I can join, but we can't bring the entire family along. After all, Chu, your sect hasn't yet received approval from the Holy Land. His words carried a note of caution, clearly indicating that the matter was too significant for them to risk the entire family as a gamble. Chu Yang looked at the two new members with satisfaction, a hint of pride in his voice. With the two of you joining, I'm already quite pleased. However, you should consider yourselves lucky because, in the future, joining will require passing an assessment. His words hinted at his plans for the sect's development. Once the sect is fully established and the systems are in place, it won't be so easy to get in. Su Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter smile after hearing this. A trace of worry flashed through his eyes as he thought that Chu Yang's actions seemed to be constantly opposing the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Su Wei quietly glanced at Chu Yang, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her eyes, this man was still so bold and daring. Building a sect right under the Holy Land's nose only he could accomplish such a feat. With the addition of many powerful spirit masters from Linhai City, the construction of the sect became much easier. Half a month later, under Su Jun's leadership, the buildings within the Holy Spirit sect had begun to take shape. However, it was at this time that the Wanling Holy Land attacked once again. This time, the leader was no ordinary figure but the Holy Son of Wanling Holy Land. He was accompanied by many elders of the Holy Land, each exuding a terrifying aura. The Holy Son rode atop a blazing bird, surveying those below. He wore a purple robe, his handsome face carrying a somewhat effeminate look. Heh. The Holy Son sneered, his gaze icy. Someone in this world actually dares to take something from this Holy Son. This is truly unprecedented. It turned out that when the Holy Son learned that the Songhai Jiao he had acquired in Linhai City was intercepted and killed, he was nearly furious. Before he could calm down, he received news that his confidant, Zhongyu, had been killed on Ghost Island. What infuriated him even more was that the person who killed Zhongyu was the same one who intercepted the Songhai Jiao. This was outright contempt, not placing the Holy Land in any regard. For hundreds of years, no one had dared to provoke the Wanling Holy Land in such a manner. They were usually the ones oppressing others, and now someone was actively challenging the Holy Land's authority? As the Holy Son, he naturally had to come personally to demand an explanation. However, just as he was about to set out, another elder returned in disgrace, bringing shocking news. 2 more elders had been killed. This news exploded like thunder within the Holy Land, and the Wanling Holy Master was furious. When had their Holy Land become so easy to bully? He immediately mobilized a group of elders, vowing to dismember the culprit and annihilate their entire clan. Among the elders behind the Holy Son, an old man with a stern expression and eyes filled with murderous intent spoke up. Holy Son, I hope you will leave the last breath of the villain Chu Yang for me. This elder was named Qianzhan, the patriarch of the Qian family in Linhai City. But now, the Qian family was all but extinct, with all its leaders perished. When he first heard the news, Qianzhan fainted on the spot. He never imagined that one decision would lead his entire family to ruin. He quickly blamed everything on Chu Yang. He had specifically requested to come this time to avenge his family's fallen souls with Chu Yang's life. The Holy Son turned his head to glance at Qianzhan and asked, Qianzhan, are you certain that Chu Yang has a pair of beautiful twin sisters? Qianzhan immediately replied, Yes, Holy Son. It is absolutely true, and my family was destroyed because of it. Upon hearing this, the Holy Son's eyes lit up with fervor, feeling a flame rising in his abdomen. Twins. I've never experienced that before, he said unabashedly, his tone filled with anticipation and excitement. These words made the surrounding elders frown slightly. They thought to themselves that the Holy Sun's preferences were disturbingly perverse to an appalling degree. The Holy Sun seemed oblivious to their discomfort and continued, "Don't worry, Elder Qian. I will make him understand what true despair is." Ha! His laughter was cold and cruel, foretelling the terrifying retribution to come. The army from the Wanling sanctuary advanced with great momentum, their fury like a surging tide. The Holy Sun stared at the rift in the sky, his brow furrowed. "Hmm? A demonic lair has actually formed here." The elders behind him also frowned as they looked at the dark fissure from which demons continuously emerged. Suddenly, one of the elders exclaimed, "Unbelievable! It's only one tier below the lair in our sanctuary." As experienced warriors, they immediately recognized the level of these demons. Occasionally, 7th-tier demons emerged from the rift, while the highest-tier demons suppressed by the Wanling Sanctuary's lair were no more than 8th tier. This meant that the threat level of the two lairs was almost the same. However, the Holy Sun was indifferent to this. Having never fought in a demonic lair, he was unaware of the demon's brutality. To protect this special lair, the sanctuary's patriarch and leader never allowed him to take risks, planning for him to join the battle only once he had fully matured. A smile played at the Holy Sun's lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he thought of the two beauties he was about to meet. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice filled with soul power, resonating across the land. "Where's Chu Yang? Come out and see me." Chu Yang had long noticed the arrival of the Wanling Sanctuary group, but had no time to deal with them. At that moment, he was fully focused on assimilating the chaotic soil, estimating it would take another half a month to complete. His soul power quietly enveloped the leading figure in purple, pondering. This situation, could it be their holy son? "I've heard this Chao guy inherited the fine genes of Chancellor Chao. But you should never have set your sights on my two wives. Since you're here, I might as well kill you," and announce the establishment of the Shangling sect to the world. Chu Yang remained seated on the rock, not even bothering to look up as he responded. "I am Chu Yang, the sect master here. If you want to see me, come over yourself." Qianzhen shouted angrily, his soul power rippling. "Insolent! How dare you not come forward to kneel before the holy sun of our sanctuary?" His voice pierced through the clamor of the battlefield, reaching every spirit master present. The surrounding spirit masters murmured among themselves. "The holy sun of the sanctuary is here? Is he here to support us? It doesn't seem like it. They appear quite hostile. Did they mention someone named Chu Yang? Could it be that this guy offended the sanctuary?" Only some spirit masters from Luotian City knew Chu Yang's name, as he had once fought alongside them against the Beast Tide and defended against the ferocious beasts with Wang Qianhua. Chu Yang's voice echoed again, filled with disdain. "Huh? A mere holy son thinks he's worthy of me going to see him? You don't have the qualifications." He paused, then continued. "Let me inform you. As of today, I officially established the Shangling sect. So, in terms of status, I am on par with the Wanling Sanctuary's leader. And a mere holy son expects me to kneel." His voice was loud and unrestrained, as if declaring his existence to the world. "Hiss! Establish a sacred land." This exclamation was like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present stunned. They looked in disbelief at the audacious man who dared to speak such arrogant words in front of the holy son of the All-Spirits' sacred land. Wasn't this seeking death? Sure enough, the elders of the All-Spirits' sacred land were instantly infuriated. They glared angrily and rebuked loudly. "How dare you? In our sacred land, anyone who establishes a force must report to us. You dare to establish a sect without permission and even call it a sacred land? You deserve to be punished. Today, we shall rid ourselves of this rule-breaking renegade." Before the elders could finish their words, they all summoned their spirit beasts, ready to attack Chu Yang, who sat calmly at the mountain's peak. Amidst this tense standoff, the holy sun, Chao Chun, suddenly spoke, his voice dripping with greed. "Chu Yang, hand over your two maidens, and I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise," the brazen attempt to seize people was shamelessly justified, earning disdain from those present. Qin Luoxue and another woman, their phoenix eyes filled with anger, silently cursed. How could such shameless people exist? They were in the midst of battle but instantly moved to Chu Yang's side, glaring coldly at the man spewing arrogance in the sky. Seeing the two women, Chao Chen's eyes burned with desire. Truly peerless beauties, he couldn't help but lick his lips, as a wicked fire surged within him. At that moment, Yun Lianfei emerged from the secret realm. Since deciding to use it as the base to establish the sacred spirit sect, Chu Yang had integrated a king-grade soul vein into it, making the spiritual matter within exceedingly rich. Yun Lianfei had been recuperating there, healing her injured soul sea. Upon hearing that someone intended to seize her daughters, she immediately came to assess the situation. Triplets. Chao Chun was taken aback upon seeing Yun Lianfei, who, well maintained, stood with Qin Luoxue like sisters. Chao Chun shot an angry glance at Qianzhen, cursing. That old fool told me they were twins. Was he planning to keep one for himself? He then waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." He was eager beyond measure. As the Holy Son, he was doted on by the Holy Master and several patriarchs, indulged in all his actions. Moreover, as a spirit beast companion, he had an extraordinary upbringing. Many women, from elderly matrons to young girls, awaited his maturity. Unexpectedly, one night, he was drugged and lost his virginity. Though the woman wore a veil, he later secretly identified her as the current sect leader's wife. He never spoke of this incident, keeping it hidden. Unfortunately, she only sought a contract position, lacking any affection for him. Over time, Chao Chen's heart grew twisted. Perhaps influenced by the sect leader's wife, he developed a penchant for married women. As the Holy Son, wielding power second only to the sect leader, he began preying on married women, many falling victim to his desires. The all-spirit sacred land was in an uproar, yet powerless against him due to the sect leaders and patriarchs' favoritism. Even when he targeted an elder's young wife, though unsuccessful and reported to the sect leader and patriarchs, his punishment was merely a year's confinement, released in half a month for good behavior. This prompted the elder to sever ties with the sacred land in fury. From then on, he acted with greater impunity, recently even contemplating targeting the sect leader's wife. He knew that no matter his transgressions, the patriarchs would shield him. This was all because his companion spirit beast was of divine quality, with the potential to surpass the 10th tier. The patriarchs viewed him as the hope of the sacred land, believing he could one day unite the entire earth under their banner. Chu Yang sneered. It seems you've forgotten the reason your sacred land was established. Go back and ask your patriarchs. Then, he turned his gaze to Chao Chun, eyes filled with murderous intent. Without a word, a massive dragon claw emerged from a summoning circle, reaching for Chao Chun. Protect the Holy Son, the crowd cried in alarm. Seeing Chu Yang directly attack the Holy Son, the elders acted in unison. They summoned their spirit beasts to form an impenetrable defense, firmly shielding Chao Chun. They understood all too well that if anything happened to the Holy Son, they would bear the blame. Chao Chen's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Someone dared to attack him? It was unthinkable. Could anyone actually have the audacity to oppose the Holy Land? However, when he saw the massive beast claw pause before the elders, he breathed a sigh of relief, a contemptuous smile curling at his lips. Ha! Chao Chen laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. I am the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Who dares lay a hand on me? Quickly, capture those 3 girls for me. I can't wait to show them my affection. His voice was filled with a perverse excitement, emboldened by his status. Yun Lifen's eyes were cold, a flash of disgust crossing them. Not far away, Qin Shufeng, locked in battle with demonic creatures, was filled with a murderous rage. If not for fending off the beasts, he would have torn that man's mouth apart himself. This beast not only coveted his daughter, but also sought to defile his wife. No man could tolerate such an affront. At this critical moment, Chu Yang moved. Black light flared from the dragon claw of Huang, and the power of the laws coalesced into 2 chains, which lashed out like whips towards Chao Chun. How dare you? The elders roared, urging their spirit beasts to launch a more ferocious attack. They had thought the opponent was bluffing, but never imagined that Chu Yang would strike again. Despite the elders' assault, Huang's dragon claw remained unmoved. Their attacks couldn't even shake the dragon scales. The power of Huang's laws erupted from the claw, surging towards the Holy Land elders like an unstoppable tide. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, dozens of elders' spirit beasts were sent flying. Shock was etched on the elders' faces. Their combined efforts had no effect on the opponent. What kind of monster was this? Ah! Chao Chen finally realized the danger. Among the elders were 2 8th-level spirit masters, the pinnacle of power on Earth, yet they were utterly powerless now. He suddenly understood that he had provoked something far beyond him. In a panic, Chao Chen attempted to escape on his flame bird, but as a mere 6th-level spirit master, how could he evade Huang's attack? The chains, like serpents, swiftly bound him under Huang's control. Ah! I am the Holy Son. Do you not fear our ancestors' wrath? Chao Chen struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Huh! Even if your ancestor came, I'd bind him just the same. Chu Yang replied coldly, eyes full of disdain. He couldn't fathom how the Holy Land had produced such a holy son. Meanwhile, another chain from Huang swiftly ensnared another 8th-level elder of the Holy Land. Zhang Tsang was bewildered. Why was he singled out among so many elders? It wasn't until the chain pulled him before Su Zhen that he understood. It's you, the former emperor of the Xingyue dynasty? You're still alive. Zhang Tsang's expression darkened, recalling the massacre he led against the royal family of Xingyue dynasty. He never expected the former emperor to have survived. During this period, despite sending people to search for any trace of his adversary, Su Zhen had no results. He stood near the void passage, his eyes sharp as he scanned the crowd. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his heart pounded fiercely. The enemy he believed to be dead was standing not far away. Surprised, Elder Zhang? To find yourself in my grasp one day. Su Zhen gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. The images of his clansmen being slaughtered under Zhang Tsang's command resurfaced, their cries echoing in his ears. Zhang Tsang's face was grim, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He looked around and realized he was surrounded, with little hope of escape. The spirit beast beside the young man was imposing, clearly aligned with Su Zhan. Do you dare kill me? Zhang Tsang sneered suddenly. You wouldn't. If you kill me, you'll never know where the rest of your clan is. Su Zhan's body trembled, his gaze turning icy. Without a word, he pulled Zhang Tsang into his spiritual realm. As a former emperor, he had the means to make Zhang talk. Meanwhile, Chu Yang seized Chao Chun and brought him into the spiritual realm as well. He turned to the pale-faced elders and said coldly, I spare you because you guard the void rift. But if you dare cause trouble here again, there will be no mercy. Chu Yang's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice thunderous. Go back and tell your lord that from today, the Holy Spirit sect is officially established as Earth's 10th sacred land. If you're not satisfied, you're welcome to challenge us. His eyes finally landed on Chao Chun. Even within the spiritual realm, Chao Chun struggled furiously, shouting, Do you dare kill me? Our sacred land has 4 ninth-rank spirit masters who will tear you apart. Chu Yang shook his head and told the elders, Your holy son has some issues. Keeping him is a disaster. Tell your lord to choose a new holy son. Before he finished speaking, Huang's dragon claw came crashing down. The elders wanted to stop it, but it was too late. It's over. The hope of the sacred land is gone. One elder slumped to the ground, murmuring. They were aware that upon returning, they would face the wrath of their grandmasters. The surrounding spirit masters were stunned, their hearts trembling. They had witnessed the unbelievable, a man who, with a wave of his hand, repelled a group of sacred land elders, easily captured an 8th-rank spirit master, and even killed the sacred son on the spot. Is he a 9th-rank spirit master? Someone gulped, their voice shaking. Should we join the Holy Spirit sect too? Some began to feel tempted. Yang Hongkuan and Mo Chun whispered to each other nearby. Let's wait and see. Chu Yang has stirred up big trouble by killing the sacred son. The 9th-rank spirit masters of the sacred land won't sit idly by. Whether he can get through this crisis is still uncertain. Yes, indeed. If he overcomes this, it won't be too late to join the Holy Spirit sect then. Not long after, Su Zhan emerged from the spiritual realm and knelt before Chu Yang, expressing his intent to search for the surviving members of his clan. Go ahead, just be careful. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Now, with Su Zhan's strength restored to the 7th rank, he was considered a formidable force in the outside world. Subsequently, Chu Yang continued to sit cross-legged atop the mountain, fully focused on assimilating the piece of chaotic primordial soil. His eyes were resolute as he awaited the arrival of the ancestor from the myriad spirits sanctuary. He understood well that for the sacred spirit sect to be accepted by the world, using other sanctuaries as a stepping stone was the fastest method. A few days later, the sky suddenly trembled. A massive spiritual beast flapped its wings and swiftly crossed the sky, heading straight for the entrance of the sacred spirit sect's secret realm. Chu Yang opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He sensed the powerful aura, undoubtedly belonging to a 9th-rank spiritual beast. The ancestor of the myriad spirit sanctuary had finally arrived. On the back of the spiritual beast stood an elderly man with an air of arrogance. His gray hair fluttered in the wind, and a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. This elder, known as Chu Yang, was one of the 4 great ancestors of the myriad spirit sanctuary, among the strongest on earth. For hundreds of years, no one had dared to provoke the sanctuary in such a manner. Anger boiled within him. If he couldn't crush the opponent today, the sanctuary's reputation would be in ruins. Chu Yang thought, since the opponent dared to kill their holy son, there was nothing left to say would simply annihilate them. He was confident in his strength and foundation, and although the opponent might also be a 9th-rank spiritual master, in his eyes, they were nothing more than a fledgling. Below, the spiritual masters engaged in slaying demonic creatures sensed the impending battle and began retreating to a safe distance. A confrontation between 9th-rank powerhouses was a rare spectacle, but its destructive power could reduce them to ashes in an instant. Even from afar, the oppressive aura of the 9th-rank spiritual beast made them feel suffocating pressure. Everyone watched the scene unfold, eager to see if the self-proclaimed 10th sanctuary, the sacred spirit sect, could withstand the assault of the sanctuary's ancestor and establish its position. Chu Yang's gaze was cold, realizing the situation had escalated to this point. Without hesitation, he summoned Huang, who appeared in full form before the world for the first time. Yun Lifen fixed her gaze on Huang, her brow furrowed. With her keen eyesight, she couldn't discern what quality Huang belonged to. She was secretly amazed, wondering what quality this spiritual beast could be. A king? Divine? Celestial? Or supreme quality? It seemed to be none of these. To cultivate to the 10th rank emperor level, it should definitely be king or above quality, yet she couldn't see any familiar traits. As soon as Huang appeared, it launched an attack. Since the opponent was aggressive, Chu Yang wasted no time. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, and waves of sound rushed toward the spiritual beast in the sky. This was the dragon roar of Huang, containing the powerful soul attack of an emperor-level spiritual beast. Yang stood on the spiritual beast's back, hands behind his back, disdainfully diving towards Huang. He thought, how could mere sound waves affect me? With an invincible demeanor, he charged heat into the attack. However, as Yang entered the attack range of the dragon roar, his expression changed drastically. This soul attack surpassed the 9th rank. Yang's mind was shaken, secretly guessing that the spiritual beast might be a soul attribute beast. When he finally saw Huang's figure clearly, Yang's body shuddered violently. The aura emanating from Huang completely overpowered him. A single dragon roar caused the 9th rank spiritual beast beneath him to shake violently, nearly plummeting. Only then did Yang realize he might have underestimated the opponent's strength. As their cultivation level continued to rise, spiritual treasures capable of guarding the soul sea for spirit beasts became increasingly rare. Yang's spirit beast was utterly powerless against a 10th level soul force attack. A piercing cry shattered the sky as the majestic beast plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The spirit masters present were stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene. The intense battle they had anticipated ended so abruptly that Yang's beast couldn't withstand even a single move. All eyes turned to the mysterious black figure in the sky, and someone exclaimed, could it be a 10th level spirit beast? In evaluating a spirit beast's combat prowess, cultivation is undoubtedly the most critical factor. What else but a 10th level spirit beast could cause a 9th level beast to collapse instantly? Yang couldn't accept this reality and shouted, no, impossible. His mind raced, searching for another explanation. How could today's Earth possibly produce a 10th level spirit beast? The opponent's beast is likely soul attribute, particularly adept at soul force attacks. Although my spirit beast is at the late 9th level, its soul force is only at the early 9th level. He preferred to believe this reasonable explanation. Realizing this, Yang quickly activated the summoning array. In an instant, a majestic tiger with golden wings appeared out of thin air, his most powerful spirit beast, the king quality 9th level golden winged tiger. In the crowd, a seasoned elder spirit master recognized Yang's identity and said, I know him. That's Yang, the strongest ancestor of the sanctuary of all spirits, the only spirit master with 2 king-quality spirit beasts. After Yang summoned 2 9th level spirit beasts, the elder confirmed his identity. After all, king-quality spirit beasts are extremely rare, and ordinary people can hardly find one. Among the many 9th level spirit masters, only Yang possesses 2 king-quality spirit beasts. Hearing someone recognize him, Yang immediately regained his composure and said proudly, oh, someone recognizes this old man. His confidence stemmed from the king-quality defensive spiritual treasure possessed by the golden winged tiger, a rare item recently offered by Wang Qian. Yang thought to himself with delight, although soul attributes have strong soul force, their physique is weak. Let's see what you can do now. The golden winged tiger let out a thunderous roar, flapping its wings as it charged toward the black figure Huang. Chu Yang stood steadily between Huang's dragon horns, smiling to himself. Soul attribute? Huang isn't a soul attribute. After transitioning through the 6th level, Huang's attributes increased significantly due to the characteristics of a supreme spirit beast, including soul force. It was likely comparable to spirit beasts of the same level with soul attributes. The golden winged tiger roared and unleashed a golden energy beam from its mouth. This beam, imbued with the rich law of gold, was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through anything in its path. The real battle begins now, someone shouted excitedly from below. They believed the defeat of the previous 9th level spirit beast was merely an accident. However, Huang also released a dark energy beam filled with the power of desolation desolate dragon breath. The black dragon breath collided with the golden tiger's roar instantly. Yet, the expected evenly matched clash did not occur. The black energy beam overwhelmed the golden light effortlessly, striking the golden winged tiger directly. A tragic tiger's roar echoed through the sky. No, Yang shouted in disbelief. Isn't it a soul attribute? Why is its spiritual attack also so powerful? The desolate dragon breath pierced through, striking the golden winged tiger directly. The terrifying energy erupted with a deafening roar. In the stunned gazes of everyone, the 9th level golden winged tiger, along with Yang, fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom. The violent tremor snapped the stunned crowd back to reality. A 10th level. It's definitely a 10th level spirit beast, someone shouted desperately. Only a 10th level emperor spirit beast could defeat a 9th level beast with such overwhelming power. In an instant, the crowd erupted with shock and disbelief, their cries echoing. A 10th level emperor spirit beast has been born on Earth. Since the lineage of spirit masters emerged, this is the first time a tier 10 spirit beast has appeared. Su Ming and the others were dumbfounded, eyes fixed on the scene before them. their hearts filled with indescribable shock. A Tier 10 spirit beast was a realm even the ancestors of the sacred lands had never reached. Yang Hongkuan and Mo Chun exchanged a glance and simultaneously made a decision. They must join the sacred spirit sect. The presence of a Tier 10 spirit beast was enough to awe any sacred land, and this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Although Yang was sent flying, he wasn't mortally wounded. As a Tier 9 spirit master, he personally felt the invincible power of the opponent and knew without a doubt it was Tier 10. However, he found it hard to believe his own senses. The sacred lands boasted the highest quality spirit veins and the most lost stones, yet they had never birthed a Tier 10 spirit beast. To break through to Tier 10, one must have a king-quality spirit vein. Yang was full of questions. Where did this young man find such a high-quality spirit vein? The myriad spirit sacred land had several diamond-quality spirit veins, but they were still significantly inferior to a king-quality vein, which was why they had never broken through to Tier 10. Earth had yet to produce a Tier 10 spirit vein, so how did this young man achieve it? Chu Yang stood between the dragon's horns, looking down at Yang. The latter got up, dusted off his clothes, and gave a wry smile. Indeed, the younger generation is to be feared. I've been away from the sacred land for just a few decades, and the world has changed so much. Since I've lost, do as you please. Despite being shocked by the opponent's Tier 10 power, Yang remained proud and showed no sign of begging for mercy. Chu Yang looked at him and said calmly, "Now, you shouldn't oppose the establishment of my sacred spirit sect, right? As for your so-called saint, you'd better find a normal person. That person is not right in the head, and if you hand over your sacred land to him, your sacred land will be in chaos." Yang sighed and replied helplessly, I know Chao Chen's character is flawed, but his companion spirit beast is divine, with unlimited potential. Besides that peculiar habit, Chao Chen is excellent in other aspects, and his personal combat strength is unmatched among his peers. Yet, in front of Chu Yang's Tier 10 spirit beast, these advantages seemed dim. Chu Yang snorted. You should know by now that lust is a dangerous thing. I once knew someone with the surname Chao who lost a great warrior in his life because of his lust. If you truly hand over the myriad spirit sacred land to him, it's only a matter of time before you provoke public outrage, and even then, you might not be able to suppress it. The reputation and status of your sacred land would be finished. Yang understood this well. Many wives of disciples in the myriad spirit sacred land had fallen victim to Chao Chun, and even some elders had been forced to leave. But in front of a divine spirit beast, these issues seemed trivial. Chu Yang continued, considering your past achievements and your efforts in suppressing the void passage for centuries, I don't wish to make a move against you. You may leave. Despite the old man's aggressive intentions and his merciless actions, his contributions to Earth were undeniable. Chu Yang thought to himself that he had only been in charge for less than a month and was already facing such a tricky situation. This made him somewhat irritated, especially considering these people had been guarding for hundreds of years. Chu Yang pondered silently, his gaze sweeping over the weathered elders before him. He couldn't help but imagine that without their daily vigilance, Earth might have long since become a wasteland overrun by demons. Their contributions were indeed monumental. Chu Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. As long as they didn't provoke him, he had no desire to confront these venerable elders. After all, respect is mutual. Yang looked at the young man in front of him, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his voice. At this point, even if I wish to avenge the Holy Sun, there is nothing I can do. I acknowledge your establishment of the Holy Land sect. I hope you fulfill the responsibilities of the Holy Land. With that, Yang cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the void passage. He knew his presence here was no longer meaningful. Moreover, the situation at the Wanling Holy Land was grim, and he couldn't stay away for long. Soon after, Yang mounted his spirit beast and departed, his silhouette quickly vanishing from sight. Standing between the dragon horns of Huang, Chu Yang surveyed the people below. He took a deep breath and projected his voice, imbued with soul power, resonating in all directions. The Holy Spirit sect is established. From today, we are recruiting disciples and elders. Anyone who passes the assessment can join our holy land. His voice echoed like thunder across the land. Those who had been contemplating the idea were now filled with excitement, their eyes shining with hope. The establishment of a new holy land would undoubtedly require a large number of elders and disciples, and they, being nearby, had a distinct advantage. Yang Hongkuan and Mo Chun exchanged a glance and quickly approached Chu Yang. Yang Hongkuan eagerly asked, Brother Chu, what about us? Chu Yang glanced at them calmly and replied, Wait for the assessment. If you pass, you can join the Holy Spirit sect. Mo Chun was taken aback and asked in confusion, Do we still need to be assessed? Didn't you invite us before? Chu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he countered, But didn't you also refuse back then? At this moment, Su Ming approached, his eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Chu, do we also need to pass the assessment? He was excited, as he had once hoped to join the Wanling Holy Land but was rejected. He never expected to have this opportunity now. Chu Yang looked at Su Ming, his tone softening slightly. No need. You already agreed before, so you're considered a member of the Holy Spirit sect. However, to become an elder, you must have a 6th level power. Upon hearing this, Su Ming beamed with a bright smile. I understand. As long as I can join the Holy Land, I'm already very happy. Even before the assessments began, the number of applicants was already substantial. It wasn't long before the news of the Holy Spirit sect's establishment and the 10th level spirit beast spread like wildfire, reaching Luotian City, then Linhai City, and further beyond. Many spirit masters eager to join the Holy Land were on the move, heading towards the Holy Spirit sect. Meanwhile, beneath a void passage at the Wanling Holy Land, countless disciples were fiercely battling demons. Xianyang hurried back and informed the other 3 elders of what had transpired. A 10th level spirit beast, really? The 3 exclaimed in unison, shocked. Xianyang nodded gravely. I witnessed it myself. It can't be false. Hearing this, the 3 sighed deeply. Having guarded the void passage for centuries, they knew Xianyang wouldn't lie. One elder asked solemnly. So, avenging Chao Chun is impossible? Another elder shook his head. He's already dead. What's the point of revenge? I'm more concerned about how their spirit beast reached the 10th level. Does the Holy Spirit sect really have a 10th level spirit vein? The 3rd elder mused. It could be due to that ancient secret realm. According to Wang Qianyue, the legacy there is extraordinary, with many ancient relics. There might even be divine-grade spirit beasts. Xianyang furrowed his brow. What should we do? Should we join forces with the other 8 holy lands to apply pressure and share the legacy? The 4 elders fell into deep thought. Wang Qianyue alone had acquired so many treasures, including king-grade spirit beasts and spirit treasures. Who knew what else the legacy held? They were reluctant to let go of that legacy and began discussing strategies. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.